In a world where humanity traverses the apocalyptic realm, survival under the onslaught of the undead becomes paramount, with each individual commencing their journey equipped with a randomly assigned vehicle and unique abilities. Huo Li begins his adventure bound to an SSS-grade singular talent. Unlimited firepower. Damage doubled. Rate of fire doubled. Infinite ammunition. Unlimited fuel. Bystander. How is it that your RPG can fire continuously? Doesn't it require reloading? Bystander B. What on earth does it mean to clear the path with a Gatling gun? What kind of family treats bullets as though they were mere water? Beauty. Brother, you're so wasteful. How can you leave the air conditioning running when you get out? It's freezing outside. Can't you let me in to warm up? Villain. What do you mean your antimatter annihilation cannon has limitless ammunition? Huo Li. The Sky City is about to crash due to lack of fuel? What do I care? Huh? How did you manage to bring out the dragon robe? Oh dear, you have truly brought calamity upon me. Chapter 1. SSS Grey Talent. First kill at the start. At noon, on a dilapidated and pockmarked abandoned road. The air is thick with a nauseating stench of decay. Huo Li holds his breath, not daring to exhale even a whisper. At that moment, he is utterly frozen amidst the withered grass. No more than 3 meters before him, a zombie with half of its face rotted away sways aimlessly. One of the creature's eyeballs has fallen from its socket, dangling grotesquely upon its face. Murky fluids drip down its decaying flesh, while it emits occasional guttural moans. Even more horrifying are the 2 rows of jagged teeth in its mouth, resembling a cluster of toothpicks embedded within, enough to provoke the most intense phobia of clusters. Fortunately, this creature appears to be blind. As long as Huo Li remains still, he is relatively safe for the time being. Yet he can feel his heart pounding violently within his chest, as if it longs to leap out. Fear grips him like a pair of icy hands, tightly constricting his throat. Have I truly been transported? Just as he is engulfed in confusion, a spectral azure light suddenly unfurls before his eyes. Survival Guide. Welcome to the Apocalypse survival game. At the outset, each survivor will be randomly assigned a talent and a vehicle. After a specified number of upgrades, the vehicle can evolve into a new form. Each survivor may only bind to a single vehicle. If it becomes damaged, they must seek refuge within another's vehicle to survive. The game features safe zones where survivors cannot attack one another or engage in forced trades, and the aggressiveness of monsters within these zones is diminished. The number of monsters will increase at night, and their aggression will intensify. Treasure chests are scattered randomly across the map, yielding most essential supplies. This is a world of stark reality. Death signifies eternal slumber. Strive to upgrade your vehicle by any means necessary, utilizing all that you can as you prepare for the inevitable apocalypse. Huo Li's lips twitch involuntarily. Good heavens, the vehicle hasn't even been drawn yet, and the zombies are already closing in on me? Isn't this opening challenge outrageously unfair? They might as well just declare me defeated outright. This is hardly a survival game. It clearly seems designed to have players perish immediately upon landing. Before he could finish his complaint, the system notification sounded again, cold and devoid of any emotion. Ding. Initiating the selection of your initial vehicle. Huo Li's heart instantly leapt into his throat. He desperately hoped to obtain a usable one, preferably an armored vehicle fully equipped for battle. Even a taxi would suffice. As long as it provided shelter for him to hide inside, even if it were just a single layer of metal, it would be far better than facing zombies bare-chested as he was now. At that moment, the World Chat channel began to scroll wildly beneath his field of vision. World Chat channel Apocalypse Survival? A game? Surely, I must be dreaming? Go upstairs and get bitten by a zombie. If it hurts, then it's not a dream. Now that there's a system, what's there to fear? Don't be foolish. This system is useless. If you see zombies, just run for your life. Damn it, I got a unicycle. How am I supposed to outrun zombies on this? My legs nearly broke pedaling. Ha! I drew an off-road motorcycle. Taking off. Why is mine a rusty tricycle? What kind of joke is this? Is anyone on the plains? I don't know how to drive a tractor. Holy crap. I saw someone get an RV. Incredible. Everyone, my dad works in earth moving in Chongqing City. Ah, zombies. Help. Watching others receive all manner of bizarre vehicles, Huo Li grew even more anxious. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the vehicle, a van. In the next instant, accompanied by a loud clang, a dilapidated van, seemingly just hauled from scrapyard, materialized 5 meters ahead of Li on the road. But the placement, Huo Li's pupils suddenly constricted. The battered van had landed directly behind a zombie. In other words, the van stood between him and the zombie, with the creature ready to lunge at any moment. What was worse, the loud noise of the van's landing immediately startled the zombie, which had previously been dazed. Roar! The zombie abruptly turned around. Its eyeball swung wildly in its socket, and it emitted a beastly roar from its throat. This is bad. Given the distance and terrain, there was no way he could outrun this frenzied monster. At this critical moment, S gaze swept to the van's hood. Wait, what was that? Mounted atop the rust-streaked bonnet was a pitch-black machine gun. Salvation in the nick of time. Overjoyed, Huo Li immediately accessed the vehicle's information. Van. Grade. Level 1. Durability. 20. Modification. 1/10. Equipped. Automatic machine gun. Auto-targeting and firing within 100 meters. Advancement requirements met. No. Could this be the legendary conservation of luck? Though the vehicle itself is dilapidated, it comes pre-equipped with modifications. Truly, divine providence favors me. The automatic machine gun seemed to sense the threat, its barrel swiftly rotating to lock onto the zombie that was turning around. Huo Li nearly burst into laughter. What is called a surprise? This is what a surprise looks like. With this contraption, not just one zombie, but an entire horde would be mere prey. He even began to envision himself driving this armed van, wreaking havoc across the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Yet at the very moment the machine gun was about to fire, ding! Insufficient ammunition. Firing failed. This notification struck Huo Li like a bucket of ice water, drenching him from head to toe. No bullets? You hand me a gun, but no ammo. Huo Li cursed furiously in his mind. What kind of bizarre start is this? Not even a beginner's gift pack. Huo Li rummaged through his backpack and indeed found no novice kit. Providing a gun without bullets is akin to sending a eunuch to a brothel. At that moment, perhaps due to prolonged crouching and mental strain, his right leg suddenly convulsed violently. SSS. A dry twig beneath his foot snapped sharply, the sound piercingly loud on the silent highway. The zombie abruptly locked its gaze on Huo Li's position. Its once murky eyes now radiated savage ferocity. It lunged forward with its decayed legs, emitting a nauseating stench, charging madly at him. Roughly gauging the zombie's speed, a thought surged in Huo Li's mind. I'm doomed. This creature moves far too fast, and there are likely more nearby. Just then, the cold system alert sounded again, which to Huo Li resembled a celestial melody. Ding! Extracting talent for you. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the SSS grade talent. Infinite firepower, unique. SSS grade? Unique. The next moment, as the talent effect displayed, Huo Li instinctively glanced over. Infinite firepower. Quality. SSS unique. Effects. By now, the zombie's grotesque face was less than 2 meters away from Huo Li, and he could even smell its suffocating halitosis. At that very instant, the machine gun mounted on the van erupted in a torrent of flames. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. A furious blaze spewed forth as dense bullets rained down upon the zombie like a violent storm. The zombie was instantly riddled with holes, its blackened flesh flying everywhere, reduced to a pile of putrid meat. Ding! Killed a common zombie. Earned 0.1 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first survivor to slay a zombie. Rewarded with a common achievement. Chest 1. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first survivor to kill a zombie outside the safe zone. Rewarded with an advanced achievement. Chest 1. Chapter 2. Unboxing the Golden Legend. Having confirmed that the zombie had been reduced to a mere pile of mush, incapable of rising again, Huo Li nearly tumbled headlong into the van. He flung open the door, darted inside, shut the door, and locked it. Only upon hearing the crisp click of a lock did his heart, which had been suspended in the air, finally settle back into his chest. Within mere minutes, his emotions had soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. From an initial paralyzing terror in the face of the undead, to the despair of discovering the machine gun lacked ammunition, and then to the euphoric awakening of his talent for counterattack. This exhilarating roller coaster ride was even more thrilling than bungee jumping. He had survived. He was truly alive. Huo Li wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his lips curving into an uncontrollable grin. What does it mean to escape from the jaws of death? This is what it means to escape from the jaws of death. He had thought he would start off by meeting his end. Yet not only did this battered van come with modifications, he had also awakened an SSS-level talent. After catching his breath, Huo Li finally had the leisure to inspect the interior of the vehicle. The environment inside was steeped in nostalgia. The leather seats were cracked in several places, exposing the yellowed sponge beneath. The slightest movement elicited a cringe-inducing creak. A thick layer of dust coated the central console, and the air was permeated with an antiquated mustiness. Yet, at that moment, this dilapidated tin can felt more welcoming than a 5-star presidential suite to Huo Li. At the very least, the windows were intact. That thin layer of glass and the van's doors formed a solid barrier between him and death. With a mere thought, he summoned his personal information panel. Huo Li. Physical strength, 5. Average for a normal person, 5. mental fortitude, 5, agility, 5, talent, unlimited firepower, SSS unique. Vehicle van, gazing upon the designation of SSS unique. Huo Li couldn't help but let out a joyful laugh. Although the system interface resembled that of an online game, his recent experiences made it abundantly clear that this was an intensely realistic survival game. This also implied that firearms operated under physical logic. Even if an ordinary person obtained a gun, they would still need to reload after expending ammunition. To make matters worse, this was not the kind of shooting game where pressing enter key would automatically reload. Many untrained individuals would struggle to perform even the simple act of reloading. Just imagine, when a horde of zombies surged like a tsunami, you would be trembling, rummaging through your pants for a magazine. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down his spine. But now, with unlimited firepower, reloading, overheating barrels, non-existent, as long as Huo Li willed it. He could fire endlessly without concern for ammunition consumption or the risk of weapon failure due to overheating. No matter how many zombies approached, he would engage them head-on or rush. It was exhilarating beyond measure. Huo Li rubbed his hands together in excitement, his gaze drifting toward the 2 treasure chests nestled in his backpack. These were reward for the first kill and the first outdoor kill in the entire server, undoubtedly of considerable value. Let the unboxing begin. May the luck be ever in my favor. He decided to start by opening the regular achievement chest to test his fortune, accompanied by a flash of white light. He received ding, obtained 5 parts, ding, obtained 60 universal bullets. Upon seeing the 60 rounds, Huo Li raised an eyebrow. Although he himself did not require ammunition, these were a form of hard currency in the apocalypse. Keeping them would allow him to earn a pretty penny when trading in the future. Next came the main event, the advanced achievement chest. Huo Li took a deep breath and chose to open it. Ding, obtained 6 gold coins. Ding, obtained automatic fire control base, legendary. Item quality, common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, mythical. Holy smokes, a golden legend. Huo Li was so thrilled he nearly leapt from the creaking seat. To start off with a golden item, what incredible luck. He quickly examined the attributes of this golden item. Automatic fire control base. Quality, legendary, gold. Vehicle component, when installed on the vehicle, can mount weapons, granting them automatic firing capability. And can be controlled via thought, automatic targeting range, 100 meters. Description, a vehicle component with built-in radar targeting and weapon firing capabilities. When a weapon is mounted, it transforms into an automatic turret. A divine artifact, an absolute divine artifact. This meant that as long as he found a gun and mounted it on this base, he could instantly create an automatic turret. Coupled with his unlimited firepower talent, this was nothing short of a mobile armory. After calming his racing heart, Huo Li opened the world chat channel to see how other survivors fared. At that moment, the chat channel was filled with lamentations. World chat channel. Help! My talent is D grade, rapid digestion. What use is that? I'm here to survive, not to be a food bucket. Be grateful for what you have. Mine is C grade, night vision. Sounds good, but I only have a watermelon knife. What good is seeing if I can only watch as I'm devoured by zombies? Who has a gun? Please, I beg you, who has a gun? I'm willing to trade all my supplies for one. I have 3 zombies scratching at my car door, and my window is about to shatter. Someone save me. I want a gun too. This wretched system gave me a bicycle. I nearly broke my legs trying to shake off a zombie. Is anyone selling guns? Even a pistol will do. I'll pay a high price. Reading the messages brimming with despair and panic, Huo Li could feel the suffocating pressure. Most people's talents hovered between D and B grades. Faced with the vicious zombies, their only reactions were to flee, plead for mercy, or tremble in their vehicles. Everyone had come to realize a stark truth. Without firepower, survival in this world was nearly impossible. Huo Li casually opened the trading post and searched for firearms. As expected, the result was as follows. Search results, empty. Naturally, it was still early in the game. Anyone fortunate enough to have drawn a gun would likely guard it like a lifeline, unwilling to sell it. Even an empty gun without ammunition would offer a sense of security, especially in a world where bullets could be elusive. Possessing a firearm brought a semblance of calm. Though Huo Li had acquired an automatic machine gun, he wouldn't mind having another. After all, that newly obtained automatic fire control base was still unoccupied. If he could secure another weapon to mount on it, the thought was too beautiful to even contemplate. He fixated on the system panel, where few lines of faded notifications lingered. First kill in the entire server. First kill outside the safe zone in the entire server. The rewards for these 2 achievements were astonishingly generous. Since a regular zombie offered a first kill reward, what about others? Based on his years immersed in films and games, he knew that the apocalyptic world surely harbored more than just these ordinary zombies. Mutated dogs, lickers, tyrants, and even those acid-spitting alien monstrosities. Such creatures must exist. If each new monster's first kill could trigger achievement rewards, Huo Li couldn't suppress a gulp, his heart racing anew. He realized he held information unknown to others. Moreover, this information might remain forever hidden from them. After all, first kill rewards could only be triggered once. Other survivors might never know that first kill zombies could yield rewards. As long as he could seize the opportunity to claim the first kills of various monsters, the materials obtained from achievement chests alone could make him incredibly wealthy. That automatic fire control base was the perfect proof of this, wasn't it? If he could acquire several more legendary grade items and pair them with a few heavy machine guns, a glint of fervor flickered in Huo Li's eyes. At that moment, this was nothing short of a mobile fortress of war. The initiative for the mobile artillery project had officially commenced. With a snap of his fingers, Huo Li felt his blood surge with excitement. However, the achievement of killing outside the safe zone served as a stark reminder. He nearly forgot that he was still lingering outside the safe zone. Chapter 3. Upgrade the chassis. Open the box. Huo Li hastily opened the system map. On the map interface, a colossal green circle dominated the majority of the display. Beyond the periphery of that vast green circle, a solitary red dot flickered. That marked his position. Upon observing the distance, Huo Li couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically. A bitter frustration lodged in his throat. My luck is truly abysmal. I was overflowing with fortune when drawing talents. Yet when selecting a spawn point, I was cursed with the worst luck imaginable. With such an expansive safe zone, mine had to be situated outside of it. According to the survival guide, monsters within the safe zone have their aggression suppressed. No wonder that zombie was so ferocious earlier. Although he now possessed unlimited firepower, he was limited to just one weapon. Moreover, the van's durability was dwindling, now down to 20. He had to make a swift escape. First, he needed to get inside the circle. Without further hesitation, Huo Li pressed the clutch to the floor. With a powerful motion, he shoved the well-worn gear shift into first gear. Clunk! The decrepit van emitted a sound reminiscent of an old cow's cough, while black smoke billowed from the exhaust. The entire vehicle shuddered violently. Subsequently, it began to lumber down the dilapidated road, racing towards that green circle on the map. Unfortunately, the van, with its remaining durability of just 20, felt like an execution sentence every time it hit a pothole. The chassis emitted a grating metallic screech. At this rate, the vehicle would fall apart without any zombies laying a finger on it. Huo Li felt a chill run down his spine. Sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter. Since he had to run, he must first put on his shoes. With a thought, he called up the vehicle upgrade interface, his gaze fixated on the chassis option. Chassis upgrade cost. 3 gold, 2 parts. Please select upgrade direction. Chassis, upgrade route 1. Off-road vehicle chassis, significantly increases chassis height, greatly enhances off-road capabilities, and slightly boosts driving speed. Upgrade route 2. Race car chassis, significantly lowers chassis height, greatly diminishes off-road capabilities, and significantly enhances driving speed. Upgrade route 3. RV chassis, moderately increases chassis height, slightly boosts off-road capabilities, slightly enhances driving speed, and slightly widens the vehicle body. Gazing at these 3 options, Huo Li hesitated not for a moment. Choosing the race car chassis? Given the pothole-ridden, rocky road outside, how is that any different from suicide? It would likely break down within 200 meters. As for the RV chassis, while it would indeed improve comfort by widening the vehicle, he was currently alone in his struggle for survival. Adequate space was all that mattered. Such considerations could wait for a more leisurely time. What was of utmost importance now? It was the ability to run, to traverse this broken world with ease. Upgrade to the off-road vehicle chassis. As soon as Huo Li confirmed his choice, the supplies in his backpack were promptly deducted. Ding! Upgrade successful. Consumption, 3 gold, 2 parts. With a series of metallic clicks, Huo Li distinctly felt the entire van lift abruptly. The previously ground-level view opened up considerably. Checking the status panel, he noted that durability had risen from 20 to 24. He tentatively pressed the accelerator. The loose, precarious feel vanished, replaced by a solid feedback sensation. Although it was still the same rickety van, it was now a van capable of off-roading. The exhilaration was palpable, yet his heart ached slightly. Watching his dwindling balance made him grimace. This upgrade had consumed nearly half of his fortune. No matter. Out with the old, in with the new. Since he no longer had to worry about fuel costs, he decided to push the pedal to the metal. While he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. With the support of the unlimited firepower talent, fuel was infinite. Not pressing it to the floor would be an affront to this SSS-rated talent. The modified van roared down the dilapidated highway, kicking up clouds of dust. Its speed noticeably increased. Occasionally, he encountered a couple of wandering zombies, but his velocity allowed him to easily shake them off. This was the sense of security that speed provided. Finally, After racing for what felt like ages, a pleasant system notification chimed in. Ding! You have entered the safe zone. Survivors within the area cannot attack or force trades upon one another, and the aggression of zombies will also be diminished. Phew! It was only at this moment that Huo Li felt a slight relaxation wash over him, a breath of relief escaping his lips. He drove a few thousand meters further, confirming that the surroundings were relatively open and bathed in sunlight before gently halting the vehicle. Bathing in the sunlight of the safe zone. The relentless urgency of being pursued by death dissipated considerably. Thankfully, he had decisively upgraded the chassis earlier. Otherwise, the constant jostling along the way could have left his bones rattling. Huo Li glanced at the sky. The sun had begun its descent, casting orange-red rays upon the wasteland. Imbued with a sense of melancholic beauty, there were only about 2 hours left until darkness fell. Time was of the essence. He now clutched that legendary automatic fire control mount, akin to guarding a mountain of gold without a shovel to excavate it. An unbearable frustration. Without a gun, this item was merely ornamental. Undeterred, he opened the trading hall once more, searching in vain. The result remained the same. Those cold, stark words. Search results. None. Of course. At this hour, even if a fool were to set a gun on the market, it would be snatched up in an instant. Huo Li shook his head and closed the trading hall. Since he couldn't buy one, he would have to seek it out himself. The survival guide had mentioned that treasure chests would randomly refresh on the map. For other survivors, driving aimlessly in search of treasure chests was an extravagant endeavor. As fuel was limited, if the contents of the chest didn't even cover the fuel cost, it would be a significant loss. But Huo Li was different. He was an eternal motion machine. As long as he didn't shut off the engine, he could drive until the end of time. A smirk crept onto Huo Li's lips as he pressed down on the accelerator once more. This time he slowed his speed, his eyes scanning every nook and cranny around him with keen intensity. 10 minutes, half an hour, 50 minutes. Just when Huo Li was about to strain his eyes, he finally spotted an inconspicuous wooden chest beside a dead tree stump. At last, Huo Li slammed on the brakes and excitedly jumped out of the car. Ding! You have opened a wooden treasure chest. You have gained 2 gold. You have gained 1 part. Huo Li couldn't help but curl his lip. Is this it? A real pittance? How miserly. But then he reconsidered. Perhaps it was his previous first kill reward that had spoiled his appetite. For an ordinary survivor, this would already be a considerable fortune. Moreover, while others had to expend fuel to find this chest, for him, it was pure profit. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Recalling the pitiful 24 durability remaining on his vehicle, Huo Li felt as though a sword was perpetually hanging over his head. This decrepit van was far too fragile. While the chassis had been fortified, the doors and body remained as brittle as paper. Should zombies surround the vehicle at night, they could dismantle the doors with ease. No, he had to upgrade the doors before sunset. Gritting his teeth, Huo Li pressed down harder on the accelerator. As the last remnants of twilight lingered on the horizon, he continued to drive the van recklessly across the desolate expanse. Fortune smiles upon the diligent. Just as the sun was on the verge of vanishing below the horizon, a glimmering metallic box came into view, ensconced in the shadow of a massive boulder. An iron chest. It was a significant upgrade from the meager wooden box he had encountered earlier. However, the area surrounding the treasure chest was far from tranquil. 2 ragged zombies were meandering nearby, and upon hearing the roar of the engine, they immediately turned their decaying heads and emitted a guttural growl. Oblivious to their fate. A cold smile crept across Huo Li's lips. Instead of decelerating, he pressed the accelerator to the floor and charged forward in a straight line. Chapter 4. Upgrading the door. Night approaches. The truth lies within range. When the van was a mere 100 meters from the zombies, the long-anticipated automatic machine gun at the front of the vehicle sprang to life. There was no delay. It automatically locked onto the targets and commenced firing in one seamless motion. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The furious gunfire instantaneously shattered the tranquility of dusk. The SSS grade talent not only enhanced the firing rate, but also doubled the bullet's power, combined with the already formidable firepower of the machine gun. The 2 zombies barely had time to take a step before they were obliterated into a mist of blood. Puffed, puffed, without a shred of doubt. The 2 sanguine mists erupted under the setting sun. Ding. Killed a common zombie. Gained 0. 1 gold. Ding. Killed a common zombie. Gained 0. 1 gold. Huo Li brought the vehicle to a steady halt beside the treasure chest. However, as he approached the iron box, his steps suddenly faltered. There, on the ground next to the chest, lay a shocking pool of blood. The blood, initially of vivid crimson, began to take on an eerie green hue as it trailed several meters through the grass before vanishing into the underbrush. Huo Li stared at the discolored bloodstain, a chill running down his spine. It was evident that someone had already stumbled upon this treasure before him. Alas, that unfortunate soul had no automatic machine gun and certainly no infinite firepower. Perhaps that person merely sought to stealthily approach the chest, only to be discovered by the two zombies. The outcome was all too predictable: bitten, fleeing, and ultimately watching in despair as their blood turned green, becoming one of the walking dead. This was the grim reality for ordinary survivors. In the face of zombies, they wager their lives for resources. As for Huo Li, he was merely here to stock up. This stark contrast deepened Huo Li's understanding of the terrifying value of his talent. "Brother, may you rest in peace. I shall open this chest in your stead, avenging you." Huo Li shook his head, casting aside his thoughts, and lifted the lid of the iron chest. Ding! Open the iron chest. Gain 4 gold. Gain 2 steel plates. Observing the additional supplies in his backpack, Huo Li nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Far superior to that pitiful wooden box. 4 gold coins and 2 steel plates. This reward was quite generous. These materials should suffice to enhance the vehicle's doors. Huo Li quickly calculated in his mind. Even if the gold was insufficient, it would not pose a problem. He could always sell the 60 rounds of universal ammunition in his backpack at the trading post. After all, he had no need for bullets, but for those deprived survivors. Those 60 rounds were likely more precious than family. Returning to the driver's seat, Huo Li casually pulled up the vehicle's attribute panel. Upon glancing at the line of red numbers, his brow furrowed slightly. Van. Grade, Tier 1. Durability, 24. Modifications, 210. Equipped. Automatic machine gun 1, off-road chassis. Upgrade conditions met. No. Despite having undergone 2 modifications, the initial automatic machine gun did not contribute to the durability increase. And the recently upgraded off-road chassis primarily improved mobility and power, providing limited enhancement to the overall structural integrity of the vehicle. Furthermore, the original doors of this dilapidated van were rusted to the point of near disintegration, and even a gentle push could threaten to shake them loose. If a zombie truly pressed against the vehicle at night, this flimsy sheet metal would likely falter within a minute. With the sun still hanging in the sky, he needed to bolster his defenses. Huo Li focused his mind and opened the vehicle upgrade panel, directing his attention to the doors option. Doors. Upgrade path 1. Steel plate door. Slightly reduces driving speed, significantly enhances defense, cost, for gold, for steel plates. Upgrade path 2. Iron spike net, slightly enhances defense. Inflicts damage on zombies when they scratch, cost, 2 gold, 2 wire. Upgrade path 3. Aluminum alloy moderately enhances defense, cost, 3 gold for aluminum sheets. Huo Li stroked his chin, rapidly scanning through the 3 options. Aluminum alloy? It sounded quite sophisticated, but its attributes were rather mediocre. Not quite superior, yet not entirely subpar. It was entirely inconsistent with Huo Li's style. As for the iron spike net, Huo Li couldn't help but scoff. That contraption was nothing but a trap. What good would the damage from iron spikes do? A mere tickle to the zombies? If a zombie really charged at him, wouldn't it be far more satisfying to blast it into a sieve with a volley of bullets? Only the most robust armor embodies a true man's romance. The steel plate door was undoubtedly the most appealing to him. Simple, brutal, and effective. As long as the defense was high enough, even surrounded by a horde of zombies, he could sleep soundly inside the vehicle. However, upgrading required 4 steel plates, and he had only acquired 2 from the chest. He needed to procure 2 more. Huo Li casually opened the trading post and entered steel plate in the search bar. The next moment, the search results appeared, revealing a price that took him by surprise. Steel plate, selling for 0, 2 gold. Observing this price, Huo Li contemplated briefly and felt a sense of relief. It made perfect sense. After all, not everyone was named Huo Li, starting off with dual achievement chests and an SSS grade talent. For ordinary survivors, slaying a common zombie only yielded 0, 1 gold. They were quite literally gambling with their lives. The bloodstains beside that iron chest were the best testament to this fact. Many people not only lacked the courage to face zombies, but also lacked even a decent weapon. With everyone short on funds, prices naturally remained low. 2/10 of a gold coin was mere pocket change for Huo Li, yet for an ordinary person, that equated to the lives of 2 zombies. He purchased it without hesitation. Ding. Transaction successful, lost 0. For gold, gained 2 steel plates. Materials gathered. Huo Li promptly selected to upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Cost. For gold, for steel plates. Accompanied by a dull metallic clang, the entire demeanor of the van underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously rusted, flimsy doors, which seemed on the verge of falling off, vanished in an instant. In their place stood 2 heavy steel doors exuding a cold metallic sheen. Even the window frames had been reinforced. Boom! The vehicle suddenly sank under the weight. Even the recently upgraded powerful off-road chassis, upon bearing the weight of the steel doors, sagged slightly. This hefty sensation brought Huo Li an immense sense of reassurance. This was no longer merely a van. It was a nascent armored vehicle disguised as one. He eagerly reopened the vehicle panel. Van. Grade. Tier 1. Durability. 39. Modifications. 310. Equipped. Automatic machine gun 1. Off-road chassis. Steel plate doors. Upgrade conditions met. No. Watching the durability indicator surge from 24 to 39, Huo Li let out a long sigh of relief. With nearly 40 durability, coupled with his robust steel plating, tonight was assured. The anxiety of being pursued by death evaporated in that instant, replaced by a profound sense of safety and accomplishment. After a while, accompanied by the haunting roars of the zombies, the night officially descended. Chapter 5. The Eerie Shadows. The darkness enveloped the desolate expanse entirely. The road and withered grass, once discernible, were now consumed by an inky blackness. The air seemed to freeze, punctuated only by the howling wind. Soon, however, this wind was intermingled with a chilling cacophony. Growl, hiss. Countless low growls echoed from the surrounding darkness, as if the gates of hell had been cracked open. Even within the so-called safe zone, the oppressive atmosphere of night was suffocating. Huo Li sat in the driver's seat, his gaze fixed on the rapidly scrolling chat channel below. World chat channel. What? Mommy, I want to go home. The outside is filled with those sounds. I'm so scared. Who has gasoline? Please, anyone with gasoline. My car is stalled. I hear them coming. I de-trade all my bread for a liter of gasoline. Is anyone nearby? Coordinates? Please team up. I really can't sleep alone. Oh God, give me a gun. Even a shotgun would do. Everything is fake. This must be a prank. Let me out. I want to call the police. Through the screen, Huo Li could feel the wave of despair crashing towards him. Just then, boom, the automatic machine gun mounted on the front of the vehicle roared to life without warning. The flames spewing from the gun's muzzle instantly tore through the darkness ahead, illuminating the area in flickering light. With the aid of the strobing gunfire, Huo Li beheld the scene before him, and a shiver ran down his spine. Zombies. A throng of zombies. They surged forth from the shadows like sharks scenting blood, their glowing eyes glimmering ominously in the night. Any ordinary survivor would likely have soiled themselves at the sight of such a spectacle. Yet, in the next moment, a wild grin spread across Huo Li's face. Perfect. Just when I was wondering where to grind for coins. Ah-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The automatic machine gun, empowered by the unlimited firepower talent, unleashed a terrifying dominance. The fire spewing forth connected into a near-straight column of light. The zombies at the forefront fell like wheat before the scythe, collapsing in droves. Enhanced by the SSS-level talent, the bullets possessed a horrifying penetrating power. After piercing the skull of the first zombie, they subsequently shredded the chests of the two that followed. Flesh and blood flew, severed limbs and torn bodies splattering in the wake of the gunfire. This was a one-sided massacre. Those monsters that could instill fear in other survivors were nothing more than moving gold dispensers before Huo Li. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently. Huo Li instinctively glanced in the rearview mirror. By the dim moonlight, he saw a few straggling zombies clawing at the side of the car, frantically scratching at the door with their decaying claws. Screech. The claws scraped against the steel plate, producing a sound that sent chills down the spine. Yet, that was all there was to it. The heavy steel door remained steadfast, leaving not even a deep scratch. Humph. You think you can dismantle my car? I'll shatter your teeth. Huo Li skufa. While the door was secure, he did not wish to remain a passive target, especially since the trunk of this dilapidated vehicle had yet to be upgraded. It was still merely a thin sheet of metal. If these beasts managed to claw through the trunk, it would be a significant loss. Huo Li growled, slamming his right foot down on the accelerator. Roar. The engine erupted with a growl. The modified off-road chassis unleashing immense traction, the van charging forward like an enraged bull, plowing through the mass of corpses and racing across the wasteland. To shake off the zombies clinging to the vehicle, Huo Li yanked the steering wheel. The van carved exaggerated S-shaped paths across the barren land, tires kicking up clouds of dust. The machine gun at the front continued its relentless fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets at the zombies sporadically appearing ahead. At that moment, a message in the chat channel suddenly captured Huo Li's attention. World chat channel. Holy crap. A Gatling gun on the north side of the old tree stump in the wasteland. I'm not joking. Is that for real? A Gatling gun? Who's lucky enough to get that at this stage? For real. The firepower hasn't stopped. Killing zombies is like mowing grass. It's so fast. And they even do drifts occasionally. Drifting? Are they asking for trouble? Gasoline is precious. And in times like this, parking and waiting for dawn is the way to go. A Gatling gun? What on earth? Huo Li was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the system map. The small red that indicating his position was indeed flashing just north of the tree stump icon. So, they were referring to him. Huo Li couldn't help but chuckle. What the hell is a Gatling gun? Yet it was understandable that other survivors mistook him. Typically, single-barrel machine guns suffer from barrel overheating issues, and only multi-barrel guns like the Gatling can sustain continuous fire. As for the drifting, that was merely to prevent zombies from clinging to the trunk, necessitating sharp turns. He was also wary of tire wear, so he wouldn't drift recklessly. Moreover, glancing at the fuel gauge, a slight smile crept across his lips. For others, gasoline meant survival. For someone blessed with unlimited firepower like him, flooring the accelerator was the greatest homage to this talent. Huo Li didn't linger near the old tree stump for long. He continued racing across the wasteland in his van. Just then, the sound of dense gunfire and flickering lights emanating from a steep hillside in the distance caught his attention. Huo Li instinctively slowed down, quietly approaching to observe under the cover of darkness. It was a small, isolated mountain with treacherous terrain, steep on all sides, with only a narrow path leading to the summit. Atop that peak, there were no fewer than 10 survivors gathered. They were evidently well prepared, or had formed a cooperative in a remarkably short time. I didn't expect people to start banding together so quickly, Huo Li mused. But it made sense, for they were facing zombies, creatures that had only existed in the realm of science fiction. When faced with the choice between cooperation and death, the former was undoubtedly the preferred option. Huo Li continued to watch intently as 3 burly, muscular men crouched at the high point of the slope, each wielding standard-issue rifles, taking aim shots at the surging horde below. Judging by their steady stances and precise shooting, these 3 were certainly not ordinary individuals. Either their talents enhanced their marksmanship, or they were seasoned veterans long before the apocalypse. Huo Li analyzed them in his mind. Behind them, the remaining 7 or 8 individuals were bustling about like worker ants. Some bent low, darting around the gunners to quickly retrieve spent magazines, while others frantically loaded bullets into the empty clips from the rear. Surviving in the apocalypse was not akin to a video game. Reloading required swapping out magazines and ensuring the barrel did not overheat, or else the risk of weapon failure loomed large. This process was exceedingly arduous without cooperation, which underscored the significance of teamwork. It was also why Huo Li was dubbed the Gatling god by other survivors. Few could sustain fire like he did. It defied the laws of physics. Yet, even with such an intricate coordination, they were still struggling immensely against the relentless onslaught. The number of zombies was truly overwhelming. The narrow slope was congested with decaying corpses, and the defensive line was gradually being compressed. Huo Li sat in his vehicle, observing this scene, unable to suppress a click of his tongue in astonishment. Is this truly the limit of ordinary people? A team of 10, with clearly defined roles and seamless cooperation, even armed with 3 rifles. Yet, their firepower density barely matched that of the automatic machine gun mounted at the front of his vehicle. In fact, it might even be inferior. After all, they needed to change magazines, cool the barrels, and exert manpower to load bullets. And Huo Li? He possessed infinite ammunition, double the firing rate, and could disregard barrel cooling. At present, he wielded merely 1 firearm. Huo Li stroked his chin, contemplating in silence. Once he acquired more automatic fire control bases, he would equip them with several heavy machine guns and even rocket launchers. Alone, he could be a fully organized army. This stark contrast deepened his understanding of the terrifying nature of his SSS-level talent. After watching for a while, Huo Li shook his head, preparing to shift gears and depart. He was no saint, and the slope was riddled with potholes and debris. Although his van had an upgraded chassis, there was no need to endure that ordeal. Besides, the Hente called for help. If he approached recklessly, he might even be hurt by stray bullets. However, just as he was about to step on the gas and leave, a flicker of movement caught his eye in the shadows at the foot of the hill. A grotesque figure was crouching. Chapter 6. The Liquor Brain Exposer. The creature was larger than an ordinary zombie, devoid of skin, with red muscle tissue exposed, its limbs on the ground, resembling a giant gecko with its skin stripped away. At the moment Huo Li spotted the monster, the system interface also popped up simultaneously. Liquor. Level Elite. Extremely fast, with remarkable climbing abilities. Its head is a brain exposed to the air with sharp teeth, possessing a long, spear-like tongue that allows for mid-range attacks, and its claws are exceedingly sharp. Monster levels include Ordinary, Elite, Leader, Overlord, Catastrophe. What the heck? Huo Li's pupils constricta sharply. An elite monster appeared on the very first night. Based on previous experience, ordinary zombies had first kill rewards. What kind of reward would this elite monster yield? But Huo Li tightened his grip on the steering wheel. This creature looked formidable. Though he was tempted by the reward, he would not act rashly. After all, 1 life was all he had. Just as he hesitated, the liquor sprang into action. Its limbs propelled it with incredible force, dashing towards the slope like a bolt of lightning. The gunners on the slope evidently recognized the threat, panicking as they redirected their weapons to shoot. Yet, The licker was as agile as a monkey, leaping between rocks while bullets ricocheted off the stones nearby, creating sparks, but failing to hit it. As it seemed poised to charge into the crowd and commence a massacre, several brawny men desperately concentrated their fire, managing to force it back to the foot of the hill. It could be hit. Huo Li's eyes sparkled. This monster was not invulnerable. As long as it was flesh and blood, it was subject to the laws of physics. More importantly, the first kill reward. If all went as expected, this should be the first elite monster to be slain. If someone else claimed that first kill reward, losing the reward would be trivial. But the exposure of the fact that there was a first kill reward would be troublesome. Huo Li intended to monopolize all the first kills. After all, legendary items like automatic fire control bases could only be obtained through achievement chests. Huo Li was a greedy individual, especially regarding the matter of becoming stronger. He wanted to claim all the achievement chests for himself. He sought to secure every monster's first kill. Fortune favors the bold. He resolved to seize the moment. Huo Li's expression hardened, and he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Roar! The van emitted a growl, akin to a steel beast, charging directly at the recently repelled licker from the side. The licker, momentarily stunned by the attack, whipped its head around in response to the engine's roar. Its lipless maw gaped wide, a tongue covered in barbs whipping through the air. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The automatic machine gun, mounted on the front of the vehicle, opened fire instantly. Yet, this licker was evidently far more intelligent than ordinary zombies. It seemed to sense the threat of the bullets, twisting its body in a bizarre manner and executing exaggerated S-shaped movements across the wasteland, swiftly closing in on the van. Thanks to the headlights, Huo Li finally discerned the true form of this creature. Its stripped brain was directly exposed to the air, glistening with slime, while its sharp claws left deep scratches on the ground. This creature was not to be trifled with. Huo Li's internal alarms blared. Unlike other zombies that only moved in straight lines, this one had a brain, and the brain was exposed, indicating a level of intelligence. The distance between the licker and the van rapidly diminished, and Huo Li realized the peril as it was about to flank him. The machine gun was mounted on the front, leaving the side and rear as blind spots for fire. Moreover, the trunk was merely thin sheet metal. If this creature leapt onto it and clawed a few times, he would surely be ripped open. He could not allow it to circle behind him. In a narrow confrontation, the brave would prevail. I will charge forward, Huo Li bellowed, advancing rather than retreating. He yanked the steering wheel, aiming the front of the vehicle at the rapidly moving licker, heedlessly crashing into it. The licker seemed taken aback by this reckless human, preparing to leap to evade. But it was already too late. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. The van jolted violently, and Huo Li felt as though he had collided with a wall, the seatbelt digging painfully in his chest. Crack! The windshield instantly became a spiderweb of cracks. The licker's exposed brain smashed against the glass, leaving its imprint on the surface. Though it did not break through, the immense force sent it crashing backward. After all, it was flesh and blood. In the face of a steel machine's collision, it remained vulnerable. The licker fell heavily to the ground, convulsing as it clearly lay stunned, temporarily incapacitated. This was the opportunity Huo Li had been waiting for. You wretch! Without needing Huo Li to issue a command, the already locked-on automatic machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. This time it could not evade. The barrage of bullets instantly enveloped the licker's impact point, with a sound filled with unwilling despair. The licker's exposed brain burst apart like a rotten watermelon under the impact of the bullets. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the first kill of the licker, earning 1 intermediate achievement chest. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the first kill of an elite monster, earning 1 advanced achievement chest. As Huo Li beheld the notifications before him, he suddenly slumped back in his seat. In that moment, he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. His heart raced within his chest, as if trying to break free from his ribs. His breathing was rapid, akin to a torn bellows. That collision, if the windshield had been even slightly more fragile, or if the creature's claws had been a fraction quicker, he would have truly been done for. Yet immediately after, a wave of overwhelming elation surged through him, instantly dispelling all his fears. Ha ha ha, I did it. I won the gamble. However, before Huo Li could fully recover from the exhilaration of having escaped death, the surrounding darkness of the wasteland was again filled with the sound of thundering footsteps and howls. The earlier thunderous crash, combined with the machine gun's furious roar, had detonated like a bomb in the quiet night. More zombies were being drawn in. Damn it! Is this never-ending? Huo Li cursed inwardly, disregarding his celebration as he slammed the accelerator once more. This place was no longer safe. Meanwhile, atop the small solitary mountain, The gunfire intensified in both frequency and urgency. Perhaps the onslaught of the zombies had grown fiercer. Or it could be that they were drawing the undead away to express their gratitude for Huo Li's assistance. With their diversion, the pressure on Huo Li significantly diminished. The van roared forward, crashing through several scattered zombies, leaving them in its dust. After traveling approximately a kilometer and confirming that no hordes were in pursuit, Huo Li cautiously applied the brakes. With a sigh, he turned off the ignition and engaged the handbrake. He slumped into the seat, feeling as though all his strength had been siphoned away. At this moment, the tension that had gripped him finally eased. Although the ordeal had been perilous, the rewards were undoubtedly worthwhile. He eagerly opened his system backpack to tally the spoils of this encounter. The automatic machine gun's relentless barrage had eliminated at least 50 ordinary zombies, and with the additional gold coin provided by the elite creature, the total income from this venture amounted to a staggering 64 coins. Furthermore, he had also acquired materials: 3 pieces of glass, 1 steel plate, and 2 cast iron. In addition, there was 1 intermediate achievement chest and 1 advanced achievement chest. Backpack. Coins, 113. Bullets. Universal bullets, 60. Materials. Parts 4, glass 3, steel plate 1. Cast iron 2. Chests. Intermediate achievement chest 1. Advanced achievement chest 1. Special. Automatic fire control base, legendary 1. Gazing at this bountiful treasure, a smile could not be suppressed from Huo Li's lips. A total of 113 coins. In this phase where most people were still struggling for a single coin, he had already secured the status of a veritable tycoon. Not to mention those 2 achievement chests gleaming with enticing luster. However, excitement aside, Huo Li did not allow himself to be swept away by euphoria. He turned to glance out the window, using the moonlight to assess the condition of his beloved vehicle. Upon examination, his heart sank. The damage was equally severe. The durability he had painstakingly increased by upgrading the doors had now plummeted again. Particularly, the front of the vehicle bore the most noticeable damage. The once smooth engine hood was now deeply indented, clearly a mark left by the recent collision. Most alarming, however, was the windshield before him. The formerly intact glass was now riddled with a dense web of cracks, particularly at the center, which appeared as though it might shatter at the slightest touch. Huo Li accessed the vehicle attribute interface. Chapter 7, Triple Upgrade. Van. Grade, Level 1. Durability, 30. Modifications, 310. Currently equipped, automatic machine gun 1. Off-road chassis, steel plate doors. Staring at the value of 30, Huo Li fell into contemplation. Although there was still 30% durability remaining, this did not equate to safety. The adrenaline-fueled experience of life and death had imparted a crucial lesson upon him. That cursed durability only indicated whether the vehicle could still operate. It did not ensure the safety of its occupants. Huo Li extended a finger, gently brushing against the precarious windshield. Crack! Just a light touch caused several shards to fall away. At that moment, a chill of fear coursed through him. Had that leech creature's head been any harder, or if another zombie had slapped the glass, this flimsy defense would have shattered entirely. In such a scenario, no matter how robust the chassis or how thick the doors, even with a durability of 100, he would merely be a lamb awaiting slaughter in the driver's seat. The wooden barrel effect. Huo Li murmured gravely to himself. What determined my life and death is not the sturdiest steel plate, but this most fragile piece of glass. With newfound resolve, Huo Li immediately summoned the vehicle upgrade interface. The easily shattered windshield loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, demanding urgent attention. Glass. Upgrade Route 1. Bulletproof glass significantly increases vehicle weight and greatly enhances defensive capabilities. Cost: 2 coins, 6 glass. Upgrade Route 2. Laminated glass slightly increases vehicle weight and marginally improves defense. Cost: 2 coins, 1 glass. As he surveyed the 2 options, Huo Li didn't even spare a second-ass thought for laminated glass. Glass was a matter of survival between him and the ravenous zombies outside. Economizing here would be akin to playing with his life. He could forego other luxuries, but not glass. Let's max it out. Huo Li glanced at his backpack. He had only 3 pieces of glass, needing 3 more. He swiftly accessed the trading post and searched for glass. The price for this basic material was still reasonable. Beep. Purchased 3 glass. Cost: 0.6 coins. Materials gathered. Upgrade. Beep. Upgrade successful. All vehicle glass upgraded to bulletproof glass. Vehicle durability 10, current durability 40. As a flash of light enveloped him, the dreadful web of cracks vanished instantly. In its place was a thick layer of glass glowing with a faint green luminescence. Huo Li reached out and knocked on it. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was deep and substantial, no longer the brutal chime of before, instilling a sense of security. This thickness meant that not even the zombie's claws, nor that leech creature crashing into it again, would stand a chance of shattering it. With the weakest link secured, Holly's gaze shifted to the dented front of the vehicle. It now resembled a crumpled soda can after being struck. Front. Upgrade Route 1. Aluminum alloy anti-collision beam. Slightly increases vehicle weight. Absorbs impact force to prevent vehicle damage upon collision. Cost. 2 coins for aluminum. Upgrade Route 2. Spiked armor. Significantly increases vehicle weight. Installs steel armor covered with spikes on the front, inflicting effective damage upon collision. Cost. For coins, 6 cast iron. Holly scoffed. Absorbing energy? Protecting the vehicle? That's a notion from peaceful times. In the apocalypse, the best defense is a good offense. Since he intended to crash, he would do so with gusto. Let be a bloody affair. I choose spiked armor. Whoever dares to block my path shall be skewered like candied hawthorn. He glanced at the materials, needing 4 more pieces of cast iron. Beep. Purchased 4 cast iron. Cost 12 coins. Though spending coins like water made him wince a little, watching the battle vehicle take shape made it all worthwhile. Beep. Upgrade successful. The front has been fitted with spiked armor. Vehicle durability 15. Current durability 55. Holly looked ahead through the thick bulletproof glass. The once rounded and dilapidated front of the van had undergone a complete transformation. A massive, shovel-like armor crafted from rough black iron now enveloped the entire facade. It was adorned with half-meter-long sharp steel spikes that glimmered with a chilling light under the moon. Resembling a steel hedgehog, coupled with the ominous machine gun protruding from the hood, the vehicle now screamed, no trespassing. Since he had come this far, he would press on. Holly turned his attention to the rear. The flimsy metal trunk lid had now become the vehicle's sole weak point. Trunk. Upgrade Route 1. Fully enclosed rear cover upgrades the rear cover to a fully enclosed design, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. Cost. 3 coins, 1 steel plate. Upgrade Route 2. Anti-climbing spike net. Installs a spiked net on the rear to prevent climbing. Cost. 2 coins, 3 wire. Anti-climbing? Holly shook his head. He still had an automatic fire control base lying in his backpack. Once he secured a gun, he could mount the base on the roof. And who would dare to climb up, dare to try, and they would meet their demise. Therefore, the trunk need not have fancy features. It simply had to be robust. It must be tough enough to withstand the relentless claws of zombies and resist any collision. Fortunately, I still have a steel plate from a previous box opening in my backpack, saving me the expense of purchasing materials. Upgrade. Fully enclosed rear cover. Ding. Upgrade successful. The trunk has been transformed into a fully enclosed rear cover. Vehicle durability 15. Current durability 70. Turning around, Huo Li observed that the rear windshield had completely vanished, replaced by a robust steel plate seamlessly integrated with the vehicle's body. Although this meant he had entirely lost his rear visibility, relying solely on instinct for reversing, and the trunk could no longer be easily opened as before, the trade-off was an unparalleled defense. At that moment, the van resembled a mobile iron fortress. Huo Li, satisfied, patted the steering wheel. This wave of upgrades had certainly cost him dearly. Bulletproof glass, spiked armor, a fully enclosed rear cover. The total expenditure on various materials amounted to 108 gold coins. From a hefty sum of 113 gold coins, he now had a mere 0.5 gold coins left. After toiling through the night, he felt as if he had returned to square one. Despite his complaints, Huo Li's gaze radiated a sense of security. Money could be earned again, but a life lost meant losing everything. The vehicle he possessed now truly befitted his survival in this apocalyptic world. After all this upheaval, Huo Li felt utterly drained, having maintained a heightened state of alert for an exhausting 12 hours since his arrival. Even the most resilient individual would struggle to cope. His stomach growled, longing for sustenance. He spent 0.3 gold coins at the trading post to procure 2 hard breads and a bottle of mineral water, devouring them hungrily. With his hunger satiated, Huo Li reclined his seat, succumbing to slumber amidst the aroma of oil and blood on the desolate plain. Perhaps due to the night's earlier frenzied slaughter clearing out the surrounding zombies, or perhaps the peak of their activity had passed. The latter half of the night was remarkably tranquil. Huo Li slept soundly when the first rays of dawn pierced through the bulletproof glass and graced his face. He jolted awake. Morning had arrived. Chapter 8. Opening boxes M61 Vulcan Gatling. Stretching, his joints crackled. A new day, a new beginning. First, let us assess the finances. Huo Li opened his system backpack to tally his assets. After last night's extravagant modifications, he was left with only a pitiful 0.2 gold coins and scant materials. However, his gaze fell upon the 60 rounds of universal ammunition. After a night of depletion, most survivors' ammunition must have been exhausted, making this the prime time to sell. Now was the moment to act. Huo Li opened the trading post, and, as expected, the price of universal ammunition had skyrocketed to 0. 6 gold coins for every 30 rounds, with demand exceeding supply. He decided to sell it all. After all, he possessed infinite firepower, and keeping the bullets would only occupy space. Ding! Transaction successful. Sold 60 universal bullets. Received 12 gold coins. As he watched his balance rise to 14 gold coins, Huo Li nodded with satisfaction. Next came the most exhilarating part. Opening boxes. The 2 first kill treasure chests he had fought fiercely to secure lay quietly in his backpack, radiating an enticing glow. Let us start with a mid-level box to warm up. Huo Li rubbed his hands together and concentrated. Ding! Successfully opened mid-level achievement treasure chest. Acquired for gold coins. Acquired. Serum Epic X1. A flash of purple light swept by. Huo Li's eyes widened as he hurriedly checked the attributes. Serum. Quality. Epic Purple. After injection, it can eliminate the zombie virus from the body and grant 30 minutes of immunity. Description. A life-saving item. Who sells it as a fool? What a splendid item. Huo Li couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He understood all too well the terror of the zombie virus. He certainly did not wish to become a mere shell of a human. With this serum, it was as if he had gained an additional life. With this assurance, he could face zombies with greater audacity. Now, onto the main event. Huo Li took a deep breath, his eyes firmly fixed on the high-level achievement treasure chest. This was a box awarded for defeating an elite monster. Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, may you bless me. I do not seek any divine artifacts. Just grant me a machine gun. Even a large-caliber shotgun would suffice. Based on his previous experience with high-level achievement treasure chests, a golden legend should not be too much to ask for, right? Huo Li fervently prayed in his heart, and, seizing the moment, opened the chest. In an instant, the entire vehicle was filled with a dazzling golden light. Ding! Successfully opened high-level achievement treasure chest. Acquired 7 gold coins. Acquired M61 Vulcan Gatling, Legendary X1. The moment he beheld the golden icon and name, Huo Li froze in disbelief. No way. It was indeed a Gatling. And an M61 Vulcan at that? Huo Li trembled with excitement, hastily clicking to view the attribute details. M61 Vulcan Gatling. Quality, Legendary, Gold. Heavy cannon, firing 20mm caliber heavy explosive rounds, with an extreme rate of fire reaching up to 120 rounds per second. Description. The same cannon used in the F-22 Raptor fighter jet, capable of obliterating everything in its path. The same cannon as the F-22? Huo Li felt his mouth watering. What was this? This was clearly the scythe of death. With a fire rate of 120 rounds per second, this firepower density could easily topple not just zombies, but even a tank. Worth it. That collision last night was absolutely worth it. Thinking back to the liquor from last night, Huo Li wished to erect a shrine in its honor, thanking its ancestors for their generosity. If it weren't for that liquor's munificence, he would have never acquired such a devastating weapon. In retrospect, that liquor's peeled head was simply too adorably grotesque. His automatic fire control system had long been yearning for action. Huo Li no longer hesitated. Immediately accessing the vehicle modification panel. Install automatic fire control system. Location. Center top of the vehicle. Weapon loaded. M61 Vulcan Gatling. With the sound of mechanical assembly echoing, Huo Li distinctly felt the vehicle sink under the weight. Boom. Even the newly upgraded off-road chassis groaned under the burden. Huo Li quickly opened the car door and jumped out to inspect. What he saw left him utterly astounded. The van, already fearsome, had now transformed into a steel behemoth. The front was adorned with spiked steel armor, and an automatic machine gun was mounted on the hood. The sides were reinforced with heavy steel plates, and the trunk was fully enclosed, resembling a tin can. Most striking was the towering automatic fire control system in the center of the roof. Above that base stood a black behemoth boasting 6 robust barrels, exuding an oppressive aura from its dark gun muzzles. Due to the immense weight of this heavy machine gun, the entire vehicle had been lowered significantly, the tires slightly flattened, giving it a more stable and solid appearance. If the vehicle had once been merely a modified van, it now stood as an undeniable doomsday war machine. The true Gatling of death had, at this moment, rightfully earned its title. Huo Li circled around the now unrecognizable van, growing fonder with each glance. The cold metallic texture was far more captivating than even the most alluring supermodel. He could hardly contain his excitement as he accessed the vehicle attribute panel once more, eager to admire the splendid data. Van. Grade. Level 1. Durability. 70. Modifications. 710. Loaded. Weapon system. Automatic fire control base. Legendary. M61 Vulcan Gatling. Legendary. Automatic machine gun. Defense system. Spiked armor. Front. Steel plate doors. Fully enclosed rear cover. Bulletproof glass. Power system. Off-road chassis. Advancement conditions. None. What a relief. I am utterly comfortable now. Huo Li gazed at the densely packed modification list, feeling a warm surge flowing from the crown of his head down to the tips of his toes, every pore in his body unfurling with ease. Just look at this magnificent array of luxurious configurations. Who could have imagined that just yesterday, it was merely a dilapidated vehicle that fell apart at the slightest acceleration, fleeing through the streets from ravenous zombies? And now, it has transformed into a mobile armory, a fortress forged from steel, especially with that imposing M61 Vulcan perched atop. Combined with his innate talent, the rate of fire doubled, damage multiplied, with infinite durability and boundless ammunition. Huo Li could even envision the scene when the horde of zombies descended once more, that terrifying metallic storm of 240 rounds per second obliterating everything in its path. This was no mere survival. It was akin to entering the novice village with a fully leveled character and wreaking havoc. All previous adventures, each heart-stopping gamble, crystallized into the sweetest of rewards at this moment. In this world rife with death and despair, only this heavily armed war chariot could provide him with such unparalleled security. Now, I fear not the zombies that may come. Huo Li reached out to caress the cold steel of the vehicle, a wild smile curling at the corners of his lips. I only fear they may not be enough to kill. With satisfaction, Huo Li reclined back into the vehicle, his mind activating the global chat channel. After a night's passage, the velocity of messages flooding the channel was astonishing. The notification count in the upper right corner displaying 999. Casually scrolling through, he discovered that at least half of the content revolved around a singular topic. The Gatling war god emerges at Little Lonely Mountain. Chapter 9. Is this amount enough to dismiss a beggar? Some even utilized the system's recording feature to upload a video lasting mere seconds. Judging by the perspective, it appeared to be filmed by other survivors atop Little Lonely Mountain. The video was shaky, evidently reflecting the tension of the cameraman at that moment. Against the backdrop of the dark wasteland, a roaring van charged like a frenzied bull, brazenly colliding with the terrifying devourer. With a resounding bang, a series of nerve-tingling fire tongues erupted. That elite monster, which struck fear into the hearts of countless individuals, was instantaneously reduced to fragments. The comment section erupted into chaos. World chat channel. Is this a van? Which family S van can send an elite monster flying? How heavily modified must it be? Come on, that elite monster doesn't look that heavy. The focus is on that firepower. Did you see the rate of fire? Those flames merged into a line. Absolutely a Gatling. That rate of fire can only be achieved with a multi-barrel rotary gun. Stop it. Who would get a Gatling now? I bet it's some high-rate submachine gun. Submachine gun? Can your submachine gun turn monsters into a mist of blood? Is it that hard to acknowledge someone else as a big shot? This is brutally violent. It's simply a moving meat grinder. Observing the flattery, Huo Li merely smiled faintly. If they could see the true god of fire atop the vehicle now, this crowd would likely kneel and call him daddy on the spot. At that moment, several IDs bearing distinctive prefixes suddenly appeared, quieting the previously raucous channel. World chat channel, Zhang Peng, leader of the Mountain Support Guild, to that brother. The Gatling War God, I am Zhang Peng of the Mountain Support Guild. Thank you for gallantly stepping in last night at Little Lonely Mountain, taking that monster's life and rescuing us. If you do not mind, please come to Little Lonely Mountain for a discussion. I, Zhang Peng, am willing to offer 1 gold coin as a token of gratitude. Holy cow, 1 gold coin. The Mountain Support Guild is generous. I currently possess only 0. 1 gold coins. Is this the world of powerhouses? A gesture of 1 gold coin. Looking at Zhang Peng's message, Huo Li scoffed dismissively. Gallant assistance? You're overthinking it. I was purely after the first kill reward. Saving you was merely incidental. As for the 1 gold coin, that is barely enough to dismiss a beggar. I spent over 10 gold coins just on modifications last night. This 1 gold coin wouldn't even suffice for a car light. Before Huo Li could close the window, another glaring message popped up. World chat channel, Wang Tao, deputy leader of the Black Evil Gate. Haha. Zhang Peng, are you trying to dismiss a beggar? That level of firepower isn't worth your 1 gold coin. Wang Tao, deputy leader of the Black Evil Gate. Brother, don't listen to that miser. Join us at the Black Evil Gate. Our leader has stated that if you come, we will directly offer you 3 gold coins, along with 3 liters of gasoline. We will feast together from now on. Heavens, 3 gold coins and 3 liters of gasoline. Are they insane? Gasoline is in high demand and low supply at the trading post right now. This 3 liters is essentially worth 15 gold coins. Is the Black Evil Gate this wealthy? I want to join too. Zhang Peng, leader of the Mountain Support Guild. Wang Tao, don't get too arrogant. Huo Li regarded the phrase 3 liters of gasoline with unruffled eyes. For an ordinary person, this would indeed be a substantial sum, even a life-saving resource. But for someone possessing infinite firepower, gasoline, that was utterly worthless. As the two continued their quarrel, a more formidable figure entered the fray. World Chat Channel, Guan Mao, Deputy Leader of the Heavenly Alliance. Both of you, calm down. Guan Mao, Deputy Leader of the Heavenly Alliance, to the Brother of the War God. I am Guan Mao from the Heavenly Alliance. Our alliance currently has over 30,000 members, aiming to unite all survivors, assist the weak, and endure the apocalypse together. Guan Mao, Deputy Leader of the Heavenly Alliance, if you are willing to join us, we ask for little. We merely hope to leverage your firepower for the protection of all. As a gesture of sincerity, we are willing to immediately bestow upon you 6 gold coins. Furthermore, I am willing to relinquish the Deputy Leader position for you to take. Upon this announcement, the entire channel fell into a stunned silence for a second, then erupted into unprecedented excitement. World Chat Channel, holy cow, the Heavenly Alliance has emerged. 6 gold coins, and a Deputy Leader position. This is a meteoric rise. Big shot. Please agree. Will being a Deputy Leader protect me? With such treatment, if it were me, I would crawl over on my knees. Huo Li observed the screen, a cold smile gracing his lips. Deputy Leader? It sounds appealing, but isn't it just working for someone else? As for the 30,000 members, Huo Li suspected there was some exaggeration. Gathering 30,000 people on the first day? Surely they counted everyone who pressed 1 in the public screen as members. Furthermore, even if it were truly 30,000, that would mean 30,000 mouths to feed. You wanted to play babysitter? And 6 gold coins? For ordinary individuals, that may seem astronomical, but in Huo Li's eyes, it was worth less than a high-level achievement treasure chest. Just as Huo Li prepared to close the chat window, Guan Mao seemed to feel the stakes were insufficient and added another remark. World Chat Channel. By the way, I notice your weapon has an extremely rapid rate of fire. So you must have a great demand for ammunition, right? Guan Mao, Deputy Leader of the Heavenly Alliance, if you are willing to join us. In addition to the aforementioned conditions, I will personally sponsor you with 1,000 rounds of universal ammunition. At that moment, the World Channel exploded. World Chat Channel, 1,000 rounds. Am I seeing this correctly? This is insane. Really insane. Right now, a single bullet is practically rationed in halves, and the Heavenly Alliance can actually provide 1,000 rounds? This is a substantial offer. The Gatling may be fierce, but it's a money-devouring beast. Without ammunition, it's worthless. This 1,000 rounds of bullets is truly a heartfelt gift. Surely the war god must be tempted. Who could possibly refuse this? Yet, then again, perhaps it was all just a mirage? 1,000 bullets. Surely even the Heavenly Tao Alliance would find it challenging to amass such a quantity? I too perceive this as mere fantasy. Where could one possibly procure 1,000 bullets at this juncture? I can scarcely gather 60. Alas, the comparison of men leads to despair, and the juxtaposition of goods compels one to discard. While we are still beseeching for a single bullet, others are negotiating in the thousands. As he observed the screen flooded with admiration, envy, and undeniable temptation, Huo Li's lips twitched in disbelief. 1,000 bullets? If it were someone else, they might genuinely capitulate. After all, with the firing rate of a Gatling gun, 1,000 bullets would suffice for merely 10 seconds of fire. However, for Huo Li, that was inconsequential. Forgive me, but I possess infinite firepower. A mere 1,000 rounds, or even 1,000,000, are but refuse taking up space in my inventory. These individuals are red-faced with fervor, treating him as a gluttonous beast in need of sustenance, oblivious to the fact that he is, in truth, a perpetual motion machine that requires no supplies. Bored, Huo Li shook his head, preparing to close the chat interface, just as he was resigning himself to the absurdity of the World Channel, where people were fervently disputing over a few hundred bullets. A crisp notification chimed. Yet, this was neither a system announcement nor a refreshed sound from the World Channel. Rather, it was an unfamiliar private chat window that popped up. Huo Li frowned. A private message? He should be a stranger to everyone in this world. Who would be reaching out to him at this moment? Upon opening it, his pupils constricted sharply. Private chat. Huo Li, Vice President of the Mirror Sea Merchant Association. Greetings. God of the Gatling gun, or should I refer to you as Mr. Huo? Huo Li's grip on the steering wheel tightened instantly, an icy chill creeping up his spine. Chapter 10. The Mirror Sea Merchant Association. He had never once spoken in the World Channel, not even a punctuation mark. He had always been a lurker, peering in from the shadows. Who is this person? How did he know I am the god of the Gatling gun? Even more terrifyingly, how does he know my real name? Taking a deep breath, Huo Li forced himself to quell the tempest within and coldly replied. Huo Li, just call me by my name. God of the Gatling gun sounds rather juvenile, akin to a middle schooler's fantasy. Huo Li, however, I am intrigued. I have never disclosed my identity publicly. How did you find me? The response came swiftly, exuding a tone of politeness intertwined with the shrewdness of a businessman. Huo Li. Mr. Huo is forthright, so I shall be direct. Huo Li. Although our Mirror Sea Merchant Association is not adept in combat, we have a multitude of members with diverse talents. One of our members possesses the talent, trace tracking, and while passing by Little Solitary Mountain, he was able to discern your name from the vehicle tracks and battle remnants you left behind. As Huo Li read this, he was inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated such a diverse array of talents within this world. Huo Li, Mirror Sea Merchant Association? I have not heard of it. What business do you have with me? Huo Li. We are a neutral organization, generally refraining from engaging in resource disputes on the map. Our association primarily comprises survivors endowed with production, manufacturing, and appraisal talents. Huo Li. We plan to establish a long-term presence in the safe zone to minimize combat encounters. Our goal is to monopolize, rather, to integrate the majority of the production and sale of living and combat supplies. Huo Li raised an eyebrow. He had not expected even the producers to form a coalition. Yet, it made sense. Typically, those lacking combat prowess would have a stronger inclination to band together. However, their objective was not to exterminate zombies, but rather to monopolize the production of supplies. After a moment of contemplation, Huo Li realized that their approach might indeed hold merit. While treasure chests on the map yield a vast array of items, their output is limited. If this merchant association could truly gather a sufficient number of survivors with production talents of specific types, they might indeed achieve a monopoly, or at the very least, wield significant influence over pricing. Much like OPEC on Blue Star, by collectively reducing or increasing production, they could manipulate oil prices and, in turn, gain political leverage. This alliance model was indeed well suited to their needs. After a brief reflection, Huo Li got straight to the point. Huo Li, what do you want from me? Huo Li. Mr. Hua, given your formidable firepower, it stands to reason that hunting high-level monsters will become routine for you. Huo Li. We wish to establish a long-term collaboration. Should you acquire materials such as the mechanical core, we hope you would prioritize selling them to our Mirror Sea Merchant Association. The price is negotiable. Huo Li. In return, I shall grant you the privilege of immediate trading. Wherever you may be, should you have a need for supplies, simply reach out to me privately. Before Huo Li could fully digest this information, an unusual, semi-transparent window suddenly appeared before him. Trade request. Initiator. Huo Li. Trade item. 4 gold coins. Message from the other party. A small token of goodwill, not much. Merely a gesture of friendship. Huo Li stared at the trading interface in astonishment. Remote trading? In this world, there are only 2 methods of transaction. Either listing at the trading post, which incurs a fee and lacks real-time communication, or face-to-face trading. The audacity of presenting a trade window from thousands of miles away was nothing short of a cheat. Huo Li, you can initiate a trade remotely? Huo Li. That is the result of my talent, A-class, remote trading. However, it comes with numerous restrictions. Gazing at the 4 gold coins offered without cost, and considering the other party's displayed sincerity and capability, Huo Li contemplated for a moment before clicking Confirm Trade. Ding. Obtained 4 gold coins. Despite his overwhelming combat prowess, Huo Li recognized his limitations. He could not dedicate all his time to gathering basic supplies and gathering intelligence. A stable logistical channel, or even a mobile store at his beck and call, would be immensely beneficial to him. Huo Li, very well, I shall accept this friendship. In the future, should I come across a mechanical core, I will prioritize contacting you. Huo Li, however, let me make this clear. If the price does not meet my expectations, I shall sell to others. Huo Li, naturally, I assure you, the price will be to your satisfaction. Please rest assured, Mr. Hua. After closing the chat window, Huo Li glanced at the gold coins now residing in his inventory, a wry smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How fascinating. On one side, there are those trying to recruit me as a henchman in the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and on the other, there are merchants eager to shower me with riches. It seems this post-apocalyptic world is more vibrant than I had imagined. The morning sun cast its warm glow upon the concrete streets of the abandoned district. Unlike the chaotic wasteland, these roads were remarkably tidy, evidently having been meticulously cleared by human hands. Abandoned vehicles were neatly pushed to the side, and the litter and rubble that once scattered the ground were nowhere to be seen. At a relatively spacious intersection, a remarkably futuristic giant RV stood parked. Its silver body gleamed with smooth lines, unmarred by rust, exuding a cold, high-tech alloy sheen. At the entrance of the RV's cockpit stood a towering, 2-meter-tall humanoid machine. Crafted entirely from silver metal, its joints pulsed with a blue energy glow, and it held a shotgun in its hands. Its red electronic eyes scanning the surroundings with cold indifference. A mechanical sentinel, Huo Li stood before the RV, adjusting his slightly wrinkled suit and tie. Bowing respectfully to the closed door. President, I have made contact with the individual. He pushed up his black-framed glasses, his voice low yet imbued with confidence. The other party accepted the 4 gold coins and has agreed to our priority purchasing rights. After a brief silence, a crisp yet somewhat frigid voice resonated within the confines of the driver's cabin. How do you articulate that? The voice drifted through the car window, which was translucent from one side, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. Huo Li offered a faint smile. He is an astute individual. Though he claims that if the price is not right, he will sell to others, I can sense that he harbors a keen interest in our logistical warehouse positioning. That is reassuring. The feminine voice seemed to exhale in relief. After all, various factions are displeased with our recruitment of members, particularly the Heavenly Path Alliance, which even demands that we supply ammunition to them at a reduced price. Yet, all members join of their own volition. What right do they have to obstruct us? Moreover, talents related to ammunition production generally require the expenditure of gold coins. Although the safety zone mechanism protects them, it cannot hinder us. Yet it does confine our potential for exploration. Huo Li promptly bowed his head. I understand my subordinate. Therefore, we must expedite the establishment of our own armed forces. Precisely. The tone within the vehicle grew a touch more serious. The mechanical core is our sole hope. Only by utilizing it in conjunction with my talent can we continuously manufacture mechanical sentinels. Regrettably, it is an epic-grade item, and the probability of obtaining it is exceedingly low. The core powering the current mechanical sentinel was procured from a silver treasure chest, a rarity one cannot easily encounter. After all, despite the diverse talents among the members of the Mirror Sea Trading Company, they are, in terms of combat, rather feeble. Sending them out to explore the wilderness poses a considerable challenge. Without military might, navigating this world is nearly impossible. Chapter 11. The Enigmatic Beauty in Black Stockings, Loot Jingly. This urgency to recruit top-tier combatants like Huo Li is precisely why they are so fervently seeking his alliance. Very well, you may return to your tasks. After a respectful nod, Huo Li turned to leave. Inside the vehicle, Lu Jingli reclined languidly against the driver's seat, exuding an aura of fatigue intertwined with nonchalance. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, accentuating her exquisitely delicate visage. Her long, slender legs, clad in black stockings, were crossed, and she donned a pair of striking red high-heeled shoes. At that moment, her brows furrowed slightly as she murmured, I hope that Huo Li is indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest. Within the spacious interior of the van, Huo Li sat behind the wheel, pressing the accelerator. The engine emitted a dull roar, yet the steel beast moved only sluggishly, its speed akin to that of a tortoise. Tisk, it's overloaded, Huo Li lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Following last night's frenzied modifications, the van's weight had at least doubled, particularly with that heavy M61 Vulcan Gatling gun mounted atop, coupled with the bulletproof glass and steel plating encasing the vehicle. The once feeble engine clearly could no longer support this formidable frame. Insufficient power is a cardinal sin. If it cannot accelerate, even the sturdiest shell becomes a sitting target. Huo Li decisively navigated to the vehicle upgrade interface, his gaze fixated on Engine. Upgrade Path 1. Turbocharged 15T displacement, high power output, torque surges at mid to high RPMs, moderately increases power, cost, 3 gold coins for parts. Upgrade Path 2. Naturally aspirated 15L displacement, offers the most linear output and precise control. The power is proportional to the fuel in the tank. Slightly reduces fuel consumption and marginally boosts power cost. 2 gold coins, 2 parts. Upgrade Path 3. Twin turbocharged 20L displacement, an ultimate amalgamation of internal combustion intake technology, employing both mechanical and turbocharging. Significantly increases fuel consumption while greatly enhancing power, cost, 8 gold coins, 8 parts. Gazing at these 3 options, Huo Li did not hesitate for even a second. Naturally aspirated? Fuel efficiency? Discussing fuel savings in front of someone with unlimited firepower and 0 fuel consumption is nothing short of absurd. As for the 15T turbocharger, that is suited for ordinary family vehicles, hardly fitting for his apocalyptic war machine. The engine is the heart of the vehicle. One should never skimp on the engine. Max it out. I demand power. I crave speed. Huo Li glanced at his backpack. He had 4 parts remaining, just 4 more to go. He promptly opened the trading hall. Oh, prices have surged? Parts that previously cost 1 or 2 coins have now escalated to 3 coins each. It seems that after overcoming the initial survival panic, everyone is beginning to recognize the importance of upgrading vehicles. However, Huo Li could still afford this sum. Ding. Purchased 4 parts, spent 12 gold coins. Materials collected. Ding. Upgrade successful. The engine has been upgraded to a twin turbocharged 20L engine. Vehicle durability. 6. Consumption. 8 gold coins. 8 parts. With the completion of the upgrade, Huo Li felt a subtle, yet powerful tremor beneath his feet. Tentatively, he pressed the accelerator. Roar! A deep, resonant growl erupted instantaneously. It was the sound of the mechanical and turbocharging engaging simultaneously, akin to a ferocious beast awakening beneath the hood. A powerful surge pressed him firmly into his seat. The once cumbersome vehicle seemed to transform, springing forward with newfound agility. The unending power output instilled in him the illusion that he could plow through any obstacle ahead, even a solid wall. Exhilarating. This is the vehicle a man ought to drive. Huo Li gripped the steering wheel with fervor, reveling in the exhilarating power coursing through this ultimate amalgamation. With the vehicle now upgraded, it was time to attend to serious matters. Where to next? Observing the scattered zombies sluggishly meandering under the sunlight outside, Huo Li scoffed. During the day, the density and activity level of zombies are disappointingly low. Slaying one yields merely 1 gold coin, and one must scour the entire map to find them. An inefficiency that is simply outrageous. Instead of squandering time earning such meager rewards, it would be far more prudent to search for treasure chests. To locate treasure chests, one must venture into areas yet untouched by other survivors. This means exploring the edges of the safety zone, or even beyond it. Huo Li once more accessed the system map, directing his gaze toward the green boundary of the safety zone. Upon closer inspection, his brow furrowed sharply, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Something is amiss. He had just sped in from outside the circle yesterday, and the position of that boundary was etched in his memory. He distinctly recalled that upon entering the circle, a massive billboard stood at the inner edge of the green safety zone. Yet today, as he scrutinized the map, the position of that billboard was now precariously perched on the green line. Though the shift was minimal and nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, it required careful comparison to detect. Nevertheless, Huo Li was absolutely certain. The safety zone is shrinking. This is no permanent sanctuary, but rather a tightening noose. At this rate, it won't be long before the so-called safety zone vanishes, and when it does, not only will the zombies become increasingly ferocious, but the protection it offers survivors will also dissipate, permitting mutual attacks among survivors. Images of the rotund Huo Li and the so-called Mirror Sea Trading Company flitted through Huo Li's mind. Surviving by relying on the safety zone mechanism? Aspiring to establish a monopolistic logistical base? A wry smile curled at Huo Li's lips, his gaze glimmering with a hint of schadenfreude. How amusing it would be if these merchants, who have staked their lives and fortunes on the safety zone mechanism, were to discover that their very shell of survival is gradually disintegrating. I wonder what expression would grace their faces. It is likely that the so-called neutral faction will swiftly transform into a flock of fat sheep awaiting slaughter. After all, neutrality comes at a cost. And the current semblance of neutrality is entirely predicated upon the protective mechanism of the safety zone. However, Huo Li had no intention of assuming the role of a benevolent benefactor to remind them. In this apocalyptic world, where information equates to wealth and even life, such intelligence was an invaluable treasure. Moreover, at present, it seemed that only Huo Li possessed this knowledge. After all, not everyone had the capability to return from beyond the safe zone on the very first day of the apocalypse. Informing them now would be an act of charity. Instead, selling it to them when they found themselves in dire straits would be akin to offering them a lifeline. Since you wish to engage in monopoly, I shall indulge in the game of information disparity with you. Chapter 12. Silver Treasure Chest, Mechanical Core. Huo Li closed the map and pressed the accelerator, the van roaring towards the edge of the safe zone. For now, my priority is to seek my fortune. Just as Huo Li was about to cross the boundary of the safe zone, a private message notification chimed once more. Private chat channel, Huo Li. Mr. Ho, I apologize for the intrusion. A member of the guild, endowed with the resource exploration talent, has reported a signal fluctuation from a silver treasure chest located outside the safe zone coordinates. Huo Li. However, based on experience, such high-grade treasure chests are typically guarded by hordes of zombies, and the undead outside the safe zone are exceedingly aggressive. If Mr. Ho is interested, you may wish to investigate, but please exercise caution. Huo Li. Additionally, should you indeed acquire a mechanical core, please prioritize contacting me. Huo Li glanced at the coordinates, raising an eyebrow. A silver treasure chest? It appears Huo Li is quite well informed. As for the zombie horde guarding it, that did not surprise Huo Li. Even the previous iron treasure chest had 2 zombies standing guard, so it was only reasonable that the silver equivalent would have even more. Conveniently close to my location, I shall use you as target practice. The Vulcan Gatling gun has yet to see much action since its installation. Huo Li abruptly swerved the steering wheel, speeding towards the coordinates. In a short while, a desolate construction site appeared before him. In the center of the site, a throng of zombies aimlessly wandered, numbering well over 100. These zombies were starkly different from the feeble ones within the safe zone. Their eyes burned bright red, their movements were agile, and several clutched shattered iron rods in their hands. Roar! As the van's engine drew near, the horde erupted into a frenzy. They emitted deafening roars, charging towards Huo Li like a pack of frenzied beasts. Bring on! A glint of bloodlust flickered in Huo Li's eyes as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Facing the oncoming tide of zombies, he surged forward rather than retreating. M61 Vulcan, let the show begin. Virum! The black steel behemoth atop the van sprang to life, its 6 robust barrels spinning at high speed. In the next moment, a flame tongue, several meters long, burst forth. Zzzzzzz. The gunfire roared like a dragon, and with a rate of fire of 240 rounds per minute, the 20mm explosive shells formed a deadly whip. The zombies at the forefront barely had time to scream before being shredded into pieces by the violent metallic storm. Limbs flew, and blood mist filled the air. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre, a dimensional strike. Delight surged through Huo Li as he felt his very blood ignite. The thrill of wielding such destructive power was utterly intoxicating. Just then, an unexpected twist occurred. A red shadow suddenly darted out from the nearby ruins. It was a lurker, having stealthily blended in with the horde, waiting for the opportune moment to strike when Huo Li's attention was diverted to the frontal assault. With a powerful push off the ground, it leapt high, its sharp claws aimed directly at the fire control base atop the van. Clearly, this cunning creature recognized the source of the threat. Huh, you wish to play the ambush game with me? Huo Li scoffed, not even bothering to adjust the steering wheel. At the instant the lurker soared into the air, the fire control base atop the van executed a swift rotation, without any delay or blind spots. Zzz. The flame tongue swept through the air. The lurker, still airborne, was obliterated in an instant, exploding into a mist of blood like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser. Not a trace remained. In the face of overwhelming firepower, all tactics are but a joke. Huo Li disdainfully curled his lip, observing the now emptied area before him. He slowly parked the van in front of the treasure chest, radiating a silver glow. Exiting the vehicle, he approached the chest, taking a deep breath as he silently prayed. Please, let it not be a mechanical core, anything but that. A heavy machine gun would suffice, or even a box of grenades. He was not interested in money. What he truly desired were equipment that could directly enhance his combat prowess. Unfortunately, heavy machine guns were not available for sale in the trade market. Moreover, while the Jinghai Guild boasted grandly, everyone was currently strapped for cash, preoccupied with upgrading their vehicles. The likelihood of that corpulent fellow being able to offer him a satisfactory price was slim. Huo Li reached out to open the treasure chest. Ding! Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Acquired. Mechanical core, Epic X1. Gazing at the purple glowing metallic orb in his hand, Huo Li's expression darkened dramatically. Damn! Why does what I fear always come pass? What use is this thing to me? It can't be consumed or wielded. Frustrated, Huo Li contemplated tossing the wretched orb aside, but considering its epic-level material status, he begrudgingly stuffed it into his backpack. Afterward, he stubbornly circled the area, hoping to find something else. Sadly, aside from a ground littered with flesh and shell casings, there was naught to be found. Soon enough, noon arrived, and his stomach began to protest. Huo Li opened the trade market, seeking to purchase a warm meal. Yet, after scouring the entire market, he found nothing but stale bread and bottled water, hardly any decent food available. With no other choice, he reluctantly spent 3 gold coins on 2 rock-hard black bread loaves and a bottle of water, making do with the lukewarm water for a meager meal. Just as he finished eating, a private message from Qian Wanli arrived. Private chat channel, Qian Wanli. Mr. Ho, how did it go? Any gains? Huo Li, consider yourself lucky, I actually found it. Qian Wanli, wonderful. Mr. Ho truly is the chosen one. In that case, I shall offer 6 gold coins as we previously agreed. Huo Li, 6 gold coins? Are you trying to insult me? This is an epic level material. I refuse to sell. Qian Wanli. But Mr. Ho, didn't we have an agreement? Huo Li, the agreement merely allows you the first option to purchase. It does not obligate me to sell. I'm not targeting you. The same price applies to anyone else. Qian Wanli. Ah, I see. How about 75 gold coins, along with 300 rounds of universal ammunition? That is the utmost I can offer. Huo Li, I don't need ammunition. I want 14 gold coins, or a heavy machine gun in exchange. Not a single coin less. Qian Wanli, 14 gold coins, and a heavy machine gun. Mr. Ho, I must consult the president regarding this price. Meanwhile, within the safe zone, in an abandoned district, Qian Wanli wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, standing before the massive RV, smiling wryly at the closed door. The president has obtained it. Oh, inside the vehicle, Loot Jingli, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide upon hearing this. A glimmer of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. He truly managed to secure it? One person, facing the Horde outside the safe zone? In that moment, her interest in the previously unseen Huo Li grew significantly. His combat prowess exceeded the rumors. However, Huo Li paused, his tone tinged with resignation. He is unwilling to trade. He offered 75 gold coins plus 300 rounds of ammunition, and yet he rejected it. What? Chapter 13. The Goddess Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli frowned slightly, a hint of anger seeping into her voice. Is he truly unwilling to part with 75 gold coins and 300 rounds of ammunition? Does he not comprehend the scarcity of bullets at present? This Huo Li is exceedingly avaricious. To her, the camaraderie and channels of the Mirror Sea Merchant Association far outweigh the mere handful of coins. Huo Li is attempting to extort us. He is utterly oblivious to the worth of our Mirror Sea Merchant Association. Lu Jingli clenched her fists tightly, inhaling deeply. The mechanical core held immense significance for her. It was the linchpin for mass-producing mechanical sentinels and the very foundation for the Mirror Sea Merchant Association's explorations beyond the safety zone. The resources within the safety zone would eventually be depleted, and even now, the value of materials outside far exceeded those within. For the Mirror Sea Merchant Association to establish a foothold in this world, it must venture beyond the confines of the safety zone. Cough, cough. It seems our friend has yet to grasp the true value of the Mirror Sea Merchant Association. Huo Li, invite him over. I shall converse with him in person. Yes. In the wasteland, Huo Li glanced at the new message sent by Huo Li. Private chat channel. Huo Li. Mr. Ho, our president wishes to meet with you in person. The location is in the abandoned district of the safety zone coordinates. Our president is very sincere and believes she can offer you a satisfactory proposal. Huo Li chewed on the last bite of his dry bread, casting a glance at the setting sun. A face-to-face discussion? Very well. I must return to the safety zone for the night regardless. Huo Li started his vehicle, pivoted the wheel, and sped towards the safety zone. At 4 in the afternoon, the sunset elongated the shadows in the abandoned district. A heavily armed steel behemoth, accompanied by a deep engine rumble, slowly entered the area. The menacing spiked armored front, the hefty steel body, and the suffocating 6-barreled Gatling gun atop commanded attention. The members of the Mirror Sea Merchant Association, who had been busy in the streets, instantly froze as if ensnared by a spell. What manner of monster is this? This is a bread truck? You dare tell me this is a bread truck? Surely that Gatling gun atop cannot be real. The caliber, those barrels, my heavens. The astonishment in their eyes was nearly overwhelming, especially when Huo Li brought the vehicle to a halt, and the gun's muzzle quivered slightly as if scanning the surroundings for prey. Several individuals instinctively took several steps back, fearing that this contraption might inadvertently discharge and obliterate them. Huo Li had been waiting at the street corner for quite some time. Upon witnessing the legendary Gatling war vehicle, even though he was somewhat prepared, the rotund man could not suppress a gulp, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. The pressure it exuded was magnitudes stronger than in photographs and videos. Mr. Ho, it is an honor to finally meet you. Huo Li hurriedly approached, his smile more respectful than before. Huo Li pushed open the heavy steel door and leaped from the vehicle. Lead the way. He casually shut the door behind him, not even bothering to lock it. In this world, vehicles were bound to their owner's souls. No one but the owner could hope to drive them away. Following Huo Li deeper into the district, Huo Li's gaze was quickly drawn to a colossal RV parked at the farthest end. It was a double-decker vehicle the size of a bus, entirely silver, looking as pristine as though it had just rolled off the assembly line. Its streamlined body, expansive panoramic windows, and technologically advanced fold-out side wings were breathtaking. Even though Huo Li had unwavering confidence in his own steel fortress, a pang of envy stirred within him. I admit, I am envious. Who is so fortunate as to have drawn such a top-tier RV? In comparison, his own battered bread truck, which was only capable of combat, seemed utterly pathetic. Beside the RV, a patrolling mechanical sentinel caught Huo Li's eye once more. Though it appeared somewhat cumbersome, its electronic eyes radiated an intelligent glimmer, clearly possessing a degree of sentience. If only I could acquire this technology and procure a few of these to assist me in scavenging resources, wouldn't that be delightful? Huo Li mused inwardly. Huo Li approached the RV's driver's cabin door and slightly inclined his body. President, Mr. Ho has arrived. Yes, I'm aware. You may attend to your matters. I will handle the rest. A cool, melodious female voice emanated from within the vehicle. Huo Li raised an eyebrow. A woman? He had not anticipated that the president of the Mirror Sea Merchant Association, which monopolized a vast array of resources and aspired to dominate the safety zone, would be a female. Understanding that his presence was no longer required, Huo Li discreetly departed. At that moment, the driver's cabin door slowly opened. The first thing that caught the eye was a pair of delicate feet adorned in red high heels. Following that were long, slender calves encased in translucent black stockings, exuding an air of lethal allure. As one's gaze traveled upward, it revealed full, shapely thighs, barely concealed by a cream-colored miniskirt. Finally, a breathtakingly exquisite and cool visage appeared before Huo Li. Lu Jingli wore a well-tailored red blouse, the collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her snowy collarbone. Her beautiful eyes swept over Huo Li with a detached expression, yet her innate air of superiority rendered it difficult for others to meet her gaze. This woman possesses quite the allure. Huo Li silently praised her in his heart. With such beauty and figure, she would undoubtedly be considered a top goddess in the world he came from. Mr. Ho, please follow me, Lu Jingli said coolly, turning to circle around to the other side of the RV. With a hiss of compressed air, the rear door of the RV smoothly slid open. Temporary passenger access granted. Please enter. Huo Li wasted no time and strode inside. Upon entering, he was once again taken aback. This was not merely a vehicle. It was akin to a luxuriously furnished apartment. The spacious living room was adorned with soft carpets, U-shaped leather sofas, and even featured an open kitchen and a private restroom. The air was filled with a faint, pleasant fragrance, entirely devoid of the foul stench and oil odor from outside. Lu Jingli gestured for Huo Li to take a seat on the sofa while she settled across from him. Sitting face to face, Huo Li finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the beauty of the association's president up close. Observing her closely, he noticed that her red blouse seemed a tad snug. With each breath, her ample chest subtly rose and fell, outlining a breathtaking curve. Although she maintained a frosty demeanor, Huo Li keenly sensed her slightly rapid breathing and the stiffness of her hands resting on her lap. At that moment, Lu Jingli was internally in a tizzy. Allowing anyone other than herself into the RV was a first, and to allow in such a man, exuding an aura of danger and having just emerged from a pile of corpses, was unprecedented. The overwhelming scent of potent masculinity enveloped her, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure. Chapter 14. Lu Jingli in a fluster. Mr. Ho, since you are here, I shall be forthright. Lu Jingli took a deep breath, striving to project confidence in her voice. I have prepared a substantial amount of resources. As long as you can consistently provide mechanical cores, I can utilize my talents to mass-produce mechanical sentinels. A fervent gleam flickered in her eyes. The combat capability of a mechanical sentinel is at least equivalent to that of a survivor with a B-grade combat talent. Perhaps even stronger. Moreover, they are tireless and unfailingly loyal. I have calculated that with your strength, provided luck is on our side, you could acquire an average of 1 mechanical core every 4 days. If we collaborate, within a maximum of 2 months, I could assemble an invincible mechanical army. As long as we remain within the safety zone, the mechanical sentinels could automatically explore any location. At that point, the entire world would be within our grasp. Pausing for effect, she presented what she believed to be her most enticing proposition. Once you agree to cooperate, when the Mirror Sea Merchant Association firmly establishes itself, you will enjoy the highest level of treatment. One of the proposals was the provision of all ammunition at half price. As Huo Li listened to this grand vision, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in disbelief. Painting a rosy picture? You expect me to work for you? Dream on. Half price for bullets? Do you all think I'm in need of ammunition? The one thing I have in abundance is this. However, he could not openly declare his limitless firepower and instead feigned contemplation. But what if my luck runs out and I can't obtain mechanical cores? Huo Li retorted. Lu Jingli responded with a confident smile, her regal demeanor returning. Then we shall wait patiently. After all, my talent has no limit on usage. The establishment of Mechanical Legion is merely a matter of time. My success is inevitable. Observing her overflowing self-assurance, Huo Li found it amusing. This woman was charmingly naive. How about I sell you a piece of information first? Huo Li leaned forward, lowering his voice in a deliberately mysterious tone. Lu Jingli paused momentarily, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. Information? Among our Jinghai Merchant Association, we have 1 member with an A-level information talent and several with B-level talents. We are hardly lacking in intelligence. Huo Li smirked, slowly articulating. What if I told you that the safe zone is shrinking? The disdain on Lu Jingli's face froze instantly. What did you say? Huo Li reclined back on the sofa, speaking leisurely. On the first day of the apocalypse, I fought my way in from outside the safe zone. I remember the position of that boundary quite clearly. Today, I ventured to the edge and found that it has indeed diminished. Lu Jingli's eyes widened as she stared intently at Huo Li. She recognized his strength, but she had not anticipated it to be this formidable. Many struggled to survive even within the safe zone on the first day, yet he had already ventured beyond it. Unscathed, She understood the horrors that lay outside the safe zone. On that very first day, an A-level combat talent had lost their life out there, since Holly had been to the safe zone's periphery multiple times. His awareness of the boundary's position was undoubtedly superior to others, making his words highly credible. What is the rate of shrinkage? Lu Jingli's voice trembled slightly, thinking that if the rate were not swift, they might still have time to manufacture mechanical sentinels. At most, 14 days, at the soonest, 10 days. And the safe zone will completely vanish. Holly raised a finger, his tone calm, as if discussing the weather. What? 10 days. Lu Jingli shot to her feet, her previously composed and confident demeanor crumbling in an instant. She resembled a young girl who had just learned of the impending apocalypse, her fingers fidgeting in panic. Her complexion pale. She understood better than anyone the allure of the Jingheim Merchant Association, or rather, her own. Just this mobile home alone was the object of desire for countless individuals. Once the safety mechanisms disappeared, she and her fellow members would be lambs for slaughter. How could this be happening so quickly? If the safe zone vanished, then what are my plans? Her confidence in being invincible within the safe zone was entirely predicated on the premise of its perpetual existence. With only 10 days left, where would she find enough mechanical cores? How could she possibly assemble a mechanical legion in time? Watching Lu Jingli transform from an icy queen into a flustered girl before him, Holly felt a twinge of amusement. It seemed that this esteemed president did not possess as much fortitude as she appeared to. However, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the talent capable of creating a mechanical legion. Taking a few deep breaths, Lu Jingli gradually calmed her rising panic. She lifted her gaze, a mixture of hope and unease in her eyes, staring intently into Holly's. Can I trust you? Holly shrugged, his expression earnest. Do you believe I have any reason to deceive you? What benefit would lying bring me? To see you in tears? Lu Jingli paused, then managed a wry smile. Indeed, Holly had outright rejected the exorbitant price of 75 gold coins, clearly not the type to speak carelessly for trivial gains. Moreover, such a flimsy lie would hold no significance for someone of his caliber. I believe you. Lu Jingli bit her lip, as though resolving to make a significant decision. Mister, Holly, actually my talent, wait. Holly abruptly raised a hand, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Before you reveal your secret, I have a question. Why do you insist on collaborating with me? The Heavenly Tao Alliance has many members, and although the Black Shaman sect has a dubious reputation, it is still a force to be reckoned with. Why focus solely on a lone wolf like me? Lu Jingli sighed, shaking her head in resignation. The Heavenly Tao Alliance? They are merely a rabble. Out of 30,000, the majority are ordinary folks lacking combat prowess. While a few strong individuals are preoccupied with territorial disputes within the safe zone, vying for power and profit, showing neither the inclination nor the courage to explore outside. And as for the Black Shaman sect, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes at the mention. They only know how to extort and rob. Several members of our association have been victimized by them. Collaborating with them is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. With too few allies and weak combat capabilities, we cannot rely on them. Only you. Lu Jingli's gaze burned with intensity as she continued. Only you possess the strength to roam unfettered outside the safe zone. And only you can reliably obtain those epic-level items that can only be found in high-level treasure chests. Holly nodded. This was indeed truthful. Fine. Continue with your explanation of your talent. Lu Jingli inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. My talent is S-level mechanical creation. As long as I have sufficient materials and mechanical cores, I can manufacture an unlimited number of sentinels possessing a certain level of intelligence. Holly nodded slightly, pondering. No wonder this woman was able to establish a guild on the first day of the apocalypse. She possesses an S-level talent. Moreover, she can create an endless army. The rarity and potential for growth are exceptionally high. The vision she painted must be vast and enticing. Moreover, she paused, revealing the most critical secret. Chapter 15, you can sleep in my vehicle. The mechanical sentinels I create can transfer their authority. This means I can bind them to others. Once bound, they will follow the commands of the binder completely, to the extent that even I, their creator, cannot intervene. Holly's pupils constricted slightly as realization dawned on him. No wonder this woman had panicked upon learning about the disappearance of the safe zone. This talent was essentially a mechanical hive. Furthermore, since she relied on her talent to attract others to join, the efficacy of her ability was likely no secret. Various organizations must have heard of it to some degree. Consequently, should she lose the protection of the safe zone, she, with no means of self-defense, yet capable of producing a formidable army, would undoubtedly face capture by some powerful faction, destined to be used as a machine manufacturer until her demise. Mr. Holly, Lu Jingli suddenly leaned forward, urgency lacing her tone as she pledged, As long as you assist me in acquiring mechanical cores, half of the signals I produce will be yours. You will retain complete control over them. Holly raised an eyebrow. Just half? Lu Jingli gritted her teeth, speaking with both tact and determination. Mr. Holly, the association has many members. We must possess our own armed force to protect everyone. This half is already my bottom line. Holly regarded her resolute gaze and nodded. Agreed. He understood that if the Jinghai Merchant Association lacked any means of self-defense, relying solely on him would not suffice to safeguard such a substantial asset. At least not at this juncture. Since this was merely a partnership, he needed to ensure his collaborators also had the means to survive. Furthermore, based on Lu Jingli's earlier remarks, the materials required for manufacturing mechanical sentinels were not limited to mechanical cores alone. It was reasonable for him to contribute half of the core materials. Once the agreement was reached, Holly glanced outside. It was nearing dusk. For him, night was the ideal time for hunting monsters. At this juncture, it is the perfect moment to indulge in a bit of slumber. Yawning, Huo Li released a tremendous yawn. Well, the discussions have reached their conclusion. It is time for me to return for some much-needed rest. Huo Li rose from his seat and stretched languidly. Lu Jingli promptly stood to see him off. The two exited the mobile home and made their way to the periphery of the street. At that moment, numerous members of the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce, who had been busily attending to their affairs, were taken aback to witness their enigmatic president personally escorting a man outside, their eyes widening in astonishment. Especially upon catching sight of Lu Jingli's breathtaking beauty, many gasped in awe, rendered speechless by her allure. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that instant, soon followed by a symphony of synchronized, gulping sounds. Is that President Lu? It has been rumored that the president is an exquisite beauty, and I was skeptical, but she is truly a celestial being descended to Earth. Look at those legs. Encased in black stockings, long and straight, complemented by those striking red high heels. This red and black combination is simply lethal. Brother, wipe your drool. Yet I must admit, her figure is absolutely stunning. Those buttons on that red shirt look like they might burst open. How can someone possess such a cold, abstinent visage, yet have such a fiery figure? It is a perfect duet of ice and fire. This is the legendary Ice Queen persona, both frigid and proud. If I could just have the honor of being trodden upon by those high heels, my life would be complete. Lu Jingli paid no heed to the whispers surrounding her. Her gaze was fixed upon Huo Li's van parked by the roadside. Although she had seen it from a distance earlier, the close-up encounter with its wild, fierce mechanical beauty still left her awestruck, particularly the Gatling gun mounted atop. Those robust 6 barrels, its massive size, far exceeding that of an ordinary vehicle-mounted machine gun. Is this his power? As Lu Jingli observed Huo Li's silhouette, her admiration for him unknowingly deepened further. In this ruthless world, formidable strength is the ultimate allure. However, when Huo Li opened the door, revealing the dilapidated, cramped, and oil-scented interior of the vehicle, her heart inexplicably tugged at the sight. Such a powerful man, and he has to curl up in such a small, shabby space to sleep at night? A wave of sympathy surged within her, causing a faint blush to bloom on her cheeks. Mr. Huo, just as Huo Li was about to board the vehicle, Lu Jingli inexplicably called out to him. Actually, you could rest in my mobile home. Huo Li paused, turning his head with a peculiar expression. Huh, is this progressing a bit too quickly? Upon seeing the potential misunderstanding in Huo Li's eyes, Lu Jingli's face flushed crimson in an instant, and she hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. No, that's not what I meant. My mobile home has a separate guest room. I meant you could sleep in the guest room. The surrounding members of the chamber erupted in chatter, each one covering their mouths to stifle laughter, their eyes darting back and forth between the two, their expressions utterly delightful. Many were whispering amongst themselves. Could President Lu be developing feelings? A handsome man paired with a beautiful woman. Of course, just look at his war vehicle, its armored exterior. That Gatling gun, it must have been modified at least 4 times. Goodness, how wealthy could he be? My little sedan has barely been upgraded even once. It simply cannot compete. Could this man be the leader of some large guild? If he were a lone wolf, that would be truly impressive. With such an imposing war vehicle and such a dashing man, I would also be smitten. Wait, are you not a man? Huo Li was taken aback for a moment before he looked at Lu Jingli and chuckled, who would choose a hard bench over soft bed. Then I shall graciously accept your offer. Back inside the mobile home, Lu Jingli, her cheeks flushed, granted Huo Li permanent guest access and secured all the doors and windows. Huo Li effortlessly slipped into the guest room. Although labeled a guest room, the space was far more spacious than his dilapidated van. The bed, while not large, was adorned with a thick latex mattress, soft as a cloud. The sheets were pristine white, faintly infused with a delicate, almost imperceptible scent of youthful femininity, clearly well maintained. This is what living truly feels like, Huo Li mused, collapsing onto the bed and nearly falling asleep instantly. In the living room, Lu Jingli sat on the sofa, her hands entwined, her heart racing like a startled deer. A solitary man and woman sharing a space. Although separated by a door, the peculiar sensation ignited her imagination. Would he suddenly burst in? If he harbored any thoughts, should I resist, or... Just as she was lost in a daydream filled with romantic narratives, a thunderous snore emanated from the guest room, rhythmically resonating through the air. The flush on Lu Jingli's face froze, quickly morphing into irritation. She glanced down at her alluring figure and then at the closed door. This guy's really just sleeping. Am I so devoid of charm? In a huff, Lu Jingli seized the cushion from the sofa and pounded it twice before letting out a resigned sigh, ultimately lying down on the sofa, listening to the rhythmic snores, and unexpectedly feeling a sense of comfort. Chapter 16. The second night, acting with impunity. Approximately 3 hours later, Huo Li stretched and emerged from the guest room, invigorated. At that moment, Lu Jingli was bent over a small table in the living room, engrossed in some blueprints. Hearing the commotion, she quickly straightened up, tidying her slightly disheveled hair. Huo Li wasted no time. He pulled out the mechanical core, radiating a violet glow from his backpack, and tossed it to Lu Jingli. Here you go. Lu Jingli fumbled to catch it, feeling its substantial weight, a glimmer of uncontainable delight flashing in her eyes. Thank you. Observing her infatuated demeanor, Huo Li couldn't help but smirk, teasingly remarking, all right, I've given you the item. Now you can rest easy and create your machines in the van. A 1T intrude. Create machines. Lu Jingli was taken aback, her fair, delicate face instantly flushed to the roots of her hair. She glared at Huo Li in indignation, her previously aloof demeanor crumbling like a startled kitten. What are you talking about? That's mechanical creation. It's about making mechanical sentinels. Creating people sounds so crude. Seeing her flustered and angry expression, Huo Li laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. It's all the same, it's all the same. I'm off. With that, he turned and strode down the steps of the mobile home. Behind him, Lu Jingli's voice, slightly exasperated yet laced with determination, echoed, at most 3 days. I'll complete the assembly within 3 days. I will contact you. Ding. Lu Jingli requests to add you as a friend. Huo Li casually accepted the request, then hopped into his van, revving the engine as he departed, leaving the members of the chamber in awe. As night deepened, Huo Li aimlessly drove his van within the safe zone. Outside the window, he occasionally spotted other survivors huddling in their vehicles, trembling for warmth, or clusters of cars gathered for companionship. Huo Li gripped the steering wheel, his thoughts swirling. What does it matter if the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce monopolizes resource production? No matter how much they hoard, once the safe zone is lost, they will still be at the mercy of others. In this world, strength is the only true currency. Even if they possess wealth beyond measure, they will ultimately find themselves pleading for my protection. Moreover, the one truly wealthy is me. Huo Li's resolve solidified with this thought, the sensation of controlling his fate invigorating him further. He must grow stronger. He must continue to grow stronger. The quickest way to enhance his power is to claim the first kills of all monsters. The imposing M61 Vulcan Gatling gun atop his vehicle stands as the ultimate testament to this. Without it, Huo Li would at best be merely a slightly stronger survivor, lacking the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the major factions. However, he now faced a perplexing dilemma. Where were the elite monsters? Unlike ordinary zombies, which roamed the streets in abundance, these creatures were scarce, lacking precise intelligence. Wandering aimlessly on the map felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. With this thought in mind, Huo Li opened a private chat channel. Private chat channel. Huo Li, Old Qian, is there any way to pinpoint the location of elite monsters? Or do you have any intelligence regarding them? Qian Wan Li, please hold on, Mr. Hua. I will inquire with other members of the guild and get back to you shortly. While awaiting a response, Huo Li remained active. Whenever he encountered hordes of zombies, regardless of their status as elite monsters, he would unleash a barrage of gunfire. The rapid-fire crackle filled the air, and the masses of the undead were instantly reduced to a gruesome display of flesh and bone. Although the yield from a mosquito's leg may be minimal, every little bit accumulates into a considerable sum. Moreover, each time he heard the distant sound of concentrated gunfire, he would hasten toward the commotion. What if other survivors were engaged in a fierce battle with an elite monster? He could swoop in like a heroic savior and snatch the first kill, just as he had done previously. Regrettably, after wandering the night away, aside from rescuing a few unfortunate souls on the brink of being overwhelmed by ordinary zombies, he had not caught even a glimpse of an elite monster. It seemed that these creatures were not as common as one might hope. With a hint of disappointment, Huo Li parked his vehicle by the roadside, intended to take a brief respite. He casually opened the world chat channel, hoping to glean any useful information. The channel was still bustling, alive with the myriad human experiences amidst the apocalypse. World chat channel. Help. My car is stuck in the mud. Someone please pull me out. I'll trade you bread. Stop calling out. Who dares to park and save you? If we get surrounded by zombies, we'll all perish. Who has a gun? Even a pistol will do. I'm willing to trade my wife for it. Damn. Are you even human? How can you say such things? Enough shouting. Those without guns are worthless. Just wait to die. Help. Coordinates. So many zombies. My car 1T move. They're smashing the windows. Someone save me. Huo Li's gaze swept over the last desperate plea. The coordinates were not far, merely a few kilometers away. Since he had nothing better to do, it would be worthwhile to collect some gold coins. He restarted his vehicle and headed toward the coordinates. A few kilometers away, a comically shaped pink old man car was despairingly stranded in the middle of the road. The front end was raised high, with two zombies wedged beneath, immobilizing the already feeble vehicle. Surrounding the car were throngs of zombies, relentlessly battering the windows, which were already riddled with cracks, as if on the verge of shattering at any moment. Inside, a young girl cowered in the corner, hands clasped over her head, emitting desperate screams and pleas for mercy. Don't come any closer. Please, don't come any closer. Crack. One of the zombies' claws finally breached the glass, reaching into the vehicle. Just when the girl believed her demise was imminent, a chilling whir of machinery suddenly echoed. Moments later, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the shadows. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. It was the roar of death. The zombies surrounding Old Man Lu were instantly swept away, as if by an invisible scythe, their bodies severed in two. Blood and flesh flew, severed limbs raining down like a storm. Some high-caliber bullets even struck the car's body. Yet, astonishingly, those bullets that could shred steel left no trace upon contact with Old Man Lu. Safety zone rules in effect. Survivors cannot harm one another. The girl, trembling in fear, lifted her gaze through the shattered window, catching sight of a war machine she would never forget. It resembled a van, but was anything but ordinary. A steel behemoth, with a menacing spiked front, heavy armor, and a Gatling gun still smoking atop. It looked as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Within mere seconds, the surrounding zombies were eradicated. Before the girl could even express her gratitude, the war machine did not pause. It executed a swift turn and vanished into the night. Shortly thereafter, an excited message flickered through the World Chat channel. World Chat channel, thank you. Thank you, esteemed hero. Though I didn't catch your name, that armored vehicle was incredible. The firepower of the Gatling gun was astounding. Thank you for saving me. Huo Li glanced at the message, a slight smile gracing his lips. No need for thanks. I merely came to collect gold coins. Chapter 17, Strange Zombies. The news of Old Man Lu being rescued rippled through the World Chat channel like a stone cast into still waters, instantly creating waves. Those who had been awaiting death in despair seemed to grasp onto a final lifeline. The legendary Gatling-wielding warrior truly existed. Furthermore, he would indeed come to the aid of others. Some even recalled the terrifying video circulating from the night before, showcasing the vehicle that had dared to confront elite monsters head-on. In an instant, the channel, once filled with curses and cries, was inundated with desperate pleas for help. World Chat channel, I beg you, esteemed hero, come coordinates, and save me. I have 5 gold coins. That is all I own. I'll give it all to you if you come. Hero, if you save my life, I'll be your most loyal follower. You tell me to go east. I want to go west. Requesting support at coordinates. I have 10 parts here. They are valuable currency. Just tell me clear the 5 zombies outside, and they're yours. Help. I don't want to die. I have 3 rye bread and 2 unopened bottles of mineral water in my backpack. I'll give them all to you if you come. Hero, look at me. I'm a girl, lithe and graceful. If you could take me away, I'll do anything for you, even warming your bed. I have gasoline. I have 2 liters of gasoline. Though it's not much, it's a scarce resource. Please, esteemed hero, have mercy. Is anyone there? I'm trapped in a dead end. If you can get me out, I'll work for you like a slave for the rest of my life. Huo Li rested one hand on the steering wheel while the other casually scrolled through the screen, observing the desperate cries. So pitifully lowly they seemed to be begging from the dust. His expression remained impassive. Indifferent? Perhaps. In this apocalyptic world, where human life was as expendable as grass, every action he took represented a verdict of life or death for those on the other side of the screen. The sensation of wielding such power over others' fates gave him a profound sense of superiority. 5 gold coins? Too little. Parts? I can purchase them myself. Being a follower? Why would I want a burden? While he flipped through the messages as if perusing a tedious menu, his casual whims determining the lives of others. Just as he was about to close the interface and continue his fruitless search for the elusive elite monster, an unassuming message suddenly caught his eye. World chat channel, Zhao Gang, help. Coordinates, XXX. Is there a brave soul out there? I have a particularly strange zombie here. It doesn't look like the others. We can barely hold on. If you can save us, I'm willing to offer a 54 type pistol. I promise, no falsehood. A peculiar zombie? Huo Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As for the 54 type pistol, he casually opened the trading post to check. As time passed, some fortunate individuals had begun to unearth firearms from treasure chests, and the trading post was no longer limited to mere melee weapons as it had been on the first day. 54 type pistol, price 0, 7 gold coins. Even a few rifles were hung above, and while they were exorbitantly priced, they were not unattainable. TCH, a mere broken pistol is worth only 0, 7 gold coins. Hardly a prize for the destitute, sneered Huo Li disdainfully. He had no interest in that shabby firearm. What truly captivated him was the uniquely distinct zombie that Zhao Gang had mentioned. If it was not an ordinary zombie, it was highly likely to be an elite, or even a leader. What did that signify? It signified the promise of a treasure chest. It signified the reward for a first kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Huo Li tapped out a line of text on the world channel. This was his inaugural message on the public screen. Huo Li, coordinates be precise. I'm on my way. A simple 8-character message plunged the previously bustling world channel into a brief silence. Instantly, an explosion of excitement ensued. Holy crap, it's the real deal. Is the big shot coming to rescue Zhao Gang? I want that pistol too. Is this the aura of a true powerhouse? Such succinct and powerful speech. Huo Li paid no heed to the flattery, jotting down Zhao Gang's newly sent precise coordinates before flooring the accelerator. The dual supercharged engines roared like a beast, propelling the steel fortress towards the target location at breakneck speed. Minutes later, Huo Li arrived at the edge of an abandoned mine pit. It was a modest open pit, shaped like a colossal bowl. With the aid of the car's headlights and the moonlight, he quickly discerned the situation below. In the central bottom of the pit, a few battered vehicles formed a makeshift defensive circle. Outside the perimeter, a dense horde of zombies was surging down the slope of the pit from all directions. They were akin to countless ants attacking a piece of candy that had fallen into the bowl. The survivors trapped in the midst were nearing their breaking point. The gunfire was sparse, clearly indicating that their ammunition was nearly depleted. This was indeed a fish in a barrel. Huo Li parked his vehicle on the elevated terrain at the edge of the pit. From his vantage point, he held the high ground, offering a sweeping view, akin to a divine perspective for shooting. He did not need to rush down to save anyone. All he needed to do was clear the area. A cruel smile curved at the corners of Huo Li's lips. With a mere thought, the long-dormant M61 Vulcan Gatling gun atop the vehicle slowly pivoted its barrel, aiming at the densely packed tide of corpses below. Virum! The sound of the motor warming up echoed ominously above the desolate mine pit, akin to the whisper of the Grim Reaper. In the next moment, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, the 6 barrels transformed into a blur, unleashing a torrent of fire that illuminated the entire pit. The metallic storm had arrived. The deafening roar of the Gatling cannon erupted above the pit, instantly drowning out the wails of the zombies. The fiery tongues it spat were like the lashes of death in the night, each swing claiming swaths of lives. The frenzied horde of zombies, initially rushing towards the pit's bottom, was suddenly drawn by the colossal commotion, raising their decayed heads to gaze at the steel behemoth on the high ground. This was the deterrent power of heavy weaponry. Even the zombies, reduced to mere killing machines, could not resist the allure of such devastating sound and light. Faced with the oncoming tide of corpses, Huo Li remained unfazed. He sat in the driver's seat, coldly observing below, as if gazing at a colony of oblivious ants. As long as he was not surrounded from all angles by these creatures, he need not budge an inch. Though the rotation speed of the fire control base was limited and could not achieve an instantaneous 360-degree sweep, against such a singularly directed onslaught, it was merely a cue to death. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The 20mm explosive rounds rained down like a torrential storm. Those zombies attempting to crawl up the slope were instantly torn apart, limbs and body parts cascading down the incline, staining the dark soil a deep crimson. While unleashing a relentless barrage, Huo Li searched through the mass of corpses for the so-called special zombie. However, until the last wave of zombies was reduced to a mushy pulp, the slope of the mine pit was blanketed in a thick layer of carcasses, and he had yet to spot any particularly unique creature. Could the intel have been erroneous? Huo Li frowned, preparing to adjust the gun's aim for a more thorough search. Suddenly, from behind a massive boulder at the edge of the pit, a shadow darted out like lightning. Chapter 18. Why is it you again? Crack! A sharp sound echoed. A long, barbed, crimson tongue lashed violently against the windshield of the van. Yet, what would have shattered ordinary glass merely left a faint white mark on the upgraded bulletproof glass, not even creating a crack. It Is that the extent of your attack? Huo Li scoffed, using the car's headlights to discern the assailant. Exposed red muscle, a bare brain, and that signature long tongue. Damn! Huo Li's anger flared, unable to contain his expletives. After all this time, the so-called special zombie turned out to be just a licker. Why is this thing everywhere? Although it certainly had a rather peculiar appearance, lacking skin and with a brain hanging out in Huo Li's eyes, it had depreciated from a walking treasure chest to worthless rotting flesh. The first kill reward for the same type of monster could only be claimed once. Killing you would yield no treasure chest. Huo Li was infuriated. After wasting so much time, this was a result. The licker, having missed its attack, immediately showcased its nauseating agility, leaping between the rocks at the edge of the pit, attempting to use the terrain to evade the Gatling's fire, aiming to flank for a surprise attack. Here we go again. A flicker of impatience crossed Huo Li's eyes. Did it truly think he could only stand there and output damage? He slammed the accelerator down. The dual supercharged engine erupted with terrifying torque, and the van charged forward like an enraged rhinoceros, directly colliding with the licker mid-air. The licker clearly did not anticipate such rapid acceleration from this metal behemoth, finding itself in mid-air with no leverage. Thud! A sickening sound echoed. This time, it did not get sent flying like the last one. The upgraded spike armor on the front of the vehicle played a monumental role. The half-meter-long sharp steel spike pierced through the licker's chest, pinning it firmly to the front of the van. It howled in agony, its limbs thrashing wildly, but against that robust steel spike, all efforts were in vain. You wretch! Huo Li could hardly be bothered to spare a glance as the Gatling on the roof dipped down. Rat-tat-tat-tat! The close-range metal storm instantly reduced the licker, now affixed to the front of the van, to a cloud of debris. Cursed luck! After dispatching this worthless creature, Huo Li did not even glance at the astonished survivors at the bottom of the pit. Since there was no new monster for a first kill, there was no value in lingering here. As for that 54-style pistol, they could keep it for their own defense. Huo Li slammed the accelerator, the van shedding the remnants of blood and flesh from its front, disappearing into the night without a backward glance. Moments later, the World Chat channel exploded once more. World Chat channel. Zhao Gang, thank you. Thank you, Huo Li, for saving my life. That peculiar zombie was instantaneously eliminated by the big shot. He didn't even take my pistol. He left without even mentioning a reward. This is the true demeanor of a strongman. Holy crap, is that it? From the moment the big shot said he was on his way to now, only a few minutes have passed? A few minutes? Considering the travel time. The actual battle lasted merely seconds, right? Is this the worth of the Gatling god of war? That Horde had driven Zhao Gang and the others into a corner. Not wanting the pistol? Well, with that kind of firepower, he probably couldn't even be bothered to glance at a 54 style. So cool, dusting off his clothes and leaving. Concealing his achievements and name. Observing the shock and admiration flooding the channel, Huo Li merely scoffed. Concealing achievements and name, my foot. I simply do not wish to waste time. Where on earth is the new elite monster I am searching for? Holly navigated the van slowly across the desolate grasslands, the silence of the night enveloping him. It was well past midnight. The moon was shrouded by ominous clouds, casting an impenetrable darkness all around. The number of zombies had noticeably diminished, and those few that could be seen were meandering in the distance, posing no threat to his iron fortress. Is this how it ends for tonight? Holly lamented, tapping the steering wheel with frustration. After toiling for most of the night, aside from a worthless licker, he had yet to encounter a new creature. Suddenly, a piercing wail penetrated the stillness, grating upon his ears. The sound was high-pitched and sorrowful, reminiscent of a small creature wronged or a woman weeping in despair during the dead of night. In this desolate expanse, the sudden cry sent chills racing down his spine. Instinctively, Holly slammed on the brakes, his gaze darting ahead with heightened vigilance. In the distance, he spotted a man frantically rolling and crawling in a desperate attempt to escape. His face was contorted in sheer terror and hopelessness. In a bid to flee faster, he had even discarded the rifle he cherished as if it were his very life. No, don't come any closer, the man screamed, his voice akin to a pig being slaughtered. Not far behind him, a shadowy figure pursued relentlessly. Its form hunched and indistinct, yet it doggedly followed the man. Holly furrowed his brow. Were they merely having a domestic spat? Surely, it couldn't warrant such despair. He initially assumed the cries originated from the man's female companion, given how feminine the voice sounded. However, the next moment, he sensed something amiss. The figure's running posture was grotesquely abnormal. Its legs moved with an unnatural, twisted angle, propelling it forward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon the man, with outstretched hands, far from human, resembling pale, gnarled claws. It lunged. Snap! The claws clamped down on the man's head. His frantic movements froze. and his screams abruptly ceased. What followed was a scene that chilled the soul. The figure's abdomen suddenly split open, revealing a gaping maw lined with jagged teeth. With a sickening gulp, the towering man was swallowed whole, leaving only his legs flailing in a futile struggle. Holly's pupils constricted sharply, nausea roiling within him. He jerked the steering wheel, and the dual beams of the headlights cut through the darkness. Under the blinding light, the true visage of the creature emerged. It was a humanoid monstrosity clad in a tattered black raincoat, its face so decayed that its features were unrecognizable, save for that gaping mouth in its abdomen, continuously gnawing on the unfortunate man. The man's feet still thrashed desperately, shoes scraping against the ground, emitting a sound of utter hopelessness. Yet soon, with one final convulsion, those feet too ceased their struggle, sliding slowly into the abyss of that terrifying maw. Holly stifled a retch, the wave of revulsion surging within him. Chapter 19, Elite, the Weeping Woman. This marked the first time he had witnessed a human being devoured by a zombie so vividly. It was utterly revolting. It was horrifying. In that moment, he truly understood why so many had cried out for help in despair on the World Channel, why countless souls would barter their dignity for a weapon. For ordinary people, this wasteland was a veritable hell. A single monster like that could leave them without a grave. And Holly clenched the steering wheel, feeling the weight of the steel chassis. Were it not for this vehicle, were it not for the boundless firepower at his disposal, that man devoured alive could have easily been him. But thankfully, he was now imbued with strength. The van was clad in formidable armor. At that moment, the creature illuminated by the headlights abruptly ceased its ravenous feast. It appeared agitated, its gnarled claws suddenly covering its decayed visage, its body trembling violently. The chilling wails erupted once more, even more heart-wrenching and piercing than before. The Weeping Woman. Level, Elite. When illuminated by strong light, she ceases movement and covers her face while weeping. Her abdomen houses a gaping mouth capable of summoning a plague of rats. System notifications chimed in. Weep? Do you still have the audacity to cry? The disgust in Holly's heart transformed into a tempest of fury. Die, you wretched creature! With a thought, the Gatling gun atop the van unleashed a torrent of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the Weeping Woman. She shrieked, her voice shrill and piercing. As her scream echoed, the surrounding grass began to rustle ominously. A dozen massive plague rats surged forth from the shadows. Each one was the size of a dog, covered in festering sores, their blood-red eyes glinting with a feral thirst, bared fangs gnashing as they charged toward Holly's van. Squeak! Skiak! Skiak! Their gnashing teeth scraped against the steel doors with an agonizing screech. Yet, Holly didn't even glance in their direction. Did they think this horde of rodents could breach his defenses? Had it been before the van's upgrades, he might have been somewhat wary. But now, that heavy steel plating was an impenetrable barrier. He fixed his gaze on the still screaming Weeping Woman, unleashing his firepower. The 20mm explosive rounds mercilessly tore through the tattered black raincoat, piercing her rotting form, along with the man who had just been swallowed, yet to be digested. Splurt! In a shower of blood and gore, the Weeping Woman was obliterated into a mist of crimson. The unfortunate man, too, was finally cleansed from this brutal world. Congratulations! You have achieved the first kill of the Weeping Woman and received a mid-level achievement chest. As the system notification rang out, Holly wasted no time. Flooring the accelerator as the van rolled over the bloodstains, rapidly departing from that repugnant patch of grass. It was only after driving several kilometers to an open plain that he gradually came to a halt. Leaning back in his seat, he inhaled the cool air deeply, striving to quell the tumult in his stomach and the tumult of his heart. The image of a living person being consumed whole was profoundly jarring. Time slipped by, fatigue washing over him like a tide. The late-night wasteland was unnaturally quiet, with only the wind whispering through the dry grass. Holly locked the doors, surrendering to the profound sense of security offered by his steel fortress, and fell into a deep slumber. When the first rays of morning light pierced through the bulletproof glass and illuminated his face, he jolted awake. Daylight had arrived. A new day heralded new slaughters and fresh gains. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he opened his system backpack to tally the spoils of the previous night. He had dispatched over 70 ordinary zombies. Although the liquor had not yielded a treasure chest, it had provided some gold coins. Upon counting, Holly's eyes brightened. He had amassed a total of 94 gold coins, 3 parts, 2 iron ingots, 2 fabric pieces, and 1 mid-level achievement chest. Almost 10 gold coins. This haul was a significant windfall. Satisfied, Holly nodded approvingly. Now for the chest. Rubbing his hands together, his gaze fell upon the mid-level achievement chest. He hoped for something practical, preferably something that could directly enhance his strength. Ding! Successfully opened the mid-level achievement chest. Gained 3 gold coins. Acquired stamina enhancement potion Epic X1. A flash of purple light surged. Huo Li's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly checked the attributes. Stamina enhancement potion Epic. Permanently increases stamina by 2 points upon injection. Description: 10 injections per day. Talent is inconsequential. Holy smokes! A permanent increase in stamina. Huo Li couldn't help but exclaim. It is crucial to understand that in this survival game, physical fitness is paramount, second only to talent and vehicles. The higher the stamina, the greater the endurance. The heavier the load one can carry, and even the response speed and resilience in the face of danger are significantly enhanced. The exquisite grade stamina enhancement potion available in the trading market sells for a staggering 4 gold coins, providing merely a 0.5 increase. Countless individuals were clamoring below for purchases, yet this epic potion directly boosts stamina by 2 points. What does that signify? It equates to an astonishing 40 enhancement of his stamina, while others toil tirelessly to build muscles that are ephemeral, easily lost with a few missed meals. His enhancement is a concrete result of technology and sheer determination. The superiority is evident. Without hesitation, Huo Li retrieved the syringe, emanating a faint purple glow, and plunged it into his arm. As the cool liquid coursed through his veins, a wave of searing warmth enveloped his entire body. It felt as if every cell was rejoicing, every muscle swelling with vitality. Moments later, the warmth subsided. Huo Li clenched his fist, feeling an explosive surge of strength coursing through him. He opened his personal attribute panel. Huo Li, stamina, 52. Spirit, 5. Agility, 5. Talent, unlimited firepower, SSS unique. Vehicle van, marvelous. Huo Li swung his fist, creating a gust of wind. The sensation of power was overwhelmingly real. The stability and gun control brought by these 2 points of stamina was undoubtedly comparable to a B-grade recoil compensation talent. Moreover, with increased stamina, engaging in melee combat with a hefty sword or a heavy machete became a viable option. The more Huo Li contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Just then, his stomach audibly protested with a rumble. The side effect of the stamina enhancement was hunger. His body craved energy replenishment. Huo Li opened the trading market and was pleasantly surprised to find a wider array of food options than the previous day. In addition to bread and water, there were sausages and sandwiches available for purchase. It seemed some fortunate souls had stumbled upon supermarkets or food warehouses. Huo Li was undeterred, making a swift purchase. Ding! Purchased 2 sausages, 3 sandwiches, 1 bottle of mineral water, total cost, 0.9 gold coins. After devouring the meal ravenously, Huo Li patted his stomach in satisfaction. Indeed, his appetite had soared alongside his stamina. If it were the old him, this meal would have sufficed for an entire day, but now it barely filled him to 80. Having satiated his hunger, it was time to focus on important matters. Huo Li glanced at the remaining gold coins in his backpack. Money is merely a number when hoarded. It only becomes true power when spent on equipment. Vehicle upgrades, here we go. Chapter 20, Upgrading Interior and Tires. Huo Li sat in the driver's seat, surveying the interior of the vehicle. The dilapidated decor was truly an eyesore. The sponge on the seats had worn away, causing discomfort after prolonged sitting. The central console was marred with scratches and dust, while the steering wheel had become polished from wear, offering a dreadful grip. Spending every day eating, drinking, and sleeping in this environment certainly warranted an improvement. Huo Li accessed the vehicle upgrade interface, noting that each component could only be upgraded once per stage. The available options were now limited to interior, roof, and tires. The roof? Huo Li shook his head. There was an M61 Vulcan Gatling gun mounted on top. What kind of foolhardy zombie would dare to climb up there? It was truly a forbidden zone. No living or dead souls allowed. Therefore, the roof could be disregarded for now. Let us upgrade the interior and tires first. Interior. Upgrade option 1. Synthetic leather. Cost-effective and easy to clean, though lacking in breathability and sophistication. Cost, 2 gold coins. 2 leather. Upgrade option 2. Genuine leather. High-quality natural leather. Luxurious and expensive. Cost, 4 gold coins for leather. Upgrade option 3. Fabric. Offers good breathability, but is difficult to clean. Cost, 3 gold coins for cloth. Without hesitation, Huo Li opted for genuine leather. Synthetic leather? Too lowbrow. Fabric? Once stained, it cannot be washed. A splash of zombie blood would create a stench unbearable to endure. Only genuine leather embodies the romance of man. Moreover, he frequently needed to spend the night in the vehicle. A comfortable seat was of utmost importance. Purchase. Huo Li accessed the trading market and searched for leather. Ding. Purchase 4 leather. Total cost, 0.8 gold coins. With the materials gathered, it was time to upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. The interior has been upgraded to genuine leather upholstery. Consumption. 4 gold coins for leather. As a soft glow enveloped the interior, the vehicle was transformed. The previously shabby seats were instantly replaced with spacious, plush, genuine leather seats, the texture exquisitely soft, exuding a faint aroma of leather. The central console was draped in a layer of superior soft material, and the steering wheel became a genuine leather masterpiece. Even the roof lining and the inner door panels were adorned with matching genuine leather. The entire cabin had transformed from a war-torn Syrian aesthetic into a luxurious business-class atmosphere. Huo Li leaned back, sinking into the plush seat, letting out a contented sigh. Now, this is what life should be. After relishing the comfort of the leather seats, Huo Li turned his attention to the tires. The weight of this vehicle was already formidable. With steel plating and a Vulcan cannon, ordinary tires had long been deformed under such pressure. If he delayed upgrading any longer, a blowout was imminent. Tires. Upgrade option 1. Blast-resistant tires. Filled with a special gel, they can continue to function even when punctured. Cost. 3 gold coins for rubber. Upgrade option 2. Off-road tires. Designed with deep treads for superior grip, suitable for complex terrains. Cost. 3 gold coins for rubber. Upgrade option 3. Heavy-duty blast-resistant off-road tires. Specifically designed for heavy vehicles, boasting exceptional load-bearing capacity, blast resistance, and strong traction. Cost. 6 gold coins, 8 rubber. You are the one. Huo Li immediately chose the third option. Although it was expensive, it was tailor-made for his mobile fortress. Moreover, he understood that upon upgrading the vehicle, the previous modifications would be retained. He would undoubtedly continue to equip the vehicle with thicker armor and heavier weaponry, thus increasing its load capacity. Taking this crucial step now would prevent the need for future rework. Huo Li glanced at his backpack. He had no rubber at all. Bye. Ding. Purchased 8 rubber. Total cost. 1. 6 gold coins. Ding. Upgrade successful. Tires have been upgraded to heavy-duty blast-resistant off-road tires. Consumption. 6 gold coins, 8 rubber. Upgrade complete. Huo Li exited the vehicle to inspect the tires. The 4 tires, previously somewhat flattened, had now transformed into 4 broad, thick, and deeply treaded black behemoths. Each tire radiated an indomitable aura, as if capable of crushing any obstacle in their path. The entire vehicle's demeanor intensified, becoming even more robust and stable. Huo Li returned to the driver's seat and pressed the accelerator. Roar! The twin-turbo engine roared to life, and the 4 heavy-duty tires gripped the ground with unyielding tenacity, propelling the van forward in an instant. The sensation of driving with such stability made Huo Li unable to contain his exhilaration. Now, this is a true apocalyptic war machine. Even if faced with mountains of blades or seas of flames, it would bulldoze right through. With a flicker of thought, Huo Li summoned the vehicle attribute interface. As he gazed upon the line that finally illuminated the advancement conditions, his heartbeat quickened by several beats. After 10 modifications, he could finally advance. System prompt. The vehicle has met the advancement conditions. Do you wish to proceed with the advancement? Advancement cost. 10 gold, 10 parts, 10 fabric, 10 leather, 10 cast iron, 10 glass, 5 steel plates. Upon surveying the lengthy materials list, Huo Li's previously fervent heart instantly cooled. 10 gold. And so many materials? He cast a glance at his nearly depleted wallet, having just drained his resources to upgrade the interior and tires. It is indeed true that a penny can thwart a hero. Huo Li sighed in resignation. Although he was tempted by the vehicle after its advancement, a lack of funds was a hard truth he could not ignore. Earning money remained paramount. Just then, the private chat channel flickered to life. It was Huo Li. Private chat channel. Huo Li. Mr. Huo, here is today's market intelligence. Huo Li. According to the talent detection of our guild members, there has been a discovery in a dark zone at coordinates. The environment there is unique, seemingly exhibiting abnormal energy fluctuations, and it may contain several high-level treasure chests. Dark zone? As Huo Li contemplated this term, relevant memories surfaced in his mind. This concept was recently summarized by survivors. As the name suggests, a dark zone typically refers to areas that are perpetually shrouded in darkness due to towering trees or geographical factors. In such locales, zombies remain unaffected by the cycle of day and night, exhibiting extreme activity and ferocity even during daylight hours. Moreover, this eerie environment often fosters the emergence of terrifying mutated creatures and even elite monsters. Was this not a tailor-made hunting ground for me? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Huo Li's eyes. For an ordinary survivor, the term dark zone would likely send them scurrying for safety. Yet, in Huo Li's perspective, it was a veritable gold mine, brimming with coins and treasure chests. He scrolled down and discovered that Huo Li had previously sent a message regarding the tracking of elite monsters. Chapter 21. Gatling? Stolen. Private chat channel. Huo Li. Regarding the method of tracking elite monsters that you inquired about earlier, I regret to inform you that there are currently no talents or items that can directly locate them. Huo Li. However, if you require, I can arrange for guild members to conduct manual surveillance in various areas. Once elite monsters are spotted, they will report to you immediately. Huo Li considered this proposal briefly before decisively declining. Huo Li, no need. Manual surveillance is inefficient and prone to oversight. I can manage on my own. This was merely a superficial reason. The deeper motive was his reluctance to become too entangled with the Mirror Sea Guild. An organization like the Mirror Sea Guild, which had rapidly formed on the first day of the apocalypse, appeared massive but was, in reality, internally loose. Without having endured the trials of blood and fire, lacking a shared belief, and relying purely on interest and a safety zone mechanism to bind its members, the team resembled a castle built on sand. Once faced with a genuine crisis or unequal distribution of interests, it would crumble in an instant. Huo Li was acutely aware of his identity as a lone wolf. His relationship with the Mirror Sea Guild was merely one of mutual benefit. Should he bind himself too closely, he too would be dragged down with the ship when it inevitably sank. After concluding his conversation with Huo Li, Huo Li casually opened the World Chat channel. As expected, the truth could not be concealed. World Chat channel. Brothers, have you noticed that the safe zone seems to have shrunk? You noticed too? I thought I was seeing things. The gas station that was within the circle yesterday is now on the edge today. Stop talking nonsense. It must be a map scaling issue, right? If the safe zone is shrinking, why hasn't the system alerted us? I also think it has shrunk. I have screenshots for comparison. It really has shrunk a circle. What if the safe zone disappears? As long as you don't make enemies with the big guilds, we're all reasonable people here. Huh, naive? Are you dreaming? Do you think this is a peaceful era? In the end, you'll either pay protection fees or die. Can we stop creating anxiety? Isn't it better just to live well? Observing the heated debates among the crowd, Huo Li couldn't help but sneer. The system alert? When has this broken system ever played the role of caretaker? It relishes watching survivors struggle in despair. Huo Li reopened the map and scrutinized it closely. Indeed, the reduction was more pronounced than yesterday. The billboard that had previously been on the edge was now completely outside the safe zone. It seemed to be a mechanism of accelerated contraction. Huo Li's expression turned grave. The 10 to 14 days I previously discussed with Lu Jingli may have been overly optimistic. Given this acceleration, we might not even last 10 days. A sense of urgency surged within him. He must expedite the advancement of his vehicle. He must become stronger swiftly. The northwestern dark zone. Huo Li abruptly turned the steering wheel, the van carving a wild arc across the wasteland as it sped toward the northwest. Hopefully, the monsters there will provide me with the resources I need for advancement. He slammed the accelerator, and the van kicked up a cloud of dust as it raced toward the coordinates of the dark zone in the northwest. Not long after, two vehicles appeared in the rearview mirror. One was a modified black Jeep with a makeshift bumper welded atop, appearing quite sturdy. The other was a deep green off-road vehicle, surrounded by a ring of barbed wire, with steel bars welded onto the windows. Clearly, they too were headed for the dark zone. It seemed I was not the only one eyeing this lucrative prize. However, they likely had no idea about the high-level treasure chest within the dark zone. Huo Li mused, though he did not dwell on it. The dark zone was vast, replete with treasure chests and monsters, as long as they did not provoke him. Everyone could rely on their own merits. Just then, the deep green off-road vehicle suddenly accelerated, slowly drawing alongside him, seemingly intent on matching his speed. Huo Li's gaze sharpened as the fire control base atop the vehicle slightly turned. The muzzle of the M61 Vulcan subtly aimed toward the side. Should the other party dare to make any untoward move, he would undoubtedly turn that vehicle into a sieve in an instant. At that moment, a message popped up in the regional chat channel below his line of sight. Regional chat channel. Zhang Peng. Hey, Gatling War God. Where did you get that Gatling? I've opened 4 iron chests and only got a rifle. Yours must have come from a bronze chest, right? Huo Li glanced over, unable to suppress a wicked grin. Zhang Peng, the leader of the mountain gang? Wasn't he the unfortunate fellow who had been surrounded by a horde of zombies on Little Lonely Mountain that night, only to be robbed of the first kill of the liquor by him? If you knew that this Vulcan Gatling was drawn from that very liquor's first kill treasure chest, you'd probably be so furious you'd spit blood on the spot. This sense of superiority derived from possessing information made Huo Li feel quite elated. He peered through the bulletproof glass at the adjacent off-road vehicle. Though the windows were barricaded, he could vaguely see 3 individuals inside. One in the driver's seat, one in the passenger seat, and another peeking curiously from the back. A trio, Huo Li realized. This 3-person team was a popular format among most survivors nowadays. 3 individuals in a vehicle could support one another while pooling resources to upgrade the same vehicle. Most importantly, for ordinary people, ammunition was an exceedingly costly consumable. If one fought solo and lacked accuracy, the gold earned from killing zombies might not even cover the cost of bullets, purely a losing venture. Conversely, a 3-person team could collaborate, even alternating the use of melee weapons to conserve ammo. Unlike me, Huo Li reminisced about his infinite ammo from the Vulcan cannon. Each time he fired, it was pure profit. This is the dimensional strike brought about by an SSS-level talent. Huo Li, indifferent to Zhang Peng's attempts at camaraderie, pressed on the accelerator without hesitation. However, Zhang Peng was evidently quite sociable, or perhaps he was striving to win over this formidable fighter, as an incessant stream of messages erupted forth. Regional chat channel. Zhang Peng. Brother, I see you're headed towards the dark zone as well. We're going there too. Coordinates. If it's on the way, we could team up. Zhang Peng. That kind of place is crawling with monsters. It's easy to come to harm alone. If you run out of bullets, just let me know. I brought plenty this time. Sharing a few hundred rounds is no trouble at all. Zhang Peng. Seriously, consider joining our mountain gang. If you come along, the position of vice leader will be yours. United as brothers, we'll stride across this wasteland. Huo Li read these words and couldn't help but chuckle. Give me bullets? What I need those for? To munch on like sunflower seeds? Vice leader indeed. Just then, another ID abruptly interrupted Zhang Peng's monologue in the regional channel. Regional chat channel. Wang Teng, Zhang Peng. A-. You dare bring a crew while farming? Huh? Do you have the guts to duel me? Huo Li glanced at the black Jeep on the other side. In the driver's seat sat a young man sporting a flamboyant hairstyle, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, brazenly flipping the bird at the off-road vehicle. Chapter 22. Few bullets, but I shall make my move. Regional chat channel. Zhang Peng, haha Wang Teng. Our team's operations are all about strategy. We use our brains. Unlike your black fiend gang, you lot act like a bunch of thugs, daring to venture into the dark zone alone, looking for death. Wang Teng, A-. That S called strength. Once I become the leader, the first thing I'll do is wipe out you cowardly lot who only know how to huddle together. Zhang Peng, just you? A-. A leader? With that pretentious demeanor of yours, what else can you do besides show off? Without strength, don't pretend. Be careful not to die in the dark zone without anyone to collect your corpse. Wang Teng, A-. A-. Zhang Peng, A-. Watching the two exchange childish insults in the channel, Huo Li shook his head in exasperation. Indeed, where there are people, there exists a world of rivalry. Even in the apocalypse. However, although these two were bickering fiercely, the information they revealed was rather intriguing. Zhang Peng's trio, Wang Teng's solitary jeep, and then himself as a lone wolf. This dark zone was clearly destined for turbulence. Huo Li's gaze turned frosty as he glanced at the increasingly ominous sky ahead. Amidst Zhang Peng and Wang Teng's affectionate exchanges of A-, the 3 vehicles finally arrived at their destination. The sight before them silenced the previously quarrelsome group. It was an extraordinarily eerie area. Enormous black tombstones loomed like towering trees, some reaching heights of over 10 meters. The shorter ones were still 3 or 4 meters tall, densely packed together, completely obscuring the sunlight above. A chilling mist permeated the graveyard, the air thick with the scent of decay and dampness, sending shivers down one's spine. The dark zone's tomb forest. The name was indeed fitting. The path ahead was completely blocked by several massive tombstones, rendering vehicular passage impossible. Creaking, the jeep and the off-road vehicle came to a halt. The off-road vehicle's door swung open, and Zhang Peng hopped out first. Close behind him emerged a stocky fellow with squinty eyes, followed by a tall woman with short hair, carrying a composite bow. On the other side, Wang Teng also exited the jeep. He donned an old bulletproof vest, his arms inked with tattoos, a still unlit cigarette in his mouth, and a flamboyant hairstyle, embodying the spirit of a young man. After the 4 converged, Wang Teng cast a glance at the menacingly designed van at the rear, lowering his voice to inquire of Zhang Peng. Hey, who is that kid? That vehicle's modified quite remarkably. Look at the thickness of the armor and those tires. It must be fully upgraded, right? His tone betrayed an unmistakable envy. Zhang Peng raised his chin with an air of smugness, feigning mystery with a hum, but saying nothing. Sporting a look that said he knew a big shot, but wouldn't divulge. Huo Li, sitting in the vehicle, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. These two might appear to be at odds, but their relationship was not as strained as it seemed. They resembled more of a pair of playful rivals. However, Huo Li glanced at the obstructing tombstones ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. Unable to drive in? Disembark and walk? What nonsense! In this perilous dark zone, venturing outside the sanctuary of steel was tantamount to courting death. What to do about the blocked path? Simple. Smash everything to pieces. Huo Li's gaze hardened as he immediately connected with the vehicle's weaponry system. Buzz! The M61 Vulcan Gatling gun, which had been silent throughout the journey, suddenly emitted a low roar as its 6 barrels began to whirl furiously. Simultaneously, the vehicle's front automatic machine gun locked onto the looming tombstones ahead. Tot. Boom! A savage torrent of fire erupted instantly. The 20mm explosive rounds, bolstered by the SSS level talent, unlimited firepower double damage, unleashed a terrifying force. Those tombstones, which had been impervious even to rifle bullets, crumbled like mere paper before this might. Debris flew, dust billowed. In mere seconds, a wide passageway had been blasted open. Holy moly! The 4 individuals standing by the roadside were left dumbfounded. Wang Tung's cigarette fell to the ground with a thud, his previously arrogant expression turning pale, quickly replaced by a sycophantic grin as he fervently nodded and bowed towards Huo Li's vehicle. Big brother. Impressive. You are incredible. That earlier bravado seemed to have never escaped his lips. Zhang Peng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his throat dry. This firepower, while he had suspected that Huo Li was formidable, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astonished. This was a tombstone, made of stone. He had previously tried shooting it with a rifle, barely making a dent. Yet, before this individual, they crumbled as if made of tofu. Moreover, such a method of attack. How much do those bullets cost? Even with a Gatling gun, he would dare to be so extravagant. Just as the 4 remained in shock, the regional channel displayed 2 words. Regional chat channel. Huo Li, get in the car. Brief, forceful, and indisputable. The 4 snapped back to reality, hastily scrambling back into their vehicles, not daring to utter sound. Once back inside, Zhang Peng immediately sent a message in the regional channel, his tone exceedingly respectful. Regional chat channel. Zhang Peng. Big brother, the path is clear, please proceed. The situation in this dark zone is unclear. Your firepower is fierce, and we'll follow behind to guard you. While it was termed as guarding, it was actually an attempt to ride coattails. Who would want to trail behind a mobile artillery platform and pick up scraps? Yet, how could Huo Li accommodate their wishes? He was here to hunt elite monsters for first kills, not to play the role of a path-clearing caretaker. Furthermore, being at the front meant facing unknown dangers first. Although he possessed unlimited firepower, there was no need to play the fool. Regional chat channel. Huo Li, no need. I don't have many bullets left. I need to conserve them. Huo Li, you all go ahead. I'll follow behind. Don't worry. If we encounter any monsters none of us have seen before, I will take action. Upon reading this message, Zhang Peng and Wang Tung breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was somewhat disappointing that they couldn't have the big shot lead the way, the promise was enough to ease their minds. They could manage ordinary zombies together, but what they dreaded most was running into formidable foes they couldn't handle. Now, with Huo Li's declaration of readiness, I felt a surge of confidence, akin to having swallowed a calming elixir. After all, the earlier chaos of flying debris was still vividly etched in my memory. As long as this esteemed gentleman was willing to unleash his firepower, any monster would surely be obliterated in an instant. Regional chat channel. Zhang Peng, alright, we'll scout ahead. You just rest at the back, big brother. Wang Tung, no worries, big brother. As long as it's not some perverse creature, I won't trouble you. Thus, the 3 vehicles formed a line, slowly advancing into the eerie and foreboding gray forest. Chapter 23. The Golden Treasure Chest. The Jeep and the off-road vehicle led the way on either side, their headlights piercing through the pervasive mist. Meanwhile, Huo Li's steel beast trailed behind like a lurking predator, moving at a leisurely pace. Deep within the grave forest, chilling howls occasionally echoed. The darkness was so dense that it felt as if it could drip with moisture. All 3 vehicles had their high beams on, but in the ever-present chilling fog, the light could only penetrate a mere dozen meters. Roar! Accompanied by a spine-tingling roar, a horde of corpses surged forth from the shadows of the tombstones. These zombies were evidently much stronger than the common ones found outside. Each one was robust, their skin exhibiting an eerie ashen hue, and they moved with astonishing speed, almost leaping on all 4s between the tombstones. Fire! The 2 leading vehicles opened fire in an instant. Tot. Bang. Bang. The muzzle flashes illuminated the darkness incessantly. Inside Zhang Peng's off-road vehicle, the 3 operated with remarkable synergy. Zhang Peng and a short-haired woman suppressed the firepower on either side, while the chubby fellow in the back seat frantically loaded bullets in empty magazines. His movements as smooth as a soulless automaton. Although their firepower was not particularly fierce, it was relentless and rhythmic. However, what surprised Huo Li even more was the black Jeep. The spirited young man named Wang Tung displayed combat prowess that starkly contrasted with his appearance. Alone, With a single firearm, his fire density subtly surpassed that of Zhang Peng's trio. After emptying a magazine, he seamlessly produced a new one from his left hand. His reloading action, so swift it resembled magic, leaving almost no gap in firepower. This kid has some skills, Huo Li mused inwardly. Clearly, he had prepared a substantial number of fully loaded magazines in advance, or had awakened some talent related to reloading speed. Yet, the drawback of this method was glaring: high burst but short endurance. Once this round of magazines was expended, he would need to spend considerable time reloading. Those who had survived to this point and dared to venture into the dark zones indeed had their merits. None were mere trifles. Huo Li sat back in the vehicle, leisurely observing the battle ahead. He wasn't particularly concerned about those few coins. Familiarizing himself with the combat styles of other survivors was an enlightening experience. Occasionally, when a large group of zombies breached the defenses of the first two vehicles, or when a stray one attempted to flank from the side, the vehicle-mounted Gatling gun would emit a low growl. Virum, just a few seconds of concentrated fire would instantly shred a mass of zombies into gory remnants. Each time the Gatling roared, Wang Teng's enthusiastic praises would echo in the regional channel. Regional chat channel. Wang Teng, wow. Big brother, you're amazing. This firepower is simply extraordinary. Wang Teng, your marksmanship is divine. You hit the target every time. Huo Li merely smiled at this, choosing to remain silent. He had heard such flattery far too often. Just then, the front off-road vehicle abruptly halted. Regional chat channel. Zhang Peng. There's a bronze treasure chest ahead. I'm going to get it. Huo Li peered through the window and saw, not far from shattered tombstone, a chest gleaming with a bronze hue. The car door swung open, and Zhang Peng jumped out, gun in hand, cautiously approaching the treasure chest. Immediately after, the Jeep's door opened as well. Wang Teng, cigarette in mouth, leaped out but did not rush for the chest. Instead, he held his gun, vigilantly scanning the surrounding shadows. Bang! Bang! Two zombies attempting to pounce on Zhang Peng from the shadows were swiftly dispatched by Wang Teng's precise shots. Huo Li raised an eyebrow. This spirited fellow, despite his casual demeanor and his sharp tongue, exhibited commendable adherence to the code of the underworld in critical moments. He did not forsake loyalty for profit, but instead actively provided cover, a rare quality in this apocalyptic world. With Wang Teng's protection, Zhang Peng successfully approached the treasure chest, quickly opened it, and retrieved its contents. As he returned, his face was radiant with uncontainable joy, clearly having struck it rich. The group returned to their vehicles, and the convoy continued onward. After traveling a bit further, it was Wang Teng's turn to discover another treasure chest. Following the same procedure, Zhang Peng's team provided cover while Wang Teng went to open the chest. However, when Wang Teng returned this time, he was cursing and looked thoroughly displeased. All he had received were 2 bottles of water and a stale piece of bread. What terrible luck! Although Huo Li couldn't determine the specifics of what was opened, he could surmise the general outcome from Wang Teng's expression. Before long, midday had arrived. Although the passage of time felt non-existent in the pitch-black grave forest, the biological clock and hunger pangs reminded everyone it was time to rest. Regional chat channel. Zhang Peng. Everyone, it's getting late, and our supplies are nearly depleted. Shall we call it a day, for now? Wang Teng. Sure, this cursed place is absurdly vast. We won't finish exploring it in a day. Let us come back tomorrow. Zhang Peng. Big brother, how about you? Do you want to leave with us? Huo Li glanced into the deep, shadowy recesses of the grave forest and shook his head. Regional chat channel. Huo Li, you all go ahead. I wish to stay a little longer. He had no need to worry about ammunition and supplies as they did. Moreover, he had yet to encounter any elite monsters or procure a single treasure chest. Leaving now would mean returning empty-handed. Zhang Peng and Wang Teng did not pry further, as they understood that a figure of his stature had thoughts beyond their comprehension. They exchanged friend requests before Wang Teng jumped out of the vehicle and marked a prominent tombstone with his dagger for future navigation. Subsequently, the Jeep and the off-road vehicle turned around and slowly departed along the path they had come. Only Huo Li's steel beast remained, solitary amidst the desolate grave forest. Huo Li watched as the two vehicles vanished into the mist, then pressed the accelerator, continuing his journey deeper into the tomb. The further he ventured, the more oppressive the damp chill became, as if the very air was thickening. The eerie roars surrounding him grew ever more terrifying. They were no longer mere animalistic growls, but interwoven with a disquieting whisper. The zombies here had evidently mutated. They were taller, their skin a sickly pallor, muscles sinewy and bursting with potential energy. Even the tombstones that obstructed his path had become significantly more resilient. What once could be pulverized into dust by the M61 Gatling gun in a mere second now required 2 seconds of sustained fire to shatter completely. Intriguing, Huo Li thought, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The stronger the monsters, the more bountiful the rewards. Boom! as a colossal black tombstone crumbled under the metal storm. A dazzling golden light abruptly pierced through the darkness. The Golden Treasure Chest. Chapter 24. Opening the chest. The second mechanical core. Huo Li's heart raced, and his breathing quickened. Until now, he had never opened a golden treasure chest. He was eager to discover what lay within. However, before he could indulge in his excitement, a horde of zombies surged forth from behind the shattered tombstone. Under the glare of the headlights, their eyes flickered with an eerie green light, their limbs elongated and disproportionate, their forms gaunt and desiccated, yet they moved like lightning. Oof, greedy guardians are we? Huo Li let out a cold snort, dispensing with any superfluous words, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Tot. In an instant, the confined space was awash with blood and dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. However, to his surprise, the system did not issue any first kill notifications. TCH, after all that, it was merely a variant of common zombie, and no first kill treasure box was awarded. What a disappointment. Huo Li curled his lip as the massive heavy-duty tires ruthlessly crushed the scattered remains and decaying flesh, emitting a grating creak as it came to a halt beside a treasure chest, exuding an enticing golden glow. Beep! Huo Li did not hasten to exit the vehicle, but rather pressed the horn emphatically. The jarring sound echoed through the silent graveyard, instantly stirring the shadows around him. If he was to open the chest, he needed to ensure the area was clear of threats. He certainly did not wish to be caught off guard by a desiccated claw while opening the chest. After another one-sided massacre confirmed the area was temporarily safe, Huo Li finally pushed open the car door and strode confidently toward the golden treasure chest. Ding! Successfully opened the golden treasure chest. Gained mechanical core epic X1. Gained 6 gold coins. Gained automatic fire control base legendary X1. Gazing at the list of items that appeared before him, Huo Li was momentarily breathless. A mechanical core. Another one. This meant that Lu Jingli could construct yet another mechanical sentry, granting him another free ally. 6 gold coins. A substantial sum. Yet what thrilled him most was the legendary automatic fire control base. This was truly a strategic resource. With it, and a firearm, he could construct an automated turret. He had struck gold. This was a monumental success. Huo Li clenched his fists in excitement. Zhang Peng and Wang Tung must have thought they were returning empty-handed, oblivious to the fact that he was already aware of the high-tier treasure chest. He could hardly be bothered to glance at the iron and bronze chests. In truth, he had already spotted the bronze chest. He simply found it too tedious to open. After all, disembarking in this area came with its risks. While Zhang Peng and Wang Tung were willing to take that risk for a mere chance, Huo Li was not. Only the golden or silver chests, the pinnacle of treasure, were worth his daring. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from the surrounding mists. The earlier gunfire and horn blasts had evidently attracted a larger horde of zombies. Without hesitation, Huo Li swiftly dove back into the vehicle, locking the doors behind him. Whir! The Gatling gun atop the vehicle began to spin wildly in a 360-degree arc, unleashing a torrential downpour of lethal ammunition. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and the slender variant zombies moved with alarming speed. The limited rotation speed of the fire control base allowed some zombies to reach the side of the vehicle, furiously pounding on the doors. To make matters worse, the Gatling gun had blind spots, rendering it incapable of targeting the creatures pressed against the vehicle. Bang! 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 The heavy steel doors reverberated under the relentless assault. It was time to retreat. Huo Li made a swift decision, shifting into reverse and flooring the gas pedal. The van roared like a furious bull, crashing backward out of the encirclement and speeding along the path they had come. At last, when the blood-soaked steel beast emerged from the mist and basked once more in the sunlight, Huo Li let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the vehicle's durability panel. It had just been upgraded to 88 that morning, and now it had dropped to 80. Not bad. This level of wear and tear was entirely acceptable. He reviewed his spoils. Due to the enclosed space and the concentrated horde, he had eliminated at least 80 zombies during this excursion, plus the 6 gold coins from the treasure chest. In total, he had amassed 146 gold coins. Additionally, he collected 3 pieces of fabric, 2 parts, and 4 pieces of glass. Most importantly, he had acquired the automatic fire control base. This trip had been exceptionally lucrative. At that moment, his private chat channel lit up. Private chat channel. Lu Jingli. Huo Li, the mechanical sentry has been assembled. Additionally, I've prepared a meal for you upon your return. Reading those simple words about the meal made Huo Li's stomach growl audibly, instantly lifting his spirits. Finally, he wouldn't have to gnaw on dry bread. He wouldn't hold back with Lu Jingli, especially since he hadn't charged her for the last mechanical core. He glanced at the sun, which was beginning to set, and without further delay, sped toward the safe zone. Safe zone, outskirts of the abandoned district. Several members of the Jinghai Merchant Association, who were busy clearing vehicles, suddenly halted their actions, their gazes fixed intently on the street corner. There, the familiar yet more ominous steel war vehicle slowly approached. After a brutal skirmish in the dark zone, the vehicle was now drenched in blood. Shards of flesh clinging to its spiked armor, and the tires were stuffed with black, decaying matter. A potent stench of blood and an air of menace enveloped the area. In stark contrast, their vehicles, albeit upgraded with reinforced doors and makeshift railings, appeared as mere toys. Hiss! Now that was a genuine war machine. Just look at the blood on that vehicle. How many zombies had it slain? It seemed clear that it had charged into the heart of the Horde to wreak havoc. That was incredibly fierce. Moreover, did you see those modifications? This vehicle had been upgraded at least 4 times. 4 times? Who do they think they are? With the Gatling gun spewing bullets like water, they must have spent a fortune. I wager it's been upgraded at least 6 times. Such a sense of security. If I could sit in that vehicle, I would do anything. Several female members gazed at the menacing war machine, their eyes filled with envy and longing. In this apocalyptic world, this was the ultimate luxury abode and the most formidable fortress. This time, Huo Li did not linger outside. He drove straight into the depths of the district, smoothly parking beside the massive RV. Leaning against the door of the RV, Lu Jingli awaited his arrival. The evening sun cast a warm glow upon her, enveloping her red shirt in a golden hue. She seemed to have made a special effort today. Her long hair casually tied back, revealing a slender, fair neck. Upon seeing Huo Li's vehicle come to a stop, she straightened up, a faint blush creeping onto her previously cool face, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her shirt, her eyes betraying a mixture of anticipation and shyness. How is it that she becomes more beautiful each time I see her? Huo Li mused inwardly as he stepped out of the vehicle. As he entered the RV, the heavy steel doors slowly closed behind him, sealing off the bloody and putrid world of the apocalypse. Instead, he was enveloped in a wave of comforting warmth. The interior lights of the RV were set to a soft, warm yellow, illuminating the leather sofa and woolen carpet, creating a cozy atmosphere reminiscent of a high-end apartment from more peaceful times. The air was infused with a complex aroma. It was the tantalizing scent of food. Beneath that delicious aroma, there lingered a faint, elusive fragrance that belonged to Lu Jingli. It was reminiscent of lilies kissed by morning dew, blended with the lingering essence of some high-end body wash, mingling with the sweet scent unique to a young girl's room, subtly wafting into Huo Li's nostrils, relaxing his nerves while simultaneously stirring an inexplicable restlessness within him. Chapter 25. Mooching for Food and Shelter. On the small table in the center of the RV, 3 dishes and a bowl of rice were already laid out. A plate of boiled meat, a small bowl of stir-fried corn, and seaweed egg drop soup. The boiled meat appeared quite simple, lacking any elaborate seasonings, merely stewed in water. Yet even so, in a world where one had to fight for dry bread, this spread could only be described as a feast fit for a national banquet. Gurgle. Huo Li's stomach, betraying him at the most inopportune moment, let out a loud growl that resonated clearly in the tranquil space. Lu Jingli, standing nearby, had felt somewhat awkward, but upon hearing that sound, she couldn't help but chuckle. In that fleeting moment, her face radiated with a gentle smile, her dimples adding to the charm, making her seem as though she was aglow. "Are you starving?" she softly inquired, her voice imbued with a tender, wifely warmth. "Please, sit down and eat. It's freshly prepared and still warm." Without hesitation, Huo Li sank into the soft embrace of the sofa, grasping a pair of chopsticks to eagerly devour a piece of the boiled meat. It was rich yet not greasy, melting delightfully in his mouth. The robust flavor of the meat exploded in his palate, and Huo Li nearly swallowed his tongue in sheer delight. "Delicious, utterly divine," he exclaimed, his mouth full of rice as he savored the meal. "I've been gnawing on bread as hard as stone outside. This is truly a heavenly feast." Observing Huo Li's voracious appetite, Lu Jingli sat across from him, resting her chin on one hand, her gaze tenderly fixed upon him, a faint smile gracing her lips. In no time, the dishes on the table were ravaged by Huo Li with a tempestuous fervor. Even the last remnants of broth were sopped up with his final mouthful of rice. Satisfied, Huo Li set down his utensils, wiping his mouth with a napkin, curiosity sparking within him. This meat tastes remarkably authentic. It doesn't resemble fast food at all. Can the trading house still procure fresh pork? At this moment, Lu Jingli was elegantly seated sideways on the sofa, her long legs gracefully crossed, encased in sheer black stockings, the red tips of her high heels gently swaying, exuding an ineffable aura of languor and allure. Upon hearing Huo Li's inquiry, she tucked a loose strand of black hair behind her ear, The gesture momentarily captivating Huo Li's gaze, lingering on her full, enticing figure. "It's frozen food," Lu Jingli replied softly. "The trading house has restrictions, non-frozen. Perishable fresh foods cannot be traded. However, my RV is equipped with a large capacity refrigerator and a complete kitchen setup. As long as I can acquire frozen ingredients, I can whip up a warm meal, though the variety of food is still quite limited, and the only seasoning I have is salt." Huo Li nodded inwardly, recognizing the true value of this colossal RV. In a post-apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy a warm meal was not merely about satiating hunger. It was a profound comfort for the spirit. As for the limited variety of food and seasonings, Huo Li was not particularly discerning. This woman, along with this vehicle, was akin to a mobile top-tier logistics base. By the way, Huo Li shifted the topic, glancing at the darkening sky outside. With so many people in your trading company, how do you manage at night? Although the zombie attacks are less aggressive in the safe zone, their sheer numbers pose a significant problem. Lu Jingli smiled confidently, leaning forward. Her snug red shirt seemed to protest against her movements. "Rest assured, we have set up barriers at key points throughout the abandoned districts. Coupled with the original architectural structures, we can effectively impede the zombie tide's advance. At night, all members retreat into their respective vehicles, maintaining silence and ensuring no sound is made. Moreover, most of our vehicles have upgraded armor. As long as we don't provoke them, ordinary zombies cannot breach our defenses." Huo Li contemplated this, indeed. Maintaining silence would greatly minimize attracting the zombies' attention. A flicker of pride crossed Lu Jingli's eyes as she spoke. Suddenly, a brand new mechanical sentinel emerged, marching with heavy steps. "This is the just-assembled mechanical sentinel number 2. Here, take it." Without hesitation, Lu Jingli transferred control rights to Huo Li. As Huo Li focused his mind, he instantly felt a mental link with the cold machine. He examined the iron contraption, feeling somewhat underwhelmed as he realized it lacked weaponry. "We can't have that." Huo Li accessed the trading house, searching briefly before spending 22 gold coins to acquire an MP5 submachine gun. While it wasn't an extraordinary weapon, its rapid firing rate and stability were advantageous. Here, Huo Li tossed the MP5 to the mechanical sentinel, then issued a command: "Go outside and fire at the sky." The mechanical sentinel obeyed the order, stepping out of the RV with its gun raised. Tot 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 tot. The once crisp sound of the MP5 morphed into a continuous roar akin to tearing fabric. The firing rate was evidently nearly double that of a standard MP5. Huo Li's heart raced. Indeed, my infinite firepower talent not only applies to myself and my vehicles, but also extends to the mechanical units under my control. Naturally, this was to be expected. After all, a Gatling gun mounted on an automatic fire control base would also benefit from the enhancement. So there was no reason the weapons on robots would not receive the same treatment. This revelation ignited Huo Li's ambition. What did this mean? It meant as long as Lu Jingli could manufacture enough mechanical sentinels, he could assemble a mechanical legion with infinite ammunition, double the firing rate, and double damage. In such a scenario, he could lead the charge in an apocalyptic war vehicle, followed by a battalion of mechanical infantry unleashing overwhelming firepower. The image was nothing short of a steel torrent, an unstoppable force. However, after the excitement subsided, Huo Li quickly regained his composure. The time was not yet ripe. There were not enough mechanical sentinels, and a solitary unit would not wield significant influence. He gazed at the lone mechanical sentinel, contemplating briefly before issuing a command through the system. "Your task is to patrol around the RV and ensure Lu Jingli's safety." Lu Jingli was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. "Aren't you taking it with you?" Huo Li shook his head, reasoning logically. This thing is not very effective on its own. It needs to operate in numbers to create a firepower network. Having it with me now would be a burden, occupying space in the vehicle. And it would be cumbersome to stop and open the door to use it, exposing vulnerabilities. It's better to leave it here as your bodyguard. After all, the control rights remain with me. I can summon it back remotely whenever I need. Though he described it as a burden, Lu Jingli felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing his words. Was he showing concern for her? In this selfish, self-serving apocalypse, he was willing to leave such formidable combat power to protect her. Lu Jingli lowered her head, brushing her hair as a veil to hide her blush. Her voice barely above a whisper. "It's getting late. Would you like to rest in the RV for a while before you leave?" Huo Li naturally would not decline her invitation. Chapter 26. I, Huo Li, Guardian of All. Approximately 2 hours later, the outside world had plunged into darkness. The gentle patter of rain commenced, and the distant, haunting howls of zombies could be faintly heard. Huo Li awoke in the secondary bedroom, rejuvenated. Exiting the room, he found Lu Jingli sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. "You're awake?" Lu Jingli stood, concern flickering in her eyes. Huo Li nodded. placing the mechanical core on the table. This is for you. Lu Jingli's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the object. Is this another mechanical core? She gasped, covering her mouth, disbelief etched across her features. How long had it been since the last one? What had he experienced? Mechanical cores were only produced by high-level treasure chests, which often signified extreme danger. After the initial surprise, a complex surge of emotions washed over Lu Jingli. She gazed at Huo Li's calm demeanor, unable to suppress her worry. You mustn't push yourself too hard. While this is important, but what? Huo Li chuckled, his gaze resolute. To me, this is merely a matter of convenience. Furthermore, only by continuously challenging danger can one enhance their strength. In this world, stagnation equates to death. With that, he turned and pushed open the door of the RV. The rain drifted inside, carrying a damp chill. Lu Jingli leaned against the doorframe, her shirt gently billowing in the wind, accentuating her exquisite figure. She watched as Huo Li climbed into the menacing steel beast, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirling in her eyes. He has gone. Huo Li waved his hand, igniting the engine. The van roared into the rain-soaked night. Once out of the desolate district, Huo Li began to contemplate. Not far enough, not nearly enough. He chanted silently within. Despite possessing an SSS-level talent and wielding the god of fire Gatling, which rendered him an insurmountable warrior in the eyes of ordinary survivors. However, the skirmish in the Dark Zone graveyard that day had sounded a clarion call. Faced with the overwhelming tide of mutated corpses, even a van armed to the teeth had its durability eroded by 8. The formidable firepower of the god of fire Gatling, mounted atop the vehicle, had its lethal blind spots. Once besieged by zombies, the only recourse was to endure the onslaught with the vehicle's body. Moreover, the body was not resilient enough. What if faced with even higher-tier monsters? The image of that man, devoured whole by the weeping woman the previous night, involuntarily surfaced in Huo Li's mind. The desperate wails of that man echoed in his ears, as those who survived generally possessed some form of weaponry. The very fact that the man dared to move at night suggested he might have allies. Yet before the elite monsters, they were as fragile as paper, utterly annihilated, leaving escape a mere fantasy. If elite-level creatures were this terrifying, what are those above them? Leader level? Sovereign level? Or even cataclysm level? Huo Li firmly rejected the notion that in this damned survival game, the upper echelon of zombies was limited to elites. The higher the tier of the zombies, the more perilous they would be. Of course, the rewards for first kills would be even more lucrative. If slaying elite monsters grants a high-level achievement treasure chest, then what treasures await for the first kill of a leader-level creature? Huo Li's curiosity was piqued. If he did not continue to grow stronger, the next person to be swallowed could very well be him. A potent sense of crisis fueled Huo Li's ambitions, driving him to aspire to a strength capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Strong enough so that nothing could threaten his life. Strong enough to protect anyone he wished to safeguard. Fortunately, he held the greatest secret of the entire server, the first kill treasure chest mechanism. Huo Li's power had already created a chasm-like gap between him and other survivors. They might never discover that first kills came with rewards. After all, he had already secured the first kills of low-tier zombies. Now, even if other survivors dispatched the weeping woman or the liquor, they could not obtain the first kill. This was a shortcut to strength. For ordinary people, encountering a new type of zombie was a disaster, a death sentence. Yet for him, they were merely walking achievement treasure chests. A cold, confident smirk graced Huo Li's lips. Since elite monsters were already so formidable that ordinary survivors could not vanquish them, it meant these first kill rewards were destined to belong to him, as long as he could arrive on the scene first. I need countless eyes searching for prey on my behalf. With this thought, Huo Li summoned his will and reopened the world chat channel that had long been dormant. Inside, everyone was lamenting the cursed rainy night or exchanging trivial banter. Huo Li took a deep breath, composed a message, and hit send. World chat channel. Huo Li, everyone listen. Huo Li, the dangers of this world far exceed your imagination. Increasingly more and stronger mutated zombies will emerge. Huo Li, if you encounter a bizarre and extremely dangerous zombie you have never seen before, do not attempt to resist, nor sacrifice yourselves in vain. Huo Li, immediately send your coordinates in the world channel. Huo Li, Huo Li, will come swiftly to protect you all. As soon as this message was sent, the world channel, which had been inundated with complaints about the weather, experienced a brief lull. Then, messages erupted like an avalanche. World chat channel. Holy crap. It's the big shot. The living Huo Li. Let us get a front row snapshot. The big shot finally spoke. Oh my god, what a commanding tone. Huo Li, will come swiftly. Such a sense of security. We give you a big shot. You are my idol. I almost got bitten by a zombie yesterday. If only I had heard this sooner. What are you showing off for? ISNT it, just a Gatling gun? I'll have one sooner or later. Hey, you up there, why so bitter? If you can get one too, you have that kind of firepower? This is a lifesaver. Exactly. If we encounter such monsters, we're just waiting to die. The big shot's willingness to save us is a great blessing. Got it. From now on, if I see a monster, I'll shout for the big shot. Even if it's just a rabbit, I'll call out. TCH, it's just a Gatling gun, right? I, Zhao Rishan, am not inferior. Brothers in need can also call me. I'll go too. You up there, Zhao Rishan, better swap your starting pistol first. Don't go throwing your life away. Huo Li, do you need any charms? I'm so scared. What if I have private photos? As long as you take me in, I can show you anything. Hubby, save me. Forget the zombies. Come save me first. Coordinates. Faced with a myriad of awe, skepticism, and even overtly flirtatious messages in the world channel, Huo Li's expression remained unperturbed. Women? Private photos? In this uncertain apocalypse, such distractions would only impede his speed in drawing his weapon. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to grow stronger, to slay zombies, earn gold, and claim first kills. Perhaps due to Huo Li's proclamation, the number of distress messages in the world channel noticeably increased. As he drove, Huo Li sifted through the valuable coordinates. After all, idleness was not an option. Even the smallest morsel was sustenance. Moreover, increasing his visibility and accumulating prestige would ensure that when these individuals eventually encountered new monsters, the first name they thought it would be his. At that moment, a distress message popped up. Chapter 27, Chivalrous, Good Character. World Chat Channel. Help. Coordinates. Edge of the safe zone. Our vehicle has run out of fuel. After finally getting some, we are now surrounded by zombies, who will come to rescue us. Huo Li glanced at the coordinates, just outside the safe zone, close to the boundary line, and not far from him. It seemed the pressure of the shrinking safe zone had prompted many to take risks outside. After all, the quality of treasure chests outside the safe zone far surpassed those within. Encountering an iron chest inside was already a stroke of luck, whereas bronze chests were commonplace outside. And with good fortune, one might even stumble upon a silver chest. Of course, there were also more monsters, and they were more ferocious. Even Huo Li was reluctant to spend the night outside, for although the god of fire, Gatling, boasted immense firepower, its turret rotation speed was limited, and being besieged would inevitably diminish its durability. Huo Li pressed down on the accelerator, and the van roared forth. Minutes later, Huo Li arrived on the scene. Utilizing the headlights, he discerned the situation ahead. A white family sedan was besieged by dozens of zombies, tightly encircled. The windows were already webbed with cracks, ready to shatter at any moment. The front was merely equipped with a rudimentary crash bar, which for the frenzied zombies outside the safe zone was akin to a mere tickle. Inside the vehicle, a trio was on the brink of collapse. A young girl in the back seat curled up, her hands clutching her head, emitting hysterical cries, tears and snot streaking her face, incessantly mumbling for them to stay away, clearly teetering on the edge of a mental breakdown. Meanwhile, the man in the passenger seat brandished a dagger, desperately stabbing outward through a shattered hole in the windshield, his voice a cacophony of despair. But his feeble resistance was utterly futile against the tide of corpses. The man in the driver's seat was drenched in sweat, his eyes bloodshot, as he pressed the accelerator with fervor, striving to break free from the encircling horde. Yet, the wheels spun futilely upon the ground littered with flesh and corpses, emitting a piercing screech of friction, while the vehicle remained stubbornly immobile. This is it. We are doomed. Despair permeated the cramped confines of the car. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, a deep, powerful engine growl that eclipsed the moans of the undead. Huo Li's van surged through the downpour like a celestial being descending from the heavens. To prevent collateral damage, Huo Li disengaged the automatic fire control, relying solely on the vehicle's sheer power and armor to ram through the throng of corpses. Get out of my way. The twin-turbo 20L engine unleashed a terrifying torque. The spiked armored front of the vehicle collided forcefully with the horde clustered on the left side of the sedan. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds resounded. The once mighty zombies were sent flying like bowling pins struck by a ball before Huo Li's formidable war machine. Inside the white sedan, a girl in the back seat raised her head in terror, peering through the cracked window. From her vantage point, a colossal, menacing war vehicle, radiating a chilling metallic gleam, was effortlessly cleaving through the undead. The thick armor, the glinting spikes, and the four massive tires resembling grinding wheels. At that moment, Huo Li's vehicle appeared as a godly entity to her. Powerful, dominant, unstoppable. With a swift and graceful reverse maneuver, Huo Li swept the enormous chassis across, sending the zombies at the front of the sedan sprawling. The once impenetrable encirclement was suddenly torn open. The two men inside the car were momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. Then, an overwhelming ecstasy surged within them. We are alive. We survived. The man at the wheel trembled with excitement, slamming the accelerator. And the sedan finally burst forth from that death trap. Watching the sedan escape, Huo Li smirked, reactivating the automatic fire control. Now it was time for the harvest. Tat 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 tat. The twin machine guns roared to life simultaneously, swiftly clearing away the remaining zombies. Moments later, the World Chat channel erupted with fervor. World Chat channel. Wow. Thank you, Huo Li. We truly owe you our lives. Without you, we would have been doomed. Your vehicle is magnificent. It truly is like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Everyone, you must trust him. He will come to our rescue. As this message spread, the previously hesitant survivors exploded with excitement. World Chat channel. Did he really save us? Holy cow, he really came through. It's been less than half an hour since the distress signal was sent, right? That's so reassuring. I want to follow Huo Li from now on. Huo Li, I want to bear your children. Those above, step aside. If anyone is to bear children, it shall be me first for brother Huo Li. I'm first in line. This is what true strength looks like. Not only is he powerful, but his character is also commendable. I wish to present gifts to Huo Li. I have 2 packs of cigarettes. Does the boss smoke? At that moment, Zhang Peng also jumped in to join the fray. World Chat channel. Zhang Peng, leader of the mountain gang Hehe. Did you all just realize? I've known Huo Li for quite some time. Zhang Peng, leader of the mountain gang, just this morning, we ventured into the Dark Zone's graveyard together. You haven't witnessed the boss's firepower. That half-meter thick stone tablet? The boss turned it to dust in one burst. Not a trace remained. Zhang Peng, leader of the mountain gang, moreover, the boss is incredibly righteous. He stated that should any unfamiliar creatures appear, he would definitely take action. He would never allow his brothers to perish in vain. Upon hearing this, the channel erupted in astonishment. World Chat channel. My goodness, he dared to venture into the graveyard? That place is notoriously eerie. The boss is indeed the boss. My vehicle would probably run out of fuel if it went to the graveyard. Half-meter thick stone tablets turned to dust. Is that a gun or cannon? This is terrifying. It was obliterated to powder? The Dark Zone? I've heard it's filled with mutated monsters, and yet the boss dares to go in alone? This is the disparity. While we fret over a few bullets, he treats stones like tofu. Boss, I am willing to be a lodger in your vehicle. I have 2 guns. I can help you fend off zombies. Watching the screen filled with adulation, Huo Li nearly burst into laughter, his hands pounding the steering wheel in amusement. Righteous? Good character? Ah, yes, indeed. Very righteous. Very good character. He chuckled, imagining the expressions of these people if they were to discover that his sole motive was to seize the first kill treasure chest. Especially since that fire god Gatling was obtained by snatching it from Zhang Peng's monster. However, this arrangement could be deemed mutually beneficial. After all, at this stage, ordinary people lacked even the qualification to glimpse high-tier zombies, as evidenced by previous instances. He obtained the treasure chest, while others preserved their lives. It was a fair trade. Chapter 28. Leader Level. Mutated Parasitic Dog. Just as Huo Li was in high spirits, engrossed in the World Channel and stifling laughter, a series of urgent messages caught his attention. World Chat channel. Help! Help! It's too fast. I can't see what it is. I saw it. It's enormous. It moves with incredible speed. They are all dead. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Coordinates. Someone come save me. I don't want to die. These messages flooded in with alarming rapidity, the fear emanating from the words almost spilling out of the screen. A dog? Moving at such speed? Huo Li's nerves instantly tightened. A new monster. Without hesitation, he spun the steering wheel, racing toward the coordinates. After a while, Huo Li arrived at the scene. The headlights pierced through the darkness, illuminating the horrific scene ahead. This appeared to be a makeshift camp, with several battered cars overturned on the ground, some even ablaze. And on the ground lay severed limbs and dismembered arms. Blood had nearly stained the earth a dark crimson, and the air was thick with the pungent stench of blood and rotting flesh. Huo Li's stomach churned, a wave of nausea nearly overwhelming him. In the distance, a massive creature, crouched with its limbs on the ground, was gnawing at a mutilated corpse. Upon hearing the vehicle's approach, it abruptly lifted its head, its crimson eyes locking onto Huo Li. Mutated Parasitic Dog. Level, Leader. Description, a canine infected by a parasitic virus. It is gigantic, nearly the height of an adult, with skin and bones extraordinarily tough, capable of withstanding small caliber bullets. Leader level. Huo Li's pupils constricted sharply, soon replaced by immense excitement. The elite first kill rewards an advanced achievement chest, which yielded the fire god Gatling. What might this leader level first kill yield? Could it be a mythical grade weapon? Or some extraordinary artifact? Huo Li suppressed the thrill surging within him, focused his intent, and the 2 machine guns instantly aimed. Due to the distance, he had yet to enter the automatic fire control as targeting range. so Huo Li had to rely on his mind to direct the aim, resulting in slightly less accuracy. Tot 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 tot. A few bullets struck the ground near the creature, kicking up a cloud of dust. The mutated parasitic dog emitted a low growl, revealing a row of sharp, serrated fangs. It leapt with all its might, charging towards the right side of Huo Li's vehicle with ferocious speed, even leaving an afterimage in the air. This beast has a bit of intelligence. Huo Li felt a tightness in his chest. This creature was clearly far more clever than the mindless eaters, knowing to flank from the side instead of charging head-on into the firepower. Moreover, its agility was astonishingly high. Want to get up close? Not a chance. Huo Li abruptly jerked the steering wheel to the left, executing a sharp turn that minimized the exposure of his vehicle's side to the adversary, all while forcefully increasing the distance between them. At last, the parasitic dog entered the automatic targeting range of 100 meters. Die for me. The roar of the Gatling gun erupted with ferocity. This 20mm caliber weapon transcended the conventional realm of machine guns, qualifying as an autocannon, with a bullet penetration capability that even surpassed that of a Barrett. Coupled with Huo Li's SSS grade talent that doubled the damage, its might was utterly terrifying. Bang! 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 Several shells struck the side of the parasitic dog with pinpoint accuracy. Even though its flesh had been augmented by the zombie virus, it crumbled before such devastating firepower. As fragile as paper, with a resounding explosion, half of the parasitic dog's body was obliterated. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. Its massive form crashed to the ground like a ragged sack, leaving a long trail of crimson behind, kneeling motionless. Huo Li exhaled a sigh of relief, his taut nerves easing somewhat. It was down. A smile crept across his lips as he envisioned the treasures that awaited him in the first kill loot box. However, seconds ticked by, and the system notification remained conspicuously absent. What's going on? Huo Li furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Could it be that this creature had already been slain by someone else? Impossible. Such a beast could only fall to my prowess. If I lost the first kill, wouldn't that mean a monumental loss for me? Just as anxiety surged within him, hoping for the reward to elevate his heavy weaponry. The previously motionless parasitic dog suddenly emitted a chilling roar. Roar! Its enormous head split open down the middle, resembling petals unfurling. From the gaping maw emerged a writhing mass of grotesque, parasitic tendrils. To Huo Li's astonishment, the half of its body that had been blasted apart began to mend at an astonishing velocity. It sprang up from the ground, disregarding Huo Li entirely, and bolted towards the outer safety zone with a speed that surpassed its earlier charge. What the hell? Huo Li's eyes widened in shock. Phase 2. It can transform. Surprise quickly gave way to overwhelming joy. It was still alive. The first kill was still within reach. Attempting to flee? Not if I can help it. Huo Li pressed the accelerator to the floor, the twin-turbo engines roaring as he pursued the frenzied figure. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The Gatling gun unleashed a frenzied barrage. Yet, the speed of the parasitic dog post-transformation was too swift, its movement erratic, darting across the wasteland as most of the bullets found their mark in vain. It was on the verge of escaping the safety zone. Huo Li's heart sank. This creature was too fast. My vehicle simply cannot keep pace. Should it escape, my first kill reward would slip through my fingers. At that moment, the parasitic dog burst forth beyond an invisible boundary, plunging into the pitch-black depths of the wasteland. Huo Li gritted his teeth, determination igniting in his eyes. I'll risk it. System notification. You have left the safety zone. The instant he exited the perimeter, a multitude of crimson eyes ignited in the surrounding darkness. Roar! It was a horde of frenzied zombies beyond the safety zone. Their sheer numbers were enough to send shivers down one's spine. They seemed to have caught the scent of living flesh, surging towards Huo Li's vehicle from all directions. But Huo Li showed no signs of slowing. Those who obstruct me shall perish. The Gatling gun atop the vehicle spun wildly, reaping everything in its path like the scythe of death. Zombies fell in droves, severed limbs and dismembered bodies soaring through the air. The massive heavy-duty tires callously crushed those still twitching, emitting a nauseating crunch. This scene, if witnessed by other survivors, would likely leave them utterly paralyzed with fear. How dare anyone race outside the safety zone at such an hour, creating such a ruckus? Were they courting death? Only Huo Li would dare to engage in such reckless abandon at night beyond the safety zone. Uncertain of how many zombies he had sent flying or how many corpses he had obliterated, Huo Li finally had to halt the vehicle. Before him lay a familiar, suffocating sight. Chapter 29. Why are you here again? Towering black tombstones stood like a forest, shrouded in chilling mist. The dark zone graveyard. This creature had ventured here. Huo Li gazed at the foreboding entrance of the graveyard, the eerie whispers and cries echoing from within, his expression darkening. He hesitated. During the day, even under relatively good visibility, his vehicle had sustained significant damage. Now, at night, the monsters would only be stronger and more ferocious. Furthermore, the narrow terrain of the graveyard would restrict his vehicle's maneuverability. Should he be surrounded by a horde of corpses, the Gatling gun would be ineffective at close quarters, and would be his certain death. Damn it! Huo Li slammed his fist against the steering wheel. As long as I'm alive, there's always hope. This parasitic dog can only be slain by me. The loot box will eventually be mine. I'll come back tomorrow after upgrading my vehicle and take your life. Though filled with extreme reluctance, he rationally shifted into reverse. The vehicle slowly backed away, retracing its path to the safety zone. The return journey weighed heavily on Huo Li's heart. To have the first kill of a boss-level creature slip away like that felt akin to a duck flying from his grasp. Along the way, he encountered a weeping female zombie and swiftly dispatched her. While it wasn't the first kill loot box, a mosquito-s leg is still meat, and he could earn a bit of gold to soothe his wounded spirit. Upon returning to the safety zone, Huo Li parked in an open area. As he attempted to relax, he casually opened the world channel, only to be met with a flurry of desperate cries for help. Help! There's a monster hanging from the cave ceiling. It's terrifying. It's too dark to see clearly, but I can hear the sound of its tongue slapping. Huo Li's previously dejected mood instantly lifted. Too dark to see? Hanging from the cave ceiling? Could this be another new monster? There's still hope. He immediately drove towards the coordinates. The scene revealed an abandoned cave, and with the aid of his headlights, Huo Li quickly spotted the creature suspended from the stalactites above. Shredded flesh, exposed brain, and a long, lolling tongue. Damn it! Huo Li was nearly driven to the brink of breaking the steering wheel in frustration. Not you again. The liquor. Are you mass-produced or something? Though irritated, he still dispatched this liquor without hesitation. After all, it was still worth 1 gold coin. Nothing to turn down. After his anger subsided, as he surveyed the ground littered with shredded meat, an ominous premonition took root in his mind. 2 elite monsters and 1 boss had emerged in a single night. Were there more advanced zombies being born in places unknown to me? It appeared that not only was the safety zone shrinking at an accelerated rate, but the strength and numbers of the monsters were also escalating exponentially. This damned game truly sought to eradicate every last survivor. As the night wore on, the activity of the zombies began to wane. Huo Li activated the automatic fire mode for both machine guns, exhaustion washing over him like a tide. He adjusted himself into a slightly more comfortable position in the driver's seat and drifted into a deep slumber. The first rays of dawn filtered through the bulletproof glass, softly illuminating the interior of the vehicle. Huo Li gradually opened his eyes, instinctively shifting in his seat. The exquisite texture and perfect support of the genuine leather made his bones feel lighter. Genuine leather truly is unparalleled. He stretched, his joints cracking satisfyingly. The interior of the vehicle bore no unpleasant odors, only the faint aroma of leather, compared to the ordinary survivors who can only huddle on rigid plastic seats, enduring the dampness and unpleasant odors within the vehicle. He felt as though waking from a slumber in the back seat was akin to awakening in a luxurious 5-star hotel. The investment in upgrading the interior was undeniably worthwhile. Sitting up straight, he accessed his system backpack, eager to assess the spoils of his endeavors from the previous night. 2 elite monsters, accompanied by a relentless pursuit of the parasitic hound and a significant number of zombies dispatched along the way, totaled no less than 170. His coin earnings amounted to 197. Materials collected included 3 iron ingots for glass pieces, 1 steel plate, 3 components for fabrics, 3 wires, 2 universal adhesives, and 1 agility-enhancing potion, fine quality. Gazing at this impressive array of numbers and items, a grin crept across his face, eventually erupting into laughter. What a thrill! He had initially presumed that the considerable time spent chasing that accursed parasitic dog would yield meager rewards. To his astonishment, he had obtained such an abundance of materials and coins. Had he not pursued that hound, and instead focused on finding a prime location outside the safe zone for monster farming, his earnings for the night could have easily surpassed 40 coins. He marveled at this revelation. It seemed plausible that the zombies outside the safe zone possessed keener senses, their hearing and sensitivity to light far superior to those of the timid creatures within the zone. Whenever he activated his headlights, combined with the roar of the Gatling gun, the surrounding zombies would swarm towards him like sharks drawn to blood. The crowding effect was undeniably effective, with some materials still remaining in his backpack. His total coin count reached 381. As he contemplated that golden figure, a surge of confidence welled within him. 381 coins. In an era where most were toiling for a mere 1 coin, fretting over a handful of bullets, he had undeniably become a veritable tycoon. Ordinary individuals labor tirelessly throughout the day, managing to secure 1 or 2 wooden treasure chests, which would be considered stroke of luck, yielding at most 5 coins. Even teams like Zhang Peng's, who dare to venture into the dark zones, would consider a profit of 10 coins a substantial windfall after accounting for ammunition expenses. And a casual stroll for half the night could equate to several days' worth of income for others. Such was the disparity of strength. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze to the fine quality potion. Agility enhancing potion, fine. Upon use, it permanently boosts agility by 0.5. A mere 0.5 agility? It seemed rather negligible. He injected it into his arm. Compared to the explosive enhancement provided by the epic stamina potion from the previous night, this 0.5 agility was hardly discernible, offering nothing more than a slight sense of lightness. Nevertheless, even the smallest gains in attributes accumulate to significant changes. Last night, S. Excursion had indeed unveiled new paths. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Previously, he had assumed that high-level zombies only spawned in populous areas, which is why he had lingered within a safe zone. Now, it was clear. The true treasure lay outside the safe zone. Numerous monsters, high drop rates, and a plethora of elite creatures. As long as his vehicle was robust enough and his firepower formidable, the nights ahead could be spent wreaking havoc outdoors. With this thought, his eyes ignited with fervor. Since he had accumulated enough funds and materials, it was time to upgrade his battle vehicle. Chapter 30, Vehicle Advancement, Armored RV. Taking a deep breath, he accessed the trading interface to procure the necessary materials. He skillfully searched for the missing components. Indeed, as demand surged, prices had soared. Basic materials that once cost 1 coin were now generally priced at 2 or even 3 coins. Let the prices rise. After all, he was flush with cash. He squandered his coins without a care, swiftly purchasing the remaining components, glass, steel plates, and other materials. Materials acquired. He inhaled deeply. Ding. Consumption. 10 coins, 10 components. 10 fabrics, 10 leather, 10 iron ingots, 10 glass pieces, 5 steel plates. Vehicle advancement in progress. A brilliant white light enveloped the entire van in an instant. Standing outside, he could distinctly hear the metallic restructuring and stretching, resembling the sound of an invisible hand metamorphosing the vehicle. Moments later, the radiance dissipated. A brand new, larger, and more formidable steel behemoth stood before him. Armored RV. Grade, Tier 2. Durability, 100. Modifications, 0-10. First phase equipped. Dual supercharged 20L engine. M61 Vulcan Gatling, legendary. Automatic fire control, automatic machine gun, spike armor, steel doors, fully enclosed rear cover, bulletproof glass, off-road chassis, heavy-duty anti-explosion off-road tires. Second phase equipped. None. Advancement conditions met. No. The previously cramped van had vanished entirely, replaced by a heavy-duty armored RV that was wider and half a meter taller. The vehicle's lines had become more robust, seemingly carved from a single block of steel. The once jarring spike armor and steel doors now harmoniously integrated into the vehicle's design, exuding a brutal industrial aesthetic. Eagerly, he flung open the door and clambered inside. Wow, the space. The rear seating area, once only suitable for curling up to sleep, had transformed into a fully functional mini living area. A fixed single bed leaned against the rear of the vehicle, though not as plush as Lu Jingli's. It was adorned with a comfortable mattress. Beside it was a tiny private bathroom, albeit less than a square meter, sufficient to accommodate bathing and toilet needs, sparing him the embarrassment of outdoor facilities. In the center of the cabin was a small fixed dining table and a chair, accompanied by a compact refrigerator. Even the wall at the foot of the bed featured a flat-screen television. Although he attempted to turn it on, the screen displayed only static, devoid of any signal. Now this was what life should be, he mused, reflecting that the previous van had merely served as a mobile tent, while this truly offered a sense of home. He approached the bathroom and turned on the faucet. Clear water gushed out. Although the tank had limited capacity, it was enough for a quick rinse. He shed his sweat-soaked and dusty clothes, reveling in a refreshing cold shower. After bathing, he lay on the single bed clad only in his boxers. Sinking into the mattress with a contented sigh. Ah, bliss. He released a long groan, limbs sprawled, his body enveloped by the mattress. The aroma of shower gel wafted under his nose, the softness of the bed cradled him, and the sound of the breeze outside lulled him. In that moment, the harsh realities of the apocalypse seemed to be kept at bay behind the thick armor. He lingered on the bed for a while, savoring this rare comfort. But soon, he sprang up with a fish-like leap. The comforts of home are the tomb of heroes. He slapped his cheeks, his gaze sharpening once more. There were still important tasks to attend to today. The parasitic hound that had escaped yesterday must be captured, and the golden treasure chests in the dark zone's cemetery awaited his attentions. Hastily, he donned his clothes, checked his gear, and strode toward the driver's seat, contemplating the resources expended for this advancement. A rough estimate revealed a total expenditure of 16 coins for the upgrade and material purchases. Subsequently, he opened the private chat channel, and indeed, he found 99 unread messages. Most were pleas for help sent during the latter half of the previous night, ranging from requests for assistance to even personal photos seeking sponsorship. He glanced at them, noting the absence of stockings. What a disappointment. He chose to selectively ignore them, clearing the chat with a single click. Only Huo Li's avatar continued to flash. Private chat channel. Huo Li. Mr. Huo, I sincerely apologize. Regarding the previously promised daily intelligence updates, I regret to inform you that this will no longer be feasible. Huo Li. The members of the chamber, originally tasked with reconnaissance and possessing perceptive talents, have withdrawn from the association and joined other organizations last night. Huo Li raised an eyebrow. Withdraw? So suddenly? Huo Li, what transpired? Huo Li. Alas, the president is rather straightforward. Upon confirming the veracity of the information regarding the shrinking safe zone you provided, she promptly convened a full assembly and disclosed the news. Huo Li. The gathering was originally for the sake of stability. But now that everyone knows the safe zone is diminishing, morale has dissipated rapidly. In recent days, many have left, particularly those with combat capabilities or unique talents, who have actively sought refuge with other factions. Huo Li gazed at the screen, a smirk playing on his lips. This Lu Jingli truly is a naive sweetheart. Such critical news concerning life and death was disclosed at once. If it were him, he would have meticulously concealed the information, leveraging the advantage of knowledge to stabilize core members first, perhaps even exploiting this final period to extract the remaining value from ordinary members before making his escape. However, in an apocalyptic world, it is only natural for individuals to scatter in the face of impending doom. Huo Li felt no surprise. The Jinghai Chamber of Commerce was merely a collective of mutual interests. Everyone had congregated for the sake of so-called price alliance and the grand vision of Lu Jingli's mechanical army. Now that they realize the grand vision is about to spoil and the protective umbrella of the safe zone is collapsing, who would willingly continue to serve the chamber? Everyone is merely striving to survive in their own way. None have the right to cast judgment upon others. Concluding the conversation, Huo Li casually opened the global chat channel. The atmosphere in the channel was palpably more oppressive than the previous day. Panic spread like a contagion. World chat channel. It's over. I just looked at the map, and the safe zone has indeed shrunk again. This is happening much faster than yesterday. No way. Could be real. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. If it keeps shrinking like this, where will we go? The zombies outside are moving swiftly. Huo bless us. Huo bless us. All I can do now is pray that the mighty Huo Li will descend from the heavens once more to save us. Stop dreaming. Even a mightiest Huo is just an ordinary person. Can he really maintain the safe zone? Seeking a team. Brothers with guns, come. Let us fight our way out together. I have 2 boxes of instant noodles. Who has gasoline? I'm willing to trade all my gold coins for it. Even a single liter will do. I need to escape. I have a 54 style pistol and 3 parts. I'll trade for a submachine gun or shotgun. Even a scattergun will suffice. That pistol is far too cumbersome against zombies. Want to trade for a submachine gun? Don't be ridiculous. That's a lifeline. Observing these statements, Huo Li shook his head. Huo bless. It's futile to worship me as a deity. Even gods cannot save those unwilling to save themselves. He reopened the map to confirm. Indeed, the rate of encroachment was accelerating. Yesterday, it was a slow crawl. Today, it had already begun to pick up pace. At this rate, it might take less than 10 days, perhaps even 7 or fewer, for the safe zone to vanish completely. Chapter 31. Acquiring the RPG-7. A sense of urgency washed over him. Huo Li accessed the trading post and scanned the prices. As expected, the costs of firearms and ammunition had begun to soar. The price of a standard MP5 submachine gun had surged from 22 gold coins to 36 gold coins, and it was still climbing. Conversely, the prices of essential supplies were plummeting. It seemed everyone was spending their gold on weapons and upgrading vehicles, leaving no spare funds for food. Huo Li glanced at his substantial savings, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. If not now, when to buy low? Previously, he had refrained from stockpiling supplies due to limited backpack space and the lack of storage conditions. Although he had never filled his backpack to capacity, the situation was now different. The armored RV had a refrigerator, cabinets, and ample space. Purchase. Unfortunately, upgrading the vehicle had consumed a significant amount of gold. And while the interior space was considerably larger, it lacked a large refrigeration unit, so he could only begin to stockpile modestly. Ding. Purchase 10 sandwiches, 20 hot dogs. 20 bottles of mineral water, 10 buckets of instant noodles, 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 10 processed persimmons, 2 packs of tea, 3 cups, and 10 spicy strips. Total expenditure, 124 gold coins. Looking at the abundance of supplies, Huo Li felt elated. His only regret was that the price of cola was still somewhat steep. He planned to stockpile it later. Those few packs of spicy strips and persimmons were practically luxuries in this apocalyptic world. As for the buckets of instant noodles, their price was absurdly low, likely because most people couldn't access hot water and could only eat them dry, making them undesirable. But Huo Li was different. The RV had electricity and a kettle, allowing him to prepare noodles anytime. Alas, while the RV boasted a refrigerator, it lacked cooking facilities, rendering him unable to prepare meals. Huo Li gazed at the hot dogs in his hand, and Lu Jingli's steaming braised meat from her enormous RV flashed through his mind. That woman and her vehicle. Her colossal RV was equipped with a full kitchen and even a second floor. It was practically a mobile villa. Moreover, Lu Jingli's S-class, mechanical creation, talent was a veritable breeding ground for an endless mechanical army. He had to acquire it. A glint of determination flashed in Huo Li's eyes. Whether by seizing her vehicle or that person, they must be his. In a world devoid of laws and moral constraints, might makes right. As long as he could grow stronger and live better, he had no qualms about being a villain. On the path to invincibility, right and wrong held no significance. Only those who survived were entitled to define what is right and wrong. However, binding the vehicle would be troublesome. He couldn't drive her car and would likely need to devise another plan. While he shook his head, temporarily burying that audacious thought. Meals are consumed bite by bite, and journeys are taken step by step. Today, he still needed to venture into the Dark Zone graveyard. Strengthening his abilities was paramount. Just as he prepared to close the World Channel, an inconspicuous message suddenly popped up. World Chat Channel. Selling RPG 7. No ammunition. Just a bare launcher. Gold coins only. Price negotiable. Message me privately. RPG 7. Huo Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone is selling such a weapon of mass destruction? In the current environment, an RPG, a heavy weapon with area damage, is practically divine. One shot to the soul, whether against elite monsters or a horde of zombies. It could send them all to the heavens. Such a treasure, a normal person would hoard it, yet someone is willing to sell it? Huo Li immediately clicked on the person's avatar and sent a private message. Private chat channel. Huo Li, is this truly an RPG? Why are you selling it? The reply came swiftly, imbued with a sense of desperation and urgency. Aya, it's you, Huo God. I can't believe you personally messaged me. Huo God, you may not know, but I'm being forced into this. This broken thing. While powerful, I don't have any ammunition. I've opened several wooden chests and barely found a few bullets, let alone rockets. Now I'm left with just an empty gun. If I have no bullets tonight, I'll become zombie fodder. I have to sell it to get some bullets and supplies to survive. Huo Li read the reply, understanding the situation. Indeed, while heavy weapons are formidable, the challenge of acquiring ammunition is immense. An RPG without ammunition is less useful than a mere stick. Huo Li, why not list in the trading post? You know, Huo God, the trading post fees are exorbitant. 5%. I thought I'd call out in the World Channel C if I could find someone nearby for an in-person trade to save some money. Huo Li nearly burst into laughter from frustration. To save on this trivial transaction fee, one must squander precious daylight? Yet, it is true that most individuals find their gold coins rather scarce. Huo Li, how much? Merchant, what would the esteemed Huo God desire? Surely, a discount is warranted. You must have a way to procure ammunition, correct? In your hands, this item becomes a formidable weapon. Merchant, how does 6 gold coins sound? Huo Li raised an eyebrow. This price for an RPG without ammunition was somewhat inflated, given that most people lack sufficient cash, and acquiring it would merely result in a decorative piece. However, for Huo Li, this was a veritable bargain, with an infinite firepower talent equating to an endless supply of bullets for the god of war Gatling. It would be unreasonable for the RPG to be excluded. Nevertheless, Huo Li intended to negotiate, as even he had limited gold coins after a recent spree of upgrades and stockpiling. Huo Li, that is too expensive. A hunk of scrap without ammunition would serve only as a decoration. I'll offer 3 gold coins. Merchant, please, Huo God, this is an RPG, even without ammunition. It remains an RPG. Can we not negotiate further? 45. I truly cannot lower it anymore. I need to purchase ammunition for my survival. Huo Li pondered for a moment, unwilling to engage in further dialogue. Huo Li, very well, 45 it is. However, I shall not conduct the transaction in person. It would be too wasteful in terms of fuel. Please list it on the trading platform for 48 gold coins. And consider the extra 3 as compensation for your transaction fee. Merchant, Huo God is so magnanimous. Truly impressive. I shall list it right away. A moment later, Huo Li found the RPG-7 on the trading platform. Ding. Purchased RPG-7, consuming 48 gold coins. A flash of light revealed a dark green rocket launcher, exuding an aesthetic of raw power in Huo Li's grasp. Its weight, the cold, rough texture of the metal, and the signature wooden grip were palpable. Huo Li gently caressed this weapon, which he had only seen in games and films, feeling a surge of excitement. What a genuine artifact. He inhaled deeply, lightly resting his finger on the trigger. In the next instant, without any loading action, an olive green rocket materialized at the muzzle's end. Huo Li reached out to retrieve the rocket. Heavy, cold, with a faint scent of gunpowder. This was real ammunition, not an illusion. Then, his finger once again grazed the trigger. Chapter 32, The Perpetual Motion Machine. Click. Another pristine rocket appeared out of thin air. Ha ha ha. Huo Li could not contain his laughter, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. This talent was utterly ludicrous. It defied the laws of physics. Summoning ammunition from the void? If Newton were to witness this, his coffin lid would surely burst asunder. Yet, considering the effect of infinite fuel, it was indeed an absurd perpetual motion machine concept. Were I to appear in the world of Sailor Star, Captain Roger would likely turn back to Earth on the spot. Imagine finding an endless energy source. Just strap me to the engine and be done with it. Amusement aside, there were matters to attend to. Huo Li extracted the legendary automatic fire control base he had acquired the previous day. Automatic fire control base. Quality, legendary, gold. A vehicle component that, once installed, allows for weapon loading and grants automatic firing capability, controllable through thought, automatic targeting range, 100 meters. Description. A vehicle component equipped with radar targeting and weapon firing capabilities. Once a weapon is mounted, it transforms into an automatic turret. The system's description only stated that it could load weapons, imposing no restrictions on the type. Since there were no limitations, Huo Li promptly accessed the vehicle modification panel. Install the automatic fire control base. Position, lower right corner of the roof. Load weapon, RPG-7. The RPG in Huo Li's hand vanished, followed by the sounds of mechanical assembly from the roof. Huo Li stepped outside. In the sunlight, the dark green rocket launcher and fire control base melded seamlessly. Compact and cleverly designed, as if forged by nature itself. Huo Li nodded in satisfaction. Now, his battle vehicle was equipped with heavy firepower and area damage capabilities. He eagerly summoned the vehicle attribute panel. Armored RV. Grade, Tier 2. Durability, 100. Modifications, 110. First phase loaded. Dual turbocharged 20L engine. M61 Vulcan Gatling. Legendary. Automatic fire control. Automatic machine gun. Spike armor. Steel plate doors. Fully enclosed rear cover. Bulletproof glass. Off-road chassis. Heavy-duty explosion-proof off-road tires. Second phase loaded. RPG, 7 automatic fire control base. Advancement conditions met. No. Moreover, the RPG-7 would also benefit from the double damage and firing rate conferred by the infinite firepower talent, even against a genuine tank. As long as he gained the upper hand, victory was within reach. Furthermore, tanks were not easily operated, and their shells were exceedingly difficult to procure. Essentially, Huo Li's armored RV had become the pinnacle of all survivors' vehicles, excelling in speed, defense, and offense. Of course, this splendid configuration of firepower came at the cost of a significant outflow of gold coins. A glance into his backpack revealed that his once reassuring double-digit savings had dwindled to a solitary 49 gold coins. How swiftly fortunes can change. Huo Li chuckled ruefully, yet he harbored no regrets. Money is only truly one's own when spent. Hoarding it, lest one meet an untimely demise, would be the ultimate tragedy. Since funds were low, it was time to earn more. Huo Li's gaze shifted once more toward the northwest. The rewards from yesterday's golden treasure chest had been quite sweet. According to the intelligence provided by Huo Li, that vast dark area of tombs surely contained more than one such high-level treasure chest. If he could uncover another golden chest, not only would it replenish his coffers, but perhaps he might also acquire a mechanical core or a legendary item. However, knowing he would venture into that accursed place once again, he needed to bolster his defenses. In the cramped confines of the tombs, should a large zombie close in and strike, it was uncertain whether ordinary bulletproof glass would hold. Since he could do nothing else with his meager funds, he resolved to invest entirely in fortifications. Huo Li called up the vehicle upgrade interface, his gaze fixated on bulletproof glass. Bulletproof glass. Upgrade Route 1. Thickened bulletproof glass increases the thickness of the glass, enhancing defensive capabilities, moderately increasing vehicle weight. Cost: 3 gold coins, 6 glass. Upgrade Route 2. Single-layer transparent bulletproof glass prevents external observers from seeing inside the vehicle. Cost: 2 gold coins for glass. Upgrade Route 3. Anti-fog coating prevents fogging of the glass, improving visibility in rainy weather. Cost, 2 gold coins, 3 glass. 3 options lay before him. One-way visibility? Somewhat useful, but meaningless against zombies, as they rely on smell and sound. Anti-fog coating? It would indeed enhance visibility, particularly in the damp tombs, but it was not essential. Only the first option, thickening. Defense. That is the essence of survival. Defensive capability equates to tolerance. Without hesitation, Huo Li selected Route 1. A glance at his backpack revealed he had already exhausted his glass supply. Buy. Ding. Purchased 6 glass, consuming 12 gold coins. Ding. Upgrade successful. All vehicle glass has been upgraded to thickened, bulletproof glass. Consumption. 3 gold coins, 6 glass. As a radiant light flashed, Huo Li stood beside the vehicle and gently tapped on the window. Thud, thud, thud. The previously crisp sound transformed into a dull, heavy thud, akin to striking a solid crystal. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see that the thickness of the window glass had more than doubled. The pale blue glass cross-section exuded a reassuring solidity. Huo Li swung open the car door with a crisp click. He distinctly felt an increase in resistance in his hand, the door's weight having considerably augmented. The dull thud of the door closing resonated like the heavy clang of a bank vault slamming shut, instilling a false sense of security that even if the world outside crumbled, he would remain safe within. With that, he felt steadied. Satisfied, Huo Li patted the sturdy car door. Although this recent upgrade had added some heft to the vehicle, the dual supercharged engine and heavy-duty tires rendered the extra weight inconsequential. A glance at his backpack revealed that his initial 49 gold coins had dwindled to a mere 0.7 coins after deducting the cost of upgrades and materials. This paltry sum was mostly salvaged from the pockets of other survivors. 0.7 coins. Huo Li shook his head in resignation. For an ordinary survivor, such a scant amount would likely induce sleepless nights filled with anxiety. Only someone like Huo Li would dare to upgrade under these circumstances. Most survivors had to reserve a portion of their gold for ammunition, for without bullets, no amount of armor could withstand the onslaught of the undead. Of course, Huo Li harbored no such concerns. He returned to the driver's seat and slammed the door shut with a solid thud. The sound of the lock clicking into place seemed to silence the world around him. The dual supercharged engine let out a low rumble as the heavy-duty tires crunched over gravel, propelling him towards the dark zone of the northwest graveyard. The weather today was particularly grim, with clouds hanging low as if they might collapse at any moment. Outside the window, the world appeared desolate, with withered yellow grass trembling in the cold wind. Though the system did not display an exact temperature, Huo Li estimated, glancing at the frost-covered stones outside, that the outdoor temperature was nearing freezing. Opening the World Chat channel, he was met with a chorus of lamentations. Chapter 33. The Onset of Low Temperatures. Not the Good Samaritans. World Chat channel. Damn it, I'm freezing. Who has gasoline? I'm willing to trade materials for it. This wretched car can't stand the cold without air conditioning. My door hasn't been upgraded yet. It's leaking air like a sieve. Is this hellish weather trying to freeze us alive? Brothers, don't panic. This is surely just a temporary cold snap. It will pass in a couple of days. Don't kid yourself. This game isn't that benevolent. I feel like worse is yet to come. No way. It's only been a few days. They can't just eliminate all of us, can they? Don't tell me you think everyone is like you. Ha! A minus. What are you pretending for? Huo Li scoffed at the self-soothing remarks. Temporary? How naive. From past experiences, it was evident that hordes of high-level zombies were beginning to emerge, and the safe zones were rapidly shrinking. The difficulty of survival would only escalate exponentially. The current chill was merely an appetizer. In the future, acid rain, hail, extreme heat, and even more absurd disasters would follow suit. He reached for the air conditioning knob. While others were short on fuel, he was not. As warm air began to circulate, the temperature inside the car quickly climbed to nearly 14 degrees and continued to rise. Huo Li leaned back, sinking into the plush leather seat. Feeling the delicate texture of the leather against his skin and inhaling the warm, dry air within the vehicle, he listened to the howling wind outside. This stark contrast made him involuntarily close his eyes in contentment. This was living. After so many days of fighting, often curled up on the rigid back seat, he finally felt somewhat human again. He needed to earn more gold today, he mused. Once he had sufficient funds, he could upgrade the refrigerator in the car and then head to the trading post to stock up on frozen meats. Though lacking a kitchen, cooking over a campfire in the wild for an outdoor barbecue would be splendid. Eating sandwiches and hot dogs daily had left him yearning for real meat. Those items barely had a hint of meat flavor and paled in comparison to devouring a hearty steak. Of course, the ultimate solution would be to acquire Lu Jingli's massive RV, for it featured a kitchen. Just the thought of Lu Jingli and that luxurious mobile mansion stirred a fire in Huo Li's heart. How could one endure the apocalypse without a beautiful companion? Naturally, all of this was for the continuation of human civilization. Everything for humanity. He concocted a grandiose justification for himself, a sly smile gracing his lips. Huo Li had never considered himself a good person. The promises of protection he made in public were merely to secure the first kill for himself. Sometime later, the system notification chimed. Ding, you have left the safe zone. As the message faded, Huo Li's gaze sharpened instantly. In the rearview mirror, two motorcycles, one red and one black, were rapidly closing in from behind. They flanked him on either side, clearly intent on ambushing the seemingly cumbersome RV. The riders were masked, revealing only their cold, ruthless eyes, unmistakably not the kind of individuals one would wish to encounter. Ah, they think of me as an easy target? Huo Li shukulat kuldi. He had long heard tales of survivors hunting their kind at the edges of safe zones. It was said that when a survivor was killed, their supplies would spill forth from their backpack. Compared to the tough, resilient zombies, the defenses of ordinary humans were as fragile as paper, especially in this apocalyptic environment, where a mere scratch from a rusty blade could prove fatal. Moreover, defeating a zombie yielded only 0.1 gold coin, while the reward for killing a human was substantially higher. Killing and looting promised exponential returns. The two motorcycles approached swiftly, and the rider on the red motorcycle brandished a dark shotgun. They would not be recognized as enemies by the fire control system unless they initiated the attack first. But that didn't mean Huo Li wouldn't strike first. The best offense is a strong defense. With a mere thought, the fire control turret on the roof swung into position. The M61 Vulcan Gatling's muzzle locked onto the red motorcycle like the grim gaze of death. Hot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. The metallic storm erupted in an instant. Unfortunately, due to the target's distance, the accuracy was slightly off, and he failed to obliterate it immediately. The rider on the red motorcycle was thrown into a panic by the sudden barrage. What the hell? It's automatic. He had assumed the Gatling on the roof was merely fixed in place, needing someone to poke their head out to operate it. And he had planned to shoot as soon as someone did. The Gatling's rotation nearly startled him into submission. Moreover, next to that imposing Gatling, there was an RPG. Holy crap, an RPG. The rider was instantly terrified. This was no mere sheep. This was a T-Rex in sheep-esque clothing. Time to retreat. He shouted and abruptly twisted the handlebars, intending to turn around and flee. But Huo Li would not grant him that opportunity. You think you can come and go as you please? Have you consulted the formidable weapon in my hands? The Gatling continued to roar with fury, while the newly mounted RPG-7 slowly adjusted its aim. Boom! This was Huo Li's first real battle since acquiring this formidable weapon. Little did he expect the target to be a fellow survivor rather than a zombie. The rocket trailed a long plume of flame, accurately striking the red motorcycle as it turned. Bang! A massive fireball erupted. The instant the red motorcycle was hit, its fuel tank exploded, disintegrating the bandit into countless fragments. The other black motorcycle was also caught in the shockwave, sending its rider tumbling to the ground. That bandit struggled for a moment, attempting to rise, but ultimately failed. As he beheld the approaching steel war machine, the malice in his eyes swiftly transformed into despair. He clasped his hands together, kneeling on the ground, incessantly murmuring something that resembled a prayer, yet also bore the weight of a desperate plea for mercy. Huo Li turned the vehicle around, gradually drawing closer. Through the thick bulletproof glass, he coldly observed the face contorted by fear, devoid of any semblance of compassion or hesitation. In the next life, be a good person. Boom! Another RPG. The figure that had been bowing and begging for mercy vanished instantaneously amidst the flames and smoke. Witnessing this scene, Huo Li felt an unexpected tranquility within. The once nauseating sensation evoked by gruesome imagery had dissipated entirely. After enduring enough, one becomes numb to it. Moreover, he recorded the entire episode on video and promptly uploaded it to the global chat channel. The message contained nothing but a single space, requiring no additional declaration. The RPG would eloquently speak for him. The video lasted barely a minute, capturing the approach of two masked motorcycles, the emergence of firearms, the obliteration by the RPG, and the final image of a kneeling figure still taken away by a single shot. It was all presented in high definition, unedited and raw. Chapter 34, Silver Treasure Chest. Joyful Beverage 5. Huo Li's objective was clear, to establish dominance. In this world where the rule of law has collapsed and morality has decayed, kindness is the greatest vulnerability, while the power to instill fear serves as the best talisman. He wished to eradicate any future pest from bothering him. The moment the video was uploaded, it ignited a frenzy in the global chat channel. Oh my god, an RPG. Is it truly an RPG? What god possesses such a weapon? This is utterly satisfying. These bandits have been killing and looting at the edge of the safe zone for days. They finally met their match. Well done. Huo God is incredible. That firepower is simply invincible. Those were 2 motorcycles, and they were obliterated in an instant. Wasn't that a bit too cruel? The last person had already knelt down and begged for mercy. Why was he still killed? Get lost, you bleeding heart. Those are bandits. If Huo God had a gun, he would be the one dead. Exactly. Showing mercy to enemies is nothing short of cruelty to oneself. Such scum deserve no pity. But perhaps they were also forced into this for survival. After all, times are tough for everyone. So, does that mean I can rob you for my own survival? Enough, enough. I'm convinced. From now on, I'll steer clear of Huo God's vehicle. It's terrifying. Observing the uproar in the channel, Huo Li merely scoffed disdainfully. Cruelty? Random killings? In this world governed by the law of the jungle, only the strong possess the right to define the rules. He cared not for how others perceived him, nor did he feel the need to explain anything. His sole focus remained on one thing, to grow ever stronger. The reason this video stirred such a commotion was ultimately due to his overwhelming strength. Only the powerful merit attention. Even in silence, a single video sufficed to instill dread in all. Huo Li continued driving his armored RV across the desolate expanse. His gaze swept around vigilantly. The outside world differed markedly from the safe zone, with a higher probability of treasure chests and superior quality. Indeed, before long, he spotted a dazzling silver glimmer amidst a dense patch of withered grass. A silver treasure chest. Huo Li's eyes brightened, and with a sharp turn of the steering wheel, the massive vehicle crushed through the underbrush. Adhering to his usual protocol, he unleashed a barrage of firepower. Having recently faced bandits, Huo Li was now more cautious. He certainly did not wish to be caught by surprise while opening a chest. Rat-a-tat-tat, the fire god, Gatling roared first, unleashing a hail of bullets that flattened the grass and shrubs surrounding the treasure chest. A dozen zombies hidden in the underbrush were turned into mere sieves before they could even reveal themselves. Following this, Huo Li pressed the horn with fervor. Beep! The piercing sound echoed across the desolate wasteland. As expected, a few zombies staggered out from behind a massive boulder several hundred meters away. Boom! 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 Without any hesitation, Huo Li fired 3 RPGs. Amidst the resounding explosions, those zombies were sent soaring into the air. But that was not the end. Huo Li directed his RPGs towards several mounds and bushes that seemed fit for hiding, regardless of whether anyone lurked within, sending greetings their way. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dust flew, and flames soared into the sky. Now it was quiet. Huo Li surveyed the devastation around him, nodding in satisfaction. A cautious approach ensures longevity. In this apocalyptic world, where even shotgun-wielding bandits roam freely, who could guarantee that a seasoned sniper wasn't lurking in the shadows, aiming at his head? Once he confirmed absolute safety, Huo Li finally pushed open the car door and strode toward the silver treasure chest. Ding! Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Acquired Stamina Enhancement Serum, Rare X1. Acquired Cola X5. Acquired Gold Coins X8. Gazing at the system notification, Huo Li could not suppress the smile spreading across his face. What a treasure! He first picked up the vial glowing with a faint blue light. Stamina Enhancement Serum. Quality, Rare Blue. Injecting it grants a permanent increase of 1 stamina point. Description: 10 injections a day. Talent is irrelevant. Stamina 1? Not bad. While it may not compare to the previous epic level of 2, even a mosquito's leg is meat, and this was a tangible enhancement to his physical prowess. Without hesitation, Huo Li injected the serum into his arm, feeling a familiar warmth invigorate every cell of his body. Next, his gaze fell upon the 5 cans of red cola. I thought as much. No wonder cola was so expensive in the trading market. It turns out this item only appears in high-level treasure chests. It makes sense, as it provides sugar, quenches thirst, and is remarkably delicious, truly a scarce resource in the apocalypse. This is indeed the joyful beverage. Delighted, Huo Li stowed the cola and gold coins into his backpack, then eagerly opened his personal attribute interface. Huo Li. Stamina, 8. Spirit, 5. Agility, 55. Talent, Infinite Firepower, SSS Unique. Vehicle, Armored RV, Tier 2. Looking at the impressive 8 points in stamina, Huo Li clenched his fist. A sensation of unprecedented strength coursed through him. At this moment, even without a vehicle, he could likely take down a bull with his bare hands. Assuming the bull didn't put up a fight. Huo Li chuckled. The satisfaction derived from this enhancement in stamina surpassed anything a firearm could offer. After securing his items in the backpack, Huo Li continued driving the armored RV at high speed across the wasteland. After some time, the ominous black grave forest reappeared in his line of sight. From a distance, he spotted Zhang Peng's off-road vehicle, covered in barbed wire, alongside Wang Tung's collision-resistant jeep. Before he could approach, Wang Tung's message popped up in the regional channel. Regional chat channel. Wang Tung, wow. Huo brother has arrived. Huo God is here. Wang Tung, did I see correctly? Has Huo brother's vehicle upgraded in size? Wang Tung, this is incredible. It's only been a few days. And while Zhang Peng and I are still fretting over a few steel plates, Huo brother is already driving an RV. Zhang Peng, that's Huo brother's strength. Do you think it's as easy as just talking nonsense like you? Wang Tung, aminos. You sycophant. Huo brother hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already shouting. Watching these two lively characters resume their daily banter, Huo Li couldn't help but shake his head. He gradually parked the vehicle beside theirs. Through the thick, bulletproof glass, he immediately noticed a young girl sitting in the passenger seat of Wang Tung's jeep. The girl, dressed in somewhat tattered clothing, gazed at Wang Tung with an expression of admiration. Holly's lips twitched, his mind swirling with incredulity. How could it be that even Wang Tung managed to find himself a companion? And there was also a short-haired woman in Zhang Peng's vehicle. Was I truly the only solitary soul amidst this gathering? Is this normal? Is this scientifically plausible? Of course, if he genuinely desired to find someone, all it would take would be to post a location in the global channel. Within half an hour, a throng of beautiful women would likely besiege his car door. Throughout the journey, countless young women had slid into his private messages, sending alluring photos in hopes of being taken in, some even hinting at their willingness to entertain any sort of arrangement. Yet, Holly scrutinized each with a critical eye before resolutely choosing to ignore them. In a lawless apocalypse, finding a companion necessitated meticulous screening and evaluation. One must be cautious, should one meet a girl only to discover she is flanked by burly men armed with firearms. It could spell disaster. After all, even in peaceful times, one could fall victim to a scam, let alone now. At that moment, Zhang Peng also noticed the formidable addition atop Holly's vehicle. Regional chat channel, Zhang Peng. Holy crap, brother Holly, is that an RPG on your roof? Zhang Peng. Goodness gracious, a Gatling gun paired with an RPG? Brother Holly, are you planning to pierce the heavens? With that firepower, even a tank wouldn't stand a chance. Zhang Peng and Wang Tung were genuinely taken aback, while they were still scavenging for materials to upgrade their doors. Holly's firepower had already ascended to a level reminiscent of modern warfare. Is this the disparity between individuals? Holly chose to disregard their flattery and directly conveyed a warning in the regional chat. Regional chat channel, Holly, last night, I pursued a high-level zombie that fled deep into the cemetery. It may be perilous in there today. Exercise caution. Upon reading this, Zhang Peng and Wang Tung fell silent. After several seconds, a flurry of exclamations erupted. Regional chat channel, Wang Tung. Zhang Peng. Wang Tung. Pursuing a high-level zombie? At night? And into a cemetery? Zhang Peng. Brother Holly, are you some kind of deity? We don't even dare step outside the safe zone at night. And you're off hunting high-level monsters? The two were genuinely frightened. Chasing high-level zombies outside the safety of the zone at night? They only dared to engage in positional warfare within the confines of the safe zone, let alone pursue high-level zombies. They would be lucky to escape if they encountered one. Is this the realm of the elite? Despite their fear, both were eager to venture forth. The surrounding resources had been nearly exhausted, and they urgently required materials to upgrade their doors in preparation for the increasingly frigid weather and escalating hordes of the undead. Regional chat channel. Holly, that creature is a mutated parasitic dog, quite large and exceptionally swift. If you encounter it, do not hesitate. Immediately retreat to your vehicle and refrain from firing. Your firearms will be ineffective against it. I will handle it. Zhang Peng. Thank you, Brother Holly. We are immensely grateful. Wang Tung. Brother Holly, you are a true friend. I am firmly holding on to this thigh, having conveyed the necessary warnings. Holly once again activated the god of fire Gatling gun. Virum. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The metallic storm unleashed its fury, shattering the massive tombstones that obstructed the path, widening the previously narrow passage to allow his sizable armored RV to pass through. The convoy resumed its journey. The jeep and off-road vehicle led, with Holly bringing up the rear. Today, the cemetery felt even more frigid than the last, as the cold wind whistled through the gravestones, emitting eerie, wailing sounds. Zhang Peng and Wang Tung's hands trembled from the cold, their shooting accuracy evidently hindered by the harsh weather, leading to occasional stray zombies charging towards the convoy. Holly had intermittently engaged the automatic fire control to provide cover. Yet, he was cautious, opting for single shots rather than continuous fire. He did not wish to reveal the secret of his limitless ammunition, a trump card he intended to keep hidden. Naturally, he believed others would feel the same, unless absolutely necessary. They would not divulge their special abilities. This was also why he had installed the RPG, but never utilized it in front of them. A trump card is most formidable when concealed. Regional chat channel, Wang Tung. For the love of minus. This wretched weather is freezing me to death. My hands are nearly numb. Wang Tung. Thank goodness Brother Holly is back there providing cover. Otherwise, that zombie would have charged right up to my vehicle. Zhang Peng. Indeed. It's unbearably cold, and in this dark zone, there isn't a hint of sunlight. Observing the two lamenting in the channel, Holly stretched lazily. Since leaving the safe zone, the heavy steel door of his armored RV had remained shut. The thick, bulletproof glass provided impeccable insulation, entirely shutting out the bitter cold. The warm air from the air conditioning blew gently, making the interior feel like spring. Holly even found himself feeling a bit warm and decided to shed his outer coat. Donning only a light shirt, he turned to open the mini fridge and retrieved a can of freshly chilled cola. Fizz! The sound of the pull tab being lifted resonated delightfully in the quiet cabin. Holly tilted his head back and took a hefty swig. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, the dense carbonation bursting upon his tongue, washing away his fatigue and leaving behind a sweet and refreshing aftertaste. Holly let out a satisfied sigh. Outside, the world was frozen in despair, while inside his vehicle, he enjoyed the warmth and chilled cola. This life is one I wouldn't trade for anything, even for a divine being. He returned to the driver's seat, savoring his cola while glancing at the two vehicles trembling in the cold wind ahead. His mood inexplicably lifted. Gulp gulp, Zhang Peng, peering through the rearview mirror, caught sight of Holly in the driver's seat, head tilted back, holding that iconic red can. Holy smokes, is that cola? Zhang Peng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. In this hellish place where even clean water was rationed, Holly had the audacity to drink cola, and, judging by the condensation on the can, it was still chilled. Glancing at his own bottle of water, frozen solid like a popsicle, Zhang Peng felt a wave of envy wash over him. He gritted his teeth and twisted off the cap, taking a desperate gulp. The icy water slid down his throat like a knife, sending shivers through his entire body, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. This is what it means to be outclassed. Zhang Peng then realized that Holly's window had been firmly shut. He and Wang Tung had left their windows wide open for the sake of shooting, allowing the frigid air to invade their vehicle without restraint. Meanwhile, Holly, his rooftop Gatling, could fire automatically without any manual control. There was no need to open the windows. Sitting comfortably in the warmth of his vehicle, sipping on chilled cola, while watching the zombies outside being turned into Swiss cheese. If only I could have such a setup. Zhang Peng couldn't help but entertain that thought. But in the next moment, he vigorously shook his head, dismissing the dangerous notion from his mind. What nonsense. Rob Holly? He had watched that video countless times. 2 motorcycles, 2 living men, reduced to mere meat confetti by an RPG. Furthermore, Holly's lethal prowess, showcased in a video that intimidated even through the screen. His ferocity was palpable. A person like him wouldn't fear your revenge. He would fear your inaction. The convoy continued onward. Suddenly, Zhang Peng's eyes brightened. Regional chat channel, Zhang Peng. Holy cow. A silver treasure chest. It's right behind that broken monument. He excitedly pressed the gas pedal, eager to get there first. Roar. However, before he could approach, a horde of slender, swift-moving, mutated zombies surged forth from behind the broken monument. They moved with astonishing speed and seemed unfazed by the cold, charging through the wind and snow. Fire! Shoot quickly! Zhang Peng bellowed as the 3 guns within the vehicle unleashed a barrage of gunfire simultaneously. Wang Tung was also desperately providing support. However, the freezing weather rendered everyone's fingers numb, severely impairing their accuracy. Coupled with the astonishing speed of these zombies, Zhang Peng's vehicle was forced to retreat, unable to approach the tantalizing treasure chest. Just then, a low, menacing whirring sound of machinery filled the air. Chapter 36. The Silver Treasure Chest. The fist is the principal. Huo Li's massive armored RV cruised leisurely from behind. One hand firmly gripped the steering wheel while the other held a can of cola, his expression one of utter contentment. The Vulcan Gatling gun atop the vehicle and the automatic machine gun at the front roared in unison. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. It was the first time Zhang Peng and Wang Tung witnessed Huo Li firing continuously. In that moment, they truly understood the essence of a relentless metal storm. The hail of bullets formed an impenetrable metallic wall, instantly shredding the aggressive mutant zombies into mere fragments. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Limbs flew in all directions. Those monsters that had left Zhang Peng at a loss were rendered as fragile as paper before Huo Li's firepower. What the hell? Zhang Peng stared in astonishment. Forgetting to pull the trigger of his gun, Huo Li maneuvered the vehicle, its enormous explosion-proof tires ruthlessly crushing the remnants beneath, producing a bone-cracking sound, and came to a steady halt beside the silver treasure chest. Beep! Immediately afterward, a shrill horn blared. Zhang Peng and Wang Tung jumped in fright. What the hell? Are you insane, brother? Honking the horn at this time? They usually approach treasure chests with utmost caution, fearful of attracting even a single stray zombie. Yet Huo Li seemed indifferent, honking merely to lure out any lurking zombies and ensure a clean sweep before opening the chest. If a horde were to appear, he could always blow them away with an RPG. Once he confirmed the surroundings were quiet, Huo Li donned his jacket, opened the car door and stepped out. However, instead of heading directly for the treasure chest, he first positioned the RV to block the line of sight between the chest and Zhang Peng's vehicle. One must always guard against betrayal. Even though these two now seemed compliant, who could guarantee that, faced with immense temptation, they wouldn't act rashly? Obscuring their view and shooting line was the most prudent course of action. Huo Li opened the treasure chest. Ding! Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Acquired. Rainwater collector, rare, X1. Acquired. Water filter, rare, X1. Acquired. 8 gold coins. Huo Li's eyes lit up at the items revealed. Rainwater collector. Quality, rare blue. Vehicle component. Once installed, it can automatically collect rainwater and channel it into the vehicle. Water filter. Quality, rare blue. Vehicle component. Once installed, it can filter harmful substances from wastewater, making it drinkable. What splendid items. Moreover, acquiring a complete set at once filled Huo Li with joy. This essentially meant his water supply issues were resolved. Along with the water tank and bathroom in the vehicle, he no longer had to worry about bathing, laundry, or even drinking water. Indeed, the treasures from high-tier chests were always artifacts that could fundamentally enhance one's quality of life. As for basic items like bottled water and bread, those were likely only found in lower-tier chests. Huo Li stowed the items away and returned to the warmth of the vehicle. Regional chat channel. Huo Li, I've taken this chest. If we encounter a bronze treasure chest next, it belongs to Zhang Peng. Although this silver chest was rightfully his due to strength, it was still necessary to provide some incentive. After all, Huo Li wasn't in desperate need of a bronze chest. Regional chat channel. Zhang Peng, no problem. Brother Hua, you rightfully deserve it. If it weren't for your intervention, we would have met our end there. Wang Tung, exactly. This chest clearly has Brother Hua's name on it. Anyone who dares to steal it will have to answer to me. The two had no objections, even feeling a bit fortunate. In this wretched weather, they could hardly keep their guns steady. Being able to share a meal with Huo Li was already a stroke of luck. Such as the nature of the apocalypse, might makes right. Huo Li's might was evidently something they could only look up to. Before long, it was 2 p.m. Due to prior warnings about high-tier zombies, they opted not to delve deeper, but instead explored the periphery. Additionally, Huo Li was somewhat unwilling to play along. The Gatling gun had hardly ceased firing, and their exploration proceeded at a rapid pace. While Huo Li feasted on riches, Zhang Peng and Wang Tung managed to savor a bit of the spoils as well. Zhang Peng opened 2 iron chests and 1 bronze chest, while Wang Tung had good fortune too, securing 2 bronze and 1 wooden chest. Huo Li himself casually opened 2 bronze chests, earning 7 gold coins, and sold a collection of miscellaneous items for 32 gold coins at the trading post. At that moment, Huo Li reclined on the single bed inside the vehicle, clad only in a thin t-shirt, relishing the comfort provided by the air conditioning. Through the window, he watched as Wang Tung and Zhang Peng's vehicles slowly departed. Wang Tung, bundled in a tattered cotton coat he had scavenged, shivered in the driver's seat, nearly on the verge of tears from the cold. Even in daylight, they needed to hurry toward the safe zone. For them, spending the night outside the safe zone remained an unthinkable taboo. Finally, they were gone. Watching the 2 vehicles vanish from sight, Huo Li sprang up, his demeanor shifting to one of sharp focus. The area was clear of onlookers. Now, it was time for his performance. Huo Li returned to the driver's seat, a wild grin spreading across his face. No more playing around. Full firepower unleashed. Virum! The Vulcan Gatling gun erupted with an unprecedented roar, the 6 barrels spinning at full throttle. Simultaneously, the RPG-7 mounted at the right rear of the vehicle commenced its solo performance. Boom, 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 boom. There were no intervals for reloading. Rockets soared forth in rapid succession like a volley of firecrackers. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the graveyard. The once eerie and foreboding graveyard transformed into a blazing inferno. The massive black tombstones crumbled and shattered under the relentless blasts, disintegrating into a storm of debris. Huo Li resembled a demolition team leader, leaving nothing but flattened earth in his wake. Hide? I wonder where you think you can hide. Choosing not to emerge, huh? Then I'll just turn this place upside down and blast you to pieces. If Zhang Peng were to witness this scene, he would likely accuse Huo Li of cheating. Which RPG can fire continuously like that? Without even needing to reload, it was a non-stop barrage. This was outright cheating, with a thunderous noise. The zombies throughout the graveyard were roused. Swarms of the undead surged from all directions like a black tide. Yet Huo Li showed no fear, even shifting in a drive, advancing rather than retreating. In the past, he had feared being encircled due to blind spots in the vehicle's firepower. The automatic fire control base had limited rotation speed, making it difficult for a single Gatling gun to cover both the left rear and right rear simultaneously. But now, with an RPG-7 added to the right rear, the situation was dramatically different. The approaching horde of zombies was no more than a group of helpless dolls, easily dispatched. Huo Li unleashed a relentless onslaught, quickly surpassing the spot Wang Tung had marked yesterday, plunging deeper into the heart of the graveyard. The slender-limbed, green-eyed mutant zombies began to appear in droves. They were incredibly fast, having previously inflicted significant damage on Huo Li, depleting 8 of his durability. But today, boom! Before they could get close, a dense barrage of rockets already blanketed the area ahead. These agile zombies never even had the chance to exploit their speed advantage, being obliterated into mere fragments. At last, after a frenzied spree of carnage, Huo Li caught sight of that familiar silhouette. Chapter 37. Special Achievement Treasure Chest. The Doomsday Train. That mutated parasitic hound. It was currently lurking behind a massive stone tablet that had yet to fully collapse. Its head, a grotesque blossom of cracked petals, was writhing with repulsive parasitic tendrils. Unlike the previous night, it did not charge forth with wild abandon. Instead, it appeared to hesitate, caught between fear of Huo Li's devastating firepower and the ominous abyss that lay behind it. I found you. A glimmer of determination flickered in Huo Li's eyes. There was no need for further dialogue. The fire god Gatling and RPG locked onto their target simultaneously. Tot. Boom, boom, boom. The stone tablet, along with the lurking parasitic hound, was instantly engulfed by a tempest of metal and explosive flames. This time, it had no chance of resurrection. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the first kill of the mutated parasitic hound, earning a high-level achievement treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the first kill of a boss monster, earning a special achievement treasure chest. Nice! Huo Li exclaimed, slapping his thigh in exuberance, nearly leaping with joy. After 2 grueling days, he had finally accomplished it. A special achievement treasure chest. This was the reward for a boss monster's first kill. Just then a deep, resonant roar erupted from the innermost depths of the tomb forest, echoing as if it were a harbinger from the very bowels of hell. The sound carried an unsettling pressure, as if some ancient, terrifying entity was stirring to life. Huo Li felt a weight in his chest, the oppressive sensation making it difficult to breathe. A glance at the map revealed that he had unwittingly ventured deep into the heart of the tomb forest. This is not right. That creature is certainly beyond my current capabilities. Huo Li resolved instantly, casting aside any thoughts of greed. Retreat. He shifted into reverse and slammed the accelerator to the floor. Thanks to the preceding frenzied bombardment, the path he had traversed was now completely cleared of obstacles. The armored vehicle shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Only upon emerging from the forest, once again basking in the warm, albeit faint, afternoon sunlight, did the oppressive feeling dissipate completely. Huo Li let out a long breath, realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. What malevolent entity lurked within? He understood that this creature was undoubtedly formidable, certainly beyond his current means to confront. He parked the vehicle in a safe, open area. Following his usual protocol, he fired several RPG rounds at nearby vantage points suitable for sniping to ensure complete safety before tallying his loot. Mutated parasitic hound, 5 gold. Silver treasure chest plus 2 bronze treasure chests, 32 gold. Normal zombie kills, 31 gold. The total number of zombies slain this time surpassed that of the previous night, primarily due to the indiscriminate RPG bombardments that proved extraordinarily efficient after Zhang Peng and his companions left. It could be said that the RPG remained exceedingly authoritative, especially when bolstered by the SSS talent, rendering its rapid-fire use akin to cheating. Total gold income, 592. Huo Li gazed at the figure, his breath quickening. This did not even account for the 2 achievement treasure chests. This time, he had truly struck it rich. His heart raced with excitement. This round of gold income was remarkably high, and it was not over yet. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly eyeing the 2 treasure chests radiating alluring light within his backpack. Huo Li took a deep breath and opened the high-level achievement treasure chest first. Ding! Successfully opened high-level achievement treasure chest. Gained, for gold. Gained, Eye of Identification skill scroll, legendary, X1. Huo Li grasped the scroll, emanating a mystical purple-gold glow. Eye of Identification. Quality, legendary. Type, active. Effect, consumes mental energy to display partial information about the target, the content of which depends on the user's intentions. What the heck? This is a divine skill. Huo Li trembled with excitement. There were no restrictions on the target. What did this mean? It meant he could uncover anyone's secrets, their talents, skills, equipment, even their locations. All would be transparent before him, provided he wished to know. And most crucially, the target would remain unaware. What an extraordinary one-way transparency information advantage. In future encounters, a mere glance would reveal friend or foe, hidden cards, and whether he could eliminate them. All would be laid bare. With this ability, his mother would no longer need to worry about him being outsmarted. Huo Li tore open the scroll without hesitation. The scroll transformed into a stream of light and penetrated his forehead. Ding! You have learned the skill, Eye of Identification. Huo Li could hardly contain his eagerness to test it out. He opened a private chat channel and scrolled through previous records, fixating on the name Lu Jingli. Eye of Identification, activate. He silently chanted, and instantaneously, information about Lu Jingli materialized in his mind. Lu Jingli. Appearance, 96 points, based on user preference. Purity, 100. Friendliness, 95. Talent, S-level mechanical creation. Identity, President of the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce. Vehicle, giant RV, located in the abandoned district of the safe zone, parked, fuel level 30. Skills, none. A friendliness score of 95? Huo Li was pleasantly surprised, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. This level of friendliness was essentially equivalent to trustworthy allies, possibly hinting at even deeper implications. Recalling the 2 meals he had previously enjoyed at Lu Jingli's expense, he felt almost certain. Moreover, now that he could freely access Lu Jingli's RV, it was effectively an open secret, merely a matter of time before they acknowledged it. Clearly, those 2 mechanical cores had not been given in vain, Huo Li mused. In this apocalyptic world, where trust was elusive, human deceit was the most challenging to guard against. Even though he had previously interacted with Zhang Peng, he had refrained from casually exiting the vehicle, fearing betrayal. But now, with his friendliness score as a reference, he could discern who wished him harm and who was genuinely sincere with a mere glance. However, just then, Huo Li suddenly felt a sharp pang in his head, a slight dizziness washing over him. Was this the toll of mental energy? He shook his head. It seemed he would need to stock up on mental enhancement potions, or else fainting at the sight of a few individuals would render any further endeavors futile. With a deep exhale, he was finally ready to open the special achievement treasure chest. If the high-level achievement treasure chest had granted him a legendary skill, what marvels would the special achievement treasure chest bestow? Come on, let me witness the surprise you have in store for me. Ding! Successfully opened special achievement treasure chest. Gained, vehicle advancement blueprint, Doomsday Train, mythical X1. Huh, just a blueprint? Huo Li was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly scrutinized the blueprint's description, and his breath hitched. Chapter 38, Mythical Grade Vehicle, Vehicle Advancement Blueprint, Doomsday Train. Quality, mythical, red. Your vehicle will gain an additional advancement option, Doomsday Train, upon its next upgrade. The Doomsday Train comes with exclusive skills, End of the Road Together, and Indestructible Barrier. Note, the Doomsday Train is a unique vehicle. Upgrading to the Doomsday Train requires a substantial amount of gold. After advancing to the Doomsday Train, further conventional advancements will not be possible. Unique vehicle. Only one can exist in the entire world, and it possesses the exclusive skill of Indestructible Barrier. Huo Li's expression turned ecstatic, his eyes fixated on the item description. Even his breathing grew ragged. He had long been concerned that although his armored vehicle had undergone numerous upgrades and modifications, it was not invincible. In the final analysis, the vehicles of the real world are far from invincible. No matter how thick the armor, even that of a tank, stepping on an anti-tank mine can render the power system virtually inoperable. Subsequently, if they encounter a barrage of heavy firepower, it spells certain doom. Moreover, the armor thickness of an armored vehicle does not even come close to that of a tank at this moment. He is acutely aware of the paramount importance of defense. In the face of heavy weaponry, everyone is akin to a glass cannon. The respect that Wang Teng and Zhang Peng hold for him is certainly not mere flattery. It stems from fear. It is due to the formidable Gatling gun mounted atop his vehicle, which renders any upgrades to their bulletproof glass and doors akin to mere paper against the might of an aircraft's cannon. Should Huo Li desire, he could easily snuff out their lives at any moment. Similarly, the survivors in the global chat channel, who display abject terror at the shrinking safe zone, are not solely afraid of the zombies. They fear the darkness of human nature in an apocalyptic scenario. The destructive potential of humanity far surpasses that of the undead. Huo Li is well aware of how many are lurking in the shadows, eyeing his prized possession. The 2 motorcycles from the morning were merely the foolish ones brazen enough to reveal themselves. Who knows how many others are concealed? Huo Li genuinely fears that someone might take a shot at him with a Barrett from the shadows. Even if the thickened, bulletproof glass can withstand it. What about the doors? The tires? Or what if an enemy were to toss a few grenades under his vehicle while he S-parked? What if they happen to possess an RPG? Thus, true safety cannot be achieved merely through the accumulation of armor thickness. It necessitates the acquisition of extraordinary vehicles that transcend the realm of common sense and the rules of reality to ensure genuine security. And now, Huo Li has been presented with such an opportunity, that is to evolve into the Doomsday Train. Merely gazing at the accompanying skill titled Impenetrable Barrier evokes a profound sense of security. Upgrade. Upgrade. I must hastily elevate my vehicle and then advance to the Doomsday Train. Huo Li fervently shouted within, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented ambition. Does the advancement require a substantial expenditure of gold? Irrelevant. He can amass nearly 60 gold coins in a single day. And if he ventures outside the safe zone tonight to gather more monsters, he can easily earn an additional 70 gold coins. Although he is uncertain of the exact amount referred to as a substantial amount of gold, Huo Li is brimming with confidence, for the mere fact that this blueprint can be unveiled signifies that advancement is indeed attainable. At worst, he could spend a few more days farming zombies. While he is confident in his ability to generate wealth, Huo Li does not intend to slow his pace in amassing riches. After all, based on past experiences, the zombies will only grow stronger. In this apocalypse, money equates to combat power, and who would ever complain of having too much wealth? He glanced up at the sky. It was nearing 3 p.m., and there remained some time before darkness fell. Just as Huo Li contemplated whether to explore other dark zones, the message icon in the private chat channel suddenly flickered to life, prompting him to casually click it open. Lu Jingli, I've prepared a meal. If you don't mind, you can come over. After a moment's contemplation, Huo Li decided to return for a meal. As the saying goes, man is iron, and rice is steel. One cannot thrive on an empty stomach. Although he plans to hunt monsters outside the safe zone tonight, replenishing his energy now is prudent. Furthermore, with the safe zone continuing to shrink, Lu Jingli's location in the abandoned district is not far from the edge of the safe zone. After eating, he can rest for a while and then venture out to hunt monsters as darkness falls. In the wilderness, Huo Li drove his armored vehicle at a swift pace. Along the way, he distinctly noticed that the number of zombies outside the safe zone had increased significantly compared to yesterday, and their aggression seemed markedly heightened. Even during the day, these creatures would frantically howl and pursue his vehicle, displaying a reaction and running speed that appeared at least 20 faster. Huo Li silently analyzed this. Considering the increased number of elite monsters in the shrinking safe zone, if his judgment is correct, the pressure of survival is escalating exponentially. If the survival game exists in different stages, this wretched game may not progress based on survival time at all. In other words, it may not be a matter of simply surviving for a certain duration to advance to the next level. It is likely that progression is based on the percentage of survivors. Ultimately, the game may only advance to the next stage when a number of survivors falls below 50 or even 20. Until then, the pressure of survival will only continue to mount, eliminating enough individuals. With this heavy realization weighing on him, Huo Li drove into the abandoned district. Here, various vehicles were parked, sedans, SUVs, and pickups, most of which had been outfitted with makeshift barriers and steel plates. Yet, compared to Huo Li's heavily armed armored vehicle, they appeared as mere toys for kindergarten children. Members of the Jinghai Commerce Guild huddled together in small groups, their eyes dim and devoid of light. The atmosphere steeped in despair. Clearly, the news of the shrinking safe zone had imparted tremendous pressure upon them. After all, most lacked combat prowess. And if the safe zone were to vanish entirely, they would inevitably be preyed upon and exploited by larger factions. This is, of course, entirely normal. In an apocalyptic world devoid of legal restraints, it is purely the law of the jungle. The law of the jungle has always dictated that the weak are devoured by the strong. Huo Li's armored vehicle slowly made its entrance into the district. Its massive frame, heavy steel plating, and menacing spiked armor exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression in the glow of the setting sun. Is this an RV? My goodness. The armor on the front? Am I seeing this correctly? This vehicle is extraordinarily robust. Just how thick must that glass be? The members of the guild were momentarily taken aback, their eyes subsequently erupting with unmistakable astonishment and envy. Although to Huo Li's discerning eye, the current RV was far from indestructible, to these guild members, who had yet to advance their own vehicles, it was nothing short of a mobile fortress. They had presumed it was merely a lucky individual who had drawn a high-tier vehicle or perhaps a passing big shot. But when their gazes shifted upward to behold the familiar sight of the gleaming, six-barreled Gatling gun atop the vehicle, accompanied by the even more terrifying RPG beside it, realization struck. It was Huo Li. It was that bread truck. Advanced. In just a day, It had transformed into an armored vehicle. My heavens, I haven't even gathered enough steel plates, and he is already driving an armored RV. This upgrade speed is nothing short of rocket-like. The previously somber atmosphere was instantly ignited, replaced by profound reverence. Huo Li pushed open the vehicle door and stepped out. In that moment, the gazes of everyone around him transformed, from initial shock to fervent admiration. Chapter 39. The Favor of a Beautiful Woman. If only God Huo could join our guild. Indeed, even if the safe zone disappears, with this vehicle to establish our presence, who would dare to challenge us? Just then, a young and beautiful girl stepped forth from the crowd. She wore her hair in a high ponytail and donned a slightly thin white down jacket, her petite face slightly pale from the cold, yet still unable to conceal her delicacy. She approached Huo Li, her hands nervously intertwined, her eyes brimming with admiration and sincerity, her voice trembling with a hint of shyness. "Hello, Lord Huo. I'm a member of the guild. My name is Wang Jiajia. I have long admired your reputation. You are even more handsome than the rumors suggest." Huo Li cast her a casual glance. The girl was indeed quite clean-cut, with striking features that, in the past world of Blue Star, would have surely earned her the title of a campus belle. She would rate around an 8 in terms of looks. However, compared to Lu Jingli, she fell somewhat short. Huo Li merely nodded casually, not pausing his stride. He was pressed for time, needing to eat quickly and rest before heading out to hunt monsters beyond the safe zone tonight, striving to maintain his condition to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Seeing Huo Li's indifferent demeanor, Wang Jiajia felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly took a few steps to catch up, mustering her courage to say, "Lord Huo, I am acutely aware of your formidable prowess, and I wish to beseech you to join our merchant guild. Alternatively, might you allow me to become your lodger? My talent lies in sea-level ammunition manufacturing, enabling me to produce a certain quantity of bullets each day. With your remarkable firepower, you must surely find yourself in need of ammunition, correct? If only you would take me in, I could supply you with bullets daily. Even if it means performing other tasks, I am willing." Wang Jiajia harbored a flicker of confidence within her heart. In this apocalyptic world, bullets are indeed a form of hard currency. Though Huo Li wields a Gatling gun with ferocity, the consumption of ammunition must be astronomical. Moreover, she considers herself not lacking in appearance. He surely has no reason to reject her, does he? Huo Li halted his steps, his brow slightly furrowing. A lodger? He recalled hearing mention of such a term in the World Channel. Survivors, upon relinquishing their own vehicles, could become lodgers with the consent of the vehicle's owner. Lodgers are incapable of harming their hosts, and even speaking in the chat channel requires the host's approval. The items within their backpacks are subject to the owner's discretion. One could say they lose all semblance of human rights, becoming a vassal to their host. Yet, I truly do not require bullets. Huo Li felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This was not the first time he had been asked if he needed ammunition. Wang Jijia's talent seemed utterly superfluous to him, a burden rather than a boon. He did not wish to engage further and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Huo Li's continued indifference, Wang Jijia's heart raced with panic. The dreadful weather today instilled an unprecedented fear within her. The fuel in her vehicle was nearly depleted, leaving her hesitant to even turn on the air conditioning. To make matters worse, fuel prices skyrocketed after the temperature dropped. Gasoline that had been 6 gold coins per liter yesterday surged to 3 gold coins today. In such low temperatures, a single liter of gasoline could only sustain the heating for about an hour and a half, meaning that running the heat continuously throughout the day would consume at least 40 gold coins. Such expenditure was astronomical for them, utterly unsustainable. The other members of the guild were likewise struggling to survive. Just this morning, one member had frozen to death in their vehicle. Gazing longingly at Huo Li's warm, sturdy, and reassuring armored RV, her desire nearly overflowed. If only she could board, even as a mere bed warmer, she would be willing. Just as Wang Jiajia pondered how to broach the subject, a voluptuous woman with cascading waves approached. The woman cast a disdainful glance at Wang Jiajia, mockingly proclaiming, "Enough already. Wang Jiajia, spare us the embarrassment. Do you truly think that Ho God is in need of bullets? Your talent has a cooldown period. Producing 100 rounds in a day is the maximum, barely enough for him to fire that Gatling for a few seconds." With that, she turned her attention to Huo Li, donning a sycophantic smile. "Ho God, do not heed her words. That talent of hers is utterly useless to you. I possess a B-level talent in lightweight modification. I can assist in reducing the weight of your vehicle, thereby conserving fuel. With me, your vehicle will run faster and have greater endurance. Surely, you see the greater need for someone like me?" Huo Li appraised the woman with a discerning eye. She might score a modest 75 for looks, though she carried an air of weariness. However, her ample bosom was certainly an asset, bringing her overall score to around 82. Alas, lighter weight, How would that allow me to relish the exhilarating sensation of crushing through hordes of corpses? Furthermore, I genuinely do not lack for fuel. The talents of these two women perfectly sidestepped all of his concerns. Huo Li shook his head in resignation, uttering not a word as he strode past the two envious women, leaving them to exchange glances in the biting cold. Wang Jijia froze, her heart sinking as she observed Huo Li's resolute departure. The frigid wind swept past her, causing her frail form to tremble involuntarily. Her eyes turned red, tears welling up as the feeling of being overlooked and scorned surged within her. Biting her lip, she glared venomously at the voluptuous woman nearby, her gaze filled with resentment. It was all this wretched woman's fault. Had she not interfered, perhaps God would have agreed. The voluptuous woman, equally displeased, shot a fierce glare back. God had clearly shown interest in her before, but this little girl had to come crying and ruin everything, exhausting his patience. The male members of the guild, witnessing the scene, could only stare in envy. Ah, the drought claims some, while the floods claim others. If only Wang Jijia were willing to board my vehicle, I would gladly treat her as a revered guest, even if it meant she became a lodger. As if, with that dilapidated vehicle of yours, only recently upgraded thrice? Does she truly think he would take notice of you? Alas, in this world, it seems that strength is the only currency that matters. Huo Li paid no mind to the farce behind him, continuing deeper into the district. As he passed a street corner, he noticed several guild members gathered around a patrolling mechanical sentinel, their eyes brimming with fervor and reliance. The guild leader is truly remarkable to have created such a contraption. It is nothing short of a harbinger of the future. If only we could acquire a few more. Even the disappearance of the safe zone would not deter anyone from challenging us. Indeed, with such a weapon at our disposal, what need do we have for bicycles? Last night, I personally witnessed this mechanical sentinel dispatch at least a dozen zombies with pinpoint accuracy. It is so reassuring. As long as the guild leader is present, we shall face no peril. No matter how chaotic the outside world becomes, as long as we follow the guild leader, we are sure to survive. Indeed, our guild shall undoubtedly grow and prosper. Huo Li listened to their words with a shake of his head. Though these members professed their trust, the lingering anxiety in their eyes betrayed them. Moreover, they likely understood only that the safe zone was shrinking, unaware of the terrifyingly exponential rate at which it was contracting. In 2 days, perhaps even less, time would run out for Lu Jingli, even if she were to labor tirelessly to produce 3 more mechanical sentinels. What would it do? Could she safeguard this vast guild? Could she protect the numerous dead weighed among them? Huo Li shook his head, pressing onward until he encountered the second mechanical sentinel. Its condition astonished him. This sentinel was marred with grime and scratches, its left arm's exterior damaged, revealing the inner circuitry. Clearly a veteran of fierce battles. Yet, it dutifully continued its patrol, its step steady, its gaze unyielding. Truly, an S-level talent. Huo Li nodded in quiet approval. Such injuries would have rendered a human survivor incapacitated. Yet the mechanical unit felt neither pain nor fear, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. Given ample time to develop, even without his presence, Lu Jingli could likely establish a formidable force in this apocalyptic world. Further ahead, Huo Li spotted his own mechanical sentinel number 2. Unlike the others, this one had maintained its integrity, having patrolled around the RV without engaging in strenuous combat. It stood vigilant, MP5 firmly in hand, scanning the surroundings. Leaning against the RV door was Lu Jingli, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, a gentle smile gracing her serene and lovely visage. Huo Li entered the RV with familiarity. Under the warm, yellow light, a modest dinner awaited him on the small dining table. A plate of poached chicken, a dish of boiled broccoli, and 2 bowls of steaming rice. Though merely frozen chicken, sliced and cooked, and the broccoli boiled after thawing. Seasoned with just a pinch of salt, to Huo Li, this was a veritable feast. How delightful! Without hesitation, he seated himself and began to eat. Though the chicken was slightly dry, the authentic texture and flavor of the meat far surpassed the thin slice of ham in a sandwich. Truly delectable. As Huo Li voraciously devoured his meal, he mumbled his admiration. Opposite him, Lu Jingli observed Huo Li's gluttonous demeanor, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a veil of concern. That Huo Li, after a moment's hesitation, she forcibly sought a topic of conversation, her tone laced with a facade of feigned delight. Last night, those 2 mechanical sentinels eliminated a considerable number of zombies. The system notified me that I had also earned some gold coins. Though not much, it means I can start earning coins myself in the future. Huo Li astutely detected the hint of unease in her voice. He set down his chopsticks and gazed calmly at Lu Jingli. Have you noticed? The rate at which the safe zone is shrinking has accelerated. Lu Jingli's smile froze instantly. She fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded quietly. her beautiful eyes betraying an undeniable weariness. Yes, I noticed it this morning while checking the map. At this rate, at most 3 days, and possibly as soon as 2. Huo Li abruptly interjected, his voice cold and rational. The safe zone will vanish entirely. Furthermore, the intensity of the zombies is escalating at an unimaginable pace. Last night, I encountered a boss-level creature. Even your mechanical sentinels would be reduced to scrap metal in a one-on-one confrontation. Lu Jingli's complexion paled, her hands tightly clasped on her knees. Huo Li continued, therefore, I suggest you concentrate all your mechanical sentinels around your RV, prioritizing your own safety. As for the others in the guild, you cannot protect them. Do not harbor the delusion that a few robots can safeguard everyone. That is sheer fantasy. A flicker of struggle and conflict crossed Lu Jingli's eyes. However, Huo Li regarded her with a look of confusion. I am curious, what does this guild mean to you? Lu Jingli sighed, her voice low. You know that initially, I lacked combat abilities. Without forming the guild, I would have been consumed by those barbaric guilds, or worse, reduced to mere playthings. Most of the members here are ordinary people unwilling to be exploited. We're merely huddling together for warmth. Moreover, constructing mechanical sentinels requires considerable materials and gold coins, all of which we pooled together. This RV, though stationary, consumes fuel for air conditioning and power generation, all provided by everyone. They trust me, and I have benefited from them. I do not wish to witness their demise. Ah, a mutual benefit, is it? Huo Li mused inwardly. Yet, he remained unmoved by her words, instead coldly shattering her illusions. Benefits? That is a transaction. They provide resources, and you offer protection. It is quite fair. But now, the foundation of this transaction has crumbled. Given the current situation, monsters growing stronger, the safe zone shrinking rapidly, and the weather becoming increasingly extreme. These all point to one truth. Huo Li locked eyes with Lu Jingli, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. The essence of this game is selection. It is destined that only a small elite will survive, while the vast majority will perish. After all, if no one dies, can it still be called post-apocalyptic survival? Lu Jingli's eyes widened in shock, gripping her clothing nervously. Are you suggesting that most of the members of the Jinghai Guild will die? Not just the Jinghai Guild, Huo Li scoffed. Other guilds are no exception. Most people are still alive solely because the safe zone mechanism continues to protect them. Once that umbrella is withdrawn, they will become lambs to the slaughter. I advise you to make preparations early. The disintegration of this guild is inevitable. Do not sacrifice yourself in the process. Lu Jingli lowered her head in distress, falling silent, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Huo Li chose not to press further. Some truths are best left unspoken. He believed Lu Jingli, being intelligent, would come to her own conclusions. After finishing his meal, Huo Li did not rush to leave. Instead, he suggested a tour of the second floor of the RV. He had already explored the first floor, but was curious about the second's condition. Although Lu Jingli was disheartened, she nonetheless guided him upstairs. Ascending the narrow yet exquisite spiral staircase, the second floor, though slightly low due to the vehicle's height, was still considerably more spacious than Huo Li's armored RV. It was arranged like a cozy little living room, complete with a larger double bed. Huo Li surveyed the surroundings, but was lost in thought. He wondered about the specific effects of the Doomsday train's inherent skill, journey to the end. Could it possibly allow other vehicles to progress alongside? If so, he gazed at the well-equipped RV before him, complete with a kitchen and a second floor, feeling a surge of excitement. Vehicle upgrades could only enhance existing functionalities. One could not simply add a kitchen. If he wished to pursue a higher quality of life, relying solely on his vehicle would be insufficient. Moreover, Lu Jingli possessed the S-level talent, mechanical creation, making her a veritable mobile armory. She had to be included. If he could take her and this RV together, his quality of life in the apocalypse would soar. With this thought, a determined glimmer ignited in Huo Li's eyes as he looked at Lu Jingli. Chapter 41. Women will only affect the speed at which I grow stronger. Are you tired? Would you like to rest here for a while? Lu Jingli asked softly, her voice laced with a subtle hint of probing. Typically, Huo Li would take a nap after meals, but today, he seemed disinclined. Huo Li shook his head. No, I slept quite well last night. Ever since upgrading to the armored RV and acquiring that single bed, his sleep quality had significantly improved. Although it did not match the comfort of Lu Jingli's, it was sufficient to leave him feeling invigorated. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingli felt a tightening in her chest. He did not require rest here? A wave of inexplicable panic surged within her. Was it because he had upgraded his RV that he no longer needed this comfortable environment? Or did he wish to no longer rely on her? Perhaps he had found another woman outside? After all, with his current strength, he could easily attract countless admirers. As these thoughts consumed her, Lu Jingli's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling as she bit her lip, a flicker of confusion and melancholy flashing in her eyes. Yet soon, she admonished herself for her unfounded worries, her cheeks flushing crimson, extending all the way to her ears. What am I thinking? She lowered her head, attempting to mask her fluster by tidying her hair, her fingertips gently entwined with a strand of hair, the faint fragrance emanating from her movements wafting through the air. Huo Li gazed at the beautiful woman before him, her cheeks tinged with pink and radiating shyness, feeling a stirring within himself. A lone man and woman, confined in a room, amidst such an ambiguous atmosphere. Yet he inhaled deeply, suppressing the rising tumult within him. There were more pressing matters at hand. Advancing the doomsday train was of utmost importance. It was the foundation of his survival, and he needed to conserve his energy during such times. As for women, Lu Jingli was right here, her goodwill at 95, and with her identification ability, he had no fear of her making an escape. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Huo Li exchanged a few casual pleasantries before turning to depart. Lu Jingli stood at the RV's doorway, watching his figure disappear, her gaze filled with complexity and reluctance. Huo Li ventured out from the depths of the street to the parking area. Upon his emergence, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Surrounding his armored RV was a throng of female members, at least 40 in total, a sea of black-clad figures. Moreover, judging by their appearances, the quality was remarkably high. Huo Li scanned the crowd, noting that among these women, at least a dozen could be considered beauties. Among them were even those who could be regarded as goddesses or campus belles before their transmigration. Some donned thin sweaters, while others wore nothing but snug base layers. In a near-zero cold wind, they shivered, their faces pale, yet the moment they caught sight of Huo Li approaching, it was as if they had seen a savior, each straightening their posture. Many even went so far as to tug down their coats when Huo Li's gaze swept over them, revealing delicate collarbones and a glimpse of snowy skin. Even with lips turning purple from the cold, they endeavored to present their most alluring selves. Among them was Wang Jiajia, her expression stubborn as she looked at him, her eyes filled with unyielding hope. As Huo Li stepped closer, he felt as though he had become the spotlight on a stage, under the intense scrutiny of countless passionate, yearning, and even somewhat greedy eyes. That sensation was exhilarating, immensely so. Before his transmigration, these women were high and untouchable, surrounded by admirers. They were entities ordinary people wouldn't dare to look at. And now, to capture his attention, to earn the privilege of boarding his vehicle, they were willing to endure the bitter cold, even shedding their outer garments to showcase themselves. This was the allure of power. In this world, strength is paramount. Despite the throng of beautiful women, Huo Li remained unmoved. No one could impede his path to becoming stronger. He commanded them to step aside in a cold tone as he approached. Reluctantly, the crowd parted. Just then, a soft hand grasped the hem of his clothing. Huo Shun, a girl clad in a black low-cut camisole, inched closer. She was stunning, with a tear mole at the corner of her eye, lending her an allure that was hard to resist. Gazing up at Huo Li with her large, watery eyes, she spoke in a voice as soft as spring water. I'm so cold, really so cold. Huo Shun, could you warm me up? Even if just for a moment by the car door would suffice. As she spoke, she leaned closer, almost pressing against him. A powerful scent of perfume mixed with the fragrance of youth wafted toward him, her low-cut attire accentuating her curves, which quivered enticingly with her breath. Meanwhile, whispers filled the air around Huo Li. Wow, Huo Shun is incredibly wealthy. He didn't even turn off the engine when he got out, and the air conditioning is still running. Look, the windows are fogged up. It must be so warm inside. What a waste of precious fuel to burn like that. If only I could sit in there for a while, I'd do anything. If only he wouldn't lock the doors. I'd even be willing to sleep on the floor in there. I envy Wang Jiajia. At least she can talk to Huo Shun. I wish I could catch his eye. Even just to be a plaything would be better than freezing to death. Huo Li glanced through the fogged window at the figures outside, formed by the temperature difference. He had indeed not turned off the engine or the air conditioning. With his SSS level talent, his vehicle's fuel tank was perpetually full. Yet for these women, nearly freezing in the biting wind, it was an unimaginable luxury and waste. A swell of satisfaction and superiority surged within him. The thrill of controlling resources and life itself was intoxicating. Regrettably, he thought, warm you up? Huo Li cast a glance at the girl almost clinging to him, a cold smile gracing his lips as he ruthlessly withdrew his garment from her grasp. If you wish to be warm, then wear more clothing. He strode toward the car door and swung open the heavy steel door. A wave of warmth surged forth, prompting a chorus of envious gasps from the surrounding women. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, sealing off all longing gazes and the chill of the outside air. Huo Li settled into the warm and comfortable driver's seat, peering through the fogged window at the indistinct figures outside. How intriguing this world had become. Once Unattainable beauties were now lining up in the cold to greet him, some even shedding their coats to draw his attention. Yet in the end, they lacked even the qualification to board his vehicle. Chapter 42, Continuing the Hunt. Huo Li gazed out the window at the scantily clad figures shivering in the cold wind, feeling no stir of emotion. Although these women were not lacking in beauty, they paled in comparison to Lu Jingli. Moreover, too many women would only bring trouble. 3 women could create drama, and dozens could turn it into a palace intrigue. More importantly, he was acutely aware of his current situation. Though he seemed to be flourishing, he was, in fact, a glass cannon. His offensive power was undeniably formidable. But what of his defense? Even if his armored vehicle were to be upgraded once more, it would likely falter under the onslaught of heavy firepower, such as an RPG. Not to mention, he had seen someone boast in the World Channel about obtaining anti-tank mines from a bronze treasure chest. This was a dire warning for Huo Li, indicating that weapons capable of threatening him existed, and the likelihood of encountering bronze treasure chests was not low. He feared that the future might see anti-tank mines scattered outside the safety zone, which would be a significant problem. If his vehicle were to roll over one, it would be severely damaged if not destroyed. Thus, his singular priority was to grow stronger, ascend the Doomsday Train, obtain the Unbreakable Wall skill. I shall become invincible, strong enough to dance through a minefield and emerge unscathed. Huo Li believed that the mythical grade vehicle undoubtedly possessed this capability. When that time came, what woman would he not have? What Huo Li sought was absolute safety. He could not accept even the slightest risk, for in this world, where medical resources were scarce, any minor risk could prove fatal. Spending time on romantic entanglements now, that was tantamount to courting death. As he departed, leaving behind a multitude of envious, longing, and yearning gazes, Huo Li pressed the accelerator, the armored vehicle roaring as it sped away from the desolate district. A few minutes later, Huo Li parked the vehicle at the base of a steep cliff on the edge of the safety zone. The rear of the vehicle was snug against the rock, forming a natural barrier. This position was excellent. Backed by the cliff, it avoided ambushes from zombies from behind, while remaining close to the safety zone, allowing for both offense and defense. Should anyone report advanced zombies in the channel, he could respond immediately. Of course, having learned from his wasted trip the previous day, Huo Li was now more discerning. He would not respond to every report. He needed to verify the authenticity of the information first. Once the vehicle was secured, Huo Li maintained his habitual caution. Boom, boom, boom. Several RPGs whistled through the air, accurately obliterating several vantage points suitable for ambush snipers. One must tread carefully. After completing this, Huo Li finally relaxed a bit. He meticulously checked all doors and windows to ensure they were locked. Then, with a mere thought, he activated the automatic fire control mode for the 2 machine guns on the roof. Any zombies approaching within a 100-meter radius would be automatically targeted and fired upon. Having set the defenses, Huo Li shed his outerwear and comfortably lay on a single bed. The heating inside the vehicle was quite sufficient, and soon the bedding was filled with warmth. He closed his eyes, listening to the howling wind outside crashing against the cliff, feeling the soft support of the mattress beneath him. The sensation of being enveloped in heavy armor provided a sense of security that gradually eased the tension of the day. The sky had yet to darken. He would first rest and gather his strength in preparation for the hunting hour. Huo Li turned over in the warm bedding, soon drifting into a steady rhythm of breathing. Time passed, and suddenly a low hum filled the air. The familiar whir of the motor echoed from the roof of the vehicle, soon followed by the thunderous roar of the Vulcan Gatling gun. In an instant, Huo Li was jolted awake, devoid of any confusion, and immediately flipped out of bed to take his place in the driver's seat. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Illuminated by the muzzle flash, Huo Li beheld a scene of chaos beyond the window. A tide of corpses surged forth like a tsunami. This time, however, the horde was evidently different. Those elongated, green-eyed mutant zombies, which had previously only been glimpsed in the dark zones, were now conspicuously mingling among the ranks of ordinary zombies. They moved with astounding speed, darting like the wind. Indeed, the difficulty had escalated once more. Huo Li's expression turned grave. He did not believe that these mutant zombies had emerged due to the explosion he had set off in the graveyard the previous day. Rather, it felt more akin to a mechanism of the game advancing. The survival difficulty was undeniably on the rise, and it seemed many lives would be lost tonight. Confronted by the oncoming horde, the 2 formidable weapons atop the vehicle had already unleashed their full might. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. The Vulcan Gatling gun wove an impenetrable net of metallic fire, reducing any zombie daring to approach into mere fragments in an instant. Meanwhile, the RPG-7 showcased its prowess, each rocket creating a vacuum amidst the throng of corpses, especially those swiftly moving mutant zombies. often found themselves toppled by the shockwave of an RPG before they could close in, only to be met with a hail of bullets from the accompanying machine gun. As Huo Li sat in the driver's seat, gazing at the hellish scene outside, his mind wandered elsewhere. With an additional RPG, the density of firepower had indeed reached a new level. Should he venture to the trading post to procure a rifle? Although he lacked an extra fire control base, he could still manage a shot himself. He hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. No, the current firepower was more than sufficient. There is absolutely no need for me to acquire another weapon. Moreover, with the frigid air outside and the ferocity of the zombies, recklessly opening the window would only heighten the risk. Presently, the vehicle's defenses were nearly invincible, unless faced with a Barrett, an RPG, or that damned anti-tank landmine. Fortunately, such heavy weaponry was rare, at least not found in the trading post. I shall remain inside the vehicle, content to be a spectator. Having confirmed that unless a higher-tier zombie emerged, this wave of corpses could not possibly breach the firepower net, Huo Li finally relaxed. The warmth from the vehicle's heater was ample, and after the earlier tension, he now felt slightly overheated. He stood up, shedding his t-shirt to reveal his well-defined muscles. Huo Li stretched languidly, the joints in his body cracking with a satisfying sound. The air conditioning vent was directly facing him, and the warm breeze caressed his chest, whisking away a hint of discomfort, replacing it with an indescribable sense of comfort. Outside raged a bloody battlefield, yet within the vehicle, it felt as warm and gentle as spring. This stark contrast filled Huo Li with a sense of contentment. He casually activated the vehicle's entertainment system on the central console. With the upgrade to the RV, the control screen had transformed into a vast touchscreen. Huo Li selected an upbeat track from the car's DJ playlist and made his way to the small refrigerator situated in the middle of the cabin. Click! The refrigerator door swung open, releasing a rush of cold air. Huo Li retrieved a chilled can of red cola. The moment his fingertips brushed against the cool, aluminum surface, a jolt of exhilaration surged through him. Pop! The tap sprang open, releasing a torrent of bubbles. He tilted his head back and took a generous gulp, then lazily leaned against the driver's seat, swaying his head gently to the rhythm of the lively music. At this moment, he felt utterly at ease. Even if that leader-class parasitic dog were to appear, it would surely take a detour in the face of his formidable firepower. Outside, zombies fell in droves, their bodies accumulating like a mountain. Inside the vehicle, Huo Li leisurely sipped his cola, casually opening the World Chat channel. Chapter 43, Giant Zombies. Perhaps due to the plummeting temperatures, or perhaps the ongoing contraction of the safe zone, creating mental strain, the channel was devoid of its usual banter, replaced instead by an overwhelming tide of hostility and complaints. World Chat channel. Damn, why are these zombies becoming increasingly difficult to kill? I feel like their speed has more than doubled since yesterday. Me too. My submachine gun's barrel is glowing red, and it's completely wrecked. This life is unbearable. Is this cursed, whether trying to freeze us to death? Fuel prices have skyrocketed to outrageous levels. Who can even afford this? Just 2 days ago, I managed to earn 7 gold coins from trading materials, and now I've spent it all just to keep the air conditioning running. My pockets are emptier than my face. Woe is me. All my loyal followers are dead, and now I have no one to care for me. I'm so hungry. At this rate, I'll have to become a squatter in someone else's car. I'd accept even being a dog if it meant survival. Serve them right. All those sycophants deserve to die. How can you speak like that? Do you have no humanity left? Humanity? In this godforsaken place? Do you dare speak to me of humanity? Can it fill my stomach? Huo Li reclined against the leather seat, swirling his cold cola in hand, and felt an inexplicable sense of ease as he read the lamentations in the World Channel. Though the cacophony of gunfire above was deafening, one grows accustomed to it over time. Compared to those outside, struggling desperately for survival, some even resorting to sacrificing their dignity to become squatters. His current situation felt akin to paradise. No hunger, no cold, and not even a finger had to be lifted to witness his gold coins multiplying steadily. This was the privilege of strong. Observing the complaints regarding the rising fuel prices in the channel, Huo Li impulsively opened the trading post. Gasped upon seeing the figures. Even he, with his substantial wealth, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. 36 gold coins per liter. Just yesterday, it was only 7 gold coins. This was nothing short of highway robbery, a 5-fold increase. Huo Li furrowed his brow, taken aback by how a mere drop in temperature could lead to such drastic price fluctuations. Moreover, this was only the result of 1 day of lower temperatures. If the cold persisted, who knew how high fuel prices might soar? A sense of oppression washed over him. Although he was not short on fuel, he was in dire need of food. As far as he knew, convenience foods and essential materials primarily came from low-level treasure chests. while high-level chests yielded nothing but rubbish like instant noodles or hot dogs. Now that his standards had risen, he held no interest in opening those wooden or iron chests that yielded nothing but trash. Thus, his food sources relied entirely on purchases from the trading post. If food prices were to skyrocket like fuel, alarm bells rang in Huo Li's mind. The volatility of prices was far too severe. This was an exceedingly dangerous signal. He must stock up. Although he had stored some supplies yesterday, it would only last him about 10 days. The cold merely increased fuel consumption, but who knew what might unfold in the future? Acid rain, hail, or even rising sea levels. It was better to be prepared. The skyrocketing fuel prices were a cautionary tale. This time, he needed to stockpile enough for at least a month. And he had to do so before food prices soared to the sky. Huo Li calculated roughly that to stockpile enough food for a month, he would need to invest at least 40 gold coins. That was no trifling sum. Furthermore, upgrading the apocalyptic train would also consume a significant amount of gold, so he was still short on coins. However, the horde of zombies outside provided him with a sense of assurance. With the number of zombies increasing tonight, coupled with their heightened aggression and sharper senses outside the safe zone, the monster aggregation effect was simply perfect. At this slaughtering pace, raking in 80 to 90 gold coins in a single night was absolutely within reach. Gazing at the fallen zombies beyond the window, it seemed as if each one was beckoning him with gold coins. Huo Li nodded in satisfaction. This was all money. After a while, Huo Li stood up to relieve himself in the bathroom at the rear of the vehicle. However, upon returning to the driver's seat, he was taken aback. Huh? What's going on? The once surging tide of corpses had suddenly thinned significantly. The sound of gunfire began to dwindle, punctuated by occasional pauses that lasted several seconds. Huo Li leaned against the car window, observing intently. Indeed, the number of zombies was rapidly diminishing. Those zombies, once mindlessly charging forward, were now scattering aimlessly, with some even retreating. This defied all logic. Huo Li was filled with confusion. It was still the early part of the night. Even within the safety zone, the first half of the night typically saw the most frenzied waves of zombies, only increasing in number. How could they suddenly dissipate? Could they have been frightened into retreat? Impossible. What fear could zombies possess? A vague sense of crisis surged within him. He was in dire need of money. Upgrading to the doomsday train required a substantial amount of gold coins. Stockpiling food for a month also consumed a significant amount of gold. Even in the future, acquiring better equipment and materials would necessitate gold. The abrupt cessation of the zombie tide meant a severing of his financial lifeline. Huo Li quickly checked his earnings for the night. The amount of gold was precisely 20 coins more than before, bringing his total to 999. This meant he had only dispatched 200 ordinary zombies thus far. What could he accomplish with such meager funds? Watching the dwindling hordes outside, Huo Li's gaze hardened. Trying to flee? Those are my coins. I dare anyone to run. He would not sit idly by. Buzz! The twin supercharged engines roared with fury as Huo Li slammed the accelerator to the floor. The massive armored RV charging forth like a ferocious steel beast across the desolate plains. Flee? Where could they possibly go? The powerful headlights pierced the darkness, illuminating the barren land ahead. Yet, aside from a few straggling zombies wandering aimlessly in the light, the once dense tide of the undead had inexplicably vanished. This was abnormal. Absolutely abnormal. Huo Li gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression growing more serious. Outside the safety zone at night, it was typically a paradise for zombies, teeming in numbers that could send chills down one's spine. Just last night, while pursuing mutated parasitic dogs, even with a Gatling gun clearing the way, the vehicle's speed had been significantly hindered by the dense zombie tide. But now, he had sped along this path without encountering a single substantial obstacle. The unusual must be examined. While driving, Huo Li kept a close eye on the World Chat channel, hoping to uncover some clues. Sure enough, before long, a message laden with panic appeared. World Chat channel. What the hell is this thing? Everyone, watch the video. Video attachment. Click to play. My god. This thing seems toxic. Don't go near it. Holy crap. Can zombies grow this large? Handguns are utterly ineffective. This creature is tough to deal with. Call for Huo Li. Huo Li immediately clicked on the video. The footage was shaky, clearly filmed by someone in a state of extreme terror. By the dim light of the moon, a giant zombie loomed into view, towering like a small mountain. Chapter 44, Toxic Mist. It was grotesquely bulky, at least 2 stories high. Strangely, it had 3 arms. Each robust arm ended in a massive, glinting bone scythe. Its abdomen was grotesquely swollen, resembling a woman in her 9th month of pregnancy. Yet the center of that distended belly was a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Yellow-green pus oozed from that gaping mouth, the repugnant stench wafting through the screen. Beneath it, Huo Li's pupils constricted sharply. A dense throng of zombies, as if entranced, rushed towards the giant zombie, willingly leaping into its cavernous maw. With every gulp, a dark red glow emanated from the giant zombie, its form seeming to swell even larger. Huo Li gasped, his heart racing. A boss-level zombie. This was undoubtedly a boss-level creature. Moreover, it was evolving by devouring its kin. No wonder the nearby zombie numbers had decreased so drastically. They had all been consumed by this abomination. Huo Li deduced that this single creature alone could not account for the disappearance of the entire tide. More likely, in other locations, similar monsters were engaged in the same grim feast. He could not allow it to continue feasting. A fierce determination sparked in Huo Li's eyes. If he let this giant zombie continue to consume, it would only grow stronger, and even his heavily armed RV might not withstand it. More importantly, this creature was cutting off his source of income. The zombies it devoured should have been gold coins in Huo Li's pocket, daring to steal from him, seeking death. Though confronting a creature of this size filled him with trepidation, he had no other choice. It had to be dealt with swiftly. Huo Li glanced at the map coordinates. It was approximately 20 kilometers from his current position. Not far at all. Full speed ahead. Huo Li pressed the accelerator to the floor once more. The armored RV surging forward like a bolt of lightning towards that unknown terror. As he sped along, he continued to monitor the world channel. Soon, another new video surfaced. Had someone taken action? Huo Li clicked on a video, revealing a well-equipped 6-person team launching an assault on the giant zombie. This squad was clearly no ordinary group of survivors. They possessed 4 automatic rifles and a handgun. The remaining member, though unarmed, bore a large backpack, evidently tasked with ammunition supply. Hot-tot-tot-tot-tot. The rapid gunfire echoed in the video. The 6 members exhibited remarkable marksmanship, each shot aimed at the giant zombie's vital points. Their movements seamlessly coordinated, indicating they were an elite team forged through extensive collaboration. Against ordinary zombies, even mutated ones, this team would easily prevail. But this time, their opponent was that terrifying monster. Each bullet capable of shattering a normal zombie's skull merely caused ripples across the giant's swollen body. It was as if BB pellets had struck thick rubber tires. The bullets couldn't even penetrate its outer skin, only tearing tiny wounds that released waves of nauseating green mist. Such high defenses? Huo Li frowned deeply. This team had survived this long and managed to muster such firepower and coordination, undoubtedly ranking among the top survivors at this stage. Yet even they struggled to breach this creature's defenses. In the video, the giant zombie appeared somewhat irritated, swiping one of its scythes in a furious arc, creating a fierce gust of wind. Though it did not strike any humans, the terrifying force disrupted the squad's formation. Retreat. Quickly retreat. We can't penetrate it. The squad leader's voice rang out, hoarse with urgency. Then the video began to shake violently. The once formidable elite team began to retreat in utter disarray. As the screen faded to black after the video ended, Huo Li's expression grew increasingly grim. If even automatic rifles couldn't breach its defenses, just how thick was this creature's hide? It seemed this boss-level zombie was far more formidable than he had anticipated. However, despite the pressure, Huo Li's foot did not ease off the accelerator in the slightest. If bullets couldn't harm you, what about my fire god cannon and RPG? I refuse to believe your skin is tougher than tank armor. This survivor team was clearly well-trained. Upon realizing their attacks were ineffective, they retreated with remarkable decisiveness. Fortunately, although the gigantic zombie was massive and possessed remarkable defenses, its mobility appeared to be rather sluggish, merely swinging its scythe languidly without any intent to pursue. Just as the small team was about to retreat unscathed, an unforeseen transformation occurred. In the video footage, the last team member, who was responsible for covering their escape, suddenly halted, clutching his abdomen in agony. He bent over violently, beginning to retch uncontrollably. His automatic rifle clattered to the ground, yet he seemed oblivious, desperately clawing at his throat and emitting heart-wrenching dry heaves. What followed was a chilling spectacle. Instead of blood, a viscous, fluorescent green liquid erupted from his mouth. It was the very color of the toxic mist that had spewed from the giant zombie's wounds. Poison. A jolt of alarm coursed through Huo Li's mind. It turned out that the seemingly harmless green mist was the true lethal weapon of this monster. Before his comrades could react, the poisoned team member began to undergo a bizarre transformation. With a guttural roar reminiscent of a beast, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, as if being manipulated by invisible hands. Beneath his once normal skin, countless purple veins bulged forth like worms, rapidly spreading across his body, creating a grotesque and terrifying pattern. In an instant, he ceased his retreat and turned around, staggering towards the colossal zombie with stiffened steps, as if summoned by that gaping maw on its abdomen. Xiaozhang, what are you doing? Come back. His teammates shouted in alarm, some even attempting to rush back to pull him away. However, The team member named Xiao Zhang paid no heed, his eyes now devoid of focus. Even from behind the screen, Huo Li felt a chill shoot up his spine. This was not merely a physical infection, but a psychological control. Indeed, it was an infection. Huo Li observed the screen, swiftly reaching a conclusion. That seemingly fearsome scythe was likely just a facade for clearing obstacles or intimidating foes. The monster's true trump card lay in that insidious, toxic mist. Within the mist resided a high concentration of the zombie virus. It might even contain a toxin capable of controlling the human mind. This was troubling. Chapter 45, Slaying the Abomination, Advanced Achievement Treasure Chest. Huo Li felt an increase in pressure. Such a widespread biochemical attack, imbued with mental control, was something he had never encountered before. While he could endure physical attacks with his armor, the toxic gas was another matter. Instinctively, he retrieved the epic item serum from his backpack. Serum. Quality, epic, purple. Upon injection, it can eliminate the zombie virus from within the body and grant immunity for 30 minutes. Description, a life-saving item. Anyone who sells it is a fool. This was his greatest trump card against the zombie virus, and, if necessary, a single injection would provide enough immunity to determine the outcome. After a brief interval, the armored RV came to a screeching halt. Through the reinforced bulletproof glass, Huo Li finally beheld the terrifying entity. At that moment, the giant zombie appeared even more colossal than in the video. In less than half an hour, its height had swollen to that of a 3-story building. Its bloated body resembled a moving mountain of flesh, shaking the ground with each step. It emitted deep, guttural roars, its massive mouth and the abdomen continually gnawing. Green pus oozing from its corners. As Huo Li laid eyes on it, the system interface automatically displayed a message. Abomination. Level boss. Large zombie. With a corpulent physique and an exceptionally thick layer of fat capable of absorbing substantial damage. Its enormous mouth continuously releases toxic gas and can devour corpses to convert them into its own fat. Abomination. Huo Li narrowed his eyes, inwardly acknowledging the truth. A creature of this boss-level caliber was indeed a nightmare for ordinary survivors at present. Its terrifying size, the almost immunity to light weaponry afforded by its fatty layer, and the lethal toxic mist were each sufficient to annihilate any average survivor. Moreover, if this trend continued, the appearance of hordes of such boss-level zombies in the future was a prospect that elicited despair at mere thought. His earlier deductions were entirely validated. The survival difficulty of this apocalyptic game would only escalate. At that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Apart from the heavy footsteps and roars of the abomination, no other survivors were in sight. Clearly, the recent catastrophic defeat of the elite squad, coupled with the spread of video footage, had thoroughly frightened everyone away. Now, this desolate expanse had become the arena for Huo Li and this monstrous entity. Had the area been cleared? Perfect. Huo Li took a deep breath, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his fighting spirit igniting. No one was contesting the monster. This boss was mine. Swift and decisive. Huo Li's mind was resolute with those 4 words. Delay would only invite disaster, and facing such a boss-level creature with biochemical attack capabilities, the longer he waited, the greater the danger. With a mere thought, 3 automated fire control bases unleashed their weaponry. Virum! The 6 barrels of the M61 Vulcan Gatling gun spun to maximum velocity, unleashing tongues of flame that stretched several meters. Due to concerns about the toxic mist, Huo Li refrained from approaching too closely, instead firing from a distance of 300 meters. This range exceeded the automated fire control base's detection capabilities. Yet he could control the shots with his mind. While the accuracy was somewhat compromised, the sheer size of the abomination compensated for it. A torrential downpour of 20mm caliber heavy explosive rounds fell upon the flesh mound. In that moment, the thick layer of fat that even automatic rifles struggled to penetrate became as vulnerable as tofu in the face of the F-22 fighter jet cannon. Hud, hud, hud. The dull thuds of impact melded into a cacophony. The 20mm cannon rounds, augmented by Huo Li's SSS talent that doubled the damage. Each bullet blasted horrific wounds into the abomination, the tremendous kinetic force piercing through its bloated body, bursting forth from the other side and sending a shower of flesh and pus into the air. It was akin to using a high-pressure water gun to wash away a pile of muck. The abomination's massive form was visibly torn to shreds beneath the onslaught of the metallic storm. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the RPG-7 mounted on the vehicle's roof and the automatic machine gun at the front joined the fray. Rockets, trailing flames, accurately struck the abomination, each explosion tearing away chunks of flesh and forcibly reducing its size. This once mighty creature, which had been devouring hordes of zombies, was now utterly helpless. emitting pitiful wails under the relentless firepower unleashed by Huo Li. Die for me. A glint of cold light flashed in Huo Li's eyes as he focused his mind. Another RPG soared forth, precisely entering the abomination's gaping maw, which was preparing to spew toxic gas. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from within the abomination. This entity, which had consumed countless zombies, could no longer bear the explosive force within, and its entire body erupted in an explosion of gore. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the first kill of the abomination, earning an advanced achievement treasure chest. You have defeated the zombie conglomerate. All zombie kill rewards will be consolidated. You have gained 778 gold coins, 4 fabrics, 2 cast iron, and 4 steel plates. The immense figure of gold coins erupted forth, the zombies consumed by this monstrous creature now transformed into spoils for Holly. Yet, gazing upon this lavish reward, Holly's expression bore no joy. Instead, his pupils contracted sharply. This is bad. At the moment of the abomination's explosion, there were no anticipated flesh fragments flying about. Instead, a dense and almost tangible green mist emerged. It was the highly concentrated miasma of corpse poison. With the creature's demise, this toxic fog broke free from its confinement, rapidly expanding outward with astonishing speed, as if a vast green maw sought to devour everything in its vicinity. Should he be enveloped by it, even with serum in hand? Holly could not guarantee his escape unscathed. Squeak! Holly violently jerked the steering wheel to the left, simultaneously slamming the accelerator down with fervor. The twin-turbo engines roared with a heart-wrenching growl. The colossal armored vehicle executed a brutal drift across the wasteland, tires kicking up a cloud of dust as it fled like an arrow shot from a bow, racing to evade the encroaching green poison. Holly pressed the accelerator to the floor, the armored vehicle rampaging through the barren land like a frenzied bull. Time stretched on, and he raced until a vast lake appeared ahead, leaving him with no path to pursue. Squeak! The piercing screech of brakes echoed as the massive vehicle came to a sudden halt, barely 5 meters from the water's edge. Holly gripped the steering wheel tightly, his chest heaving, gasping for breath. The air inside the vehicle remained fresh, yet he dared not let his guard down. His right hand clutched the serum tightly, the needle tip poised against his arm. Chapter 46, Opening the Chest. Cabin Overpressure Maintenance System. He was attuned to his body. He felt every breath, every heartbeat, and any slightest anomaly within him. Was his throat itchy? Did his skin burn? Was his head spinning? Even the faintest hint of dizziness or nausea would prompt him to plunge the life-saving serum into his arm without hesitation. He refused to become one of those mind-controlled, green-oozing husks. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. It was not until he confirmed that his breathing remained steady, his limbs still full of strength, and no discomfort had arisen, that Holly's taut nerves finally relaxed. After all, from the videos he had seen, the zombie virus acted swiftly. Any real issue would have surely manifested by now. Huff! He slumped back into the leather seat, carefully stowing the serum back in his backpack. Then, an indescribable ecstasy erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. Ha 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 ha. Initially a low chuckle, it grew louder and more unrestrained, culminating in a raucous laugh. I survived. I made it. He abruptly sat up, pounding the steering wheel to release the torrent of emotions surging inside him. 778 coins. A full 778 coins. This was not merely a kill of a boss monster. It was a bounty of all the zombies devoured by that creature. A windfall, adding to his previous balance and the scattered loot along the way. His coin total surged past the 3-digit mark. Even considering the substantial expenditure required for upgrading to the Doomsday Train, this fortune provided him with immense confidence. Not to mention, he had a high-level achievement chest, yet to be opened. Holly felt his blood boiling, his fingertips trembling with excitement. He turned to gaze at the dark surface of the lake outside, a smirk creeping across his lips. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. This was a monumental profit. Holly mused, in a certain sense, that this abomination was quite the benefactor. After all, if he had to slay those hundreds of zombies himself, even with a gathering effect, it would take him at least an hour. But this abomination, it acted like a diligent cleaner, eagerly swallowing all the zombies and presenting their heads to Holly. From the onset of the battle to its conclusion, it took less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds for nearly 80 coins. This efficiency far surpassed the clearing of a zombie tide. If 800 zombies surged forth in a tide, 10 seconds would surely not suffice to deal with them. Tisk tisk, if only there were more considerate zombies like this one. Holly stroked his chin, a glimmer of eager anticipation flickering in his eyes. If other survivors in the World Channel heard such thoughts, they might well drop to their knees and plead for mercy. A 2-story tall, grotesquely powerful boss monster that could spew toxic mist was a nightmare for most. To Holly, it had become a mere source of experience. A target he craved more of. Was this even human? Regaining his composure, Holly turned his gaze toward the recently acquired high-level achievement chest. Come on, let me see what treasures await this time. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly chose to open it. Ding! Successfully opened the high-level achievement chest. Acquired, cabin overpressure maintenance system, Epic 1. Acquired, short-range radar, Epic 1. Acquired, mental enhancement serum, Fine 1. Acquired, 12 coins. Gazing at the string of notifications, particularly the 2 purple epic grade items, Holly's eyes sparkled like 200-watt light bulbs. Holy moly, I've struck gold. Cabin overpressure maintenance system. Quality, Epic, purple. Vehicle component. Military-grade pollution protection device, upon installation, maintains a positive pressure environment within the vehicle, entirely preventing external pollutants from infiltrating through the air. What a serendipitous gift, Holly exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. It's worth noting that Holly's armored vehicle was already equipped with a fresh air system. What had he worried about during his escape? It was precisely that damn toxic mist seeping through the system's seams. After all, an ordinary fresh air system could only filter particles, but it could not contend with high concentrations of biochemical gases. Of course, even without this system, the vehicle was not entirely sealed, allowing outside air to enter through the gaps. However, the cabin overpressure maintenance system was different. It continuously injects filtered air into the vehicle, ensuring that the internal pressure remains higher than the external environment. This way, it functions like an inflated balloon. External toxic gases, pathogens, and even nuclear fallout dust could never penetrate against the airflow. With this device, he could sit back in his vehicle and watch the show without a care when facing insidious creatures like the Abomination or any other biochemical attacks. A true survival artifact. Next, he turned his attention to the radar-like item. Short-range radar. Quality, Epic, purple. Vehicle component, upon installation, enhances the target acquisition range of all fire control systems to 1,000 meters, though the accuracy for targets beyond 500 meters is somewhat diminished. What a splendid treasure. Absolutely magnificent. Holly's eyes gleamed with fervor. While the current automatic fire control base was useful, it was limited by its acquisition range, often requiring zombies to enter within 100 meters or even closer before opening fire. This was acceptable for ordinary zombies, but for fast-moving mutated zombies or enemies with ranged attacks, that distance was still too close, granting them ample reaction time. With a short-range radar, the acquisition range skyrocketed to a full kilometer. Although the accuracy at a distance of 500 meters is somewhat lacking, does it truly matter for a weapon like the fire god Gatling, which relies on sheer firepower? As long as the general direction is correct, it unleashes a veritable metal storm upon the adversary. This implies that any foe daring to enter Holly's line of sight will first be met with a devastating barrage. With foresight and beyond visual range strikes, coupled with the absolute protection of the super pressurization system, Holly inhaled deeply, relishing the surge of exhilaration coursing through him. This endeavor not only reaped substantial rewards, but also elevated the vehicle's survivability and strike range to unprecedented heights. He had taken a significant step closer to his invincible aspirations. A glance at the system panel revealed a reassuring figure in the gold balance column. 1897. Chapter 47. Upgrade. Integrated cast turtleback armor. This was indeed a considerable sum, sufficient to elevate him above the other survivors. However, an abundance of wealth does not permit frivolous spending. Holly was acutely aware of the advancement rules. Upgrading vehicle components and installing new ones would count towards the modification limit, and the current modification progress of this armored RV stood at 210. Previously, installing an automatic fire control base counted as 1, and upgrading the windshield to reinforced bulletproof glass counted as another, alongside the newly deployed rainwater collector, water filter, and the freshly acquired short-range radar and cabin superpressurization maintenance system. The modification count would surge to 610 if all 4 components were installed. In other words, only 4 more upgrades or modifications were needed to meet the advancement criteria, paving the way for the transformation into the Doomsday Train. Holly took a deep breath, forcing himself to temper his enthusiasm. The remaining 4 modification opportunities must be approached with caution. Based on his previous experience of upgrading from a van to an armored RV, he knew that the levels of vehicle components could be inherited into the next stage, meaning that the expensive upgrades made now would still be retained when advancing to the Doomsday Train, potentially becoming even more powerful. Thus, every coin must be spent wisely. What to upgrade first? Holly's gaze roamed over the various parts of the vehicle. Although the skill impenetrable wall that came with the Doomsday Train sounded impressive. Resembling an absolute defense, Holly was always inclined to view this world with a healthy dose of skepticism. What if that skill had a cooldown? What if there were vulnerabilities? Caution is the mother of safety. One S-hard power is the only true guarantee. Prioritize defense. Holly made his decision in an instant. While the current doors were steel plate, sufficient to withstand ordinary zombies, they would likely falter against that grotesque, scythe-wielding fiend or the heavy firepower of other survivors. The roof was equally crucial, as it bore the weight of the fire god Gatling and RPGs. It must be robust enough, lest a single rocket blast tear it away. Leaving him defenseless, he resolved to upgrade both the doors and the roof first, ensuring absolute security within this iron box. Next, the power system. The thicker the armor, the heavier the vehicle. While the original twin-turbo engine was powerful, it might struggle under the weight of a larger Doomsday Train. It was imperative to upgrade the chassis and engine to ensure mobility. If one cannot fight, they must at least be able to flee. This is the essence of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Having calculated everything in his mind, Holly's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he summoned the upgrade interface for the doors. While the original steel plate doors were significantly stronger than the van's tin, they still seemed flimsy against the likes of a fiend. The interface presented 3 distinctly different upgrade paths. A door. Upgrade Path 1. Electric sensor sliding door. Enhances infrared sensing and features a silent motor for more graceful and convenient entry and exit with a hand clamping prevention function. Slightly improves sealing and comfort. Cost. For gold, 6 parts. Upgrade Path 2. Double-layer manganese steel blast door. Adds a layer of high-strength manganese steel on top of the existing steel plate, filled with a Kevlar fiber ballistic layer. Significantly enhances bullet resistance, capable of withstanding direct rifle fire. Cost. 12 gold, 12 steel plates. Upgrade Path 3. Heavy composite alloy armor door, military grade standard. Employing a ceramic composite armor layer, lined with anti-shedding material, featuring external reactive armor attachment points. Greatly enhances defense. Capable of withstanding direct hits from large-caliber armor-piercing rounds and some explosive impacts. Significantly increases vehicle weight, requiring substantial force to open and close. Cost. 24 gold, 20 steel plates. 8 cast iron. Elegance? What folly. Holly dismissed the first option without a second glance, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the third option. Heavy composite alloy armor. Now, this is the kind of romance a man should aspire to. Only such a level of defense could afford him a sliver of hope against RPGs or anti-tank mines. Though the price of 24 gold was steep, he was currently flush with funds and unfazed by the expenditure. With a sweeping gesture, Holly accessed the trading post to procure the necessary materials. Ding. Purchased 16 steel plates, cost 32 gold. Ding. Purchased 6 cast iron, cost 18 gold. Upgrade. Path 3. As gold and materials were deducted, a series of heavy metallic clangs echoed. Holly pushed open the door and immediately felt its newfound weightiness. The door, which he could once swing open with one hand, now required both, leveraging his impressive 8 points of stamina to nudge it open slowly. The thickness of the door had increased by over 3-fold. The dark metallic surface glinted with a cold sheen. Tapping it no longer produced a crisp ring, but a deep, resonant thud like striking solid iron. When he closed the door, the resounding thump echoed like the locking of a bank vault, sealing out all danger. Holly patted the sturdy iron barrier with satisfaction. Now that is security. Moreover, the stronger the foundation laid now, the more formidable this door would become when advancing to the Doomsday Train. It might even withstand missiles. With the door completed, Holly swiftly directed his attention to the roof. The defense of the roof was equally paramount, as it not only served as the base for the fire god cannon and RPG, but also represented a vulnerable point. Should an agile zombie leap atop, or should he encounter falling debris, an ordinary roof would simply not suffice. Roof. Upgrade Path 1. Panoramic bulletproof sunroof. Utilizes high-strength bulletproof glass, providing excellent lighting and visibility, with the option for ventilation. Slightly reduces overall structural strength, allowing for stargazing at night. Cost. 6 gold, 8 glass. Upgrade Path 2. Multifunctional tactical expansion roof rack. Adds a high-strength aluminum alloy luggage rack and external mounting points, facilitating the transport of more supplies or additional fuel canisters. Moderately increases top loading capacity. Cost. 10 gold, 10 parts. Upgrade Path 3. Integrated cast turtleback armor. Foregoes the sunroof, employing a single high-strength alloy casting. With additional reinforcement and shock absorption for the weapon base. Greatly enhances top defense, capable of withstanding the recoil of heavy artillery and impacts from above. Cost. 28 gold. 25 steel plates, 15 cast iron. Upon seeing the first option, Holly nearly laughed out loud. A panoramic sunroof? Stargazing? One would have to be courting death to install such a feature. If he were to face a wall-climbing devourer, one swipe would shatter the glass, allowing it to leap in for a close encounter. In this perilous apocalypse, any unnecessary opening is a fatal flaw. As for the second roof rack, he had a system backpack, rendering external storage superfluous. It all comes back to the principle: defense, defense, and yet more defense. Chapter 48, Upgrade. High displacement V8 engine. Ding. Purchasing 25 steel plates, consuming 5 gold coins. Ding. Purchased 15 cast iron, consuming 45 gold coins. Selecting Route 3. Integrated casting turtleback armor. Ding. Consumed 28 gold coins. 25 steel plates, 15 cast iron, upgrade successful. As a radiant light enveloped the surroundings, Huo Li lifted his gaze. The previously visible seams and soft interior decor of the vehicle's roof had vanished entirely. In their stead was a seamlessly integrated, gently arched, deep gray metallic dome. It felt as though he were seated within the cockpit of a main battle tank or buried deep within a nuclear shelter. Although the sunroof had disappeared and natural light was absent, rendering the interior somewhat oppressive, this weightiness brought an unparalleled sense of solidity and security. Huo Li even sensed that the bases of the 2 heavy weapons atop the vehicle seemed to be deeply embedded within this layer of armor, rendering them even more stable. Now, this truly resembled a mobile fortress. Leaning back in his seat, Huo Li gazed at the armored cabin, a smile gradually spreading across his lips. Even if a foe were to dance atop the roof, it would not cave in. It must be said that the gold coin expenditure for heavy defense modifications was indeed substantial, with the upgrades of these 2 components draining a staggering 665 gold coins. Gazing at the sharply diminished digits in his account, Huo Li felt a twinge of pain. This was an astronomical sum that ordinary survivors could scarcely dream of. Enough to purchase hundreds of liters of fuel or a dozen automatic rifles. Yet, looking at this fortress-like vehicle interior, that sense of loss evaporated instantaneously. Life is singular. Money can be earned anew, and this investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. Moreover, this modification is a permanent enhancement. By establishing a solid foundation now, when he advances to the Doomsday Train, it would be an unparalleled start, ready for maximum upgrades. Onward. Next, the heart. With the thickening of the armor, the vehicle's weight had surged dramatically, and the originally 20L twin-turbo engine now seemed to struggle. To ensure this moving fortress could run, a more powerful heart was essential. Huo Li accessed the engine upgrade interface. Engine. Upgrade Route 1. Hybrid power system. Install high-torque motors and large-capacity battery packs, providing a brisk and silent start with excellent fuel economy. Suitable for stealth in urban ruins, with rapid acceleration. Cost: 5 gold coins, 8 parts. Upgrade Route 2. Racing grade high-rev turbo. Extract every drop of fuel's potential, delivering ferocious power in high-rev ranges. Extremely high speeds, but weak low-end torque. With rapid durability loss. Cost: 12 gold coins, 15 parts. Upgrade Route 3. Large displacement V8 supercharged, a 62L V8 supercharged engine, the pinnacle of American brute aesthetics, providing a continuous torrent of terrifying torque and horsepower. Astonishing fuel consumption, explosive sound, and immense power, disregarding vehicle weight. Cost: 25 gold coins, 35 parts. Huo Li's attention was instantly captivated by the term V8. In this apocalyptic world, fuel efficiency? Such considerations are for the impoverished. With his SSS-level talent, Huo Li need not worry about fuel consumption. The tank would always be full. What he desired was raw power, the kind that could launch a vehicle weighing several tons from standstill. Ding. Purchased 35 parts, consuming 35 gold coins. Route 3. Large displacement V8. Ding. Consumed 25 gold coins, 35 parts, upgrade successful. Boom. The moment the upgrade completed, Huo Li tentatively pressed the accelerator. The previously sharp roar of the engine transformed into a deep, resonant growl, akin to the awakening of an ancient behemoth. The terrifying thrust could be felt even while idling, causing the vehicle to tremble. With this newfound vigor, Huo Li felt that this vehicle could even ascend a 60-degree incline. The power issue was thoroughly resolved. Now, only one final upgrade was needed to meet the advancement conditions. Once this upgrade was completed and a few vehicle components installed, he could advance. Huo Li turned his gaze toward the chassis. This was also a crucial component. No matter how powerful the engine, if the chassis could not withstand it, it would be futile. Chassis. Upgrade Route 1. High-speed racing suspension. Lower the vehicle's center of gravity. Enhance shock absorber hardness, significantly improving high-speed stability and cornering limits. Sacrifices off-road capability. Suitable for racing on paved surfaces. Cost: 12 gold coins, 10 steel plates. Upgrade Route 2. Wide-body off-road kit. Widen the wheelbase, increase ground clearance. And enhance body width and stability. Greatly improves rollover resistance and cargo space, but increases turning radius, reducing agility. Cost, 16 gold coins, 15 steel plates. Upgrade Route 3. All-wheel active steering system. Strengthen the steering linkage and power steering pump, while adding active steering to the rear wheels. Significantly reduces turning radius. Greatly enhancing low-speed agility and high-speed lane change response, granting the massive vehicle the handling of a sedan. Cost, 20 gold coins, 18 parts. Contemplating these three options, Huo Li fell into a moment of reflection. The first option was immediately dismissed. In an apocalyptic world, where would he find good roads to drive on? Lowering the chassis would be tantamount to courting death. The second option, while tempting for its stability, would increase the turning radius and decrease agility. Considering the future advancement to the doomsday train, the vehicle size would undoubtedly become even more enormous or elongated. What would be the greatest shortcoming then? It certainly would not be cargo capacity or speed, but rather agility. A vehicle as long as a train would take forever to turn around, or might be unable to navigate narrow terrains, rendering it a sitting target. Therefore, this shortcoming must be addressed in advance. Ding. Purchased 18 parts, consuming 18 gold coins. Selecting Route 3. All-wheel active steering. Ding. Consumed 20 gold coins, 18 parts, upgrade successful. With the final modification complete, Huo Li distinctly felt a change in the steering wheel's responsiveness, which became more precise and light. He tried turning the wheel. Although the vehicle remained stationary, he could sense the rear wheels responding in kind. This indicated that even when driving the future doomsday train, measuring dozens of meters in length, he could maneuver through the ruins as nimbly as if driving a compact car. Observing the sudden decrease in his account balance to 729, Huo Li couldn't help but click his tongue. The expenditure felt as though it flowed like water, with 503 gold coins vanishing in the blink of an eye. As the initial burst of bravado faded, he was acutely aware that this remaining sum was but a drop in the bucket compared to the costs of advancing to the legendary doomsday train. After all, previous experiences clearly indicated that the larger the size, the more terrifying the advancement costs. Zheng, where are you? I miss you. If only I could encounter another one of those treasure-laden fortune spirits, it would yield dozens of gold coins with a single burst, far quicker than robbing a bank. With dawn yet to break, I must hastily install that life-saving artifact and venture into the wasteland, hoping to capture a few more Zheng's to explode with gold coins. Installation. Cabin Overpressure Maintenance System. Chapter 49. Humanity in the Apocalypse. A cacophony of mechanical assembly ensued, and the ordinary fresh air system control panel, previously located beneath the central console, vanished in an instant, replaced by a more intricate and aesthetically industrial dashboard. Notice, the cabin overpressure maintenance system has been installed, and the original vehicle fresh air system has been replaced. Upon seeing the notification, Huo Li shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Replacement was inevitable. After all, this device was the progenitor of fresh air systems. In the face of military-grade, tri-proof equipment, ordinary civilian fresh air systems were mere trifles. At that moment, a subtly low-frequency hum echoed within the vehicle, the sound of the overpressure fan activating. Huo Li cast his gaze upon the dashboard, where the internal air pressure was gradually rising, ultimately stabilizing at a value slightly above standard atmosphere pressure. Simultaneously, the air emanating from the vents became remarkably fresh, imbued with a hint of purity brought about by efficient filtration. It felt akin to being enveloped in a pristine laboratory or standing atop a snow-capped mountain at high altitude. There was no trace of unpleasant odors, no speck of dust. Huo Li inhaled deeply, feeling as if his lungs had been thoroughly cleansed. He gave the dashboard a pat, his eyes gleaming with confidence. With this contraption, not only could he disdain the noxious fumes, but even if a gas grenade were hurled his way, he could remain composed, sipping his cola in the comfort of his vehicle. Next came the eyes. Huo Li retrieved the close-range radar. Ding. Installation successful. In the blink of an eye, a circular radar scanning interface materialized beside the previously simple map on the colossal touchscreen of the central console. A ring of ethereal green waves radiated outward from the vehicle's center, scanning a radius that encompassed a full kilometer. Just as the radar interface illuminated, a sudden cacophony erupted from the M61 Vulcan Gatling gun atop the vehicle, its roar abrupt and ferocious, even without Huo Li's explicit command. Several fiery chains streaked across the night sky, precisely targeting a distant, inky black hillside. Huo Li could scarcely discern what lay beyond with the naked eye. Ding. Killed Zombie 4. Earned 4 gold coins, 1 cast iron. The system's notification chimed in promptly. Huo Li momentarily froze, then turned his attention to the radar screen. He beheld 4 newly emerged red dots vanish in an instant, approximately 800 meters from the vehicle. Wow, Huo Li couldn't he help but exclaim, his lips curling into a wild grin. Was this not utterly unfair? Previously, he had to wait for zombies to enter his line of sight or rely on a few hundred meters of fire control determination. Now, the zombies were meandering 800 meters away, oblivious to the glow of his headlights, and suddenly, they were gone. This was not mere defense. It was unequivocal slaughter. With this gadget, anything within a kilometer that dared approach him would have to first seek permission from the Vulcan cannon. In the midst of his exhilaration, Huo Li realized his funds were dwindling. Glancing at his meager balance, he sighed. The grand procurement plan to stockpile food for a month now seemed to require postponement. There was no choice. He needed to advance to the next stage first. However, he found solace in the fact that this extreme cold would likely persist for some time. As long as the harsh temperatures endured, other survivors would be compelled to sell their food reserves for fuel, thus keeping food prices low in the short term. He could afford to wait a while longer to swoop in for a bargain. With the dawn yet to break, it was time to seek out the loathsome foe. Huo Li slammed the accelerator down. Vroom! The V8 engine erupted with a thunderous roar, and the upgraded all-wheel steering system demonstrated astonishing efficacy. What once required a cumbersome maneuver to turn the massive vehicle around on a narrow road could now be accomplished with a mere flick of the steering wheel. The rear of the vehicle deftly pivoting, allowing the entire machine to execute a turn within an incredibly tight radius. Exhilarating. This control was simply sublime. Huo Li marveled as he drove this steel beast back into the inky expanse. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the unread message count in the world chat channel surging wildly. Why such a lively atmosphere in the dead of night? Intrigued, Huo Li tapped to open it, and was immediately met with a wave of hostility. World chat channel. Huo, cute cannibal alliance, don't miss out as you pass by. Freshly baked landmine distribution map. Only 10 gold coins apiece. Guaranteed safe passage through this area. Or else, hee. Video attachment. Click to play. The video backdrop revealed a pitch-black wilderness, illuminated solely by the headlights of a vehicle. 3 men, adorned with exaggerated smoky-eye makeup and tattered leather jackets, cackled grotesquely at the camera, their smiles twisted and deranged, eyes brimming with madness. Not far behind them lay a vehicle resembling a Wuling Hongguang Mini, which had been blown upside down, its body severely deformed and still emitting black smoke. Beside the overturned vehicle, a strikingly beautiful young girl writhed on the ground in agony, her lovely face pale from excessive blood loss, continuously coughing up blood mixed with internal fragments. World chat channel. Huo, cute cannibal alliance, oh dear, how tragic. This poor little sister just couldn't part with that 10 gold coins, and look what happened. Tisk tisk tisk, well lovely girl, she was such a pity. Survivor, hey, you beasts. Those are landmines. You actually buried landmines to blow up survivors. Huo, cute cannibal alliance, what do you mean by blowing up survivors? We're merely screening for wealthy clients. No money? Shouldn't you be out hunting zombies? Can't scrape together 10 gold coins? You're just wasting air by existing. Survivor B, you will meet a gruesome end. Heaven will take you. Huo, cute cannibal alliance, heaven. Ha ha ha. Here, I am the law. If you want to live, hand over your money. If you don't want to buy the map, then gamble with your life. We haven't buried too many, just a few dozen, hee. Survivor C, please, I only have 5 gold coins. Can you sell it to me for less? I don't want to die. Huo, cute cannibal alliance, get lost. You broke fool. Not a single coin less. Survivor D, don't be afraid, everyone. Let us fight back. We have guns. Survivor E, don't be foolish. Do you think they'll wait around for us to attack? Huo, cute cannibal alliance, hee. Just waiting here. Come play with me, ha ha ha. Survivor F, where S Huo God? Huo God, please come and eliminate these scum. Survivor G, useless. Those are anti-tank mines. Even Huo God's vehicle might not withstand them. Huo, cute cannibal alliance, Huo God? Oh my, I'm so scared. If he dares to come, we'll blow him up too. Then we can sell his armored vehicle for scrap metal. It'll surely be worth more. Ha ha ha. Witnessing this scene, Huo Li's gaze turned icy. This was the essence of humanity in the apocalypse. In such a morally bankrupt world, humans were far more terrifying than zombies. However, if this Huo could indeed consume the gold coins of other survivors, then perhaps he could fatten him up before devouring him. Consider it pig farming. Let him work for me for free. After all, one can never have too much gold. If other cowardly survivors were frightened into showering Huo with gold coins, he could swiftly eliminate Huo afterward. Wealth would undoubtedly follow. Huo Li's cold eyes fixated on Huo's ID as if gazing upon a corpse. The pig must be fattened before slaughter. Let him frolic a while longer. Huo Li bore no moral burden regarding this. After all, Huo was no virtuous soul. Chapter 50, the second abomination. For profit, and purely for amusement, they buried landmines along the path that survivors must traverse. It must be noted that the roads in the apocalyptic world are far from smooth, particularly for vehicles like the one depicted in the video, which have limited capabilities regardless of modifications. The available routes are severely constrained. Coupled with the continual shrinkage of safe zones, many necessary paths now lie outside these zones. This presents ample opportunity for organizations like the Cute Cannibal Alliance. The two motorcycle bandits Huo Li encountered previously were engaged in similar nefarious deeds. The Cute Cannibal Alliance, huh? Huo Li scoffed softly, his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel. If I were to encounter you, I would not hesitate to obliterate you into a mere pulp using the fire god Gatling, fertilizing this desolate wasteland. Nevertheless, he maintained a rational analysis. Dozens of them. Mere bravado. Logically speaking, such formidable weapons as anti-tank mines should only be obtainable from bronze chests or higher. After all, heavy firepower like machine guns and RPGs are already exceedingly scarce, and anti-tank mines are rightly classified among these potent weapons. They cannot simply be procured at will. Even if this so-called alliance possessed extraordinary luck and consistently opened bronze chests, gathering dozens of mines would remain a fanciful notion, regardless of their numbers. They likely buried only a mere handful, while the rest is mere bluster. Yet one must concede, the deterrent effect is immense. After all, no one dares wager their life on a 1 in 10,000 chance. Although resorting to fear to harvest coins is unscrupulous, it undeniably yields exorbitant profits. Moreover, the price of 10 coins is both shrewdly steep yet not prohibitively unattainable. For tightly knit survivor teams like Zhang Peng's, saving up 10 coins is indeed feasible with some frugality. Huo Li squinted slightly. He was resolutely unwilling to pay this sum, not only out of disdain for such scum, but more importantly, he understood that once this ransom was paid, it would be treated as a blood bag, perpetually drained. He had no doubt that in just a few days, Horde would demand payment again under the guise of updating the mine distribution map. Huo Li's yearning for enhanced defenses surged to a higher level. After all, even if Horde were to vanish, similar organizations would undoubtedly emerge to extort with buried mines. He had no desire to live in constant fear. Just wait. Once I advance to the doomsday train and acquire indestructible wall, I shall crush every mine layer into mere dust. But that moment is not yet upon me. After all, anti-tank mines still pose a significant threat to his current self. Even though the vehicle doors have been upgraded, the tires and chassis remain relatively fragile. Or rather, it's impossible for tires and chassis not to be fragile. Even tank treads cannot withstand anti-tank mines. Moreover, if vehicle components are damaged, it becomes quite troublesome. As Huo Li knew, once a vehicle is harmed, it requires a mechanic with specialized repair skills to remedy the situation. Huo Li cast a glance at Horde, who was still clamoring on the world channel, and sneered before promptly shutting down the interface. This buffoon can prance about for a while longer. The immediate priority is to hunt down the abominations for coin. After all, based on past experiences, encountering boss monsters during the day becomes increasingly challenging, and the number of undead will significantly decrease. Boom! The V8 engine roared as Huo Li drove the armored RV at breakneck speed across the wasteland, seizing the opportunity before dawn to hunt down the abominations. Along the way, the fire god Gatling and RPG atop the vehicle occasionally emitted a furious roar, targeting zombie units detected by the radar. Often, before Huo Li even laid eyes on them, the undead hundreds of meters away were already blasted to smithereens. The addition of close-range radar made a significant difference. It felt akin to simultaneously activating both a transparency and autolock feature. Huo Li nodded in satisfaction. This was to be expected. A minor kill is still a kill. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the radar interface on the central control screen flashed with blinding red light. A massive red dot, significantly larger than the ordinary ones, appeared within the scanning range. It's here. Huo Li's spirits lifted, and without needing to issue a command, the fire control system, enhanced by the close-range radar, instantaneously locked onto the target. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Whoosh. Boom. The projectiles from the 3 heavy weapons shot forth almost simultaneously. Moments later, illuminated by the explosion's glow, Huo Li finally discerned the target. Indeed, it was an abomination. However, compared to the previous 3-story-high complete form, this one was noticeably smaller. It turned out to be a small abomination that had yet to satiate its hunger. Huo Li shook his head in mild disappointment. Of course, this small was merely relative to him. In reality, it still stood at least 2 stories tall, wielding a bone scythe in the pitch-black night. Any other survivor who beheld it would likely be paralyzed with fear. Boom! With a thunderous sound, this small abomination exploded into a shower of flesh. Ding! Killed an abomination, earned 544 coins, 3 fabric, 1 steel plate, 2 cast iron. A mere 544 coins? Huo Li grimaced. Indeed, it had not yet filled its belly with little bounty to offer. Nevertheless, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat, and this efficiency far surpasses that of slaying ordinary zombies. However, not far along, he encountered a second one. Huo Li pondered thoughtfully. As expected, with the rising difficulty of survival, the frequency of higher-tier zombies would increase. It wouldn't be long before similar boss-level zombies began to swarm. After driving for a while longer, Huo Li felt his eyelids growing heavy. After all, maintaining intense concentration while driving for so long, alongside keeping an eye on public chat and combat, was taxing even for someone with his physical prowess. Time to take a break. Huo Li casually found an open area to park, and while resting, he took stock of his gains. The earlier small abomination had yielded 544 coins and some basic materials. In this rapid journey, he had also taken down 24 ordinary zombies using the radar's automatic targeting. Although each only provided 0.1 coins, it still amounted to 4 coins, plus a piece of iron wire. In total, he had 568 coins. Adding to his previous balance of 733, his current total was 1301 coins. Huo Li gazed at this number, still feeling it insufficient. Far from enough. Advancement requires coins, stockpiling food requires coins, and upgrading vehicle components will also require coins. Moreover, one can never have too much money. Huo Li also harbored hopes that this pig, Huo, would hasten to amass some coins, so he could eventually slaughter it to fill his wallet. Well, since he was parked and resting, he might as well install those two little gadgets. Installing vehicle components also counts towards the modification tally. Once these two are installed, he could check the options for vehicle advancement. He wondered how many coins it would cost to upgrade to the Doomsday Train. Chapter 51. Conditions for advancing to the Doomsday Train. Due to the lack of rain in recent days, he had not rushed to install them, but now, with some free time, it was the perfect opportunity. Huo Li pulled out the rainwater collector and water filter from his backpack. Rainwater collector. Quality, rare blue. Vehicle component. Once installed, it can automatically collect rainwater and channel it into the vehicle. Water filter. Quality, rare blue. Vehicle component. Once installed, it can filter harmful substances from wastewater, rendering it drinkable. These two rare-level items, although not as stunning in effect as the two epic-level ones, are nonetheless indispensable artifacts for survival in the apocalypse, especially when it comes to water resources, the essence of life. With these two, as long as it rains, he would have a continuous supply of clean water, no longer needing to waste money trading for it. Install. Ding. Rainwater collector installed successfully. Modification progress. 910. Ding. Water filter installed successfully. Modification progress. 1010. With the crisp sounds of notifications, Huo Li's breath quickened. He didn't even have time to check the changes within the vehicle, but instead prioritized looking at the system interface. He noticed that the previously unmet requirements for vehicle advancement had finally turned into a green checkmark. Finally, the conditions have been met. Huo Li, brimming with excitement, clicked into the vehicle advancement interface. Two options appeared on the screen. Vehicle advancement. Advancement Route 1. Large base vehicle. Expand the internal space, adding soil-based planting facilities. Cost. 20 coins, 20 steel plates, 20 aluminum sheets, 10 pieces of fabric, 10 iron wires, 10 cast iron, 10 glass. Advanced Route 2. Doomsday Train, mythical grade, unique vehicle. Accompanied by exclusive skills, companionship in desolation and impenetrable wall. Cost. 400 gold coins, vehicle advancement blueprint. Doomsday Train, mythical 1. What? The moment he laid eyes on the second option, Huo Li's pupils trembled, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. 400 gold coins. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Huo Li was still taken aback by this staggering price. It is worth noting that he had toiled tirelessly and, by a stroke of luck, managed to vanquish 2 plump abominations, yet his total gold amounted to a mere 1301 coins. This was already a significant sum. Other survivors, after laboring all day, might not even earn 6 coins. How many abominations must he slay to amass 400 coins? Furthermore, what perplexed him most was the fact that this advancement path required no basic materials such as steel plates or cast iron. Was it because ordinary materials were utterly unworthy of constituting the body of a mythical grade vehicle? The unique vehicles of mythical grade undoubtedly carried an air of prestige. The requirement of gold over materials was, in a sense, a form of selection. Suddenly, Huo Li recalled Huo. He wondered how much fatter that plump sheep had grown, if they had laid a considerable number of landmines in advance. Perhaps they could extort a significant sum from him. He could use his identification to check the gold reserve in his backpack later. Hopefully, it would be substantial. For now, he could only continue hunting for abominations, hoping for a few more to appear. Although he spoke confidently, Huo Li felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, he typically encountered only a single leader zombie in a night. While he knew that higher-tier zombies would appear more frequently, there was still a process to it, and it was already late into the night. Finding a third or fourth would likely prove difficult, since advancement was temporarily out of reach. Huo Li was in no rush to set off. After all, the previous high-speed journey had indeed been exhausting, and he had only rested for less than 5 minutes since parking. He decided to take an additional 10 minutes to recuperate. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood. Leaning back against the comfortable leather seat, he casually opened the World Chat channel. The information regarding the first abomination had come from the public screen. Perhaps there were more surprises awaiting him now. However, the public screen was filled not with the grand monster information he had anticipated, but with various desperate pleas for help. Numerous individuals had even uploaded videos, hoping to evoke sympathy from others. Huo Li clicked on one of the videos. The footage was somewhat shaky, capturing the interior of an ordinary car. The person filming was hiding in the driver's seat, while faint sounds of banging on the car door echoed from outside. With tremulous hands, they opened a minuscule gap in the window, cautiously extending a handgun into the inky darkness outside, firing wildly. Despite the minuscule opening, the howling wind and the sight of the shooter's frostbitten, trembling finger made it evident just how piercing the cold was outside. The muzzle flash from the handgun illuminated only a few meters ahead, rendering the zombies invisible, as the firing was entirely blind. Huo Li estimated that the temperature outside had plummeted to at least minus 10 degrees Celsius. After all, it had already been quite cold during the day, and without sunlight at night, the temperature would only drop further. The individual in the video, merely opening that tiny gap, would likely see the temperature inside the car plummet below freezing. Of course, keeping it closed would yield the same outcome. The thin metal body of such an ordinary compact car offered minimal insulation. Meanwhile, he had upgraded to a V8 engine, and the warmth from the air conditioning was exceedingly effective. While he wiped his forehead, feeling a slight sheen of sweat, the disparity in survival was striking. He did not need to open the window and endure the cold, nor did he have to risk injury by extending his hand to shoot. He didn't even need to worry about the inky darkness obscuring his targets. The automatic fire control system and short-range radar would handle all incoming threats. Undeterred by the night, this comparison instantly lifted Huo Li's spirits, which had been dampened by his lack of gold. He shook his head, casually shedding his outer jacket and stretching his limbs. The warmth inside the car was so abundant that wearing a jacket felt stifling. He rose and walked over to the small refrigerator, intending to grab a can of cola to quench his thirst. Only one can left? Gazing into the empty refrigerator, Huo Li frowned. This simply would not do. For him, survival without cola lacked soul. He quickly opened the trading interface, hoping to replenish his stock. Cola, red wine, frozen steak. This search yielded unexpected results. The high-end foods that had once been ordinary indulgences before the apocalypse, now deemed luxuries in the early days of the cataclysm, were surprisingly priced lower than before. In stark contrast, essential survival items such as bottled water, compressed biscuits, and dry bread skyrocketed in price as if propelled by a rocket. It seemed this sudden drop in temperature had jolted everyone awake. Huo Li understood. With survival pressure surging, and with people on the brink of freezing or starving, who had the luxury to savor red wine and dine on steak? Surviving was the foremost priority. All items capable of filling bellies and saving lives saw their prices soar, while those that merely satisfied cravings languished in obscurity, their prices plummeting. But this was precisely to Huo Li's advantage. His eyes gleamed with fervor. During his previous small-scale stockpiling, he had accumulated a fair amount of survival essentials like bread and bottled water. Coupled with his rainwater collection system, he was no longer lacking in hydration. Now is the perfect time to hoard high-end food. Chapter 52. The harsh reality of survival, gazing at the tempting prices of steak and red wine. Huo Li felt an insatiable itch. However, he had to resist. He pinched his thighs sharply, forcibly diverting his gaze from the trading interface. The gold expenditure for advancing the doomsday train was too great. If he spent money on stockpiling now, he might find himself short by 30 coins later, with no recourse for lamentation. Moreover, he currently possessed only a small refrigerator, which could hardly accommodate much stock. The priority was advancement. 400 coins, not a single coin less. Once he advanced, he could purchase every high-end ingredient available in the trading interface. But for now, he must endure, suppressing the urge to splurge. He returned to the driver's seat and clicked on another rescue video. This time, the perspective was from the back seat of the car, and the voice of the person filming was tinged with a sob, clearly on the brink of collapse. "We're out of gas. We're really out of gas." The camera shook as it focused on the front driver's seat. A man was frantically twisting the key in the ignition, desperately pressing the accelerator. But the fuel gauge on the dashboard was firmly at 0. The car emitted a pitiful groan, yet remained utterly motionless. "Move, move, please." The man in the front screamed in hopeless desperation. Just then, a horrifying sound pierced the air, a blade slicing through flesh, sharp enough to make one's teeth ache. A colossal, bone-white scythe, glinting with an eerie light, effortlessly penetrated the metal roof of the car, instantaneously impaling the man's head in the driver's seat. Blood splattered against the windshield, and the video abruptly cut off at that moment. Even Huo Li, accustomed to the sight of life and death, frowned at this brutal scene. It was exceedingly cruel. In one moment, the individual was desperately attempting to escape, and in the next, he was severed from his body. The person filming the video would likely meet a similar fate. This exemplified the helplessness ordinary survivors faced against higher-tier zombies. The thin metal roof of that car was as insubstantial as paper against the scythe of death. Moreover, how could two able-bodied individuals fail to afford life-saving fuel? They were two fully functional adults. Could they truly not scrape together the cost of a few liters of gas? He reopened the trading hall and typed in the words fuel. The next moment, the staggering number that flashed across the screen made him gasp in astonishment. 176 gold coins per liter. Is this madness? Just a short while ago, it was still 36 gold coins. How could it have skyrocketed fivefold in such a brief period? Huo Li himself was taken aback, never anticipating that a sudden drop in temperature could cause fuel prices to soar to such an extent. Furthermore, he noticed that the previous video's uploader had neglected to include a location coordinate. Perhaps they were so frightened that their minds had become muddled. Judging by the video, it appeared to be the abhorrent bone scythe, but without a location, finding it would prove difficult. He sighed softly and continued to scroll through the chat records. In this world devoid of certain social media, boredom left him with no choice but to peruse the public chat messages. At that moment, he spotted Huo, still attempting to instill anxiety and extort gold coins. This time, he had escalated his tactics, resorting to moral coercion. World chat channel. Udu, Kutkaniba d'Alliance Udua. It seems everyone is quite afraid of death. Huh? Here's the deal. I, Huo, am not unreasonable. If today more than 20 people purchase maps, I swear that for the next month, our Q Cannibal Alliance will not plant a single new landmine. Huo, presidents of the major guilds, such as Zhang Peng, Lu Jingli, and Guan Mao, don't you usually claim to protect your members? Now, if everyone contributes just a mere 10 gold coins, we can ensure a month of safety for all. Such a bargain. You wouldn't want to miss out, would you? Huo, do you wish to watch those pitiful low-tier survivors get blown to bits? Tisk, tisk, is this what you call morality? Huo Li couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, reluctantly acknowledging that although Huo was a twisted individual, he was indeed a master manipulator of emotions. His moral coercion was executed with remarkable finesse. The low-tier survivors were genuinely impoverished, their lives worth little, unable to afford even this small sum. However, the guild leaders were a different story. They were not lacking in funds, and more importantly, they valued their lives. Guild leaders would not wish to step on landmines. And since the expenditure would not come from their own pockets, they inherently had some willingness to pay. Now, they had the perfect excuse. Moreover, as leaders, being pressured in such a manner could damage the hard-earned respect they had built. To them, 10 gold coins was merely an inconvenience to secure a month of false peace. And many might indeed part with their money. Yet, he wondered how this fellow conducted transactions. Huo Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. Normal transactions required face-to-face interactions. This individual was bold enough to act so brazenly. Surely he wouldn't easily expose himself, let alone venture into a bustling safe zone. Could it be that his team also possessed a talent for remote trading akin to Qianwanli? It was certainly plausible. After all, the world was vast and filled with the extraordinary, with an endless variety of talents. Huo's remarks naturally ignited the ire of other survivors, who began to denounce him vehemently. World chat channel. Survivor A. Don't believe his nonsense. Absolutely do not give him any money. Survivor B. Exactly. If you give in this time, there will be a next time. Let us stand our ground against him. Survivor C. Huo, don't be so arrogant. Huo Shun will eventually take you down. Huo, Huo Shun? You're killing me. What a load of nonsense. He.S. just a worthless piece of trash. I've been bouncing around here for ages, and he hasn't dared to make a sound. I reckon he.S. terrified. Survivor D. Shut your mouth. Huo Shun is busy killing zombies. Unlike you, a scum who only preys on your own kind. Huo killing zombies? Oh, that's rich. Killing zombies doesn't pay as quickly as killing people, you fools. Huo, that girl who was blown up earlier, the one with the chopped pepper fish head. Guess what? She dropped 7 gold coins. 7 gold coins. Your so-called Huo Shun. How long would it take him to kill 70 zombies? Huo, and that girl? Boom. Just like that. She exploded in an instant. Quick death. Gold coins right in hand. That's efficiency. That's business acumen. That fellow named Huo is merely lucky to have obtained good weapons. In reality, he's just a pig who can't even solve a simple math problem. Even now, he's still struggling to kill zombies. Survivor E, you beast. You're utterly inhumane. Survivor F, if you have the guts, post your coordinates. I'll come over and take you down immediately. Hudo, haha, I'll tell you the truth. I'm outside the safe zone. But I want to post it. If you have the guts, come find me. Just remember not to step on a landmine. Huo Li's gaze turned icy. He recognized in Hudo the most grotesque malice. This malevolence was not merely for profit, but rather a perverse thrill derived from exerting power over the lives of others, harvesting a morbid pleasure from their fear and anxiety. At that moment, a private chat notification pinged, and upon opening it, Huo Li was met with a message that surprised even him. Chapter 53. Let us make up for the missing gold coins with yours. Although it was already late into the night, Huo Li was well aware that this time was when the majority of survivors were most active. Large-scale zombie hordes often emerged at night, making it the most perilous time. For survival, everyone's biological clocks have been forcibly reversed, sleeping during the day, working at night. And this mountain gang leader, who had stolen the first kill from Zhang Peng, was no different. Zhang Peng, Hua Shun, sorry to disturb you. We paid the money concerning that Hudo issue. Zhang Peng, we obtained the landmine location map for the Zizi Ridge area. If you need it, I can record a video for you using the system's built-in recording feature. Huo Li furrowed his brow. Huo Li, you really paid him? You don't genuinely believe that paying him will stop him from planting new landmines, do you? Such a person has no credibility. Don't let yourselves be drained like blood bags. Zhang Peng, alas, Huoshun, we had no choice. That Zizi Ridge area is precisely where the chopped pepper fish head was blown up in the video. Zhang Peng, it's the only route to the Dark Zone food factory. The road conditions there are terrible, and my vehicle can only pass through that way safely. If we don't pay, and happen to step on a landmine, everyone in the car will be doomed. Zhang Peng. Moreover, this Hudo is too cunning. For just 10 gold coins, you can only buy the landmine location map for a specific section. The map only marks 6 landmine locations. Huo Li, food factory? Where's that? Zhang Peng. It's a massive canned food production facility, ridiculously densely packed with buildings, resulting in no natural light inside, and coupled with power outages. It's darker than a graveyard. The location is just behind Zizi Ridge. It said that there are many canned foods that haven't spoiled yet, especially meat cans. Zhang Peng. Given the current market, such long-lasting meat rations are practically a hard currency. If we can bring out a few boxes, they'll fetch a fortune at the trading hall. Many small teams have recently set their sights on that area. Zhang Peng. And as far as I know, it's not just us. Several elite teams from the Tindao Alliance have also obediently paid Hudo. They often pass through there and simply cannot afford to take the risk. Huo Li shook his head at this point. Huo Li, that doesn't justify paying that scumbag. Since you've purchased the map, why not just share a copy with the other teams? Or better yet, publicly disclose it in the chat. Just to annoy that Hudo. Zhang Peng. Huoshun, that's easy for you to say. We can't afford to do that. Zhang Peng, we're just trying to make a living. If we go public, Hudo and his crazed followers will surely target us. Besides, we paid for the information. Why should we just give it away to others? Why didn't they come to us for free? Moreover, we are in competition with other teams. Even if they offer the map for free, we wouldn't dare trust that their markings are accurate. Upon reading this, Huo Li paused for a moment, then chuckled wryly. Indeed, in a post-apocalyptic environment, the cost of trust between individuals is exceedingly high, to compel them to risk offending the deranged in the name of so-called justice, while also requiring them to finance intelligence on their own, is truly an unreasonable demand. Moreover, the competition among survivors has rendered mutual trust nearly impossible. Huo Li, all right, I understand. There's no need for me to investigate. I seldom traverse that area anyway. Just be cautious. With that, he terminated the private chat and leaned back in his chair, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. It appears that this plump pig is developing even faster than I anticipated. Just considering Zhang Peng and several teams from the Heavenly Path Alliance, they must have amassed dozens of gold coins, if not more. And when factoring in the scattered, terrified individuals, Huo Li's lips curled into a cold smile. Then let us preemptively eliminate them. The gold coins needed for the advancement of Doomsday Train shall come from you. Just because others cannot locate you does not mean I cannot. The effect of the legendary skill, Identification Eye, is exceedingly formidable. The skill description states, it reveals partial information about the target, with the content depending on the user's innermost thoughts. This implies that Huo Li can ascertain Hudo's whereabouts, even the items within his backpack. After all, when he previously used this skill to spy on Lu Jingli, even unconventional data, such as purity and friendliness, were revealed. Of course, Huo Li is acutely aware that seeking trouble with this group of lunatics carries certain risks. After all, they utilize anti-tank mines. And even with the enhanced defenses of the armored vehicle, A direct confrontation could lead to dire consequences. Yet, time is of the essence. Huo Li glanced at the boundary line of the safe zone on the map. The rate at which the safe zone is shrinking has noticeably accelerated. It now occupies only half its original size. At this pace, it will vanish entirely in less than 2 days. More critically, the abandoned district where Lu Jingli resides is no longer centrally located within the safe zone. This means that by evening, it will be exposed to the dangers beyond the safe zone, even before its complete disappearance. These individuals already have to evade zombies, and once the safe zone dissipates, their threats will extend beyond mere undead. A group lacking combat prowess, yet possessing production capabilities, has undoubtedly become prime targets for various factions, particularly Lu Jingli, whose ability to assemble mechanical sentinels is no longer a secret. The members of the merchant guild who observed her previously are already aware of her talents. Therefore, it is imperative to extract Lu Jingli, along with her vehicle, before that happens. Huo Li's objectives are clear. Not only does he aim to rescue the woman with S-grade talent, but he also covets that colossal RV to improve his quality of life. Relying solely on his current vehicle will be insufficient. The absence of a kitchen and refrigerator poses a significant problem. To secure both the individual and the vehicle, he must advance. He must acquire Doomsday Train. The mythic-grade vehicle requires a hefty investment for its advancement. But Huo Li firmly believes in his capability to obtain both the person and the vehicle, especially with the exclusive skill named Companions in Misery. Moreover, the prices of food in the trading market are exceedingly enticing. The extreme cold has yet to subside, and most individuals have depleted their gold reserves on fuel, resulting in plummeting food prices. Stockpiling now is akin to acquiring assets at rock-bottom prices. Huo, I shall accept your gold coins. Huo Li's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Let me see where you are hiding, you little rodent. He fixated on Huo's glaring name in the world channel, as if data flows surged within his pupils. Identification, I activate. With a silent command in his mind, the legendary skill was instantly unleashed. Chapter 54. Who truly is the fat sheep? Huo. Talent. B-grade remote trading. Identity. Leader of the adorable Cannibal Alliance. Coordinates. XXX. Buck. 342 gold coins. 3 rubber. 1 AK-47. 216 universal bullets. 1 orange. 12 aluminum seats. 12 liters of fuel. 1 L-pack. 1 fuel. 10 L-pack. 2 anti-infantry mines. 5 mine location markers. 342 gold coins. Upon seeing this number, Huo Li's eyes instantly lit up. Indeed, a plump, oil-rich fish. He possesses more wealth than I, who toils endlessly to slay zombies. If I were to consume this bounty, not only would I secure the funds for vehicle advancement, but I would also have a surplus for stockpiling. And he has amassed 22 liters of fuel? Huo Li's brow arched slightly. It seems a portion of that 342 gold coin reserve must have come from the lucrative fuel trade. It is well known that fuel prices in the trading market have skyrocketed, and Huo has likely profited handsomely from a surge. Inflating prices and disrupting market order is a path to your demise. Huo Li scoffed, providing himself with a grand justification for his impending theft. Besides the money and fuel, he took note of the anti-infantry mines. Ah, I see. Previously, he had wondered how this fellow had acquired so many anti-tank mines. It turns out he had mixed in these lower-tier anti-infantry mines. While anti-infantry mines pose little threat to Huo Li, they remain deadly for other survivors, especially those with lesser vehicle modifications. Furthermore, the drop rate for these lower-grade mines is undoubtedly higher than that of anti-tank mines. Huo's claim of burying dozens of them appears to hold merit. Many must indeed be anti-infantry mines. Lacking combat talent, yet possessing merely a B-grade talent. Huo Li shook his head in regret. To have survived this long and accumulated such wealth through unconventional means is no small feat, alas. You should not have buried anti-tank mines that jeopardize my safety, nor should you have boasted on the public screen about your wealth. In this harsh apocalypse, merely being able to earn money and stockpile food is insufficient. You must possess real firepower. An AK-47 is little more than a toy. Without sufficient might to guard your wealth, you are but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Now is the time to reap. Huo Li glanced at the map. The distance is neither too far nor too close. Vroom! The V8 engine emitted a deep growl, and a massive armored RV prowled like a beast stalking its prey, veering towards the coordinates of Huo with haste. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, the abandoned highway near Dwarf Ridge was swept by a cold wind. Several modified vehicles with menacing bumpers were parked by the roadside, their headlights illuminating the uneven terrain in a ghostly white. All 3 vehicles had undergone various modifications. Some were reinforced with barbed wire, while others had steel plate barriers, giving them an imposing appearance. A group of men clad in leather jackets, their eyes shadowed with smoky makeup, busied themselves, Two of them wielded AKs and shotguns, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, casually dispatching any wandering zombies. The other three knelt on the ground, diligently excavating shallow pits to bury round mines, carefully covering them with dirt and debris. Old 3, your vehicle modifications are impressive. The steel plates are quite thick. Of course, I snagged a good number of gold coins from 2 iron treasure chests last time. Even if zombies surround us, they won't be able to pry open my doors. Haha, I think Old 2's vehicle is the most formidable. The spikes on the front pierced right through a zombie yesterday. As they worked, the men exchanged boastful banter about their respective vehicles, their words dripping with pride. Enough. Everyone shut your mouths. Work faster. Huo interjected impatiently, fiddling with a grenade in his hand. He gazed at the unusually desolate wilderness tonight, a glimmer of greed flickering across his face. Tonight's zombie tide is surprisingly sparse. However, it conveniently facilitated our endeavor to bury our treasures. It seems the heavens are indeed aiding us. With the absence of any zombies causing disturbances, we have managed to bury at least 20 more explosives tonight. Hurry, everyone step on it. Seal off this area. Once we finish burying, we shall move to the next intersection. I intend to transform this entire expanse into our personal ATM. Just then, a deep and resonant rumble echoed from a distance. The sound was not akin to that of ordinary vehicles. Rather, it resembled the awakening roar of an ancient beast, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What is that noise? The group halted their movements, turning their heads towards the source of the sound. At the end of the abandoned road, 2 piercing beams of light sliced through the darkness. Shortly thereafter, a colossal armored behemoth slowly approached. The light reflected off its seamless armor, which gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Good heavens, this vehicle! A few subordinates stood in awe, realizing that their pride in their modified cars paled in comparison to this monstrous machine. Though Huo was momentarily stunned by the vehicle's customization, his astonishment quickly morphed into a more intense greed. Unbeknownst to him, this was Huo Li's vehicle. To him, it appeared to be a supersized prize. Hiv. Such a well-modified car. The owner must be quite wealthy. Huo licked his lips, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. Were those 2 anti-tank mines buried properly? Boss, they were just buried, still warm. One subordinate, who was filling in the dirt, boasted. Where did you bury them? In the right lane. In that pit. Good. Excellent. Huo grinned maliciously, immediately commanding, Xiao Wu, lie down on the right lane. Pretend to be injured. Everyone else, quickly move some large stones to block the left lane. Force him to go right. As long as this big fellow dares to come over, I shall let him taste the delight of anti-tank mines. Even if he is fortunate enough not to step on a mine, he will still be forced to stop. At that point, we shall treat him to some grenades. Yes, boss. The group moved with remarkable proficiency, clearly having engaged in such schemes before. The individual named Xiao Wu smeared dirt on his face and fell onto the right lane, whining in faux distress. The others swiftly brought over a few large stones and threw them onto the left lane before diving back into their vehicles, revealing only their malicious eyes, eagerly anticipating the impending spectacle. Chapter 55. Let us see who is more ruthless. Huo Li observed the clumsy performance ahead, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. The cute cannibal alliance? Having long since locked onto their coordinates with identification eye, Huo Li was well aware that this group was composed of Huo and his cohorts. Rather than hiding in a safe zone in the dead of night, they were digging pits on the road. It seems that tonight's reduction in the zombie horde, coupled with their loathing, has not only facilitated my coin farming, but also allowed these rats to stir up trouble. No wonder they are so audacious. It turns out they are free from the threat of zombies. At that moment, Huo Li caught a glimpse of a new message popping up in the global chat channel. Huo, look, another disobedient little darling is about to step on a mine. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What a pity, this car looks so cool, it's clearly high-end. But soon it will be out of commission. Video attachment. Click to play. Huo Li casually clicked on the video. The footage revealed his own armored RV speeding along. Its massive frame appeared in the night like a steel beast, with 2 blinding headlights slicing through the darkness like swords. Oh, you want to see me step on a mine? Huo Li's cold smile widened. Clearly, Huo had failed to recognize this vehicle as his own. After all, Huo Li had maintained a low profile, never showcasing this newly upgraded armored RV in public. Furthermore, in the dim light, Huo could not discern the 2 formidable weapons. The Vulcan Gatling and RPG concealed atop the roof. To him, this was merely a high-end RV modified by some unfortunate soul, a ripe target presented on a silver platter. Yet, he could never dream that the one seated inside was Huo Li, the very individual he had ridiculed for so long, who wouldn't dare to make a sound. Meanwhile, on the public screen, the benevolent survivors were anxiously calling out, "Survivor, hey, don't go past that vehicle. It's a minefield." That twisted pervert has buried mines there. Survivor B, stop sending useless messages. It's the middle of the night, and we're outside the safe zone. Who dares to take their eyes off the road to check the public screen? The vehicle owner surely can't see it. Survivor C, it's over. That car seems well modified, but it's about to be destroyed by scum. Huo Li, hith hith. It's useless because benevolent survivors 1T stand by and watch others die. Image attachment. Click to view. Huo Li, look how pitiful. If the car owner has the slightest shred of conscience, boom, game over. Survivor D, shameless. You're nothing but beasts. Using a comrade to feign an injured bystander. Exploiting others' goodwill to harm them. Survivor E scum. May you meet a terrible end. Watching the frantic warnings from the survivors on the public screen. Huo Li could not help but chuckle. Driving without checking the public screen? That's what an ordinary survivor would do. They must keep their eyes peeled on the road, lest a zombie suddenly springs forth or they crash into an obstacle. Under such heightened mental strain, who would dare to lose focus? But Huo Li was different. He possessed an automatic fire control system and close-range radar. Any zombies within a kilometer would be locked onto by the system, provided they were not obstructed by obstacles. His favorite pastime, while driving, was sipping on chilled cola, browsing the public screen to watch these foolish netizens chat, and enjoying the alluring assistance photos sent by beauties in the private chat. This was Huo Li's daily life. Feigning injury, are we? Luring survivors to step on mines. Are we? Huo Li gazed at the figure lying by the roadside, a cruel smile flashing in his eyes. Then I shall ensure you truly incur some injury. One that requires no healing, a direct report to the underworld. With a thought, Huo Li disabled the automatic attack mode of the fire control system. If left on, the occasional zombie might expose the heavy weaponry atop the vehicle. Since they enjoyed playing with mines, let them truly experience what a genuine surprise feels like. Despite the incessant warnings flooding the public screen, Huo Li's armored RV showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, he deliberately adjusted his direction, barreling straight down the right lane toward the feigned injured individual and the location of the buried mines. As the distance closed, the headlights of Huo Li's 3 vehicles finally pierced through the night, illuminating the true form of this steel behemoth. What the hell? Upon seeing the exaggeratedly thick armor plates, one of Huo Li's subordinates could not suppress his astonishment. What kind of monster is this? How thick must that armor be? Illuminated by the lights, they could clearly see the layers of composite armor on the doors and the cold, hard metallic sheen of the integrated turtleback roof. The entire vehicle resembled a moving fortress that had traversed time from a future battlefield, the overwhelming sense of pressure causing everyone present to momentarily struggle to breathe. This modification is simply outrageous. Surely, anti-tank mines would fail to penetrate this exterior. What is there to panic about? One companion, though equally stunned, attempted to maintain composure and scoffed. It doesn't matter. As long as we can destroy the chassis or the wheels, that's all that's needed. No matter how thick the armor, the chassis remains a weak point. Once we immobilize it, it will be at our mercy. Moreover, the thicker the armor, the fatter the fish. This vehicle must be filled with treasures. Just as the greedy expressions on their faces intensified, another observing companion suddenly squinted, pointing at the top of the armored RV with confusion. Wait, am I seeing things? Were those 2 lumps on top of the vehicle? What appears to be a bizarre stretcher, or perhaps a folding ladder? Due to the encroaching darkness, coupled with the concealment offered by the integrated turtle shell armor, they could only faintly discern 2 protruding objects atop the vehicle, rendering it impossible to associate them with the legendary heavy weaponry. At that moment, the figure of Xiao Wu, lying helplessly on the right lane, began his performance. Help me. He writhed in agony, one hand clutching his chest while the other feebly waved towards Huo Li's vehicle, his face a mask of desperate despair and pleading. It must be said his acting was indeed masterful. Had he been a compassionate, ordinary survivor, one might instinctively slow down to offer assistance. However, he was confronted by Huo Li, a hunter even more ruthless and relentless than they. Huo Li's heart raced as he fixated on the approaching armored behemoth. Just a little further, just a little further, he frantically urged in his mind. If that vehicle advanced just a few more meters, it would trigger the 2 anti-tank mines. This was his greatest masterpiece of the night. Should even such an apparently indestructible super vehicle become immobilized under his handiwork, the footage would undoubtedly shatter the psychological defenses of all survivors. At that point, those willing to pay for their lives would surely form long lines. He even feverishly broadcast the scene on the World Channel, continuously sending live footage, treating it as a cruel shopping livestream. Look, it's about to explode. This is the fate of those who refuse to pay. Ha ha! Just as the tension reached its zenith, screech. A piercing sound of brakes suddenly pierced the air. The massive armored RV came to a steady halt approximately 10 meters from the minefield. Damn! The manic grin on Hu Dou's face froze instantly, replaced by sheer frustration and agitation. Just a little further. Just a tiny bit. Why the hell did that bastard stop? Xiao Wu, seeing the vehicle's reluctance to approach, was momentarily stunned and then intensified his performance. Help! Help me! He amplified his groans, writhing painfully on the ground, his pleading hand waving more frantically as if he would perish the moment Huo Li chose not to save him. The blinding headlights shone directly on Xiao Wu's face. Under the harsh white light, his exaggerated smoky makeup appeared particularly grotesque, even while feigning vulnerability. The twisted corners of his mouth and the madness and mockery concealed deep within his eyes were unmistakably evident. Inside the vehicle, Huo Li observed the struggling jester with an impassive expression. His gaze was chillingly calm, akin to that cast upon a corpse long since grown cold. Xiao Wu, growing anxious as the vehicle remained stationary, shouted hoarsely, "Help! Brother, save me! Virum!" A spine-tingling sound of high-speed, rotating machinery suddenly drowned out his cries. It was the sound of death's wheel turning. Tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The M61 Vulcan Gatling, under the auspices of the SSS grade unlimited firepower talent, surged to a staggering firing rate of 240 rounds per minute. The concentrated 20mm heavy explosive rounds obliterated the very spot where Xiao Wu lay, enveloping it in a cataclysm of destruction. Boom, 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 boom. This was no mere gunfire. It was a symphony of thunder. Each bullet detonated upon impact, creating terrifying craters in the earth. And in an instant, the jester who had just been acting was reduced to countless invisible fragments. Dust billowed, the earth trembled. Xiao Wu had no time to utter a single scream. He was physically vaporized from this world, reduced to a puddle of flesh mingled with soil. Boom! The terrifying explosion, accompanied by flying debris and soil, violently struck the 3 modified vehicles parked by the roadside. Crash! The windows of the vehicles shattered instantly under the shockwave, sending shards of glass cascading onto Hu Dou and his companions. What the hell? Hu Dou flinched at the deafening sound. Nearly dropping the grenade, he clutched in his hand. Instinctively, he covered his ears, his face a portrait of shock as he gazed at the cloud of dust ahead. What just happened? Did the mine explode? His first thought was not that they had come under attack, but that the mine had misfired. Had he buried it in the wrong position? Or had that kid inadvertently triggered the fuse while rolling around on the ground? But that couldn't be right. Those were anti-tank mines. How come your weight from rolling around possibly set them off? The other companions in the vehicle appeared equally pale, their ears ringing from the blast. Was this the power of an anti-tank mine? Even the windows shattered. Xiao was surely reduced to nothingness. However, before they could fully process the shock, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. Tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The nerve-wracking whirring of the machinery did not cease. Rather, it crescendoed. The beam of destruction did not fade, but began to sweep furiously across the entire stretch of road. Huo Li did not relent. Since he had opened fire, he might as well help turn the earth beneath this forsaken land. The Gatling's barrel spun rapidly under the motor's drive, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets that plowed through the minefield. Hu Dou and his companions had painstakingly set. Boom, 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 boom. This time, it was no longer merely the sound of bullets exploding. The anti-personnel mines and anti-tank mines that had yet to detonate beneath the surface were triggered one after another by the horrific force and explosive shock of the 20mm shells. A series of even more intense flames shot skyward, transforming the abandoned highway into a battlefield reminiscent of carpet bombing. In less than 5 seconds, the once perilous minefield had been reduced to a desolate wasteland, littered with smoking craters, with no trace of any mines remaining. Inside the vehicle, Huo Li observed this scene with a cold gaze, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Playing with explosions in front of Guangdong? You think your pathetic little tricks can compare? I can detonate 240 times in a second. Amidst the cascading flames produced by the series of detonations, Hu Dou finally discerned the full form of the vehicle. Its colossal and menacing armored body, the seamlessly integrated turtle shell turret, and the 6-barreled Vulcan cannon, still slowly rotating and emitting wisps of smoke. Even if Hu Dou were utterly ignorant, he could not fail to recognize the true identity of this vehicle at that moment. Huo Li. This was Huo Li's vehicle. The expression on Hu Dou's face crumbled in an instant, transforming from arrogance to abject terror. His smoky visage now as pale as that of a corpse. How could he be here? Why did he have to arrive at this moment? Impossible. This cannot be. The world is vast. How could such a coincidence occur? Just moments ago, he had boasted on the public screen, declaring Huo Li a worthless coward, claiming he wouldn't dare let out a single sound. And yet, the next second, this harbinger of doom was bearing down upon him in an armored vehicle. Ah! An overwhelming wave of fear elicited a high-pitched scream from him. The earlier bravado, the smirks, the sense of invincibility, all vanished. He resembled a terrified mouse, suddenly crouching low and desperately shrinking beneath the seat, hands clasped over his head, trembling uncontrollably, the sound of his chattering teeth echoing throughout the cabin. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Meanwhile, his companions were utterly paralyzed with fear, witnessing the terrifying firepower that had instantly obliterated Xiao Wu in a minefield. Their psychological defenses crumbled in an instant. "Run! Run!" One of the companions screamed, flinging the door open, abandoning his prized rifle, and bolted into the woods, fleeing wildly. Whoosh! A piercing sound of something slicing through the air suddenly caught up with the silhouette. The RPG rocket, trailing a long plume of flame, carved a deadly trajectory through the night sky. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the frantically fleeing companion was instantly transformed into a fireball, obliterated into fragments before a single scream could escape his lips. The brilliance of the explosion momentarily illuminated the surroundings, casting light upon Huo, who cowered in the car, his face a mask of terror and distortion. Through the shattered car window, he bore witness to the entirety of his companion's gruesome demise. Before he could recover from the horror of the scene, a buzzing sound, reminiscent of a death knell, echoed once more. The barrel of death slowly rotated. "Now aim at the 3 modified vehicles by the roadside." "No." Huo let out a desperate howl. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Flames erupted. The relentless downpour of 20mm explosive rounds enveloped the 3 modified vehicles in a tempest of annihilation. Fire soared to the heavens, and explosions cascaded in unending waves. The vehicles, as fragile as paper under the onslaught of the bullets, were torn to shreds, engulfed in flames in an instant. After a few minutes, as the smoke began to dissipate, the desolate highway was littered with charred remnants, still emitting wisps of smoke. Scattered about were a dozen softly glowing orbs, the spoils that had erupted from Huo's backpack. With a creak, the heavy armored door swung open. Huo Li tightened his coat and gracefully leapt from the car. Without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly navigated the ruins, collecting the glowing orbs one by one. His movements were fluid, completing the task in a mere 30 seconds. Ding! Loot collected successfully. Gained 342 gold coins. Gained AK-471. 437 universal bullets. Gained fuel 1L, X12, fuel 10L, X1. Returning to the warmth of the vehicle, Huo Li gazed in astonishment at the rapidly escalating numbers in his backpack. His gold coin balance, which had stood at a mere 1301, had skyrocketed to 4721. Leaning back against the leather seat, his chest heaved with excitement, his countenance alight with exhilaration. This was exhilarating. He could not contain a low growl of triumph, his eyes gleaming with primal intensity. This bounty was simply overflowing. Not only had he amassed enough for his advancement, but he also had a surplus. Indeed, Huo Li's lips curled into a wry smile. Huo was right. Slaying zombies could never be as lucrative as taking down humans. Those few hundred gold coins would have required him to vanquish numerous zombies, even several abominations. And if he were to hunt regular zombies, it would take an eternity. Yet now, all of it was accomplished in mere seconds. Of course, this was predicated on having sufficient strength to ensure he would not be countered. Huo's error lay in underestimating the disparity in their powers. He fancied himself the apex predator atop the food chain, capable of toying with and hunting down passing survivors. Little did he know, in Huo Li's eyes, he had already become a dish on the menu. This was the consequence of misjudging one's own strength. After calming his tumultuous emotions, Huo Li took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. The main event was about to commence. Advancement. The Doomsday Train. Chapter 57. Advancement. The Doomsday Train. For this moment, he had invested all he had. Huo Li trembled as he navigated to the vehicle advancement interface. Ding. Cost. 400 gold coins. Vehicle advancement blueprint. Doomsday Train Mythical X1. Advancing vehicle. As the command was executed, an indescribable force descended upon him. Unlike the clanging sounds of previous upgrades, this time the entire vehicle seemed enveloped by mysterious energy, emitting a deep humming sound. The vehicle began to tremble violently, the metallic frame producing a grating noise as if undergoing a profound reconstruction. Blinding red light erupted from every seam of the vehicle, illuminating the previously dark sky as if heralding a blood-red dawn. Huo Li sat in the driver's seat, feeling as though the very space around him was warping and stretching. After approximately a minute, the vibrations ceased and the brilliance faded. Huo Li eagerly surveyed his surroundings. It doesn't seem to have grown much larger? He felt a twinge of confusion. He had assumed that upon advancing to a train, the interior space would elongate like that of a railway carriage. However, in reality, the length of the interior remained nearly unchanged, while the width had indeed increased, though not to an extravagant degree. There were no noticeable additions to the facilities either. Even the decor had not become more lavish. Was this truly a mythical grade vehicle? Just this? However, when his gaze pierced through the windshield to the outside, he immediately sensed something amiss. His line of sight had elevated, and significantly so. Previously, his view had barely been 2 meters off the ground. Now it was at least 4 meters high. This indicated that the entire vehicle's height had been dramatically raised. Although he had not exited the vehicle, he could feel an unparalleled sense of stability and weight. It was as if a mountain had settled upon the earth. This was no trivial matter. Huo Li speculated that perhaps some new facilities had emerged between the chassis and the driver's seat, yet he refrained from rushing outside to investigate. The darkness obscured any clarity. Nevertheless, he could distinctly sense that 2 profound pieces of information had suddenly materialized in his mind, akin to the awakening of his identification eye. It was knowledge that had been directly imparted into his consciousness. They were 2 entirely new skills. Impenetrable wall, companions in desolation. Huo Li stifled his racing heart, focusing his thoughts to access the skill description interface. His gaze fixated on the lines of text, his breath hitching involuntarily. Impenetrable wall. Quality, mythical. Type, passive. Effect. 1. The Doomsday Train recovers 5 durability per second. 2. Unless the vehicle's durability reaches 0, individual components cannot be destroyed. Huo Li stared intently at those 2 brief lines of explanation, his pupils trembling violently. He slowly leaned back against the seat, gripping tightly with both hands. This was nothing short of a supernatural ability that defied the laws of physics. In this apocalyptic world, how did most survivors meet their demise? It was often not due to their vehicles being obliterated, but rather because windows were shattered by zombies, tires were blown off by landmines, or engines were destroyed, leaving them stranded and ultimately facing a grim fate. This is what is known as the wooden barrel effect, where a vehicle's survivability is dictated by its weakest link. What had Huo Li feared the most? It was not direct confrontation. It was the fear of the chassis or tires being obliterated by anti-tank mines. Once that happened, no matter how thick the armor, a vehicle that could not move was merely an iron coffin. But now, this concept had been utterly overturned. Unless the vehicle's entire durability reached 0, individual components could not be destroyed. What did this imply? It meant that his windows, tires, chassis, and even the exposed Gatling gun and rainwater collector atop the vehicle now shared the vast health pool of this mythical grade vehicle. Want to shatter his windows? Fine. You must first deplete the vehicle's health. Want to blow off his tires? Dream on. As long as the vehicle's health remains intact, even a nuclear bomb would leave those tires unscathed. Moreover, the vehicle recovered 5 durability per second. Huo Li's lips curled into a manic grin. This was not mere recovery. This was akin to having a cheat to lock health. Even when besieged by a horde of zombies, even if hundreds of them were gnawing at it simultaneously, the damage inflicted would likely be outweighed by how quickly it healed. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, in a mere 20 seconds, the entire vehicle could be restored to full health. This also meant that his vehicle had completely bid farewell to the concept of repairs. What wear and tear on parts? What dents in armor? None of it exists. Invincibility. This is the true essence of being invincible. And this is merely the first skill. Huo Li took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming joy surging within him, and shifted his gaze to the second skill. Chapter 58. Into the road together. Force devour. Into the road together. Quality, mythical. Type, active. Effect, designates a vehicle within a 10-meter radius. The Doomsday Train will merge with the designated vehicle, altering all attributes. Simultaneously, all individuals aboard the specified vehicle will be forcibly transformed into residents of the Doomsday Train. Description, an exclusive skill of the Doomsday Train, usable only by its owner. The moment Huo Li comprehended this passage, a jolt of electricity surged through him, sending shivers down his scalp. If unbreakable wall merely contravened the laws of physics, then into the road together utterly defied the foundational rules of this world itself. Forced fusion, forced habitation. Huo Li murmured, the ambition in his eyes blazing like a wildfire. This is cannibalism, a blatant act of devouring. To forcibly consume another's vehicle, even including the living beings aboard, and claim it as one's own. Previously, he had lamented the insufficient space within his upgraded vehicle, but now it seemed a trivial concern. Not spacious enough? Then consume. Devour another's RV. Devour another's truck. Whatever size one desires can be attained. At this moment, Lu Jingli's silver giant RV vividly materialized in Huo Li's mind. That mobile palace boasting a luxurious kitchen, a double-door refrigerator, a large-screen television, and even a washer and dryer. Now all of that belongs to me. Huo Li licked his somewhat parched lips, his gaze aflame with fervor. Those amenities, let alone in this resource-scarce apocalyptic world, even before his transmigration, many were luxuries he had never possessed. Yet, in this hell infested with zombies, he was poised to live an even more indulgent life than before. Huo Li could not help but burst into laughter, the sound echoing within the vast and sturdy confines of the vehicle. This apocalyptic world is becoming increasingly fascinating. Next, let me test how the driving experience has changed. After all, the height of the vehicle has increased significantly, and its overall weight must have also risen considerably. Huo Li gripped the steering wheel and tentatively pressed the accelerator. The V8 engine erupted with its robust roar, the massive vehicle shuddering slightly as it surged forward. The feeling of acceleration remained, yet it was evidently less aggressive than before. Huo Li keenly detected the feedback from the chassis. The tires were struggling. Though under the enhancement of unbreakable wall, these 4 heavy-duty, explosion-proof off-road tires would not burst, nor would they sustain damage. The laws of physics still prevailed. Flattened tires would lead to excessive contact area, skyrocketing rolling resistance, severely impacting speed and handling. This vehicle's weight had likely multiplied several times over. Huo Li frowned. Mythical-level vehicles are indeed not something ordinary rubber tires can withstand. It's time for an upgrade. Despite having squandered some resources, leaving him with only 721 gold coins, Huo Li felt an unprecedented sense of financial extravagance. For he had in his backpack 22 liters of hard currency fuel, seized from Huo's righteous haul. At the current exorbitant price of 176 gold coins per liter, that 22 liters amounted to a staggering 3,872 gold coins. Sell it all. Huo Li waved his hand grandly, immediately listing all the fuel at the price of 176 gold coins per liter on the trading post. Ding. Sold fuel, 10 pack, 1. Deducting 5 transaction fee, gain gold. 1,672. In the blink of an eye, a portion of the fuel was sold. The fuel market is indeed this frenzied. If you dare to list it, someone will dare to buy it instantly. Now his gold coin balance soared to 2,393. With renewed confidence, Huo Li opened the tire upgrade interface. Tires. Upgrade Path 1. Self-repairing explosion-proof tires, with an internal self-repair gel layer that automatically mends punctures. Average comfort. Average load capacity. Cost. 8 gold coins, 10 rubber. Upgrade Path 2. Heavy-duty solid tires, made of pure rubber, completely airless, resistant to wear and punctures. Extremely bumpy ride. Speed limited, exceptionally high load capacity. Cost. 20 gold coins, 30 rubber. Upgrade Path 3. Special aviation class load-bearing tires, with a multi-layer fabric structure, highly reinforced sidewalls. Capable of withstanding hundreds of tons of impact. Extremely high tire pressure, unbeatable support, and minimal rolling resistance. Cost. 50 gold coins, 40 rubber, 20 steel wire. Aviation tires? Now, this is the footwear a mythical level vehicle deserves. Huo Li wasted no time, directly bypassing the first 2 options. Why not go all out for tires? Must max out. Ding. Purchased 40 rubber, 20 steel wire, consuming 14 gold coins. Ding. Consumed 50 gold coins, 40 rubber, 20 steel wire. Upgrade successful. As a burst of light enveloped him, Huo Li immediately felt the vehicle shudder slightly, as if lifted by tremendous force. The previously somewhat flattened tires now appeared round and full. The pressure in these special aviation tires is extraordinarily high. They felt as hard as stone, exhibiting almost no deformation. Although the shock absorption capability had decreased, and the feedback from the road became more direct and even somewhat bumpy, the unparalleled support they provided was undeniable. No matter how heavy the vehicle becomes in the future, these 4 tires would steadfastly bear the burden. Let me try again. Huo Li pressed the accelerator once more. This time, the vehicle's response was remarkably nimble. The heavy, dragging sensation vanished entirely, and the power of the V8 engine was transmitted unreservedly to the ground. This is the true sense of control. Huo Li patted the steering wheel with satisfaction, relishing the surge of power emanating from beneath him. This steel behemoth. Huo Li drove the newly upgraded Doomsday train across the wasteland, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of commanding such a powerful vehicle. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the ground not far away, a flash of fire igniting the air. A landmine, buried by an unknown party, detonated unexpectedly. Huo Li furrowed his brow in confusion. These mines purchased from Huo seemed to be of exceedingly poor quality. He hadn't even driven over them yet, and they detonated from several meters away. But the next moment, he keenly sensed something amiss. At the instant of the explosion, a faint white halo flickered around the perimeter of the vehicle. Like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, it created a transparent ripple that swiftly expanded outward, shielding the shockwave and shrapnel from the explosion. Huo Li squinted, observing closely, and discovered that a nearly imperceptible, translucent membrane consistently enveloped the area approximately 1 meter around the vehicle. Initially, he had thought it was a visual distortion caused by the thickened windows, but now it was evident. Something was indeed amiss. He quickly summoned the Vehicle Attribute Interface. Chapter 59, Antimatter Annihilation Cannon. Doomsday Train. Durability, 100. Modifications, 2 infinite. Pre-upgrade equipped with large displacement V8 engine, heavy-duty composite alloy armor doors, integrated cast turtleback armor, M61 Vulcan Gatling gun, RPG-7, special aviation class load-bearing tires, cabin overpressure maintenance system, and reinforced bulletproof glass. Post-upgrade equipped with defensive field, antimatter annihilation cannon. Meets upgrade conditions. No, this vehicle cannot be upgraded through conventional methods. Exclusive skills. Into the road together, unbreakable wall. Indeed, Huo Li's eyes sparkled. Just like the automatic machine gun that came with that dilapidated van upon his arrival, this mythical-level unique vehicle also possesses factory-installed components. He immediately opened the Vehicle Component Interface. Defensive Field. Quality. Mythical. Red. Upon installation, this vehicle component deploys a protective field shield that envelopes the entire vehicle externally. The field shield can collide with all enemy units, including aerial projectiles and bullets, thus preventing them from breaching its barrier. The shield can absorb up to 10 damage per second, and any attacks exceeding this threshold are nullified. Furthermore, the shield regenerates 1 durability point each second. So that is how it is. The landmine earlier did not self-detonate. Rather, it detonated upon colliding with this invisible field shield. Upon comprehending the skill description, Huo Li felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. 2 words, invincible. 4 words, unmatched in the world. An absolute defense in the truest sense. The ability to withstand up to 10 damage per second. What does that imply? It signifies that even in the face of a nuclear explosion, even if the damage multiplies by tens of thousands, only 10 points will be deducted from his health bar in a single second. This is tailor-made to counter high explosive damage like that from Barrett rifles or even missiles. Even if subjected to simultaneous sniper fire from a dozen Barretts, he could endure for at least 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Huo Li chuckled darkly. 10 seconds is ample time for my Vulcan Gatling to obliterate the enemy 2,400 times over. Moreover, this shield regenerates automatically, combined with the impenetrable wall that heals the vehicle. This car, it's nearly impossible to destroy. Truly, it is a mythical-grade vehicle. It was worth my sleepless night to unlock this. Not only did I acquire 2 divine skills, but I also received this overpowered vehicle component. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Huo Li eagerly turned his gaze to another vehicle component, Antimatter Annihilation Cannon. Just the name itself carries an aura of world destruction. Antimatter Annihilation Cannon. Quality, mythical, red. A vehicle component inherent to the Doomsday Train. It consumes 1 plank mass of anti-hydrogen as ammunition to unleash a cataclysmic blast. Power settings available. Level 1 Tactical, 1 little boy. Level 2 Strategic, 30 little boys. Level 3 World Ending, back to the Stone Age. Huo Li stared at the lines of text, his mouth agape, utterly petrified. After a long moment, he finally exhaled a heavy breath and murmured, I only see 4 words, not eating beef. No wonder this Doomsday game seems so easy. It turns out I am the apocalypse itself. A little boy? That S an atomic bomb. Even at the lowest setting, a single shot would result in nuclear devastation. As for that back to the Stone Age option, Huo Li dared not imagine whether this Doomsday world would even remain after such a blast. Of course, the most crucial aspect lies in the effect of the SSS level talent. All your weapons always possess at least 1 round of ammunition. Undoubtedly, the Antimatter Annihilation Cannon is a cannon. It counts as a weapon. It also enjoys the benefit of infinite ammunition, and it receives a double damage bonus. Quite reasonable, indeed. A small opening is still an opening. With this contraption, who would dare provoke me? Who would dare defy me? This is not merely survival. This is clearly a vacation while playing God. After being exhilarated in the driver's seat for a full half hour, Huo Li finally managed to temper his inflated sense of divinity. Licking his parched lips, he realized he had long been dry and his stomach began to grumble. He twisted open a bottle of mineral water and gulped down half in one go, then pulled out 3 sandwiches from his backpack, devouring them ravenously until he felt slightly revived, reaching about 60% fullness. At that moment, the trading post emitted a delightful notification. Ding! Sold fuel, 1 L pack, for a net of 20064 gold after deducting a 5 gold fee. Another substantial sum. Huo Li gazed at the figure with fervent eyes. The upgrade was complete. Now it was time to hoard supplies like mad. With ample provisions at hand, there is no need for panic. First, water, the source of life. Although the vehicle is already equipped with a rainwater collector and water filter, Huo Li has always preferred not to put all his eggs in one basket. What if this cursed weather doesn't bring rain for months? What if an extreme drought occurs? Besides bathing, cooking, and laundry, what doesn't require water? Buy. Ding. Purchased mineral water, 80 units. Cost, 40 gold. Next meat. I'm truly tired of this lousy ham sausage. Eating starchy sausages daily is turning my mouth bland. Although the external temperature is low and many can only watch their steaks freeze solid, the scarcity of this item means that even if prices plummet, it still costs 25 gold per piece. Buy. Let us start with 10 pieces for a taste. Ding. Purchase frozen steaks, 10 units. Cost, 25 gold. As the transaction completed, Huo Li suddenly realized an awkward issue. His backpack was full. The previous round of black market dealings not only yielded gold, but also stuffed his backpack with guns, ammunition, and assorted materials from Huo's gang. Adding to that were several bottles of water and 10 steaks. First, let us take out the steaks. Huo Li retrieved the frozen steaks and crammed them into the small refrigerator in the vehicle. However, this fridge was already quite small, and with 10 steaks inside, it was practically full. This won't do. Huo Li glared at the half-empty refrigeration compartment and the completely stuffed freezing section, furrowing his brow. I still need to buy red wine, frozen chicken, frozen beef tenderloin, and ice-cold soda. The prices of these high-end ingredients are practically a giveaway. Not taking advantage of this opportunity to stockpile would be a disservice to my vast wealth of gold. But the issue is, only frozen meat can be listed in the trading post, and I must preserve it frozen after purchase. The system backpack, while convenient, cannot maintain freshness indefinitely. Stored items will spoil over time, or else sellers wouldn't be in such a hurry to list them for trade. I need a supersized refrigerator. Huo Li helplessly patted the already stuffed small fridge. Unfortunately, this item belongs to living facilities, not vehicle components, and cannot be upgraded directly through the system. If only I could upgrade it to a double-door refrigerator, like I could with an engine. Wait. Huo Li suddenly thought of something, and a meaningful smile crept across his face. If I can't upgrade it, I can borrow one. Doesn't Lu Jingli's giant RV have a double-door refrigerator? It seems I need to prioritize my plan to go pick up the girl. Chapter 60, Lu Jingli's self-presentation. Double-door refrigerator, here I come. Huo Li pressed the accelerator, driving the doomsday train swiftly across the desolate land as dawn broke. Heading straight for the abandoned district where Lu Jingli was located. After driving for about an hour, ding, the private chat channel suddenly blinked. Huo Li opened it to find a video sent by Lu Jingli. So early in the morning? Huo Li curiously clicked to play. The background of the video was familiar. It was the luxurious upstairs bedroom of the giant RV, with soft carpeting covering the floor. In the center of the frame stood a large full-length mirror, and Lu Jingli was positioned in front of it. However, this time she was not clad in her signature red shirt. Instead, she wore a thin, form-fitting white silk undergarment, the collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her delicate collarbone and a tantalizing expanse of creamy skin that quickened the pulse. She still wore that white pleated miniskirt, complemented by striking black stockings that accentuated her long, straight legs. In the video, her movements appeared somewhat stiff and shy. She seemed to be attempting to strike some alluring poses to showcase her figure, her hands awkwardly brushing over the hem of her skirt, then slowly gliding along the outer curve of her thigh, only to retract as if jolted midway. At this moment, that delicate face had turned as crimson as a ripe apple, her gaze evasively avoiding the lens while her long lashes trembled with anxiety. This stark contrast of wanting to deliberately please and showcase allure, yet appearing exceedingly naive due to shyness and restraint, was far more enticing than overt advances. Lu Jingli. That Huo Li, I was just trying on clothes, and for some reason, I suddenly wanted to send you a picture. Does it look good? Upon reading this accompanying message, the corners of Huo Li's mouth involuntarily lifted in a broad grin. Trying on clothes? Who on earth dresses like this early in the morning for a fitting? This is clearly a subtle test of his feelings. It seems that this proud, icy president, after enduring the relentless trials of the apocalypse and his unique care over the past few days, has begun to let down her psychological defenses. Is she, in this clumsy manner, attempting to curry favor with her sole pillar of support, perhaps even acting coy? Does it look good? Huo Li gazed at the woman in the video, her face flushed, her eyes flustered yet brimming with anticipation, and he felt a lump in his throat. Yes, it certainly looks good. However, it would look even more splendid if she were beside my double-door refrigerator. Watching the alluring figure in the video, Huo Li felt a dryness in his throat as a restless flame of desire flickered in his heart. Who could possibly withstand this? After several days in this world, filled with slaying zombies and modifying vehicles, he hadn't cleaned his magazines in ages. Just then, Lu Jingli sent another message. But this time the content made his expression turn cold. Lu Jingli. Huo Li, I don't want to deceive you. The reason I sent you the video is that I need your help. The Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Blackshaw sect have arrived. Lu Jingli. They have at least dozens of vehicles, blocking all the exits of the abandoned district. Lu Jingli. They are forcing the members of the Commerce Association to abandon their vehicles and become their tenants. Lu Jingli. Moreover, my RV is nearly out of fuel. With less than 10 remaining, I can't even escape. Lu Jingli. Can you come over? The Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Blackshaw sect. Huo Li narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel. His movements were rather swift. These two organizations were indeed clever, knowing to encircle this group of relatively defenseless sheep while the safe zone had not yet completely vanished. Just days ago, the Jinghai Commerce Association was already in a state of panic due to Lu Jingli's disclosure of information, with members gradually fleeing. Now, faced with the encirclement of dozens of vehicles, coupled with the coercion and temptation from these two organizations, Lu Jingli's meager number of subordinates had likely scattered long ago. Even with the mechanical sentry Huo Li had arranged earlier, she could only muster 3 combat machines at best. Once the abandoned district was exposed outside the safety zone, devoid of the protection of system rules, those ravenous thugs would find it a trivial matter to devour her Commerce Association members. After all, the talents of those in the Jinghai Commerce Association were undeniably enticing. Maintenance, modification, bullet manufacturing, fuel extraction. Not to mention talents like Qian Wanli's, remote trading, or intelligence-related abilities, which could directly translate into tangible benefits. Huo Li had previously relied on the information provided by Qian Wanli to locate a silver treasure chest outside the safety zone. Let me see the specifics. Activate Identification Eye. Huo Li silently recited, activating Identification Eye, and Lu Jingli's detailed information instantly materialized. Lu Jingli. Purity, 100. Friendliness, 100. Vehicle, giant RV, located in the abandoned district of the safety zone, parked, fuel level 8. Coordinates, XXX. 100 friendliness. Huo Li raised an eyebrow, secretly elated. It seemed that in her desperation, he had become her sole lifeline. This trust of 100 was telling in every way. A fuel level of 8, indeed, meant she could not move. Huo Li glanced at the map. On the map, the circle of green light representing the safety zone was visibly shrinking. The abandoned district was already at the edge of the safety zone. At this rate of contraction, in a maximum of 3 hours, possibly as little as 2, it would be entirely exposed. Fortunately, it was still within the safety zone, as long as she remained inside. The system rules were absolute. No matter how many people or guns the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Blackshaw sect possessed, as long as Lu Jingli stayed inside her RV, they would have no means to harm her. Any attack within the safety zone would be nullified. Not even a scratch on the vehicle. 1 hour. Huo Li estimated the distance and speed of the vehicle. With the current speed of the Doomsday Train, he could arrive in about an hour at full throttle. There was ample time. In the early morning, the biting cold wind swept through. The sky over the abandoned district was overcast, and the air was thick with tension. At that moment, they were completely encircled by dozens of vehicles of various modified forms. Though most of these vehicles were small cars and SUVs, each bore the marks of modification from days of apocalypse. Some had thick steel plates welded onto their doors. Others had their windows barred with wire mesh, and some even had makeshift launching devices mounted on their roofs. Protected by the rules of the safety zone, these vehicles were not concerned about scratches. They were parked closely together, forming an iron wall that sealed off every exit of the district. Inside the core area of the district, the atmosphere was even more suffocating. 4 heavily modified SUVs and pickups formed a square around a patch of open ground. Each vehicle held 3 or 4 fully armed men, wielding standard-issue weapons such as submachine guns or rifles, their fierce gazes radiating a menacing aura capable of intimidating ordinary individuals. At the center of their encirclement stood Lu Jingli's conspicuous silver RV. Surrounding the RV were only a few scattered vehicles, belonging to the members of the Jinghai Commerce Association who had either not managed to flee or were unwilling to abandon their post. A dozen association members, including the plump Qian Wanli, huddled by the vehicle, their faces pale. The 3 solitary mechanical sentries patrolled tirelessly around the RV. Although the weapons they bore provided a semblance of safety, it felt utterly trivial in the face of the dozens of enemies surrounding them. Regional Chat Channel. Guan Mao, Vice Leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Beautiful Lu, why are you still hiding in the car and refusing to show yourself? I know you're inside. Can't we have an open conversation? Guan Mao. Alas, I'm only thinking about what's best for your Jinghai Commerce Association. You see the state of the world now. Going solo leads only to a dead end. Join our Heavenly Tao Alliance, become a tenant, and we will guarantee your safety. What is wrong with that? Wang Tao, Vice Leader of the Blackshaw sect. Exactly. What Guan said is right. with those shabby vehicles of yours. Can you withstand the zombies? Stick with us at the Blackshaw sect, and you'll be well-fed and cared for, especially for those delicate little girls. Our brothers will surely treat you well. Huo Li. Gentlemen, such words cannot be taken lightly. We are all survivors. Whether to become tenants is a matter of personal freedom. Huo Li. You are surrounding us like this, coercing us. Isn't that a bit too domineering? The decision of whether to join should be left to our association members. Wang Tao, freedom? Morality? Wang Tao, you fat fool. Is your brain frozen? Do you even understand what the apocalypse means? In this world, Mom makes right. Do you have the strength to talk about freedom with me? Do you have the firepower to discuss morals? Don't push your luck. If you keep talking, I'll be the first to take you down once the safety zone disappears. A deep and resonant engine sound suddenly reverberated from the distance, rolling in like thunder. Guan Mao froze momentarily, instinctively glancing back towards the entrance of the block. Whose vehicle is making such a grand entrance? Huo Li observed the quarrels on the regional channel with indifference. He felt no surge of righteous indignation regarding the power struggles among factions. He was here solely for one person, Lu Jingli. As for the others, Wang Tao was right. Freedom requires the backing of strength. The Jinghai Chamber of Commerce's previous price-fixing alliance was hardly a paragon of virtue. However, Huo Li gripped the steering wheel tightly, gazing at the densely packed line of obstructive vehicles ahead. You may engage in your battles as you please, but blocking my path is where you err. On the outskirts of the block, within a modestly modified burgundy sedan, a round-faced man with a bushy beard was bragging to his companions. Once we incorporate the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce, we'll reap a substantial share of resources. I plan to upgrade the car doors to steel plates, though they might be heavier. They ensure safety. Just as he finished speaking, he felt the surrounding light dim abruptly. Instinctively turning his head, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. A colossal steel beast, reminiscent of a moving mountain, was hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. The vehicle stood at least 4 meters tall, resembling a small hill. Its seamless turtle shell armor exuded an oppressive aura. Atop the vehicle, a 6-barreled Gatling gun, still tinged with the scent of gunpowder, loomed like the scepter of death. The thick composite armor and massive spikes adorning the car were downright chilling. Most terrifying were the 4 enormous tires, each towering over 1.5 meters, taller than the roof of his sedan. By the heavens, the man trembled all over, dropping the half-burnt cigarette into his lap. He hurriedly sent a message via the regional channel. Regional chat channel. Round-faced man. What the hell? Look outside. What kind of monster is this? Guan Mao. It's just a car. What's the fuss? Stop being so dramatic. Pathetic. Wang Tao, exactly. It's merely a vehicle. It can't possibly eat you. Round-faced man. No. It's not stopping. It's going too fast. It's coming straight at us. Guan Mao, what is there to fear? Steady now. This is a safe zone. There are mechanisms in place for protection. Neither vehicles nor people will come to harm. Guan Mao. Besides, with so many cars blocking the way, even a tank would have to stop. Can it fly over? Yet, reality delivered a harsh slap to Guan Mao's face. The doomsday train showed no intention of slowing down, hurtling forward with terrifying inertia akin to a rampaging rhinoceros, directly colliding with the burgundy sedan. Boom! At the moment of impact, the anticipated sound of twisting metal was absent. A translucent defensive barrier flickered at the front of the vehicle, making contact with the sedan. Although protected by the safe zone rules, the sedan was not crushed. However, the laws of physics still held true. The doomsday train's terrifying momentum sent the lightweight sedan flying, as if it were a mere toy. Bang! 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 The sedan was propelled violently against the car behind it, which in turn crashed into the next vehicle. The entire street, packed tight with dozens of cars, resembled a toppled line of dominoes, triggering a cascade of violent collisions. Though the vehicles remained intact and no lives were lost, the immense force left all occupants reeling, disoriented, and some were even thrown from their seats. The thunderous crash echoed throughout the block. Inside a massive RV, Lu Jingli sat nervously on the sofa, her delicate fingers entwined anxiously. Suddenly, a series of earth-shattering sounds from outside made her heart leap. This commotion, she instantly realized, a smile unconsciously curving her lips, her once dull eyes sparkling with intrigue. Who else could make such a domineering entrance but him? This reckless disregard for all rules, this headlong charge, was the very hallmark of that man. On the outskirts of the block, Guan Mao was startled by the cacophony, almost losing his grip on his gun. He quickly pushed open the car door and leapt out to ascertain the situation. Chapter 62. I thought it was a speed bump. However, when he looked up to see the colossal behemoth coming to a gradual stop, he froze in place. What is this? He tilted his head back, eyes following the towering wheels up to the violent aesthetic of the composite armored body. finally resting on the Gatling gun atop, still exuding the scent of gunpowder. An indescribable sense of oppression washed over him, leaving his throat dry and his breath labored. As the vice president of the Tiandeo Alliance, he prided himself on being well acquainted with various modified vehicles. Yet, he had never encountered a steel monster that seemed to have traversed from a futuristic battlefield. Is this Huo Li's vehicle? A wave of regret surged through Guan Mao. He realized he should not have ventured into this quagmire today. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Wang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Are those airplane tires? They're enormous. And how thick must the armor of this vehicle be? At that moment, the once congested street had been brutally compressed by half. Many vehicles were haphazardly crammed together, some even overturned, with passengers inside groaning in disorientation. Though a sense of trepidation gripped him, Guan Mao steeled himself and stepped forward. Regional chat channel Guan Mao. Mr. Huo, this seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Our members of the Tiandeo Alliance have not provoked you. You've just sent flying over a dozen of our cars. Is it really necessary to disregard us so blatantly? Huo Li, what? So you're members of the Tiandeo Alliance? Huo Li, I thought Lu Jingli had arranged a speed bump for me. My sincerest apologies. My brakes just malfunctioned, so I can only thank you all for serving as speed bumps to help me stop. Guan Mao, you. Guan Mao glared at the mocking reply, his face turning ashen, his fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. This was clearly a jest at his expense. What speed bump? What broken brakes? Fooling ghosts. But when he glanced at the RPG, the curse that had risen to his lips was swallowed back. The situation was dire. The firepower of this vehicle could annihilate them all if encountered outside the safe zone. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Wang Tao quickly thought of a way to defuse it. Wang Tao, oh dear, it's all a misunderstanding. Wang Tao, big brother. Huo, we're here to protect your sister-in-law. We heard someone was plotting against her, which is why we surrounded this area, for her safety. Wang Tao, we were also hoping to invite a few friends from the Chamber of Commerce to join our Haisha sect. There's absolutely no malice intended. Huo Li, you dare call me big brother? Huo Li, I have no interest in wasting words with you. Huo Li, now leave, immediately, or never return. Upon reading Huo Li's merciless reply on the screen, Wang Tao's expression darkened considerably. After all, he was the vice leader of the Haisha sect, commanding over 200 people. Normally, everyone would greet him with respect. Today, he had stooped to calling the other man big brother, yet he was met with such blatant disrespect. Wang Tao, Huo Li, don't be too arrogant. Wang Tao, there are rules in the martial world regarding precedence. We've been here guarding for quite some time. You can't just chase us away as you please. Do you really think we're pushovers in the Haisha sect? However, what responded to him was not text. Whoosh! A piercing sound of something slicing through the air suddenly erupted. The RPG-7 mounted atop the Doomsday train belched forth a fiery tongue as a rocket, trailing a long plume of flame, hurtled directly towards the modified off-road vehicle occupied by Wang Tao. Chapter 63. Taking Lu Jingli away. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated through the narrow alley, flames shooting skyward, enveloped in a haze of smoke. Despite the absolute protection afforded by the safety zone rules, not a single piece of paint chipped from Wang Tao's vehicle. However, the ear-splitting cacophony produced by the explosion had a tangible impact on those inside the vehicle. Ah, my ears. The car door was frantically pushed open. Wang Tao and his three subordinates tumbled out of the vehicle in a disheveled state. Each of them clutched their ears, faces ashen, writhing in agony on the ground, with some even regurgitating violently, nearly expelling their bile. The proximity of the explosion, even without shrapnel, was sufficient for that terrifying sound wave to perforate their eardrums instantaneously, resulting in permanent auditory damage. This lunatic is utterly deranged. Not far away, Guan Mao gaped in shock, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had initially thought that no matter how arrogant Huo Li was, he would still adhere to some semblance of reason within the safety zone, considering that neither side could truly kill the other. Even when dealing with a perverse character like Huo, they could at least negotiate a price. But this gentleman wasted no time and launched an RPG right away. An RPG, no less. The ammunition itself was a coveted item, worth at least 5 gold coins per shot in the trading post, and in high demand. To nonchalantly fire it off like that? Moreover, Guan Mao suddenly noticed something and hastily raised the binoculars at his chest. Wait, that is, as the smoke dissipated, he beheld a brand new rocket appearing on the RPG-7 launcher, seemingly out of nowhere. How is this possible? Guan Mao felt as if he had seen a ghost. Just a few seconds? Who loaded that for him? Could it be that the vehicle is equipped with an automatic loading system? This is too sci-fi. Coupled with the unfathomable firepower reserves of the opponent and this heavily armed war machine, the last shred of Guan Mao's hope was utterly obliterated. replaced by a profound sense of dread and a desire to retreat. It's truly unwise to provoke someone like this. Even within the safety zone, there would be no favorable outcome. After approximately 30 seconds, Wang Tao finally staggered to his feet. His hands were frozen and red, clutching his still buzzing ears, and he shot a grim glare at Huo Li's vehicle. Although his gaze was venomous, he dared not utter another threatening word. "Let us go," he gritted through clenched teeth, violently gesturing for his subordinates to scramble back into the vehicle, starting the engine and hastily departing. He can still stand and talk. Inside the car, Huo Li raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seems the hearing damage isn't severe. The protection rules of the safety zone are more comprehensive than I had imagined. I originally thought that one RPG would be sufficient to deafen them. But now it seems the safety zone not only shields against the explosion's heat and shockwave, but also significantly mitigates the physical harm caused by sound. Otherwise, after such a close-range explosion, these individuals should be bleeding from their ears by now. On the other side, Guan Mao stood rooted in place, his expression fluctuating. He was torn, having brought dozens if not hundreds of brothers on this expedition. To leave in such a disgraceful manner was utterly humiliating. Yet, glancing at the doomsday train looming over him like a mountain and witnessing Wang Tao's pitiful retreat, reason ultimately triumphed over pride. "Withdraw." With a darkened face, Guan Mao turned and boarded his vehicle, not daring to glance at Huo Li again, as he led the Tindao Alliance's convoy swiftly out of the abandoned district. With the departure of these two major forces, the once congested alleys finally cleared. Huo Li maneuvered the doomsday train slowly into the core area. At that moment, all remaining members of the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce, including Qian Wanli, gazed in astonishment at the approaching steel behemoth, particularly Qian Wanli, whose small eyes widened in disbelief. "How long has it been?" He swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. Has it advanced again? This is too rapid. As the vice president of the chamber, he understood the difficulty of vehicle advancement. Even Guan Mao, the vice leader of the Tindao Alliance with numerous subordinates, had only managed to advance a vehicle once with the combined efforts of 4 individuals, including 3 dedicated supporters. And Huo Li, alone, single-handedly. Furthermore, to his knowledge, the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce had provided him with little more than some intelligence, offering almost no substantial material assistance. Is this the prowess of the man, known as Huo God? Is this what they call a one-man army? Under the watchful eyes of those filled with both awe and admiration, the heavy compound armored door creaked open. Huo Li, with a calm demeanor, leaped down from the nearly 2-meter-high driver's seat. He disregarded the reverent gazes surrounding him, striding directly through the crowd toward the massive silver RV. Upon pushing open the RV door, a wave of warmth enveloped him, instantly dispelling the chill of the outside air. Inside, the familiar warm yellow glow illuminated the space, soft and inviting. Huo Li ascended the narrow yet exquisite spiral staircase to the second floor. No sooner had he set foot on the second-floor flooring than he heard a voice filled with surprise and emotion call out, "Huo Li." Before he could discern the figure before him, a rush of fragrant air enveloped him as Lu Jingli lunged into his embrace. It was her distinctive scent, mingling with a hint of shampoo and a faint trace of body wash, instantly filling his nostrils. Almost immediately, 2 astonishingly soft forms collided against his chest. The sensation not only soft but also imbued with a heart-stirring elasticity, trembling lightly in response to her sobs, pressing closely against his muscles. Huo Li instinctively opened his arms, enveloping the slightly trembling figure. His hands brushed against her delicate, silky white silk undergarment at her waist. Beneath the gossamer fabric lay a waist slender enough to grasp, and the warmth of her skin transmitted through the clothing, igniting a heat in Huo Li's palms. "You're finally here." Lu Jingli buried her face in the crook of his neck, her scorching tears instantly soaking his collar. Her hands gripped the fabric of Huo Li's back tightly, as if letting go would cause this sole pillar of support to vanish. Huo Li could distinctly feel her body trembling, a response intertwined with fear, grievance, and the exhilaration of surviving a calamity. He could even hear the rapid beating of her heart. Huo Li's own heart raced in tandem, the warmth of her soft form and the soothing fragrance captivating him. Yet, he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult of emotions that surged within him. Now is not the time. We have at most an hour before this place is exposed beyond the safety zone. We must leave. Huo Li gently patted her back, steadying her, and gazed into her tear-streaked eyes, his tone grave. "I will reiterate, Lu Jingli, the essence of this doomsday game is selection. Whether you wish to acknowledge it or not, most will perish, including those outside." Lu Jingli's body stiffened slightly, a flicker of struggle and anguish flashing in her eyes. But soon, She cast a glance at the chamber members gradually encroaching outside, and then at the steadfast man before her. Ultimately, she lowered her head, her voice soft yet unwavering. "I will follow you." A few minutes later, Lu Jingli donned a red shirt and followed Huo Li down from the RV. Confronted by the encroaching Huo Li and other members of the merchant guild, Lu Jingli took a deep breath, her eyes brimming with remorse. "I'm deeply sorry, esteemed colleagues. I can no longer fulfill the promise I once made. My initial plan was to unite us in the formation of a formidable steel army, establishing a sanctuary in this apocalyptic world, but now I find myself unable to do so." She paused, casting a glance at the two mechanical sentinels stationed nearby. The materials and gold used to construct these sentinels were collectively contributed by everyone present. "I cannot take them with me, nor do I have the dignity to do so. I shall issue one final command, ensuring they remain ever loyal to Vice President Qian. They will autonomously engage any approaching zombies, hopefully providing a measure of protection for all of you." As she spoke the first half of her declaration, the expressions of the guild members dimmed, filled with disappointment. They understood that the formidable Huo Li had eyes only for Lu Jingli, with no intention of including them, whom he deemed burdensome. However, upon hearing Lu Jingli's decision to leave behind the two mechanical sentinels, a flicker of hope reignited in their gazes. They had witnessed the prowess of those sentinels. Tireless and precise in their aim, they were undoubtedly among the finest bodyguards available at this juncture. Huo Li stood to the side, his countenance impassive as he observed the unfolding scene. Yet, internally he calculated, it matters not. Those sentinels are bound to Lu Jingli, lacking the benefit of my SSS-level talents, and I cannot command them. They would merely be two pieces of scrap metal. The true treasure lies in having Lu Jingli, the inexhaustible source of mechanical ingenuity. As for the Jinghai Merchant Guild, I shall watch in cold detachment. With Lu Jingli's departure, this so-called neutral guild will cease to exist. They will lose their sanctuary, facing the competition and plundering of other survivors, truly ensnared in this brutal game of survival. The two mechanical sentinels assisting the remaining 10 members would indeed prove advantageous, akin to adding two relentless and fearless B-level talent fighters to their ranks. This was the last act Lu Jingli could perform for them. Sometime later, the massive Doomsday train thundered ahead, with the silver giant RV trailing closely behind. These two colossal iron beasts, so starkly different in design, moved in tandem, slowly departing the desolate district under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Gradually, the surroundings became sparser, and although they remained within the safety zone, no signs of life could be observed. At that moment, Lu Jingli received a private message. "Hey, Huo Li, would it be alright if I came to your vehicle? If you don't mind, that is." Huo Li smiled faintly in response. "Don't be hasty. You shall soon find yourself aboard my vehicle." Huo Li licked his somewhat parched lips. It was time to dine. Chapter 64. Fusion of Vehicles. Compartment 1. Seated in the driver's seat of the giant RV, Lu Jingli gently rested her hands on the steering wheel, her previously tense demeanor finally relaxing. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as they focused intently on the formidable iron beast ahead, a smile unconsciously curving her lips into an enchanting arc. What a magnificent war machine it was. Merely trailing behind elicited a palpable sense of weight and pressure that quickened her breath, even without witnessing the fearsome god of fire cannon at the front. The seamless turtle shell armor and the imposing tires, nearly as tall as a person, silently proclaimed its supremacy. How swiftly it had advanced. Lu Jingli bit her lip, her eyes filled with incredulity. Just last time they met, it was an armored RV, and now it had transformed into this unamiable steel behemoth. Such formidable power dispelled the weight in her heart, replaced by an unprecedented sense of security and a trace of profound admiration. In this world where order had crumbled, such absolute strength was the most potent aphrodisiac. As this realization struck her, a shiver ran down her spine, accompanied by a surge of relief. If Huo Li had not arrived in time, if the safety zone had vanished, she could hardly contemplate the fate that awaited her in the clutches of Guan Mao or Wang Tao. Even if Guan Mao was a high-ranking member of the Tao Alliance, his vehicle was merely a modified large SUV. The cramped cabin was already filled with 3 or 4 sweaty men. If she would be forced into their company, she would be packed in like sardines in a can. Lu Jingli felt a wave of nausea. She had heard of even more tragic tales. Some convoys, in an effort to save space, would shove their occupants into the trunk, where they would eat, drink, and relieve themselves, only to be retrieved when needed. A life that felt almost inhuman. With a sigh of relief, Lu Jingli's gaze intensified upon the doomsday train ahead. Huo Li was different. He was alone. Moreover, his vehicle was a true mobile fortress, spacious enough to feel almost airy. Although their encounters had been few and far between, lacking a profound emotional foundation. This was inconsequential in the face of survival. If she could smoothly ascend to the position of the mistress of this doomsday train, or even just a dedicated occupant, her future in this apocalypse would be more dignified and secure than for the vast majority. No more dwelling on that. She had resolved to stick by him. Lu Jingli's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced once more at the private message interface, where Huo Li's previous words lay quietly. Don't be hasty. You shall soon find yourself aboard my vehicle. Soon aboard his vehicle, Lu Jingli blinked in confusion, watching the doomsday train ahead, which showed no signs of slowing down. Would it stop to allow her to transfer, or did he intend to carry her over? Suddenly, the doomsday train decelerated sharply, coming to a steady halt by the roadside. Lu Jingli's heart raced as she quickly pressed the brake. A glance at the dashboard revealed the red fuel warning light already illuminated, with the fuel gauge alarmingly hovering at the 2 mark. Oh no, this fuel won't sustain idling for long, she thought, a wave of anxiety and conflict surging within her. If she changed vehicles now, would she truly abandon this resource-laden giant RV, equipped with top-tier living facilities? Her mind spiraled into a frenzy of irrational thoughts. Had her previous video not hinted strongly enough? Did Huo Li perceive her as a nuisance? She should have been bolder then and pierced through that layer of hesitation. At this thought, her cheeks flushed with heat, and she shook her head, trying to rid herself of such embarrassing notions. No more overthinking. He wouldn't abandon her now that she had arrived, would he? Just then a deep, resonant hum erupted from the doomsday train ahead. Following this, a blinding red light surged forth from the steel chassis, enveloping the giant RV behind it completely. Chapter 65, Claiming the Bed. Not just the bed. What is this? Lu Jingli exclaimed, instinctively reaching for the door to exit, only to find herself seemingly immobilized by some unseen force. The surrounding space began to distort, the vehicle emitting a series of jarring metallic grinds. As if undergoing a microscopic reorganization, she felt as though she were being shoved into a red kaleidoscope, with everything before her spinning, stretching, and overlapping. This sensation persisted for approximately 10 seconds. As the crimson light receded like a tide, the peculiar dizziness dissipated as well. Ding. Your vehicle, giant RV, has been fused with the doomsday train. Ding. You have become a resident vehicle owner, Huo Li. The crisp sound of the system notification chimed in her ears. Lu Jingli abruptly opened her eyes, her beautiful orbs widening in disbelief. A fusion. In a flurry of anxiety, she glanced around. The cockpit of the once massive RV had completely vanished, gone with the steering wheel and dashboard, and even the main and auxiliary seats had disappeared without a trace. In their stead was a spacious staircase, leading to an automatic door that exuded a sense of advanced technology. She hurriedly turned her head to look behind her. To her astonishment, the living area remained intact. That familiar sofa, the double-door refrigerator, the cozy soft bed, and even the exquisite interior decor were all in their original places. The furnishings, the layout, everything was exactly as it had been. The only thing missing was the door to the outside world. It was as if the entire space had been flawlessly severed and then grafted onto another realm. What kind of power is this? At that moment, Lu Jingli felt her understanding of reality completely upended. Meanwhile, within the cockpit of the doomsday train, Huo Li gazed back with eager anticipation. The layout of the front cabin had not undergone significant change. It still featured his modest little refrigerator, a rather shabby single bed, and that cramped bathroom where turning around was a challenge. However, in the spot that should have been the rear of the train, the thick metal wall had vanished. In its place stood a technologically sophisticated automatic door, through which the spacious, brightly lit, and somewhat luxurious living quarters could be faintly glimpsed. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. Huo Li gleefully slapped his thigh. This connection was not akin to the old-fashioned green train with chain couplings between carriages. Rather, it resembled modern subway or high-speed train compartments, where the carriages were completely interconnected. This meant he could walk directly from the cockpit to the opulent living pod behind. Striding forward, Huo Li pushed through the automatic door. Before him lay a breathtaking sight. Lu Jingli stood in the center of the expansive living pod, her expression somewhat dazed. She was exquisitely dressed. Although she wore a sharp red shirt over a white silk lining that exuded allure, it could not entirely conceal the elegance within. The white pleated mini-skirt gracefully covered her thighs, while the black stockings encased her long, straight legs, radiating an irresistible aura of a commanding woman. Yet at this moment, she appeared like a startled fawn. Her watery, beautiful eyes were wide open, her red lips slightly parted, and her hands fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, clearly still reeling from the bewildering fusion of the vehicles. Upon seeing Huo Li's arrival, the panic in her eyes instantly transformed into surprise and reliance. Huo Li, almost instinctively, she took long strides, and due to her sudden movement, her high heels clicked sharply against the floor as she rushed down the steps and embraced Huo Li, who had just descended. Her soft body pressed closely against him, and that familiar fragrance enveloped Huo Li's senses once more. "You clingy little thing," Huo Li remarked with a playful smile, pinching her pert nose. "Haven't we just embraced? Why are you throwing yourself at me again?" Lu Jingli buried her face in his arms, her voice muffled yet laced with a hint of affection. "I was so frightened. I thought you were going to lock me away." "Fool!" Huo Li gently patted her back, as if soothing a startled pet. "This is my vehicle, and it will be your home from now on." After a moment of comforting, Huo Li gently pushed her away, clasped his hands behind his back, and adopted an air of authority as he began to inspect his newfound possessions. "Not bad, quite impressive." His gaze swept over the enormous double-door refrigerator, its silver-gray metallic exterior gleaming coolly. Beside it was a complete set of kitchenware, a dual-burner induction stove, a built-in microwave, and all manner of pots and pans. Everything was present. What delighted him further was the washing and drying set tucked away in the corner. A washer-dryer combo. This meant he would no longer have to hand-wash clothes imbued with the scent of sweat. Opening the bathroom door, Huo Li nodded in satisfaction. This was no mere bathroom. It was practically a small-scale spa. Compared to the cramped compartment in the front, this space was extravagantly ample. The massive shower area was so spacious that not only could one person shower comfortably, but even two could enjoy a romantic bath without any issue. As he turned on the faucet, clear water gushed forth, indicating that the plumbing had been flawlessly reconnected by the doomsday train. Huo Li continued to explore. On the first floor, besides these living amenities, there was a master bedroom featuring a large double bed, and a secondary bedroom with a single bed where he had previously rested. Adding to that was a soft-looking double bed on the second floor. In total, this carriage boasted 3 sleeping spaces, Huo Li mused. Including the one in the cockpit, there were 4 sleeping arrangements. Not only could 2 people stay here, but even if 2 more guests were to join, there would still be ample room. Once again, he marveled at the wonders and capabilities of the doomsday train. It could seamlessly merge 2 entirely different vehicles and even automatically rearrange the intricate plumbing and electrical systems. All facilities were operational without any sense of dissonance. It was as if he had purchased a fully furnished home complete with all appliances. Huo Li felt elated. After completing his tour, Huo Li's gaze settled on the master bedroom on the first floor. The large bed was adorned with pink and white sheets, appearing extraordinarily soft. Without hesitation, he approached and flopped backwards onto it. Thud! His body landed heavily on the mattress, which was far from the expected firmness. Instead, it enveloped him in a delightful embrace. The mattress felt as if it were made of clouds, gently cradling his body, making him feel as though he had sunk into a massive cotton candy. Huo Li let out a long sigh of contentment, limbs sprawled out, occupying the entire bed. As he moved, he was immediately enveloped by a rich yet subtle fragrance. This was not the scent of any perfume. It was the unique aroma of Lu Jingli. Huo Li took a deep breath, feeling the tension of recent days dissipate entirely at that moment. Indeed, even amongst RVs, there is a difference. He mused internally. Compared to the Horde, barely maneuverable single bed in the cockpit, this was heaven. Not only was this bed perfectly soft, but its width was also astonishing. Huo Li rolled over to test the pleasing dimensions. With this width, sharing the bed would pose no problem at all. In fact, with a little squeeze, it seemed 3 people could lie down comfortably. As he entertained this thought, a playful smile crept onto his lips, and his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Lu Jingli, who stood at the bedroom door, her hands awkwardly twisting the hem of her clothes. Watching Huo Li sprawled across her bed like a lord, stretching his limbs and even burying his face in the pillow to inhale deeply. Her cheeks flushed a fiery red, as if ignited by flames. Was this considered bed piracy? She thought shyly. This bed was meant for me. It still held the remnants of her warmth and scent. But in the next instant, a more embarrassing thought emerged. No, I'm merely a guest. Huo Li is the true master of this vehicle. The implication of ownership meant everything inside belonged to him, including the bed. And even at this realization, Lu Jingli felt her heart race, and her mind involuntarily conjured images that made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. She could almost see herself. She gasped inwardly, as if scalded, hastily turning her head away, daring not to glance at Huo Li on the bed, even once more. At this moment, her long swan-like neck was tinged with an alluring blush, transforming the previously frosty beauty into a bashful young girl, her eyes cast down, with her lashes trembling restlessly, and her breath quickening. She yearned to flee the room steeped in a heady atmosphere of hormones, yet her legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead. Immobilized in place, leaving her to stand awkwardly, her heart racing like a startled deer. Lu Jingli discreetly stole a glance at Huo Li, who was blissfully reclining with his eyes closed, limbs sprawled, as if on the verge of drifting into slumber. Is he truly asleep? A wave of disappointment mingled with reluctance washed over her. Should I take the initiative to do something? Chapter 66. A thunderstorm approaches. After all, my current role is that of a willing lodger, one who has willingly followed him. If I do nothing, will he perceive me as a dull woman? With this thought, her heart raced anew. Her delicate hands, which had been intertwined, trembled slightly as they rose, eventually resting at the collar of his red shirt. Her fingertips quivered as she gently unfastened the exquisite button. The collar parted slightly, revealing more of her alabaster skin and a hint of a deep ravine. Drawing a deep breath, as if summoning all her courage, she softly called out, "Huo Li." Her voice was sweet and melodic, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Yet, Huo Li remained unresponsive, appearing truly asleep, not even lifting his eyelids. Lu Jingli was momentarily taken aback. Did he not hear? Gritting her teeth, she raised her voice slightly and called out again, "Huo Li." Still, silence reigned, save for Huo Li's steady breathing. At last, Lu Jingli could no longer maintain her composure. A surge of indignation welled up within her. What on earth? She placed her hands on her hips, her cheeks flushed with annoyance, resembling a puffed-up little kitten. Wasn't it obvious enough? I even unbuttoned it. And yet, he pretends to be asleep? What a blockhead! Just as she mentally berated him. Prepared to stomp her foot in protest, the man, who had seemed to be in a deep slumber, suddenly stirred. Like a long-dormant beast, he sprang into action without warning. Lu Jingli felt a blur before her eyes. Before her startled cry could fully escape her lips, she was overwhelmed by a powerful force. Sent crashing onto the soft bed. Strong arms firmly ensnared her, his heated breath cascading over her face. Startled and bashful, she lifted her gaze, only to find herself locked in Huo Li's eyes, which sparkled with a mix of aggression and playful mockery. Outside the window, the previously somber sky grew even more oppressive. Boom! A colossal flash of lightning cleaved through the clouds like a sword, its destructive force striking downward with a thunderous roar. In that instant, the world turned white. Following closely, the booming thunder rolled in like a war drum, causing the earth to quiver beneath it. The wind howled, sweeping up torrential rain. The downpour cascaded like a waterfall, wildly washing the towering mountains, flowing down the steep cliffs to form rapid streams that splashed violently in the low-lying areas. The forest swayed violently in the storm, producing a sound akin to weeping, as if bearing the weight of an irresistible force. Allowing the furious lightning to strike again and again, and the relentless rain to drench without mercy. Each clap of thunder felt like a heavy blow, piercing deep into the earth. Each bolt of lightning resembled a charge, piercing the heavens. This was a primal and wild symphony, brimming with power and conquest. With the extreme cold persisting, the thunderstorm descended. Survival challenges intensified once more. Time passed without her noticing. Ding! You have exited the safe zone. The crisp sound of the system notification shattered the post-incident tranquility. Huo Li, still unsated, rose from the bed, his muscular physique illuminated by the dim light. He padded barefoot into the spacious bathroom, turning on the shower. The warm water cascaded over him, washing away his sweat but failing to diminish the feeling of satisfaction in his heart. He casually glanced at the system map. Indeed, the green light, representing the safe zone, had retracted significantly inward. At this moment, the abandoned district had been completely exposed beyond the safe zone. Outside, lightning flashed and thunder roared, the storm raging, compounded by the biting cold and the omnipresent threat of zombies. Were he an ordinary survivor, he would surely be trembling in fear, huddled in a corner praying for dawn. Huo Li surveyed the hellish scene outside the window, then turned to glance at the still robust vehicle. A calm, confident smile graced his lips. What does it matter to be exposed beyond the safe zone? What does it matter to face extreme cold and thunderstorms? With the Doomsday Train as his mythical vehicle and the dual protections of impenetrable wall and defensive stance. Even if the sky were to fall, he remained absolutely secure within. He could even return now and engage in a battle without a worry of being disturbed. This overwhelming sense of security is the ultimate luxury in the apocalypse. After his shower, Huo Li stepped out wrapped in a towel, feeling refreshed. Next, it was time to fill the refrigerator. He strode directly to the large double-door fridge and yanked it open. A blast of cold air greeted him. But the contents appeared rather meager. 6 bottles of mineral water for dry loaves of bread, 2 frozen, hard broccoli, and a pitiful half of a duck. Tisk tisk. Huo Li shook his head. It seemed the sudden drop in temperature had hit the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce hard. The esteemed President Liu had such scant supplies at home. Nonetheless, the owner of this vehicle was now Huo Li. Since the fridge was his, it had to be filled. Huo Li glanced at the system panel, noting his coin balance had soared to 31,094. Such a figure was exhilarating. He swiftly opened the trading market, though the storm raged outside. The extreme cold had not relented, keeping fuel prices high. This led to an amusing phenomenon. Fresh ingredients requiring cooking and consuming fuel were now at historic lows. After all, who would waste precious fuel on cooking meat when everyone was at risk of freezing? Not to mention the utterly worthless wine. No one is buying? Then it's a bargain for me. Huo Li waved his hand, entering a frenzy of stockpiling. Chapter 67. Stockpiling Madness. First up were poultry, a delightful source of meat. High in protein and nutritionally comprehensive. Ding. Purchased 10 frozen whole ducks, consumed 15 coins. With a flash of light, 10 impeccably clean frozen ducks appeared in Huo Li's hands. These ducks were as pristine as those from a supermarket freezer, with entrails, heads, and feet already removed. Huo Li lifted one, feeling its weight in his hand. Especially the two hefty, meaty legs, frozen solid. He tried pinching the thick duck skin with his nails, and the unique texture of the poultry instantly awakened his appetite. If I could just simmer one for a rich duck soup, Huo Li swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to fire up the stove immediately, and tuck them into the bottom of the freezer. Next up were chicken legs, specifically drumsticks. Ding. Purchased 20 frozen chicken drumsticks, consumed 12 coins. A hefty sack of chicken legs in hand, the weighty sensation instills a sense of reassurance within, while not as firm as duck legs. The pale yellow skin of the chicken seems to emanate an enticing aroma of fat, and even in its frozen state. Huo Li can vividly imagine the scene of them being fried to a golden crisp, bursting with juices upon the first bite. Resisting the urge to take a bite, he decides to procure something more substantial. Beef tenderloin. Ding. Purchased frozen beef tenderloin 3, spent 18 gold coins. 3 vibrant red strips of beef tenderloin appear in his grasp. This cut, known as the most tender part of the cow, is devoid of sinew, consisting solely of lean meat. Even in its frozen state, it retains an exquisite elasticity when pressed. This meat, sliced into pieces or diced for stir-frying, melts in the mouth. Alas, with only salt as seasoning. The tantalizing prospects of black pepper beef or Hangzhou pepper beef remain unrealized. As Huo Li stows the beef tenderloin in the fridge, he marvels at the enchantment of this apocalyptic world. The ability to procure frozen meat from treasure chests is nothing short of magical. Yet, considering that RPGs and AK-47s can also be found, a few blocks of frozen meat seem trivial in comparison. He still needs something rich and fatty. In this frigid end-of-the-world scenario, fat signifies warmth and life. Ding. Purchased frozen pork belly 10, spent 20 gold coins. 10 strips of marbled pork belly are secured, the glistening layer of fat appearing warm and inviting. There are also steaks, red wine, and vegetables. Huo Li moves swiftly, as if wandering through his own backyard. Ding. Purchased frozen steaks 10, spent 25 gold coins. Ding. Purchased red wine 5, spent 5 gold coins. Ding. Purchased frozen broccoli 10, frozen mixed vegetables 10, spent 8 gold coins. After this frenzied shopping spree, Huo Li surveys the freezer, now overflowing and nearly unable to shut, nodding in satisfaction. What delight, at least for the time being. Concerns about food scarcity are alleviated. Moreover, his system backpack is still stocked with compressed biscuits and bottled water as emergency rations. This brings an immense sense of security. Next, his gaze shifts to the refrigerator. One cannot overlook the importance of refreshing beverages. Ding. Purchased cola 40, spent 20 gold coins. Cans of vibrant red cola are neatly arranged on the shelves, instantly uplifting his spirits. Finally, he turns his attention to rice. Ding. Purchased rice 40 kilograms, spent 16 gold coins. As for eggs and fresh leafy greens, Huo Li searches in vain, realizing they likely fall under perishables deemed untreatable by the system. He feels a twinge of disappointment, but remains content, gazing at the now full double-door refrigerator with several bags of rice stacked in the corner. Huo Li's penchant for hoarding finds great satisfaction. This is his steadfast assurance in this apocalyptic world. Comfortably nestled into the soft leather sofa, he begins to tally the expenses from his recent shopping spree. The total expenditure amounts to 139 gold coins, adding the 25 gold coins spent on the previous 10 steaks. He has invested a total of 164 gold coins in food. While he contemplates this figure, smacking his lips, 164 gold coins would be a significant sum under normal circumstances. Yet, this expenditure is undeniably worthwhile. The food procured would suffice for 2 people for at least 60 days. Even considering his current stamina of 8 points and heightened appetite, this bounty would last a solid 40 days. Huo Li quickly calculates. The equivalent of daily food expenses for one person comes to about 2 gold coins. Presently, prices are such that a meager sandwich sells for 3 gold coins and a bottle of water for 5 gold coins. This implies that, excluding water costs, His daily indulgence of steaks, chicken legs, and red wine costs about the same as those subsisting on dry bread and cold water. Huo Li cannot help but chuckle. The value for money is extraordinary. Of course, this absurd situation stems from a simple reality. The vast majority lack vehicles, let alone kitchens. With extreme cold and thunderstorm conditions, cooking outdoors is tantamount to courting death. Without a kitchen or fuel, even those with frozen meat can only stare helplessly, forced to sell at rock-bottom prices in the marketplace. They resort to scrambling for instant dry bread and sandwiches. They cannot even afford instant noodles due to the lack of hot water. The interplay of supply and demand dictates prices, resulting in essential living provisions being exorbitantly inflated. Conversely, perishable ingredients requiring complex cooking conditions have become unwanted refuse. Yet, Huo Li is different. He surveys the warm and comfortable confines of his vehicle. With a single skill, it all materializes in a snap. In under 10 seconds, he has a home, a grand bed, water, and electricity, even an S-class talent maid, chef, and mechanical hive. This is the sheer worth of a mythical grade vehicle. And this is merely the beginning. If he could use end of the road to consume a large base vehicle, not only would he acquire the cabin, but also the soil cultivation facilities. Ambition flickers in Huo Li's eyes. Once that happens, self-sufficiency in fresh vegetables would transform his experience into a true apocalyptic vacation. Thunder rumbles outside once more, as fierce winds whip the torrential rain against the windows. Listening to the cacophony of rain, Huo Li feels not a shred of annoyance. Instead, he nods in satisfaction, a contented smile gracing his lips. Let it pour, the heavier the better. Thunderstorms often accompany heavy rain. Earlier, he discovered that the freshwater tank of the colossal RV boasts a capacity of 700 liters, complemented by an auxiliary water tank, coupled with the main water tank, which holds a total of 1,500 liters. What does this signify? It means he could shower daily, waste water freely, and still have enough for 10 days. If he conserves, it would easily last for half a month. Of course, should the water run out, it is of no concern. He knows the location of nearby lakes. At that point, he can simply park the vehicle by the lake, allowing the mechanical sentinel to fetch water, as the vehicle is equipped with a water filter, rendering even lake water into pure drinking water. After Lu Jingli departed from the Mirror Sea Trading Company, Huo Li summoned his mechanical sentinel back, and it now stands in the vehicle's cockpit. Though this sentinel cannot handle delicate tasks like cooking or laundry, it is more than capable of fetching water. With no worries about sustenance, safety assured, and a lovely companion by his side, Huo Li feels as if he has reached the pinnacle of life. Stretching luxuriously, he opens the world chat, with entertainment options scarce, and the sole source of amusement being the chat cooldown. Huo Li enjoys scrolling through the world chat as if it were a text-based short video. At this moment, the world channel buzzes with rapid-fire messages, and, through the screen, one can sense the palpable despair and panic. Chapter 68, Huo Li's Plans. World Chat Channel. Survivor A. Everyone beware. Never park your vehicle on high ground, and avoid parking under trees. I just watched a Jeep parked on a slope get struck by lightning. Survivor A. The sight was terrifying. The entire vehicle instantly became a massive fireball. The 4 people inside didn't even have time to scream. It was utterly horrific. Survivor B. When will this cursed weather end? I recently spotted an iron treasure chest by the roadside, but after much hesitation, I did dare to get out and open it. Survivor C. You did the right thing, brother. It's pouring outside, and the temperature is so low. Getting drenched for a mere iron chest could lead to hypothermia in an instant. Survivor D. An iron treasure chest is nothing. I even saw a bronze chest by the roadside, but I didn't dare to approach either. In this freezing weather, getting wet is essentially a death sentence. Survivor E. It's unbearably cold. The heating in the car is utterly ineffective. I feel as though my toes are on the verge of freezing off. Can someone rescue me? Upon reading these messages, Huo Li stifled a yawn, his demeanor revealing a sense of ennui. Thunderstorm? Low temperatures? Rain? Is that all? He cast a glance outside at the tempestuous lightning and torrential rain, his expression one of disdain. Such a thunderstorm, with its momentary explosive damage, could not even breach the defensive position. As for the low temperatures, Huo Li wiped the sweat from his slightly damp forehead. The car's air conditioning, perpetually emitting warm air, combined with the residual heat from the V8 engine and the assurance of unlimited fuel, maintained a delightful temperature of approximately 25 degrees Celsius. Were those shivering survivors to learn of his comfort, they would surely be envious enough to turn green with jealousy. Rainfall posed no concern whatsoever. Although he lacked an umbrella or raincoat, he had mechanical sentinels at his disposal. He had witnessed their durability firsthand. Previously, Lu Jingli's sentinel had endured a barrage from zombies. Its exterior cracked, wires exposed, and marred with grime and scratches, yet it continued to execute commands with vigor. A mere drizzle was insignificant. In the future, when encountering treasure chests, he would simply deploy a mechanical sentinel to open them, sparing himself from the inconvenience of getting drenched. Huo Li stretched his limbs and reclined into a more comfortable position on the sofa. He could remain ensconced within this impregnable fortress, sipping cola, indulging in steak, strategizing, and commanding everything. However, if he were to voice a regret, it would be the lack of an automated fire control base. Although the roof bristled with Vulcan Gatling guns and an RPG-7, the firepower appeared formidable, but as the Doomsday Train evolved, its length would inevitably increase. If all went according to plan, this train would only grow longer with more carriages added. Consequently, relying solely on the 3 weapons at the front and atop the train would create increasingly larger firepower blind spots. Should an agile variant zombie approach stealthily from the rear or side blind spots, while he was unperturbed by potential damage due to impenetrable barrier and defensive position, the sound of zombies clawing at the exterior would be rather bothersome, wouldn't it? To enhance the protection of the carriages and more efficiently harvest zombies for gold, it was imperative to acquire additional automated fire control bases. After all, he possessed the SSS level talent, unlimited firepower, rendering ammunition a non-issue. As long as he had enough bases, he could transform this train into a steel porcupine, bristling with gun barrels. When the time came, no matter how many zombies approached, he would simply unleash a barrage and be done with it. In addition to the bases, more mechanical cores were required. Given that Lu Jingli was currently unable to contribute elsewhere, he might as well have her busy creating more units in Carriage 1. The acquisition of additional cores would enable the formation of a formidable army of mechanical sentinels. At that point, the Doomsday Train could bulldoze through the center while flanked by tireless, fearless mechanical warriors engaging in combined arms operations. Tasks such as water collection, removing obstacles, and treasure chest opening, even exploring narrow terrains, could all be delegated to them. Thus, the objective was clear. Huo Li's eyes sparkled with determination. He would venture to the food factory in the Dark Zone. It was currently known as a high-resource area, with a treasure chest density far surpassing that of the wasteland, ensuring a greater yield. Moreover, he recalled the intelligence previously mentioned by Zhang Peng in a private chat. Many survivor teams were congregating at the food factory. A sly smile crept across Huo Li's lips. Where there are many people, there are plentiful opportunities. Perhaps he might even encounter a stranded, out-of-fuel, large-base vehicle along the way. Ideally, it would also have a beautiful damsel in distress aboard. He could then heroically descend in his legendary war vehicle to rescue her. Wouldn't that be Carriage 1, Damsel 1? Lu Jingli was fine, but having multiple companions would allow for shared cooking duties, ensuring he could enjoy a warm meal after exertion, rather than waiting for the cook to regain her strength to start fire. Of course, if he were to recruit companions, their appearance must be satisfactory, at least not inferior to Lu Jingli, as those from a Mirror Sea Merchant Association certainly were. Though the likelihood of such an encounter was slim, it was worth a look. Even opening a few treasure chests would be beneficial. With his resolve solidified, Huo Li hesitated no longer. He returned to the driver's seat at the front of the vehicle. Since consuming the giant RV, he had yet to properly test the driving experience of this fully realized train. Let us see how fast it can run with an added carriage. Huo Li tentatively pressed the accelerator. The vehicle shuddered slightly before smoothly taking off. Despite the addition of the enormous living carriage, there was no sensation of powerlessness. Rather, the energy remained abundant. Huo Li speculated that the original engine of the giant RV had not vanished, but rather fused into the power system of the Doomsday Train, creating some form of synergistic effect with the original V8 engine. After all, the skill description stated that the attributes of the Doomsday Train would adjust according to the newly fused carriage. Nonetheless, Huo Li still felt it insufficient. Since he was heading into the complex terrain of the Dark Zone, the power must be further enhanced. After all, he had the funds. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. Upgrade. Huo Li directly summoned the engine upgrade interface. Chapter 69. To fire or not to fire. Engine. Upgrade Path 1. Dual-engine gas turbine. Offers rapid startup and incredible speed. However, it consumes vast amounts of fuel and has stringent air intake quality requirements. Prone to failure in sandy weather. Cost. 40 gold, 40 parts. Upgrade Path 2. Large diesel engine. Has a standard startup speed with high torque, significantly reducing initial speed. Cost. 30 gold, 45 parts. Upgrade Path 3. V16 heavy-duty diesel engine, akin to those found in massive mining trucks. With a displacement of 100 liters and terrifying torque, initial speed is greatly reduced, but its towing capacity and load limit are extraordinarily high, able to pull even 10 additional carriages. Cost. 50 gold, 60 parts. Gazing at these 3 options, Huo Li hesitated not for a moment. The engine is the heart of the vehicle. One cannot afford to skimp on the engine. Choose Path 3, the V16 heavy-duty diesel engine. Only this V16 is most suited for the current doomsday train. Slow to start? It matters not. At this scale, he did not expect it to launch like a sports car. Moreover, a rapid startup might jostle the bottles and jars in the living compartment. What he desired was unparalleled towing capacity, a torque so formidable that it could flatten mountains. Ding. Purchased 60 parts, spent 24 gold. Ding. Spent 50 gold, 60 parts. Upgrade successful. With the upgrade complete, Huo Li distinctly felt the vibration frequency of the entire vehicle change. If the previous V8 was the roar of a beast, the current V16 was a seismic low-frequency rumble. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was immensely rich, as though each heartbeat contained boundless power. Huo Li pressed the accelerator once more. This time, there was no intense push against his back, only an unstoppable momentum akin to a mountain shifting. The massive aviation tires crushed the gravel, emitting a dull thud as the entire train surged steadily through the rain curtain. Onward, to the food factory in the Dark Zone. Approximately 3 hours later. Dark Zone Food Factory, West Side. The sky in this area seemed perpetually shrouded beneath a heavy layer of leaden clouds, casting a dim pallor even in daylight. Akin to night, the vast food factory at the center loomed like a slumbering behemoth. Its towering structures, though marred and weathered, still maintained their integrity at the summit. Amidst the torrential downpour of this ghastly weather, it served as a commendable refuge, if one disregarded the lurking undead within. The environment surrounding the factory was exceedingly bizarre. Countless dilapidated houses, resembling malignant tumors, were huddled closely around the factory, arranged in a haphazard manner with no apparent order. Strangely, there were almost no gaps between these structures. This chaotic arrangement seemed beyond human design, as if some unknown entity had forcefully piled them together. Such an illogical architectural layout imparted an unsettling sense of oppression to the entire area. At this moment, 9 vehicles of varying modifications were stationed outside a wall on the west side of the factory. Guan Mao, Zhang Peng, and several members of the Black Shaman sect were huddled inside their respective vehicles, strategizing through the windows. Regional chat channel. Damn it, this rain is incessant. If we don't find a way in soon, we'll freeze to death out here. Zhang Peng. It seems the wall on the west side is somewhat thinner, and it already has cracks. Why don't we concentrate our firepower and blow a hole in it? Guan Mao, yes, I concur. The wall on the south side is far too thick. The explosives we have are insufficient. If we can breach this side, we can drive our vehicles straight into the factory. Once we're inside, haha, those canned meats will be ours. Zhang Peng, indeed. Those people outside are turning green with envy over food. If we can get a few crates of luncheon meat out, we could sell them for a fortune. After all, this is the only chance for most survivors to have meat, not just the cans. I've heard the treasure chests in the Dark Zone refresh at an incredibly high rate. There might even be silver and gold chests. Zhang Peng, I saw a silver chest in the tomb forest before, though I didn't get to touch it. It must contain countless treasures. Being in the same Dark Zone, the food factory surely won't disappoint. Just as they indulged in dreams of wealth, a low, thunderous rumble pierced through the downpour from the southern direction. They instinctively turned to look. Through the dim rain and mist, 2 piercing beams of light sliced through the curtain of rain. Shortly thereafter, an enormous and suffocating steel train slowly came into view. Above the train, flashes of lightning rolled, and a heavy rain poured down. A semi-transparent shield seemed to flicker around its body, illuminated by the lightning, adding an eerie sci-fi aura to the already menacing war machine. Regional chat channel. What the hell? Whose vehicle is that? Zhang Peng. ISNT, that too massive. It even has a train carriage attached. Did they bring train here? My god, the armor, the tires. How much fuel does that consume? Who in their right mind would drive such a behemoth out in this weather? They must be loaded. Due to the distance and the rain obscuring their view, they couldn't make out the figure of the god of war Gatling, concealed by the downpour atop the vehicle. However, upon recognizing the vehicle, Guan Mao's pupils dilated, and he recoiled in terror back into the driver's seat. Guan Mao, it's him, Huo Li. How'd he get here? Zhang Peng. Huo Li? Is he the one who scared you off in the abandoned district? Guan Mao, shut up. Don't get too close to him. That guy is a lunatic. He opens fire at the slightest provocation, and his shells are practically free. Plus, he wields an RPG. Black Shaman member. So what if he has an RPG? The buildings here are so dense, there's south no road. It's useless if he can't drive in. Black Shaman member. Exactly. Even our small vehicles struggle to get in. He'd have a hard time squeezing through those broken houses. Zhang Peng. True. The density of the buildings is insane. There's no way in. Even if he makes it to the entrance, it's a wasted trip. Not to mention how much fuel he waste. Watching the snide remarks flood the screen, Huo Li lounged comfortably in the spacious, warm driver-s seat, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. No way in? Useless? That was a concern for you. He couldn't be bothered to banter with these frogs in a well. In the face of absolute power, a path is always forged. Moreover, he hadn't yet utilized the antimatter annihilation cannon since acquiring it. Perhaps he should unleash a shot to level the ground? Huo Li stroked his chin, pondering. Chapter 70. Brothers digging a dog hole. Are they good or bad? His fingers lightly tapped on the steering wheel, his brow slightly furrowed. Although the antimatter annihilation cannon was exhilarating, its side effects were considerable. Even at its lowest tactical level, the power was akin to a nuclear explosion. A single blast would surely obliterate the food factory, and with it, the canned meats would likely be reduced to ashes. More crucially were the treasure chests. It remained uncertain whether the explosion would destroy them as well. If the chests were also annihilated, he would incur a significant loss. As Huo Li hesitated, the group in the regional chat channel reached a conclusion. Regional chat channel, Guanmao. With so many of us, someone has to go set the explosives, right? Zhang Peng, who will go? The temperature outside is surely below zero. The surface is freezing, and with this torrential rain, anyone who goes out will be drenched and might suffer from hypothermia. Black Shaman member, I'm not going, my clothes are thin, and I'll definitely get frostbite if I'm soaked. Guanmao, how about this? Whoever goes to set the explosives, we'll each contribute a bit and gather 6 gold coins for them. Heavenly Tao Alliance member, 6 gold coins? That is a fair price. Any brothers willing to earn this extra cash? Little Lu, I'll go. But could I ask for a bit more? It's freezing out here. Guanmao, Little Lu. That's where you're mistaken. You've been with me for quite some time. We're all brothers here. Now is the time for solidarity. How can you only think about money? Besides, we all contributed fuel or grenades, but you haven't contributed anything. Guanmao, just one thing. Are we brothers? If we are, don't quibble over minor gains. Heavenly Tao Alliance member. Exactly. Little Lu, look how much everyone trusts you. Entrusting such an important task to you, this is your chance to shine. Guanmao, moreover, with so many of us here, are we really going to let you freeze to death? Little Lu, all right. Brother Guan, I'll go. Brothers, don't worry, I'll get this done. Watching this group bicker over a few gold coins and even resorting to moral coercion, Huo Li couldn't help but chuckle. He comfortably leaned back in the genuine leather seat, holding a large bowl of steaming duck soup. Gulp, a hearty sip of the delicious hot soup spread warmth from his stomach to his limbs, dispelling all chill. He picked up a tender, falling off the bone duck leg and took a large bite. Sizzle. The rich fat burst in his mouth, the unique flavor of duck instantly flooding his palate. Although only salt was used for seasoning, this primal meatiness was all the more robust and enticing. Truly delightful. Huo Li squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Meanwhile, a pair of soft, boneless hands gently rested on his shoulder, kneading with just the right amount of pressure. Lu Jingli stood behind him, slightly leaning forward, the delicate fragrance of orchids mingling with the aroma of duck soup, enveloping Huo Li's senses. Master, how is the pressure? She asked softly, her warm breath brushing against Huo Li's ear, sending delightful shivers down his spine. Quite nice, but a bit firmer, please. Huo Li continued to savor the duck leg while relishing this royal treatment. To fire or not to fire? He gazed at the busy ants in the distance, still contemplating. Bad person? Good person? Huo Li chewed the duck meat, his gaze profound. I do not wish to be the kind of villain who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. Yet I shall never become a self-sacrificing saint for the sake of others. The essence of a post-apocalyptic world lies in the process of selection. A truth he understands better than anyone. Resources are finite. If everyone could survive, it would hardly be termed a struggle for survival. It would merely be a collective holiday. In this brutal world where humanity preys upon itself, the self-righteous often meet their demise the quickest and most tragically. My sole desire is to secure my own interests while minimally impacting the well-being of others. At that moment, the distant figure of Xiao Lu sprang into action. He was clad in a flimsy black coat, his face unshaven, adorned with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and his eyes reflected a desperate resolve. As he pushed open the car door, the torrential rain instantly drenched him to the bone, his garments clinging tightly to his frail form. Behind him, those modified vehicles that had earlier boasted about brotherhood retreated rapidly, as if fleeing from a plague, fearful of the impending explosion. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Lu stumbled towards the corner of the wall. Trembling hands gathered a few grenades and an antiquated anti-tank mine. The biting cold rendered his body uncontrollably shaky, making even the simple act of pulling the pin from a grenade an exceedingly arduous task. Boom! With a deafening roar, the grenade detonated the anti-tank mine, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. The violent blasts instantly shattered the already cracked wall, creating a gaping hole large enough for a vehicle to pass through. Mission accomplished. Xiao Lu turned to run back, but his trembling intensified, his steps unsteady, resembling a man intoxicated. His complexion transformed from pale to a disconcerting shade of bluish-purple, a sign of severe hypothermia. Just as he was nearing his companion's vehicle, his body suddenly lurched, collapsing into the muddy water, motionless. Inside those vehicles, not a soul rushed to his aid. In fact, faint sounds of cruel laughter could be discerned. Hey, this kid actually pulled it off. But he's too weak. Is that why he collapsed? The vehicles slowed their pace, drawing nearer, revealing the reluctance of anyone to assist. Everyone was waiting for another to play the role of the Good Samaritan. After approximately 10 seconds, a deep green SUV could no longer contain its occupant. Zhang Peng, unable to restrain himself, slammed down on the accelerator, roaring to Xiao Lu's side. Give me your coat. He snatched the thick jacket handed to him by a teammate, wrapping it around himself along with his own. Then, he flung open the car door and leapt out. The rain instantly soaked his hair and clothes, the icy chill making him shudder involuntarily. He dashed over, then, with great effort, dragged Xiao Lu into his vehicle like a lifeless dog. Huo Li observed the scene unfold, his previously indifferent gaze flickering slightly upon witnessing Zhang Peng braving the cold to rescue another. Sighing softly, he set down the nearly devoured duck carcass. This world has precious few fools left. Stretching his hands, he heard the joints crack. It was time to make a decision. Chapter 71. Wherever I go, the road follows. Forget about the explosion. Ultimately, Huo Li abandoned the idea of utilizing the antimatter annihilation cannon. On one hand, it was for the sake of those treasure chests. On the other, he genuinely did not wish to ruin the hard-won opportunity for these ordinary survivors to taste meat, especially when he understood the bitter yearning of having to savor meat only through starchy sausages. The price of canned meat had skyrocketed in the trading market. Furthermore, I ought to stockpile some cans, as certain flavors are quite delicious and offer a change of palate. However, Huo Li glanced at the recently blasted dog hole in the distance. You expect me to burrow like those rodents from Guan Mao's group? What a joke. My doomsday train creates its own path wherever it goes. No path. Then I shall forge one. With a mere thought, the fire control system activated fully. Whir! The Gatling gun atop the vehicle reached its maximum RPM, 6 barrels transforming into a tempest of death. The front-mounted machine gun fired simultaneously, spewing forth brilliant tongues of flame. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The terrifying cacophony of gunfire drowned out the thunderous roar of the storm. In the distance, Guan Mao and his companions, who were preparing to queue up for the dog hole, were startled by the sudden commotion. What the hell? What is going on? Zhang Peng exclaimed, bewildered. Is Hua God really clearing a path again? Guan Mao questioned incredulously. Is he insane? The southern wall is the thickest. Moreover, there are so many densely packed houses outside. How could he possibly create a way with bullets? Zhang Peng shared the same bewilderment, knowing that this place was far from the graveyard. Here, the buildings were more densely arranged and irregularly aligned. Even if they could be penetrated, the collapsing structures would only block the way. This was why he had previously believed that Huo Li's efforts would be in vain. They stared in astonishment at the continuous blaze emanating from the southern direction. Occasionally, someone would mutter, clearing a path with a Gatling gun. What kind of madness is this? Are bullets being used like water? Look at the front. The front is also on fire. This vehicle has more than one gun. Then, an even more bewildering scene unfolded. Boom! The relentless sound of explosions rolled over them like muffled thunder, illuminating half the sky. RPG. That was the sound of an RPG explosion. I counted. It has barely been 10 seconds. At least 20 shots fired. Everyone was left in a state of confusion. RPG shells. That's a treasure worth at least 5 gold coins each. 20 shots, over 100 gold coins. And this is just in 10 seconds? Over 100 gold coins for a mere sound. Moreover, this already surpassed my understanding. RPGs can fire in succession. Such an extravagant expenditure. Even if he were to open 6 bronze treasure chests, would not recoup his losses. What on earth does this man seek? Yet, what Huo Li sought was the audacity to tread an unconventional path. After all, bullets cost nothing. As for the collapsing buildings blocking the way, that was even simpler. Blast the debris to smithereens with RPGs. As long as the height differential is not too extreme for the 4 aviation tires of the Doomsday Train, each with a diameter of 1.5 meters and as hard as stone, traversing the terrain would be as effortless as walking on flat ground. Following a relentless barrage, the previously dense cluster of buildings and thick walls was forcibly carved out by Huo Li, leaving behind a path strewn with rubble and debris. With a grunt, Huo Li placed both hands on the incredibly heavy composite armored door and pushed it open. Even with the cabin's overpressure maintenance system operational, preventing the cold wind from seeping in. He could still feel a bone-chilling draft that made him shiver, goosebumps prickling his skin. It is dreadfully cold. He quickly turned back, signaling the mechanical sentinels waiting behind him. Go. Follow the vehicle and handle the boxes and collect items. The mechanical sentinels' eyes flashed red as they mechanically stepped down from the vehicle. Huo Li swiftly slammed the door shut, banishing the wretched cold back outside. Rubbing his arms, he felt exasperated at the thought of having to reopen the door to retrieve that metal lump later. I really need to devise an automatic deployment and retrieval system. Complaints aside, important matters cannot be delayed. Huo Li pressed down on the accelerator, the V-16 heavy diesel engine growling to life, propelling the massive train forward. Meanwhile, on the other side, Guan Mao, Zhang Peng, and the multitude who had just deemed Huo Li a madman stood in stunned silence. They gazed at the wide, direct, and even somewhat extravagant road that lay before them. Once more, I cast my gaze upon the treacherous hole that had nearly cost a life. A profound sense of absurdity and inferiority surged within me. Consequently, Guan Mao felt his throat parch, his voice trembling with agitation. After all the effort expended and the considerable sum spent, and nearly freezing a brother to death, what was it all for? Had I known that Huo Li could carve a path so violently, why did we struggle so hard moments ago? We could have simply brazenly followed in his wake. Slap! Unable to contain himself, Guan Mao raised his hand and struck his own face, the sharp sound echoing resoundingly in the rain. I am such a fool. Chapter 72. How is it only 70%? Feeling the stinging pain on his cheek, Guan Mao wrestled with his thoughts. Should he continue to crawl through this hole? Yet, this was the dark zone, notorious for its many mutated zombies. He glanced at the pitch-black interior of the factory, his heart pounding. If he were to follow closely behind Huo Shan, surely it would be much safer with him leading the way. Wouldn't he? Unconsciously, his address for Huo Li had shifted from a mere name to Huo Shan. At that moment, Zhang Peng had already spoken up on the public screen. Zhang Peng, so, everyone, are you still planning to crawl through that hole? As for me, I'm not going in. Zhang Peng, I intend to follow Huo Shan inside. Members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. No way, Zhang Peng. Have you lost your mind? You're following him? Members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. He went to great lengths and incurred significant cost to create this path. Do you think our appetites will be smaller once we enter? Members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. If you follow him, you might not even get a bone to gnaw on. Zhang Peng, huh? You don't understand a thing. Zhang Peng. The exhaust from Huo Shan is pure nectar, a figure of his caliber. Even a mere drop from his fingers would be more than enough for us to savor. Everyone gazed at Zhang Peng's obsequious remarks, stunned. After all, he was a leader. Was it necessary for him to be so servile? Guan Mao scoffed derisively and typed. Guan Mao. Zhang Peng, no matter how you spin it. You have a dozen or so men under you. Why lower your worth to such a degree? Guan Mao. You really take Huo Li for a god, don't you? Guan Mao. He is merely fortunate to have acquired good weapons and has a bit of money. That constant firing of RPGs is likely due to some automated loading system. Guan Mao. In the end, we are all just ordinary people. I refuse to believe he can remain this formidable. One day we will surpass him. Zhang Peng didn't even glance at Guan Mao. He had long seen through Guan Mao's penchant for grandstanding. He simply turned the steering wheel and headed south. In his heart, he sneered, "You bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. You've never witnessed Huo Shan in earnest." The scene of Huo Shan single-handedly wielding a cola while slaughtering hordes of zombies in the Grey Forest is something you've never seen. If you did, I fear you would kneel faster than I. With Zhang Peng's departure, several other vehicles began to waver. In no time, 7 more cars turned around, following Zhang Peng's lead. After all, no one was a fool. With a big shot clearing the path, who would want to crawl through that perilous hole? Though a hole had been opened, no one had ventured inside. Who knew what dangers lurked within? Moreover, the explosion earlier had likely attracted numerous zombies. If it were truly safe, wouldn't Guan Mao be the first to charge in? Ultimately, only Guan Mao remained, isolated and sullen, his face ashen. Damn it! He glanced at the dark factory once more and pondered the rumors of mutated zombies. If one ventured in alone and was surrounded, his vehicle lacked the formidable armor of Huo Li. Should its durability diminish, it would spell disaster. Finally, with a firm bite of his teeth, Guan Mao slapped the steering wheel in frustration and, in defeat, turned back to follow. Zhang Peng drove, glancing in the rearview mirror at the long line of vehicles trailing behind him, a look of superiority on his face. Humph. In the end, they all followed. Didn't they? He cleared his throat and began to impart his wisdom on how to associate with a big shot via the public screen. In his mind, he mused, I must educate these country bumpkins so they don't offend Huo Shan. If Huo Shan were to unleash his wrath, that Gatling and RPG would turn our flimsy modified vehicles into mere scraps. Regional chat channel, Zhang Peng, ahem. Everyone, since you've all decided to follow along, I need to lay down some ground rules. Zhang Peng. Venturing into the dark zone comes with its own intricacies. We must follow the big shot. Zhang Peng. Upon encountering high-tier treasure chests, such as bronze or silver ones, we must show our respect to the big shot. No one is allowed to harbor ulterior motives. Zhang Peng. As for those lower-tier wooden or iron chests, we will split them with the big shot. Member of the Black Shaman. How is it only 70%? With so many eyes among us, our efficiency in finding treasure exceeds his by dozens of times. Must we let him choose first? We only get 70%? That is utterly unfair. Zhang Peng. Chapter 73. I'll split 83 with Huo Li. Zhang Peng stared at the message, nearly spewing blood in exasperation. Huo Li could see this chat channel. If this group of incompetent teammates spoke recklessly, Huo Li might launch an RPG at him, dragging him down too. Zhang Peng. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Peng. 70% is his. We get 30% and must still watch his face. Members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. What? Members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Zhang Peng. Are you insane? We have 9 vehicles, dozens of people, dozens of guns. Members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. If we give him 70%, what is the difference from running a fruitless errand? ISNT that too unfair. Zhang Bing. Zhang Peng. I'll tell you, if you're dissatisfied, try rolling down your window. You'll lose your fingers to the cold. Zhang Peng. Here, strength dictates fairness. Even if you're begging on your knees, don't hold it against me. Many aspire to kneel and beg, but lack the means. Zhang Peng. Besides, think logically. With Huo Li clearing the path, we're certain to access the depths of the food factory. Zhang Peng. In there, bronze treasure chests are bound to be plentiful. Even if it's just a sip of soup or some bone scraps, it could sustain you. 30%? That's enough to swap for a new vehicle. Member of the Black Shaman. We can access the depths? And there are bronze treasure chests? How can you be so certain? Members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Zhang Peng. How can you be so confident there are bronze treasure chests everywhere? It's as if you've been there yourself. Zhang Peng, of course. Zhang Peng. I am a man who has navigated the depths of the grave forest alongside Huo Li. Members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The depths of the grave forest? Is that true? Members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. I've heard there are mutated zombies there, known for their incredible speed and wall-climbing abilities. Ordinary guns can't hit them. Zhang Peng. We're mutated zombies. Zhang Peng. Back then, Huo Li and I fought together. We were unstoppable. No matter how many zombies there were no match for us. 1 came, we killed 1. 2 came, we killed 2. Members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. No way, is that true? Members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Zhang Peng. You have that kind of strength? We never noticed. It seems we underestimated you. Member of the Black Shaman. Come on. You're just bragging without a draft. Member of the Black Shaman. I heard from Wang Tong that you couldn't even hold a gun steady, and your legs turned to jelly. And you say you fought together? Member of the Black Shaman. Weren't you just following behind and picking up scraps? How dare you speak of fighting together? Zhang Peng, you don't understand. Picking up scraps is a skill in itself. There are many subtleties involved. Zhang Peng. Controlling the distance between vehicles. Interpreting the big shot's words. Knowing when to be silent and when to cheer. How to greet the big shot. These are all arts. Zhang Peng, just learn. Mastering it will serve you well for a lifetime. Guan Mao cautiously piloted his SUV, crunching over the debris scattered across the ground. Through the car window, he was astonished to discover that this so-called road was, in fact, a path carved out of the ruins by Huo Li with overwhelming firepower. The remnants of buildings were utterly unrecognizable, reduced to mere fragments and dust. In some areas, steel rebars were twisted into grotesque shapes, exposed and contorted in the air. Was this truly the destructive capability of an RPG and a Gatling gun? Guan Mao swallowed hard, feeling a chill creep down his spine. The intensity of the firepower was akin to that of a heavy artillery battalion bombarding this place. As the relentless bombardment continued, the once densely packed buildings ahead vanished completely. In their stead was an immense, eerily vacant expanse of darkness. They had finally entered the interior of the food factory. The interior of this factory was astonishingly vast, with a height that was simply outrageous. Even a behemoth like the Doomsday Train, towering over 4 meters, appeared dwarfed within it, the overhead space feeling overwhelmingly empty. However, in stark contrast to the suffocating buildings outside, this interior was unsettlingly spacious. Only a few rusted, gigantic shelves stood solitary in the darkness, resembling a colossal steel graveyard. Guan Mao and his companions followed suit, entering the factory. Although the terrain was poor, their vehicles were somewhat modified and managed to navigate through. Upon entering the factory, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped Guan Mao. It was dark, so dark, Even with the headlights of 10 vehicles switched on, the beams seemed to be devoured by the boundless blackness, failing to illuminate any end. Particularly above, the pitch-black void concealed any sight of the ceiling. Suddenly, a chilling sound of scraping echoed from above, reminiscent of countless enormous insects crawling across the metallic roof. What was that sound? Guan Mao jerked his head up, but before he could discern anything, a long, barbed tongue, reminiscent of a whip, lashed out from the darkness, striking his windshield with a tremendous force. Chapter 74. The Unexpected Mechanical Sentinel. The reinforced bulletproof glass instantly shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. Ah, be careful. Something's there. The sudden assault and deafening noise startled Guan Mao, nearly causing him to lose grip of the steering wheel. Simultaneously, several other vehicles were subjected to similar attacks. A few audacious members of the Black Shaman Gate attempted to roll down their windows, raising their submachine guns to fire at the ceiling. Just then, a cold message from Huo Li emerged in the regional chat channel. Huo Li, close your windows. Stay away from me. Before anyone could react, a deafening roar erupted. Virun! Tot. The Doomsday train transformed into a storm of steel. The Fire God Gatling, RPG-7, and automatic rifles unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the darkness above. In that instant, the previously shadowy interior of the factory was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Countless fragments of stone and debris rained down like a violent storm from above. Guan Mao and his companions were utterly terrified, hastily accelerating away from the killing machine that was Huo Li. Within 5 seconds, the terrifying cacophony of gunfire abruptly ceased. Everything returned to an eerie calm. Only countless severed limbs and green blood, mixed with rubble, continued to plummet from the ceiling. The once ferocious eaters had been reduced to mere pulp. Ding! Killed 12 eaters. Gained 12 gold coins. Huo Li observed the system notification and glanced at the terrifying cracks in the wall caused by stray bullets, frowning slightly. The Fire God Gatling was far too powerful. This factory was rather fragile. With a thought, he disabled the automatic fire control system of the Fire God Gatling. If, by chance, he were to demolish this factory, he would be unharmed, but his minions would surely be buried within. Moreover, it would complicate treasure hunting amidst the ruins. On the other side, Guan Mao was already drenched in cold sweat, slumped weakly in his seat. This was his first time experiencing the immense power of the Fire God Gatling up close. It was nothing short of a barrage of grenades exploding in his ears. Each 20mm explosive shell that struck the wall created a crater the size of a basin. This sense of shock was something that could not be comprehended from a distance. He stared intently at the still smoking roof of Huo Li's vehicle, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Thank goodness they hadn't engaged him outside. With such firepower, it would have been like slaughtering chickens for them. Regional chat channel. Members of Black Shaman Gate. Damn. Awesome. Incredible. Members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Huo Li is magnificent. This is divine. Members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. That was an eater, right? I saw it clearly. That was an elite monster. Over a dozen elite monsters. All wiped out in 5 seconds. Members of Black Shaman Gate. Zhang Peng, you were right. Huo Li's exhaust is indeed fragrant. Following Huo Li means feasting. Zhang Peng sat in the vehicle, observing the stream of compliments in the chat with a smug expression, crossing his legs. A bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. I knew you'd be terrified by Huo Li's formidable prowess. Huo Li paid no heed to the flattery in the regional channel. His gaze fixed upon a rusted shelf not far away. There lay a metallic treasure chest, emitting a faint glow in the dim environment. He cast a glance at the mechanical sentinel waiting silently outside the vehicle and issued a direct command. Go open it. The red light in the mechanical sentinel's eyes flickered as it strode towards the shelf, deftly prying open the treasure chest. Ding! Opened iron treasure chest. Gained 2 gold coins. 2 frozen whole ducks. Observing the supplies that appeared directly in his system backpack, Huo Li nodded in satisfaction. A commendable haul. It seemed the drop rates here were indeed superior to those outside. Onward. Meanwhile, Guan Mao and his companions, having recovered from their initial shock, quickly regained their composure. The interior of the food factory was vast. Merely following Huo Li's lead, although safe, was proving to be inefficient for searching. After a brief discussion, they decided to spread out at a certain distance, advancing in a fan shape into the depths. Seeing this, Huo Li did not intervene. Instead, a thought crossed his mind. It was just the right opportunity to test the intelligence of the mechanical sentinel. He issued a new command through the system. Activate autonomous mode. Seek out treasure chests within a 50-meter radius centered on the train. The moment the command was given, the previously somewhat rigid movements of the mechanical sentinel transformed into fluid motions. It raised its MP7, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, stepping boldly into the surrounding darkness. Huo Li, seated in the driver's cabin, used the headlights to survey the area. Soon, several sharp sounds of gunfire echoed from the darkness to the left. Rat-a-tat-tat. Ding. Killed 8 ordinary zombies. Gained 0. 8 gold coins, 1 aluminum sheet. The system notification chimed in response. Mere seconds later, another notification sounded. Ding. Opened iron treasure chest. Gained 2 bottles of mineral water, 30 universal bullets. Hey, this thing really can find treasure chests on its own. Huo Li's eyes brightened, and his spirits soared. Excellent. This level of intelligence exceeds my expectations. Not only can it autonomously identify enemies and deliver precise strikes, but can also recognize and open treasure chests in complex environments. Automatically transporting the supplies back is truly the perfect automated worker. If I can acquire a few more of these and assemble a mechanical army, just tossing them at the entrance of the dark zone would allow them to not only eliminate zombies for gold, but also systematically scour for treasure chests. I wouldn't even need to walk. I could lie back and let the money roll in. Huo Li couldn't help but marvel once again at Lu Jingli's S-level talent, mechanical creation, truly deserving of its S-rank status. Even up to this moment, I have yet to encounter a second individual with an S-level talent, aside from Lu Jingli. This truly underscores the rarity of such exceptional abilities. I have struck gold. A profound smile graced the lips of Huo Li as he cast a glance towards the rear compartment of the vehicle. Subsequently, his keen eyes caught sight of a treasure chest shimmering with silver light, nestled beside a collapsed shelf. A silver treasure chest. Huo Li's heart leaped with joy, and he promptly commanded the nearby mechanical sentry to approach and open the chest. However, as the mechanical sentry neared the shelf, a chilling roar erupted, and a horde of slender, agile, spider-like mutated zombies surged forth, surrounding the mechanical sentry in an instant. This is bad. Huo Li's expression hardened. Although the mechanical sentry boasted decent defense, the sheer number of attacking mutated zombies posed a grave threat to its integrity. Withdraw. He swiftly issued the command for the mechanical sentry to retreat. Given the frigid temperatures outside and the height of the doomsday train, it would be an arduous task for him to disembark. This mechanical sentry was his sole laborer, should it be damaged. He would have to resort to manual labor for opening chests and scavenging. Meanwhile, a resounding explosion echoed. The RPG-7 atop the vehicle and the automatic machine gun at the front roared to life. Flames erupted in the darkened factory as the newly emerged mutated zombies were reduced to mere fragments before they could even reach the mechanical sentry. Torn apart by the relentless hail of bullets and explosions. Ding. Killed 68 mutated zombies, obtained 68 gold coins, 3 iron wires, 2 rubber, 1 cast iron. Gazing at the scattered remains, Huo Li finally exhaled in relief and continued to direct the mechanical sentry to advance and open the chest. Ding. Opening silver treasure chest. Acquired. Mental enhancement potion epic 1 cola 2 gold coins 8. An epic grade mental potion. Huo Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. Simply excellent. This elixir arrived just in time. Ever since acquiring the identification eye, though the skill proved immensely useful, its frequent use drained considerable mental energy, leaving him with headaches. With this potion to bolster his mental attributes, he could wield the identification eye for longer periods and even enhance his reaction speed and cognitive abilities. As for the cola, survival is truly spirited with a refreshing cola. Without further ado, Huo Li extracted the purple potion and, along with a previously stored green quality potion from his backpack, administered them to himself. As the liquid coursed through him, a refreshing sensation surged to his brain, awakening him as if he had received a divine revelation. He opened his personal attributes panel. Huo Li, stamina, 8. Mental, 75. Agility, 55. Talent, unlimited firepower. SSS level, unique. Vehicle, Doomsday Train, special, unique. His mental attribute had increased by 25, now reaching an impressive 75. Huo Li clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented sharpness in his thoughts. Even his vision had become clearer, allowing him to perceive the faintest movements in the darkness. Just then, a message popped up in the regional chat channel. Zhang Peng, reporting Huo God, discovered a silver treasure chest. Please advise. Chapter 75, Delivery Pod. Huo Li glanced sideways and noticed Zhang Peng's off-road vehicle flashing its hazard lights, illuminating a silver treasure chest tucked in a corner. Quite commendable. A satisfied smile crept across Huo Li's face. This subordinate certainly makes things easier. Hopefully, a mechanical core will emerge, as past experiences indicate that silver treasure chests are likely to yield epic-grade items. He then directed the mechanical sentry to approach. Ding. Opening silver treasure chest. Acquired delivery pod, epic, 1, roof rack, fine, 1, gold coin 6. No mechanical core? Huo Li felt a twinge of disappointment. But when he examined the attributes of the epic grade item, his eyes widened with excitement. Delivery pod. Quality. Epic. Purple. Vehicle component, once installed, allows for an external delivery pod connected to the interior space of the vehicle for item dispatch. A delivery pod? Huo Li smacked his thigh. How fortuitous. This contraption is nothing short of a divine artifact for him at this juncture. With this, he could effortlessly deploy and retrieve mechanical sentries or even discard refuse without the cumbersome task of opening that heavy vehicle door. Not only is that door time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it also poses a risk of toxic air infiltrating the vehicle, creating safety hazards. Ever since upgrading to the Doomsday Train, Huo Li had grown increasingly averse to such vulnerabilities, despite the low probability of adverse effects. Excellent, excellent. Install it immediately. Ding. Delivery pod successfully installed. As the system notification chimed, a symphony of metallic clinks echoed. Huo Li turned to gaze at the left rear of the driver's compartment, where a sizable space had emerged from the previously smooth wall, resembling a fully enclosed metal balcony affixed to the vehicle. The entire delivery pod gleamed with a cold metallic luster, exuding an air of sturdiness. Between the pod and the vehicle's interior lay a thick, transparent bulletproof glass, through which the structure of the pod was clearly visible. Huo Li pressed the control button beside him. Buzz click. A smooth mechanical whirring resonated. The base of the delivery pod slowly lowered, and the sturdy bottom plate began to extend like a transformer, ultimately transforming into a sloped metal slide that led directly to the ground. Remarkable. Huo Li nodded in satisfaction. This design is incredibly user-friendly. It not only enables items within the pod to slide directly to the ground, but also allows mechanical sentries to easily ascend the textured slope to enter the delivery pod for retrieval while the vehicle is stationary. Most importantly, with the thick bulletproof glass separating them, even when the delivery pod is open, the cold wind and dangers from outside cannot infiltrate the vehicle. With this device, Huo Li leaned back in his chair, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort. In the future, as I am able to acquire more mechanical sentries, I can command them like an RTS game, seated in my warm and secure command room, orchestrating my forces to sweep all before me. I won't even need to brave the cold winds. This sense of security is simply overwhelming. As for the roof rack find that emerged, Huo Li recalled his vehicle, already brimming with turtle shell armor and an array of weapons, and grimaced in disdain. This contraption is merely a burden, occupying space and detracting from aesthetics. I shall sell it. He promptly listed it for 8 gold coins in the trading market. Ding. Sold roof rack, fine, 1, deducted 5 transaction fee, gained 76 gold coins. Almost as soon as it was listed, the system notification chimed. Sold instantly? It seems components that can enhance vehicle capacity are indeed in high demand. Huo Li raised an eyebrow, observing the newfound influx of gold coins in his account, further elevating his spirits. As the group delved deeper into the dark, cavernous factory, Guanmao and the others began to uncover numerous treasure chests scattered in the corners. Though most were low-grade iron or even wooden chests, their quantity was still considerable in this resource-rich area. However, without Huo Li's command, the group resembled beggars guarding a mountain of gold, their eyes fixed on the treasure chests. Yet none dared to make a move. After all, the previous 3-7 rule established by Zhang Peng was still fresh in their minds. No one wished to provoke the fearsome reaper ahead over a few low-grade chests. At long last, a few audacious souls began to emulate Zhang Peng, cautiously posing their questions in the regional chat channel. Regional chat channel, Black Shaman member. Lord Huo, I have discovered an iron chest here. How should I proceed? Heavenly Tao Alliance member. Lord Huo, I too have found a wooden one. Is it possible to open it? At that moment, their hearts raced with anxiety, fearing that Huo Li might claim them all as his own. However, Huo Li's response filled them with profound joy. Huo Li, you may open these low-tier chests yourselves. There is no need to concern yourselves with me. Seated in the driver's cabin, Huo Li languidly observed the incessant inquiries that popped up before him. For him, the meager offerings of water, bread, or even a mundane handgun found within these lowly chests could easily be procured in bulk at the trading post. It seemed a waste of time and dignity to haggle over such trifling gains with this group. What he sought were the high-tier treasures that could yield rare items and elevate his prowess. With Huo Li's blessing, the collective mood of the crowd transformed instantaneously from trepidation to elation, evolving into gratitude, and ultimately deep admiration. Lord Huo's grandeur was undeniable. Such vision. It was no wonder he was regarded as a leader. Had it been any other commander, they would have likely devoured everything for themselves. With even the leftover broth met with gratitude. The density of treasure chests in this area was indeed astonishing, with iron chests almost omnipresent, and occasionally, a few bronze chests shimmering in the distance. As they feverishly opened chests, A sense of relief filled their hearts. Thank goodness they hadn't ventured into that dog hole. Indeed, did you see those mutated zombies that suddenly sprung forth? Their speed was akin to that of phantoms. Had we entered alone, we would have likely been obliterated before we could even react. Lord Huo's marksmanship was extraordinary. Even in this darkness, as soon as those zombies showed their faces, they were dispatched in an instant. This was a sensation of traversing through darkness, yet feeling utterly safe, an unparalleled sense of security. Since their arrival in this wretched apocalyptic world, they had never experienced anything like it. Moreover, aside from the costs incurred from previous wall demolitions, this venture was pure profit. Gradually, a subtle shift in mentality occurred among the crowd. They no longer perceived this as a mere temporary alliance. Rather, they genuinely wished to cling to this formidable figure. Everyone began to emulate Zhang Peng, eyes wide with anticipation as they scoured for high-tier chests. If they could report the discovery of a silver chest to Lord Huo, their favor would surely multiply. If they could remain in Lord Huo's proximity, traversing even this hellish place would pose no issue. In this apocalyptic realm, what was the most scarce resource? Food? Water? Weapons? No, it was the sense of security. And now, following Huo Li, they had found their greatest assurance. Guan Mao gazed at the doomsday vehicle ahead, steadfast in the darkness, listening to the sporadic gunfire that signified absolute power. His expression was complex, ultimately dissolving into a long, drawn-out sigh as he murmured to himself, "This is truly a divine being descended to earth." This time, even those who typically relished in contradiction refrained from voicing dissent. As the group pressed onward, the previously spacious area abruptly became congested. Countless massive metal shelves were haphazardly piled together, some even precariously stacked atop others, forming a treacherous steel labyrinth. The arrangement was exceedingly casual and unnatural, reminiscent of the bizarre architectural clusters outside factories, imbued with an eerie sense of dissonance. What was even more unsettling were the large patches of blackish red stains adorning the rusted shelves, resembling long-dried blood, exuding a nauseating stench. It appeared they were about to delve deeper into the food factory. Chapter 76. Noon. Huo Li's gaze sharpened slightly. From his prior explorations in the tomb forest, he understood that such environmental shifts often heralded greater dangers. There would undoubtedly be more zombies deeper within, and most likely there would be those faster, more tenacious mutated varieties. Yet, danger often accompanied opportunity. More crucially, such locations typically housed golden chests. Although silver chests were commendable, they typically yielded items of epic quality at best. To acquire legendary weapons like the automatic fire control base, or M61 Vulcan minigun, or even mythical grade items, one needed to rely on golden chests or high-level achievement chests. At this juncture, midday had arrived. The prolonged search had left Guan Mao and his companions feeling fatigued and famished. They parked their vehicles a short distance behind Huo Li, beginning to eat and replenish their strength. Many lowered their windows to grasp a few breaths of fresh air, for while keeping the windows shut ensured a stable temperature inside. It hindered air circulation, leading to dizziness over time. After all, not everyone possessed Huo Li's advanced pressure-maintaining cabin system. Gurgle, a member of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, produced a precious bottle of mineral water, carefully tearing open a packet of salt and pouring a bit inside, then shaking it well before drinking. This rudimentary saline solution quenched thirst and replenished lost salt from sweating, representing one of their few remnants of survival wisdom. Others struggled to chew on dry, hard bread, the texture akin to gnawing on wood chips, prompting exasperated grimaces. Only a select few, like Zhang Peng, held slightly more palatable sandwiches, yet they too ate with caution, savoring each bite, fearful of wasting even a crumb. The recent drop in temperature had already caused a slight increase in material prices, and coupled with thunderstorms and heavy rains that made outdoor chest opening considerably more difficult. Even had to tighten their belts to endure. At that moment, sizzle, a tantalizing crackling sound of oil appeared to emanate from the colossal doomsday vehicle ahead. Even though the sound was faint, it rang out distinctly in the quiet of the dark zone. Following that, a gentle waft of meat aroma drifted forth, instantly invading the nostrils of many. It was the distinctive char of seared steak, mingled with the savory scent of pork belly. Gulp, as Zhang Peng took a bite of his sandwich. The alluring scent made the sandwich suddenly lose its appeal. Everyone instinctively swallowed hard, their eyes fixated hungrily on that vehicle. Were they grilling steak? And the aroma of roasted meat. Was that pork belly? By heavens, that smells divine. How extravagant. It has been ages since I last tasted meat. Unbeknownst to Huo Li, the crowd outside was practically salivating, and even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. It was midday, and the emperor need not worry about hungry soldiers. One must be well fed to have the strength to work. He remotely issued commands to instruct the mechanical sentries to remain vigilant outside. Then, rising, he traversed through the connecting door and entered the warm, brightly lit number 1 living compartment, taking a seat at the dining table. Inside the cozy number 1 compartment, the air was filled with an enticing aroma of meat. Lu Jingli was busy at the stove, donning a light-colored apron. In the left pan of the double-burner induction cooker, 2 thick cuts of steak sizzled, exuding an alluring golden-brown hue. In the right wok, slices of pork belly curled and turned golden, releasing a rich, fatty fragrance. Due to the continuous warmth in the compartment and the high temperature at the stove, beads of sweat formed delicately on Lu Jingli's forehead. Under the soft glow of the lights, those glistening droplets trickled down her graceful neck, tracing her exquisite collarbone, disappearing into the slightly open neckline, leaving enticing trails of moisture on her fair, delicate skin. She rolled up the sleeves of her shirt, revealing her arms, white as snow, skillfully maneuvering the spatula with a focused expression that, in contrast to her usual aloof demeanor, imparted a gentle, wifely charm that made one yearn to embrace her from behind. Huo Li's gaze wandered down her slender waist, captivated. The black stockings clung tightly to her voluptuous thighs, accentuating the contours of her legs to perfection. However, at the top of her thighs, the once pristine stockings bore several shocking tears, subtly revealing the pale skin beneath. These were the remnants of an athletic endeavor from the previous encounter with Huo Li, rather than detracting from her allure. These rips added an exhilarating chaos and a sense of dominance. Sensing the searing gaze behind her, which felt as if it could ignite her, Lu Jingli's stirring hands paused momentarily, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, even her ears blushing crimson. She bit her lip, refraining from turning around, and instead, her movements became more delicate, exuding a tantalizing charm of coyness. What a captivating temptress! Huo Li's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his gaze deepening with intrigue. He yearned for another round of culinary exertions in the kitchen at that very moment. Chapter 77, Discovery of Canned Goods. Yet, he let out a slight sigh of regret. Unfortunately, being in this forsaken dark zone, with those dim-witted companions of Guanmao outside, was far from ideal. Although the soundproofing of the Doomsday Train was notably effective, Huo Li's physical prowess had reached a level of 8. Should he engage in any activity, the noise would undoubtedly be considerable. It was inevitable that the ruckus would attract the attention of those outside. Huo Li mentally noted the necessity of enhancing the soundproofing materials within the carriage. How else could he indulge in life as pleasures with abandon in the future? Seemingly affected by Huo Li's intensely predatory gaze, Lu Jingli softly spoke, attempting to alleviate the charged atmosphere. "Master, please wait just a moment, it will be ready shortly." Her voice was sweet and laced with a hint of eager servility. The term master rolled off her tongue with increasing ease, bringing a secret satisfaction to Huo Li's lips. It appeared that Lu Jingli had been thoroughly conquered, becoming increasingly dependent on him. Indeed, the environment has the power to transform a person. In this precarious world, the only individual who could provide her with such a sense of security was none other than him. Before long, Lu Jingli approached with a tray in hand. 2 perfectly seared steaks, sprinkled with salt, emanated an irresistible aroma. Alongside it, a large bowl brimming with golden, crispy pork belly, complemented by 2 bowls of fragrant rice. She gently placed the food before Huo Li, then untied her apron and seated herself across from him. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and her lips curled into a sincere smile, reflecting a sense of relief and joy as if she had found solace after shedding her burdens. Although she was oblivious to the peculiar effects of the impenetrable barrier and the vehicle's durability recovery capabilities. Witnessing Huo Li's commanding display of strength as he carved a path with a Gatling gun and RPG was enough to fill her heart with an unprecedented sense of security. In this despairing world, following a man of such divine strength was the greatest happiness. "Do eat while it's hot," Lu Jingli urged gently, as she picked up her knife and fork. In no time, Huo Li devoured the meal with the ferocity of tempest. The steak was cooked to perfection, each bite yielding a burst of savory juice, while the pork belly had been rendered to a delightful crispness, pairing impeccably with the rice. During the meal, Lu Jingli attentively refilled his bowl, and soon 2 heaping bowls of rice, along with the entire platter of meat, vanished in a Huo Li's stomach. Sated, he let out a contented belch and stretched his limbs. Satisfying one's hunger was merely a prelude to the real business at hand. After a morning filled with travel and unboxing, although he had opened 2 silver chests, it was still far from sufficient. Huo Li contemplated, realizing that he had yet to acquire a single mechanical core, which was crucial for assembling a mechanical army. The water tank also needed expansion. While it was adequate for now, it would surely become strained as their numbers grew. Additionally, heavy weaponry like Gatling guns, machine guns, and even artillery needed to be prepared. Otherwise, should fortune smile upon him, and he stumbled upon an automated fire control base, it would be quite disheartening to find himself without suitable weaponry to equip it. He casually opened the trading interface, searching for mechanical cores but, as expected, found none. This was an epic level item, after all. Ordinary individuals were struggling to survive, likely unaware of what a silver chest even looked like. The likes of Guan Mao's group were merely trailing behind him, fortunate to catch a glimpse. However, he did notice an intriguing trend. The prices of bottled water and instant food were soaring like a rocket. A bottle of ordinary mineral water had surged to an astounding 12 gold coins. The extreme cold had significantly heightened the difficulty of unboxing, and the torrential rain further obstructed visibility, amplifying the challenges. Additionally, many people, in an effort to conserve fuel, opted to park and search for treasures on foot. In such dire weather, walking was tantamount to courting death. The treasure yields for this group had nearly dried up, making the rise in material prices inevitable. Huo Li glanced at his refrigerator, brimming with frozen meats, and the mountain of instant food and mineral water in his backpack. A wave of unspoken relief washed over him. Thank goodness for his decisive stockpiling. This strategic move was nothing short of brilliant. Moreover, he noticed the dashboard, due to the torrential downpour outside. The rainwater collection system on the roof was working at full capacity, filling the water tank to the brim. The 1,500 liters of stored water felt like a bounty of safety and happiness, nearly overflowing. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up in the regional chat channel, shattering the tranquility within the vehicle. Regional chat channel, member of the Celestial Alliance. Report. Lord Huo. A box of canned goods has been discovered. Awaiting your instructions. Chapter 78. The timid Lu Jingli. Huo Li's eyes brightened. Canned goods? What a treasure. These high-calorie, long-lasting, ready-to-eat foods were invaluable in this dreadful weather where cooking was impossible. Whether sold for a handsome price or kept as emergency reserves, they were immensely useful. He peered out of the window and spotted a gray sedan with its hazard lights flashing, illuminating a cardboard box by the roadside. Without hesitation, he replied in the public chat, Huo Li, good job. I'll be there shortly. Upon seeing Huo Li's response, the public chat erupted. Guan Mao, what is going on? Who permitted you to report directly? Guan Mao, do you understand the rules? In the future, any developments should be communicated to me first, and I will report to Lord Huo, member of the Celestial Alliance. Understood, Boss Guan. Zhang Peng. Tisk tisk tisk, is Boss Guan getting anxious? This young brother is just eager to make a contribution. A crowd of onlookers gazed enviously at the fortunate discoverer of the canned goods, filled with jealousy and admiration. It wasn't merely the rarity of the canned goods that drew their envy, but more so the fact that this young man had successfully garnered Huo Li's attention and favor. Huo Li's notice was far more precious than the canned goods. Huo Li paid no heed to Guan Mao's impotent fury and drove the doomsday train slowly toward the site. With a mechanical whir, the delivery compartment on the side of the vehicle descended, and a metallic ramp extended to the ground. He then commanded the mechanical sentinels. The sentinels strode towards the cardboard box with precision, extracting about half of its contents and placing them on ground, before hoisting the entire box and climbing back up the ramp into the delivery compartment. Huo Li, you can divide the remaining half among yourselves. Witnessing the leftover half box of canned goods, the discoverer was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost leaping out of the vehicle. Thank you, Lord Huo. Thank you, Lord Huo. He had anticipated that Huo Li would take everything, considering Huo Li's strength. No one would have dared to protest. To my astonishment, they were left with half. This is canned meat. For these survivors, who can only savor the flavor of meat through ham sandwiches, this half can is an invaluable treasure. As I observed the man's excited demeanor, a slight smile graced my lips. It is essential to offer them a taste of sweetness, to encourage the horse to run. One must feed it grass. If they all perish from hunger or become too weak to work, it would be to my detriment. After all, both the silver treasure chest and these cans were obtained with their labor. This method of wielding both reward and threat I have mastered to perfection. Witnessing my decision to leave half a box of cans, the others were also struck by an inexplicable sense of gratitude. The grandeur of the deity. Oh, finally, they would be able to taste meat. For this group, who had been gnawing on dry bread for several days, this half box of cans was akin to a divine blessing. Inside the vehicle, I opened the glass partition, and the mechanical sentinels transported the cardboard boxes inside. I casually picked up a can to inspect it. There were a total of 14 cans, all preserved remarkably well. The variety was quite impressive. Smoked salmon, luncheon meat, braised beef, and even a few cans of fruit. Excellent. Although they are canned, the flavors are quite comprehensive. I smiled with satisfaction. While my refrigerator is not lacking in meat, the sole seasoning of salt can become monotonous. These cans would serve perfectly to diversify the flavors, and some could even be used as a delightful accompaniment to meals. Now all I need are fresh vegetables. I sighed. Once I managed to secure vegetables, this apocalyptic menu would be complete. Alas, acquiring such perishables is exceedingly difficult. They cannot even be found in trading posts. To achieve vegetable freedom, I must rely on that large base vehicle, which is currently untraceable. However, at this juncture, few, if any, in this dystopian world could elevate their vehicle to a large base. Just then, outside, Guanmao, Zhang Peng, and the others swiftly divided the cans on the ground. They also sensed my intentions. They were aware of their own capabilities. While they could manage on the outskirts, venturing deeper would be tantamount to courting death. Guanmao said, "Oh, we won't proceed any further." Zhang Peng added, "Indeed, we will remain on the periphery and keep an eye out for you. You can proceed with confidence." I had anticipated this. "Very well," I responded. "You may open treasure chests on the outskirts. Take whatever you find, as I shall continue venturing deeper." With that, the V-16 engine roared, and the doomsday train surged into the denser darkness like a colossal beast, undeterred. The further I delved, the stronger the oppressive feeling became. In the shadows, I could faintly hear heavy breathing, as though some massive entity were watching us. Boom, boom, rat-a-tat-tat. The RPGs and automatic machine guns on the roof intermittently fired, unleashing a barrage upon the surrounding darkness. Debris from demolished buildings and dismembered zombie limbs rained down. They were halted by the semi-transparent defensive shield, causing ripples like waves in water. I remained composed in the driver's seat. Soon, my gaze settled upon a corner. There, a silver treasure chest quietly emitted a silvery glow. Go! The mechanical sentinels sprang into action. Ding! Silver treasure chest successfully opened. Obtained, stamina enhancement potion, Epic, X1. Mechanical core, Epic, X1. At the sight of the system notification, I clenched my fist with fervor. Finally, a reward. The mechanical core. I toyed with the core in my hand, which emitted a faint blue glow, relishing its cool, technological feel. My spirits lifted. I could finally manufacture a second mechanical sentinel. I called back to the connection door, "Jingli, come to the driver's seat." However, after a lengthy wait, there was still no sign of her. What is taking so long? I wondered, prepare and call out again. Just then, the connection door slowly opened a crack, and Lu Jingli shuffled in. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to the gentle wife I had seen in the kitchen earlier. Instead, she appeared timid, moving cautiously like a thief, closely adhering to the interior wall of the vehicle. Her beautiful eyes were filled with terror, her brow furrowed as she dared not glance outside, as if some ferocious beast lurked beyond the window. Even the occasional gunfire from outside made her body tremble uncontrollably. I couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. Is it really that frightening? This is quite timid. No wonder she rarely steps outside, choosing instead to hide in the first compartment, washing and cooking. Yet you possess an S-class talent. This contrast is remarkable. At that moment, a roar erupted from the darkness ahead of the vehicle as a horde of mutated zombies, moving on all fours like wild beasts, burst forth. They were incredibly fast, stirring a foul wind. Rat-a-tat-tat. Before I could react, the automatic machine guns at the front locked onto the targets, unleashing a torrent of fire. The large caliber bullets, akin to the scythe of death, instantly shredded the first few zombies to pieces. In an instant, severed limbs and green blood sprayed like a fountain, some even splattering against the defensive shield, only to be repelled and slide off. The sudden chaos and the gory scene startled Lu Jingli. She let out a frightened cry, instinctively leaping into my embrace like a startled fawn. I felt a rush of warmth as she collided into me. Lu Jingli buried her head firmly in my chest, gripping my clothing tightly, her body trembling lightly as if she wished to meld into me entirely. I instinctively wrapped my arm around her slender waist, feeling her warmth beneath my touch. I could distinctly sense her slightly accelerated heartbeat. Her breath, quickened by fear, wafted against my neck, sending delightful shivers through me. The pleasant fragrance of her orchid-like scent mixed with a hint of nervous sweat, creating an intoxicating chemistry that was utterly captivating. I gazed down at the trembling woman in my arms. Her long, fair neck flushed slightly from anxiety, a few disheveled strands of hair clinging to her cheek, rendering her both pitiful and irresistibly alluring. A teasing smile curled at the corners of my mouth. I wanted to laugh, yet my heart raced with a fervor. This is simply too enticing. Who could withstand it? Chapter 79. Large Zombies. Lu Jingli, at that moment, resembled a helpless little kitten nestled in my embrace, seeking refuge. This sense of reliance filled me with satisfaction. After a while, the gunfire outside ceased. Lu Jingli cautiously lifted her head, her delicate face now as red as a ripe apple. The thought of having leaped into my arms like a coward, clinging on for dear life, filled her with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. It's all your fault. You insisted on bringing me here. She raised her petite fist, playfully pummeling my sturdy chest a few times. Ha ha ha. I couldn't help but burst into laughter at her adorable pout, seizing her small hand. All right. I won't tease you anymore. I placed the blue mechanical core into her hand and transferred her 50 gold coins. With this, go to the first compartment and create a new one for me. If you lack any materials, acquire them at the trading post. This 50 gold should suffice. If not, come back for more. Create a new one. Upon hearing that word, Lu Jingli's face flushed in even deeper shade of crimson. With a delicate huff, she cast him a reproachful glance. I know, you naughty rascal, she retorted playfully, before clutching the mechanical core and gold coins, and swiftly fleeing back to carriage number 1. After bidding farewell to this bashful sprite, Huo Li piloted the doomsday train, continuing its slow advance. The path ahead remained shrouded in impenetrable darkness, visibility exceedingly low. Not even the train's lights could fully illuminate the surroundings. Huo Li had to remain exceptionally vigilant, striving to keep the mechanical sentry within his line of sight at all times. This was, after all, the only one of its kind at present. Should it be dismantled by a lurking mutated zombie from some shadowy corner, it would spell trouble. Based on previous experiences, it took Lu Jingli nearly a day to fabricate a mechanical sentry using her mechanical genesis talent. Until the second sentry was operational, this hunk of metal was his sole means of remotely unlocking treasure chests. The thought of disembarking to do so himself? Absolutely out of the question. In such darkness, who could predict where the lurking sixth would hide? The wealthier one is, the more one values their life. And Huo Li found himself embodying the sentiment, unwilling to risk a thing given his vast assets. However, fortune seemed to have abandoned him on this journey. After traversing a considerable distance, aside from the occasional zombie that leapt out, not a single shadow of a treasure chest had graced his sight. Tisk as expected. Huo Li muttered with a hint of resignation, rubbing his temples. Relying solely on his own 2 eyes in such darkness made the search for treasure excessively arduous. The efficiency was woefully inadequate, just as Huo Li's patience was on the verge of depletion. A sudden flash of dazzling golden light flickered in the depths of the shadowy corner ahead. A golden treasure chest. Huo Li's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of ecstasy surging within him. However, he quickly noticed that surrounding the golden glow were countless pairs of eyes, glowing green like ghostly flames. They were dense and numerous, mutated zombies, and, judging by their numbers, there were at least 100. Another one of those guardian monster scenarios? Huo Li scoffed, a glint of greed shining in his eyes, devoid of any fear. Another legendary item was practically within his grasp. As for those zombies, they were merely a means to deliver gold coins to him. With a flick of his thoughts, he unleashed a torrent of firepower. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The RPG-7 rockets soared with a fiery trail, while the automatic machine gun's tongues of flame instantly ripped through the darkness. The cacophony of explosions and gunfire reverberated throughout the vast factory. After a frenzied barrage, those mutated zombies that had yet to reach him were reduced to a mere pile of shredded flesh. Huo Li took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. What treasures would the golden chest contain? An automatic fire control base? Or perhaps an even more formidable weapon? He commanded the mechanical sentry to approach the alluring golden chest step by step. Just as the sentry's hand was about to make contact with the treasure chest, a series of heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed ominously from the depths of darkness. With each thud, the ground seemed to tremble, and the sound was rapidly advancing toward the mechanical sentry. Huo Li narrowed his eyes warily. He had previously heard the heavy sound of breathing, and it seemed those mutated zombies were merely the appetizer. Retreat! Quick retreat! Without hesitation, he commanded the mechanical sentry to withdraw. The treasure chest would remain, but if this sole tool for unlocking chests were to be destroyed, it would result in a significant loss. In the next moment, a massive shadow suddenly sprang forth from the darkness, accompanied by a shrill metallic scraping sound, the sound of heavy weaponry being dragged across the ground. Huo Li's heart raced. This creature was at least an elite monster. It could even be a boss monster. It was heading straight for the mechanical sentry. Please don't destroy my sentry. Just then, the shadow leapt from behind a shelf. In the dim light, Huo Li caught sight of the creature. Towering nearly 3 meters tall, its upper body was naked, muscles bulging grotesquely, and its skin bore a ghastly grayish-purple hue, riddled with stitches and pus-filled lesions. The most chilling aspect was its head. It was shrouded by a filthy, tattered, earth-toned sack. Several massive, rusted steel nails and iron hooks were embedded deep into its flesh, securing the eerie headpiece in place. with only 2 pitch-black eye holes revealing a frenzied red glow. Butcher. Level, Elite. A large zombie infected by parasites, possessing extraordinary height and strength, wielding a massive decapitating axe. It turned out to be just an elite monster? Huo Li was taken aback. This creature appeared far more formidable than that wall-crawling licker. Could it be that the classification between elite and boss monsters wasn't solely based on combat prowess? Perhaps, like the previous abomination, which could devour ordinary zombies to enhance itself. That would qualify as a boss. Whereas creatures like the Licker and Butcher, with strong solo combat capabilities, were merely considered elite. Before he could ponder further, a barrage of machine gun bullets had already turned the downed Butcher into a sieve. Though this monster had tough skin and flesh, it was still as fragile as paper in the face of the unrelenting firepower from the RPG and machine gun. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the first kill of the Butcher, earning a medium-level achievement treasure chest 1. Another first kill treasure chest. Huo Li was overjoyed. This was a substantial gain. Indeed, in such a dark environment, the value of radar locking truly shone through. Had Zhang Peng and the others been here, facing such a sudden elite monster, they likely wouldn't have had the time to react before being cleaved in two by its axe. It seemed their decision not to follow was indeed wise. This place was not suited for ordinary individuals. After confirming the area was safe, the mechanical sentry advanced once more. Ding! Successfully opened the golden treasure chest. Acquired. Automatic fire control base, legendary, 12 gold coins. Upon seeing that familiar golden icon, Huo Li excitedly slapped his thigh. At last it had appeared. The automatic fire control base. With this item, the firepower density of the Doomsday train could be elevated to new heights. Yet, he soon found himself in a delightful dilemma. The base was secured, but which weapon should he equip? RPG? There was already one on the roof. Adding another would merely increase the explosive potential and risk sending the treasure chest flying. A machine gun? That seemed unnecessary as well. Huo Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. In truth, he wasn't lacking in single-target damage. The RPG and Gatling gun were already formidable. What he truly needed was firepower density, especially when facing hordes of zombies. The rotation speed of the base was limited, making it challenging to engage multiple directions of enemies simultaneously. Ideally, he would obtain a weapon capable of locking onto and attacking multiple targets at once. After the initial excitement faded, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him like a tide. Huo Li could not stifle a massive yawn, his eyelids feeling as heavy as if they were laden with lead. He was utterly exhausted. It had indeed been far too long since he had last slept. From the previous night until now, he had first slain a boss-level abomination, then pursued Huo for gold coins, followed by an overnight modification of the vehicle. Traveling and unlocking treasure chests in a relentless cycle. Even an Iron Man could not endure such strain. Glancing at the time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Huo Li narrowed his eyes, a foreboding sensation rising within him. The significant reduction in the number of corpses last night was decidedly abnormal. An ominous premonition hinted that tonight could spiral into chaos. The zombies that had vanished might very well swarm out tonight. Moreover, with multiple abominations having already appeared last night, the number of boss monsters tonight would undoubtedly increase. It was imperative to rest, to gather his strength, and prepare for the impending battle. Resolute in his decision, Huo Li promptly summoned back the mechanical sentinels and turned the vehicle around. In no time, he spotted Zhang Peng and others still bustling about on the outskirts. Through the car window, he could see their flushed faces, each beaming with delight, evidently having reaped substantial rewards. As the Doomsday train emerged, they immediately drove over, showering Huo Li with flattery as if it were free. "Huo God, you have emerged." The commotion inside was quite alarming. Huo God is indeed unscathed. Remarkable. With that much gunfire, how many zombies must have been present? One member of the Heavenly Path Alliance exclaimed excitedly, "Report, Huo God. I just discovered a bronze treasure chest." Before he could finish, Zhang Peng leapt forward, reprimanding him. "Do you not understand the rules? What did Huo God instruct before? Such low-tier chests should be opened by oneself. Do not waste Huo God's precious time." Turning back to Huo Li's window, Zhang Peng grinned ingratiatingly. Huo God, thanks to you, I opened a treasure chest and found 500 universal bullets. This is all a tribute to you." The crowd internally scoffed. Zhang Peng certainly knows how to flatter. What kind of treasure chest yields 500 bullets at once? Clearly, he purchased those bullets as a gift. It's all a ruse. Huo Li felt a moment of exasperation. While Zhang Peng possessed a modicum of cleverness, it was hardly substantial. However, it was understandable. Who could fathom the existence of such grotesque abilities that defy the laws of physics, like infinite ammunition and fuel? He was disinclined to explain, casually responding, "Keep them for yourself. I have matters to attend to." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the doomsday train roared out of the food factory, leaving Zhang Peng and the others bewildered, exchanging glances in confusion. Oh God, doesn't he even want bullets? How extravagant. Huo Li sped along the familiar route. It wasn't he until he had driven nearly a kilometer, completely distancing himself from the stifling cluster of buildings, that the suffocating atmosphere finally dissipated. Exhaling deeply, Huo Li felt a wave of relief. Such dark, eerie places filled with bizarre structures were hardly fit for human habitation. The expanse of open land was far more pleasing to the eye, broad vistas that were less susceptible to ambushes. He found a relatively flat area to halt the vehicle and began to assess the spoils of this excursion. Since venturing into the depths, he had dispatched approximately 600 zombies, along with an elite monster, the Butcher. From the zombies, he had acquired 12 gold coins, in addition to 2 pieces of rubber, 1 wire, and 3 cast iron. Furthermore, there were 12 gold coins from the golden treasure chest. Of course, while the gold coins were noteworthy, the true treasures were the automatic fire control base and the mechanical core. Not to mention, he had also obtained an intermediate achievement chest. This trip had certainly not been in vain. Eager to unveil the contents of the achievement chest, Huo Li rubbed his hands together and, with a thought, opened the intermediate achievement chest. Beep. Successfully opened the intermediate achievement chest. Acquired 1 mechanical core, epic, 1 rifle magazine expansion, fine, 3 gold coins. What? Another mechanical core? Huo Li's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the ethereal blue core. He had almost forgotten that the intermediate achievement chest also had a chance to yield epic-level items. Today, it seemed luck was on his side, having secured 2 cores in 1 outing. Now, he had materials for a second mechanical sentinel, and perhaps even a third. As for the rifle magazine expansion, he glanced at its attributes. It increased the rifle magazine capacity by 50. To someone like him, with infinite ammunition, what use was an expanded magazine? Reloading? What was that? For him, such an item was essentially scrap metal. Without hesitation, he listed it on the trading market for 3 gold coins. In a time when everyone was lamenting their insufficient firepower, such a device would undoubtedly be in high demand. Indeed, mere seconds after listing it, he received the notification. Beep. Sold rifle magazine expansion. Fine. 1. Deducting 5 transaction fees, acquiring 285 gold coins. Instant sale. Huo Li whistled in delight. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. He yawned again. It was time to stretch and then rest. He wondered if a new boss monster would appear tonight. Ideally, the legendary fire control base would be paired with a legendary weapon. Rising, he headed toward the first carriage, calling out, Jingli, is the bed warm? Chapter 81. Stamina 10 points. Unknown creatures emerge. Time passed without him realizing it, and Huo Li awoke from his slumber feeling rejuvenated. He had slept remarkably soundly. This was undoubtedly the most restful sleep he had experienced since entering the apocalyptic world. The warmth of the bed, the security of the fortress, what could be more perfect? His stomach began to grumble again. Jingli, it's time to eat. Before long, a sumptuous meal was laid out on the table. 3 colossal chicken legs, simmered in the fat of pork belly, fried to a golden brown on both sides, oozed juices with each bite, the chicken tender and succulent. A large bowl of steaming white rice, heaped high and emanating an enticing aroma, accompanied a bowl of hot vegetable soup, though merely made from frozen vegetable bits. In this vitamin-deficient apocalypse, that hint of green was enough to whet one's appetite. Crunch. Huo Li seized a chicken leg and bit into it with gusto, closing his eyes in satisfaction. After devouring all the food at a rapid pace, he opened a can of mixed fruit as a refreshing dessert. The cool, sweet syrup slid down his throat, instantly cleansing his palate of the greasiness. Burp. Huo Li contentedly patted his belly. Having eaten his fill, it was time to get to work. A tough battle awaited him tonight. Returning to the driver's seat, he gently tapped the steering wheel, contemplating the gains and losses of this round in the dark zone. Gold coins and mechanical cores were undeniably important, but the true highlight was undoubtedly the automatic fire control base, a legendary vehicle component. Now that was truly a rare treasure. Based on his recent experiences with treasure chests, the likelihood of obtaining vehicle components increased with the chest grade. Moreover, Huo Li speculated that the total pool of legendary vehicle components was likely limited. Aside from those high-grade military armaments, it was probably just the automatic fire control base or unique skills like identification eye. Given this, acquiring high-tier weapons worthy of this base would necessitate relying on higher-grade treasure chests. Huo Li narrowed his eyes. Next, he needed to secure a high-tier treasure chest. Ideally, a high-achievement treasure chest. After all, he couldn't let the legendary base go to waste. That would be sheer folly. As for where to find high-tier treasure chests, the answer was evident. New boss monsters. Huo Li was supremely confident that at this juncture, aside from himself, who possessed infinite firepower and a mythical vehicle, No one else could possibly defeat the new boss monsters, let alone the boss monsters. Even that elite-level butcher would have likely caused chaos among Guan Mao and his group had Huo Li not intervened. More critically, the fact that defeating monsters yields achievement treasure chests was knowledge that only he possessed. This presented a significant informational advantage. Even an ordinary survivor, when confronted with a formidable boss monster, would instinctively think of escape. Who would willingly engage in a futile struggle against such a beast? I merely need to proceed, as usual, remaining vigilant to the public chat for the coordinates of any victims. As Huo Li contemplated his hunting strategy for the night, a sudden, eerie crimson glow pierced through the windshield, casting an ominous light into the once cozy cabin, transforming its warmth into an unsettling chill. Huo Li's heart raced, and he instinctively looked up. At that moment, the external thunderstorm and torrential rain had significantly abated, and the temperature seemed to have risen. A full moon hung in the darkened sky, but was no longer a radiant silver. Instead, it emanated a haunting, blood-red hue. It resembled a bloodshot eye, coldly surveying the desolate wasteland. The ease on Huo Li's face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. The blood moon. My suspicions were correct. Tonight would indeed be extraordinary. This celestial phenomenon would likely spell doom for many. He promptly accessed the system map for a quick glance. The green circle representing the safe zone still existed, yet it had shrunk to a shocking degree compared to previous days. Using the massive mountain on the map as a reference, the current safe zone's area was now akin to that of a small county in the real world, with survival space drastically compressed, coupled with the ominous blood moon. Wooly took a deep breath and gripped the steering wheel tightly. This night was destined to be sleepless. Wooly glanced at his backpack interface, his gaze falling upon the purple stamina enhancement potion, Epic. Given the uncertainty of the night, it was imperative to maximize his condition. Without hesitation, he retrieved the potion and injected it directly into his arm. As the liquid coursed through him, a surge of searing energy erupted within, causing every cell to rejoice. Stamina, 10 points. Wooly clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking with a satisfying pop. What a delightful sensation. This overwhelming sense of power was utterly addictive. With 10 points of stamina, his physical capabilities now equated to that of 2 average adult males combined. His endurance, explosiveness, and resilience had transcended human limits. Just then, a faint yet profoundly strange vibration resonated from deep beneath the earth. Wooly furrowed his brow, immediately on high alert. What could it be? This tremor felt peculiar. Not like an earthquake, but rather as if some colossal entity were swiftly traversing underground, disturbing the earth. Chapter 82. The Undying Flower. A colossal sandworm? Impossible. Wooly cast a glance at the hard, desolate surface outside. Beneath it lay not soft sand, but a hard layer of soil mixed with rocks. How could such a creature navigate swiftly in this environment? Just as he pondered, a sudden upheaval occurred a few dozen meters ahead of the vehicle. The ground surged, and then a grotesquely thick appendage burst forth. It resembled a root of some plant, yet its surface was coated in fresh, crimson flesh, interwoven with pulsating blue veins. At the tip of the root, a massive, fleshy lump, perhaps a sac, slowly opened, revealing a hollow interior lined with a pulsating, scarlet membrane, reminiscent of a breathing organ. Wooly felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly activated Identification Eye to discern the nature of this entity. Earth vein sarcoma. Type, sacred relic. Owner, the undying flower. Description, a giant blood flesh plant rooted underground, responsible for sowing chaos and summoning the chosen ones. Sacred relic? The undying flower? Huo Li's pupils constricted in shock. The combination of these phrases did not suggest anything benign. The undying flower sounded less like a person's name and more like a designation for an organization or a higher existential entity. And this chosen one, Huo Li glanced at his own hands. Was it referring to him? Why? Was it because his stamina attribute had just surpassed 10 points? Or perhaps due to his possession of a mythic grade vehicle? A multitude of questions surged through Huo Li's mind. It seemed that as his power grew, he was unknowingly brushing against the deeper, darker layers of this apocalyptic world's underlying rules. However, he peered at the continuously writhing, foul-smelling tumor. Regardless of whether it was a sacred or cursed object, its grotesque appearance was reminiscent of a zombie, unmistakably malevolent. If it dared to emerge, it should not expect mercy. Before Huo Li could deliberate further, the Apocalypse Train's fire control radar had already locked onto this entity, radiating intense hostility and energy fluctuations. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The RPG-7 and Vulcan Gatling roared to life. A torrential downpour of bullets and rockets cascaded down like a tempest, instantly obliterating the newly emerged fleshy sack, scattering gore and fluids in all directions. Hiss! The tumor emitted a sound akin to high-pressure gas escaping, then abruptly contracted, its remaining half swiftly retracting underground, leaving behind an unfathomable dark void. Huo Li gazed into the abyss, his expression darkening. There was no kill notification. Clearly, this creature's true form was vast, with the majority concealed deep underground. The explosion he had just unleashed was likely akin to merely trimming a nail. It had barely scratched the surface. This world was indeed becoming ever more intriguing. Although the grotesque, tumor-laden root had retreated underground, the alarm bells in Huo Li's mind rang louder than ever. Earth-vein sarcoma. The undying flower. These unfamiliar terms loomed like a fog over the apocalyptic world. Huo Li realized that his understanding of this realm was merely superficial. He had once believed that with a mythic-grade vehicle and boundless firepower, he stood atop the pyramid as a predator, yet the earlier spectacle served as a stark wake-up call. There were still countless unknowns in this world. What if that earth-vein sarcoma had attacked him? What would the outcome have been? Or did it lack offensive capabilities? Regardless, my purpose remains crystal clear. I must continue to grow stronger. More weapons. Greater firepower. Huo Li took a deep breath, calming his tumultuous thoughts, and opened the world chat channel for information. The messages on the screen scrolled at a dizzying pace. The majority of survivors were currently exchanging coordinates and rallying allies. Through this information, Huo Li swiftly deduced that most survivors still clung desperately to the now shrunken safe zone, attempting to leverage its suppressive properties against zombie aggression, while banding together to construct a defense against this inevitably bloody night. A commendable strategy indeed. The safe zone's ability to mitigate zombie aggression was undeniably effective. Within its confines, the zombies' movements would slow, and their range of hatred would diminish. More importantly, it provided a refuge from potential ambushes by fellow survivors. Huo Li's gaze deepened, his fingers gently caressing the steering wheel. In this resource-depleted apocalypse, human nature was the most fragile of all. For the expenditure of a single bullet, killing a zombie yielded a meager 0.1 gold coins. However, the murder of a survivor could potentially reward a vehicle, a backpack full of supplies, or even all the gold coins they had accumulated. The rewards of killing humans far surpassed those of slaying zombies by hundreds or even thousands of times. The rule of non-attack within the safe zone was the only chain maintaining this fragile order. Nonetheless, Huo Li cast a glance at the slowly but steadily contracting green circle on the map. This illusory harmony cannot endure for long. At this rate, the safe zone will be completely obliterated within mere hours. When that moment arrives, the fence of the sheepfold will collapse, the wolf pack will surge in, and coupled with this eerie blood moon, even the air tonight may turn a sanguine hue. With a heavy heart, Huo Li piloted the doomsday train, a steel behemoth racing across the wasteland, its destination firmly set on the safe zone. Given that the majority of survivors were huddled there, it was only logical that the vicinity would be teeming with life. A bustling crowd naturally attracted more zombies, increasing the likelihood of encountering advanced variants. This was Huo Li's reasoning. Wherever there was a throng, he would head that way. Wherever danger lurked, he would delve in. Not long into the journey, red dots began to cluster on the radar. From the surrounding darkness, a deluge of zombies emerged. Boom, boom, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. 3 heavy weapons roared to life, relentlessly unleashing a torrent of ammunition. Through the flashes of gunfire, Huo Li discerned that these zombies appeared somewhat different from the usual ones. They were shrouded in a grayish-white substance resembling mushrooms, as if clad in a thick biological armor. Although this armor proved as fragile as paper against the terrifying firepower of the RPG and the Vulcan Gatling gun, instantly obliterated, Huo Li understood precisely what this meant for the ordinary survivors armed only with handguns. As expected, the public chat was filled with desperate cries. World chat channel. Help! These zombies have mutated. I just shot at one, and my bullet ricocheted off its grayish shell. Me too. I was using a rifle. How could it not penetrate? How are we supposed to survive? It's over. My handgun can only slow them down. It can't breach their defenses. They're coming for me. Someone save me. Damn it. Is this a zombie or a tank? Why isn't even a Molotov cocktail effective? Reading these despairing messages, Huo Li sighed and shook his head. The apocalyptic world of today was akin to a hellish nightmare for ordinary survivors. With the defensive capabilities of the fungal armored zombies heightened, coupled with the enhancements of the blood moon and the impending disappearance of the safe zone, it felt as though humanity was being driven to its doom. However, glancing at his steadfast doomsday train and the steadily rising balance of gold coins, he mused that for him, aside from a slightly quicker accumulation of wealth, it seemed little different from before. Perhaps it was even easier? Yet if the survivors truly suffered heavy casualties, it would yield no benefit for him. Since they remained largely reliant on the safe zone, perhaps he could provide them shelter, just as he had sheltered Zhang Peng and the others today. After all, The fire control system had a targeting range of 1,000 meters, allowing for precise sniping of zombies within that radius. Chapter 83, Late Night. In the abandoned construction site of the safe zone, the thunderstorm had seemingly subsided, and the torrential rain that threatened to engulf the world had finally ceased, leaving behind a landscape of mud and puddles reflecting an eerie red glow under the blood moon. This once bustling construction site lay in ruins, with collapsed concrete walls, rusted scaffolding, and dilapidated tin shelters swaying in the wind, forming a makeshift refuge. Hundreds of various modified vehicles were crammed together, their headlights intertwining to create a web of light, attempting to dispel the suffocating darkness around them. Area, chat channel. Guanmao, hurry. Everyone, bring your vehicles here. Form a circle around this unfinished building. Guanmao. Vehicles upgraded more than twice with thick armor should form the outer circle. Others provide fire support from the inner circle. Guanmao, stop holding back. Bring out your heavy weapons. Machine guns, grenades, Molotov cocktails. Use whatever you have. We can't afford to be stingy with ammunition right now. We'll all die here. Zhang Peng, damn. There are just too many. Zhang Peng, hey. I have 500 extra universal bullets. Who has a B-class or above combat talent and needs bullets, come to the blue tin shelter and get them. Don't dawdle. The gunfire on the site was as dense as popcorn, never ceasing. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom, boom. Flashes of light flickered in the darkness, illuminating faces marked by fear and despair. Countless zombies clad in grayish-white fungal armor surged forth like an unrelenting tide from the ruins, roaring as they crashed against the outer defenses formed by the vehicles. The modified armored vehicles emitted a disconcerting screech as they endured the relentless impacts and bites from the fungal zombies. I can't hold on. These creatures are too tough. Bullets have no effect. My door has been ripped open. Help! Despairing screams echoed, and the defensive line began to falter. On the outer perimeter of the defense circle, a gaunt man clad in a tattered bulletproof vest gripped a submachine gun, smoke curling from its muzzle. He had just managed to kill a zombie that had climbed onto the roof of a vehicle when he instinctively glanced into the distance. By the faint and flickering light of the vehicle headlights, he beheld a sight that sent chills down his spine. In the nearby darkness, a massive figure, akin to a small mountain, was slowly advancing. Its grotesque, oozing maw, distended abdomen, and eyes glowing with a faint green light in the dark were unmistakable. It's a brute. The man's voice cracked with fear. Oh no, it's the leader monster. The brute is coming. Guanmao, what? Guanmao, damn. Concentrate fire. All heavy weapons aim over there. Guanmao, we must not let that thing get close. If it dies, it will explode. Just one whiff of that toxic gas, and we're all finished. The crowd's gaze followed his indication, and in an instant, despair spread among them like a plague. Many had seen the video of the siege against the brute on the World Channel. They understood the terror it represented. Not only was it tough-skinned and resilient, but upon death, it would also trigger a widespread toxic explosion. We're done for. We're too far away to hit it. Even if we could, would ordinary bullets do anything? Just as everyone felt hopeless, some even closing their eyes to await their fate, a rocket screamed from the darkness, trailing a long tail flame. It struck the approaching brute with pinpoint accuracy. The ensuing explosion sent the colossal creature crashing to the ground. Immediately after, a torrential storm of metal descended like a tempest. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom, boom. The continuous explosions erupted within the horde of corpses. To the astonishment of all, a colossal steel train, breathtaking in its enormity, tore through the darkness, emerging from behind the mass of zombies. Its massive aviation tires crushed everything in its path, and its towering body, draped in heavy metal armor, glimmered coldly in the light of the flames. Guanmao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted in ecstasy, "It's Huo Shun. Huo Shun had arrived." Inside the doomsday train, Huo Li reclined in the driver's seat, savoring a greasy duck leg, taking a hearty bite. Munch, munch, he chewed on the duck meat, mumbling indistinctly, "Whether it's play or chaos, don't you dare steal my gold coins. This big fat sheep is mine." The V-16 engine roared as the doomsday train, propelled by immense inertia, charged through the translucent defensive barrier into the horde of zombies with the ease of entering an uninhabited realm. Countless fungal zombies were violently flung aside by the barrier, only to be reduced to fragments mid-air by the automated machine guns. Huo Li surveyed the radar, densely packed with red dots, a glint of seriousness in his eyes. Indeed, tonight was extraordinary. The number of zombies was nearly 5 times that of usual. This is truly an endeavor to push everyone to their limits. As the doomsday train hurtles through the horde of corpses, drawing near to the defensive perimeter, Guanmao urgently shouts into the regional channel, "Everyone, clear the way. Make room. Allow the god of war to enter the very center of the defense circle." Do not obstruct his path. He understands that a behemoth like the Doomsday Train, if halted at the periphery, would obstruct the line of fire for those inside, creating significant blind spots. Only positioned centrally can it unleash its terrifying firepower advantage. With the inclusion of this super firepower point, the previously wavering defensive perimeter experiences a dramatic reduction in pressure. Whenever a fungal armored zombie attempts to approach the outer vehicle line, they are met not with feeble handgun bullets, but with a barrage of precise and lethal explosions. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 20mm explosive rounds from the Fire God Gatling gun serve as a Grim Reaper's list, obliterating the robust undead into a cloud of crimson mist. Stability is restored. It's secure now. The God of War is magnificent. This firepower is simply invincible. The faces of the onlookers finally reveal expressions of relief, with some collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. However, just when everyone thought they could breathe easy for the night, an eerie song suddenly wafts in from the distant darkness. The voice is hoarse and shrill, possessing a penetrating quality that sends chills down the spine, instantly drowning out the sounds of battle and piercing into the minds of all present. Then, in a moment of terror, everyone notices that the previously sluggish, fungal-armored zombies, upon hearing this song, seem to be invigorated as if on stimulants. Their eyes turn blood red, and their speed increases dramatically as they frantically charge towards the defensive circle. Bam! 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 The sounds of their violent collisions resound, with several outer-modified vehicles instantly crumpling and deforming. What is happening? Why have these zombies suddenly grown stronger? That song is enhancing them. The pressure skyrockets once more. Yet, in the driver's seat, Huo Li's eyes gleam with realization. Chapter 84. To protect all beings, it is my obligation. This is undoubtedly a new type of zombie. Moreover, one capable of collectively enhancing ordinary zombies. This is undeniably a boss-level creature. A treasure chest. An advanced treasure chest beckons to me. Without a moment's hesitation, Huo Li sharply turns the steering wheel, heading straight towards the heart of the zombie tide, where the song emanates. Regional chat channel. Guan Mao, God of War. Don't go. That's the center of the Horde. Zhang Peng, God of War. It's too dangerous. We can hold our position here. Survivors. Yes, God of War. Don't take risks for us. Observing the heartfelt concerns on the screen, Huo Li projects an image of fearless determination, typing a line in response. To protect all beings, it is my obligation. In that moment, all who read this message feel their eyes moisten. The God of War. This is the true essence of heroism. The Doomsday Train roars into the dense horde of the undead. Countless frenzied, fungal-armored zombies leap from the sides, clawing at the vehicle's exterior. Yet that semi-transparent defensive shield stands like a wall of size. No matter how they gnash their teeth, the surface of the shield merely ripples, its durability remaining steadfast. It appears the shield is far sturdier than I anticipated. Huo Li nods in satisfaction. As he crushes through the remnants of countless zombies, Huo Li finally spots the source of the song. On a small hill nearby stands a grotesque figure, clad in a tattered tailcoat, resembling a mad conductor. Most terrifying is its neck, where the skin has long since vanished, exposing a large, mutated vocal cord that vibrates violently as it howls, emitting that horrific noise that empowers the undead. Pestilent Maestro. Level boss. A zombie deeply infected by the zombie virus. Its exposed vocal cords emit terrifying sounds that stimulate ordinary zombies, enhancing their aggression. Indeed, a boss creature. A glint of greed flashes in Huo Li's eyes, and a fragile support at that. I shall not hold back. Without hesitation, Huo Li's thoughts command the fire control system to lock onto the passionately singing Pestilent Maestro. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat. The RPG-7 and Fire God Gatling unleash a synchronized barrage. The frail Pestilent Maestro barely has time to react before being torn to shreds by the overwhelming firepower. The song abruptly ceases. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the first kill of the Pestilent Maestro, earning one advanced achievement treasure chest. Splendid! Huo Li exclaims, raising a fist in excitement. Come forth, my heavy firepower weapon. Do not disappoint me. He eagerly opens the treasure chest. Ding! Opening advanced achievement treasure chest. Acquired. Lacquered 6-tube micro-missile launcher, legendary one. 20 gold coins. Upon seeing the golden icon, Huo Li's breath quickens. Lacquered 6-tube micro-missile launcher. Quality, legendary, gold. Vehicle component, equipped with multi-lock capabilities. Can simultaneously lock onto 6 targets, launching 6 micro-missiles that automatically track and attack. Simultaneous targeting of 6 enemies. Automatic tracking. This is precisely the divine artifact I require. Huo Li is ecstatic. This device perfectly compensates for my current shortfall in firepower density. In the face of such a massive horde, the ability to strike multiple targets simultaneously is an unparalleled clearing tool. I must install it immediately. He swiftly affixes the automatic fire control base to the rear position on the roof of car number 1. Then, he mounts the freshly acquired lacquered 6-tube micro-missile launcher onto the base. Click whir. A delightful sound of mechanical assembly resonates. Installation complete. In the next moment, the infinite firepower talent activates. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of rapid-fire sounds erupt. 6 micro-missiles, trailing white smoke, soar skyward, tracing elegant arcs before accurately descending upon the 6 densest clusters of zombies. Boom, 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 boom. A succession of explosions engulfs vast swaths of the undead. Delightful. Huo Li watches this spectacle, his face flushed with excitement. This is the allure of infinite ammunition. No reloading, continuous fire, and automatic tracking. He drives the fully armed doomsday train back into the defensive circle. At this moment, Guan Mao is crouched atop his SUV, grimy and disheveled, manically operating a machine gun as he sweeps fire across the horde, the barrel turning red hot. Just then, a message from Huo Li pops up in the regional channel. Huo Li, Guan Mao, save your bullets. Guan Mao is taken aback. Big brother, this is a zombie tide. You want me to conserve bullets now? Are you courting death? Yet the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of nerve-wracking sounds of projectiles slicing through the air come from the doomsday train. Those are the RPGs and 6-tube micro-missiles firing in succession. The sky is instantly illuminated by countless fiery meteors. Huo Li gazes at the sky ablaze with flames, feeling an unparalleled thrill. No more pretense. My weapons can fire infinitely. Infinite ammunition. I am laying it all bare. Why bother with theatrics? At such a time, it is only right to unleash all firepower. Raking the gold coins. Who cares what these mortals think? Shocked? Skeptical? Whatever. For now, in this apocalyptic world, no one can threaten me. Holding such a magnificent hand, I must capitalize on this extraordinary luck. Even if a deity were to arrive, they would have to endure a couple of my RPGs before speaking. The battlefield has transformed into a solo firework display, orchestrated by Huo Li. Countless fungal armored zombies were sent soaring into the sky by a relentless barrage of missiles. Their severed limbs and green blood raining down like confetti. Not far away, an extraordinarily agile, mutated parasitic dog attempted to evade the onslaught with its speed. Yet its struggles appeared utterly futile in the face of 6 auto-tracking miniature missiles. The projectiles deftly adjusted their trajectory mid-air, latching onto its hindquarters. Boom! The parasitic dog was instantly blown in half, its twitching upper body quickly engulfed by subsequent firepower. Further away, a newly emerged abomination had not even taken its first step when, whoosh, 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 3 RPG shells howled through the air. All of them precisely penetrated its grotesquely swollen, pus-dripping maw. Thunderous explosions followed. The noxious detonation had barely begun to spread before being completely purified by the flames. Surrounding the scene, Guan Mao, Zhang Peng, and all the survivors momentarily forgot to fire their weapons. They gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide, fixated on the doomsday train that continued to unleash a torrent of firepower. Someone could not help but swallow hard, whispering, "What on earth is happening? Are those guided missiles really out here? Are we in the same universe?" In the latter part of the night, someone pondered aloud, "Have you noticed? It has been firing nonstop for a minute now, hasn't it? RPGs, Gatling guns. And those missiles haven't ceased at all. Don't they need to reload?" 30 minutes later, the expressions of the crowd had morphed from shock to numbness. It's still firing. Even if it doesn't need to reload, surely it must pause to cool down the barrels. With such high-intensity, continuous firing, wouldn't the barrels turn as red as glowing iron? Wouldn't they risk an explosion? Yet, that doomsday train remained an unyielding war machine. Its firepower not only unabated, but intensifying with each blast. An hour later, the onlookers had become completely accustomed to the spectacle. Some even closer to the center simply put away their weapons and retreated into the vehicle to rest. Occasionally, discussions erupted on the public screen about how God Ho was achieving this feat after much chatter. The consensus emerged. There must be more than one person in God Ho's vehicle. It was likely a team of survivors with weapon modification talents. Moreover, at least one among them possessed an S-level weapon modification talent. The artillery on God Ho's vehicle was likely an upgraded modification, enhanced through multiple talents to achieve such formidable results. However, it was hardly surprising that they guessed incorrectly. After all, S-level talents were exceedingly rare. Even Huo Li had only encountered Lu Jingli as the sole possessor of an S-level talent. Some survivors might not even be aware that talent levels included S. Sitting in the driver S seat, Huo Li gazed through the windshield into the vast, profound darkness ahead. Even from a kilometer away, flickers of light could be seen, accompanied by the occasional faint gunfire. Although they found themselves at the core of the current safe zone, many survivors remained scattered outside the perimeter, unable to reach the inner circle. A kilometer of fire coverage sounded vast, yet it was too small for this immense battlefield. To shelter all survivors beneath one's wings was a task only a deity could accomplish. I am merely an extraordinary human. Huo Li shook his head. Fortunately, the commotion he had stirred was indeed monumental. The flames and deafening explosions served as a massive beacon, drawing the attention of the vast majority of zombies, especially those with keen senses, such as the abominations and mutated parasitic dogs. This phenomenon considerably alleviated the pressure on other survivors at the periphery. All I can do is this. Huo Li thought, his gaze steady. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, everyone must take responsibility for their own survival. I am under no obligation to be a caretaker for all. After a while, as the last fungal armored zombie was shattered by an RPG, tranquility finally descended upon the area. The number of zombies visibly dwindled, and the terrifying leader monsters ceased to emerge. Around the doomsday train, those who had been tense all night finally exhaled in relief, erupting into cheers of survival. We have triumphed. We are alive. How wonderful. We have finally endured. Guan Mao wiped the grime from his face, collapsing onto the roof of the vehicle, gazing at the doomsday train with a complex and reverent expression. If it weren't for God Ho, none of us would likely see the sun tomorrow. Zhang Peng, overwhelmed with excitement, danced and shouted, God Ho is incredible. Long live God Ho. Following God Ho means 3 meals a day. Meanwhile, the global chat channel buzzed with activity. World chat channel. Survivor. ISNT, it's strange. Have you noticed? The zombies seem to have vanished all of a sudden. They were swarming like a tide just moments ago, and now they're ISNT, a single one in sight. Survivor B, indeed. This is too bizarre. Even entering the latter part of the night, the zombies should at least decrease in number, not disappear entirely. Survivor C, who cares? As long as we're alive. I don't want to see those disgusting creatures again. Survivor D, everyone. I have some good news. I found a girlfriend. She didn't abandon me during the life and death crisis. If we survive tonight, I will marry her. Although we won't have a wedding, at least we have each other in our hearts. Survivor E, what the hell? You're sharing love news at a time like this? Dude, you're amazing. Best wishes to you. Survivor F, I'm envious. I'm still a single dog and almost got bitten by a zombie. Huo Li frowned as he read the affectionate announcement on the public screen, instinctively sensing something amiss. What kind of flag are you raising at a time like this? In this world, such words are often the precursor to one's demise. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a chilling, ear-splitting tearing sound suddenly reverberated through the sky. It was as if an invisible hand had wrenched open the very fabric of the heavens above. Some unseen barrier had shattered. Then, illuminated by the blood moon, an ominous dark green vertical eye materialized in the sky. The eye was colossal, stretching across the horizon, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The cheers of the crowd abruptly ceased. The entire abandoned site was plunged into a profound silence. An oppressive atmosphere, thick with tension and fear, permeated the air. Some faces turned pale, trembling as they murmured, "What in the world is that thing?" In the next moment, the immense vertical eye began to descend slowly. The pressure it exerted felt as if it could crush one's heart. It continued its descent until it was nearly touching the ground, at which point the eye suddenly snapped open. A low hum resonated as the very fabric of space seemed to warp. It was not merely an eye. It resembled an open rift in time and space, connecting to a hellish dimension. Through that gigantic vertical eye, a grotesque sight unfolded before all. Was that a garden? Yet in this garden, flowers of type Huo Li had never seen before bloomed, captivatingly bizarre. Among the blooms, he immediately recognized the familiar grotesque flesh tumor. Countless massive tumors twisted and intertwined like blood vessels across the ground, pulsating with a nauseating rhythm. And nestled between these tumors and flowers stood a multitude of zombies of various shapes. Some were decayed, maggots crawling in and out of their eye sockets. Others were enormous, their skin exhibiting an eerie bluish-gray hue. While not decayed, they exuded a chill more unsettling than that of rotting corpses. The most horrifying aspect was that they all wore smiles, a rigid, twisted smile, yet somehow imbued with a perverse sense of benevolence. They waved toward the crowd, as if welcoming distant guests or beckoning new companions to join their revelry. Hee, come on over, hurry. It felt as though countless whispers echoed in their ears. The crowd stood utterly transfixed. The fleeting joy of surviving a calamity was entirely obliterated, replaced by a profound, marrow-deep despair. This was far from victory. It was merely the harrowing inception of a true nightmare. Huo Li suppressed the chill coursing through him, and activated his appraisal eye upon the eerie garden nestled within the rift of time and space. Plague garden. Type, divine realm. Owner, the ever-blooming flower. Description, attain eternal life at the cost of perpetual suffering, blooming eternally within the garden. A sudden jolt of realization struck Huo Li. A wave of icy dread surged through him. Thus, the so-called apocalypse selection was not designed to identify powerful survivors, but rather to sift through those with sufficiently robust physiques, deemed worthy to enter the plague garden as devotees of the gods. After all, only those who could endure such a brutal apocalyptic environment were considered fit material. He recalled the earthbound sarcoma he had encountered previously. Was it drawn to him because his physical prowess had reached a score of 10? Did it deem him worthy? Just then, an ominous transformation began. The plague garden trembled violently, and then beams of strange green light erupted from within the vertical eye like searchlights. The green light indiscriminately swept across the land, illuminating the terrified faces of the people and the dilapidated vehicles. Expressions of despair froze upon the faces of the onlookers. Crackle. The vehicles caught in the green light began to visibly rust and decay at an alarming rate, as if they had endured centuries of corrosion in mere moments. Rubber tires swelled grotesquely, their surfaces marred with vein-like purple patterns. The engine compartments emitted a nauseating grinding sound, followed by the wet, squelching noise akin to writhing innards. Boom! The hood of an off-road vehicle was violently thrust open from within, revealing not a mechanical engine, but a mass of dark red flesh pulsating and proliferating wildly. The entire vehicle seemed to come to life, its innards bursting free from their metallic confines, transforming into a grotesque hybrid of machine and flesh. Simultaneously, the portion of the crowd engulfed by the green light emitted a series of sickening, bone-cracking sounds. Their limbs began to twist at unnatural angles, breaking, their skin rapidly fading to a pallid gray, and their eyeballs rolled back in their sockets. Within mere seconds, they morphed into new zombies. Yet they did not attack the remaining survivors. Instead, they wore a uniform, rigid smile, as if summoned by a deity, marching stiffly towards the hovering plague garden. The remaining members of the crowd, untouched by the green light, descended into utter chaos. Run. Don't let touch me. Don't let touch me. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Vehicles roared to life as everyone desperately sought to escape. Amidst the turmoil, a man suddenly halted, gazing at the enormous vertical eye, watching his companions queue into the garden, his mind fracturing completely, leading him to laugh maniacally. Ha! I understand now. I see it clearly. This apocalyptic world never intended for anyone to survive. Everyone will perish. Everyone will become a zombie. Ha ha ha. In a chaotic tide of escape, only the massive doomsday train remained steadfast, like an obstinate rock, firmly anchored in place. The green light swept over the train, creating ripples in its translucent defensive field, yet failing to penetrate even a fraction. Huo Li sat calmly in the driver's seat, a sense of instinctive ease enveloping him as he regarded the plague garden as one might observe a mere child. He was uncertain of the source of his confidence. Perhaps it stemmed from a mythic vehicle he commanded. At that moment, the space between Huo Li and the plague garden was utterly vacant. The living had long since fled, leaving only the newly transformed, grotesquely contorted zombies, shuffling in a pilgrimage towards the vertical eye. Should he run? Huo Li observed the scene impassively, weighing his options. It would be effortless to turn the train around and escape this area shrouded in green light with the doomsday train's power. The world was vast, and no matter how far the ever-blooming flower-s reach extended, it could not instantaneously cover the entirety of this apocalyptic realm. Even if all the thousands of souls in this forsaken construction site were to perish, becoming mere fertilizer, it would hardly affect his quality of life. Was a handful of lives lost? Hadn't people been dying consistently in this apocalyptic world? At most, he would simply hear fewer sycophantic praises and have fewer expendable allies to scout the way. Moreover, with the mechanical core in hand, once Liu Jingli constructed the other two mechanical sentinels, he would possess a trio of robots capable of autonomous operations. He could easily take the beautiful women and his mechanical army to find a picturesque locale and continue his reign as a local despot. This was the most rational and survival-oriented choice in this apocalyptic landscape. Huo Li slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. In the darkness, countless images flickered like a revolving lantern. He saw those survivors shivering in the biting wind, brawling over a meager piece of bread. He witnessed the young Liu, charging towards the wall with a bundle of explosives, undeterred by the risks of freezing or being blown to bits for a mere 6 gold coins. And Zhang Peng Guanmao, the faces, some obsequious, some filled with reverence, others tinged with envy. They wagged their tails in supplication, performing like jesters. Was it merely to curry favor? No. If one could survive standing, who would willingly kneel to play the fool. That was simply an attempt to enhance their odds of survival, even if by a fraction. In a daze, the cacophony of voices seemed to resound once more in his ears. "Oh God! Oh God has arrived! Oh God, save us! Follow Oh God, and there'll be meat to eat." The repeated calls of "Oh God" seemed to penetrate the heavy armor, transcending the void, directly lingering in his ears, refusing to dissipate. It was akin to a collective prayer. "Huh!" Huo Li suddenly chuckled softly, his laughter growing increasingly robust. "Ha ha 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 ha." He abruptly opened his eyes, a frenzied light flickering in their depths. It was time for the Ho God, long called upon, to perform the deeds befitting a deity. He could not simply accept offerings without taking action, could he? This was undoubtedly a mad endeavor. Yet Huo Li had not been normal since the moment he awoke in this apocalyptic world. And then, he lifted his gaze towards the plague garden. It was teeming with zombies, their sheer number and density akin to a mountain of gold. If he were to strike, how many gold coins might he unleash? Let me see, which is truly more formidable, your so-called divine realm, or my mythic doomsday train? You call yourself the ever-blooming flower, do you? Dare to reveal your eye before me? A sinister smile curled at the corners of Huo Li's mouth. Today, I shall unleash a cannon upon you. The antimatter annihilation cannon shall obliterate worlds. Chapter 87. The madman who fires at the gods. A deafeningly deep and penetrating horn suddenly erupted. The sound resembled not that of a mere vehicle, but rather the furious roar of a slumbering steel dragon, instantly drowning out the wails of the zombies and the cries of the people, sending tremors through the ground beneath, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the hydraulic system. The colossal front of the doomsday train gradually opened, the upper half of the driver's seat lifting skyward. Following this, the heavy armor plates beneath the front chassis slid apart to either side. A colossal square cannon, with an exaggerated design exuding a sci-fi aura, gradually extended outward, aiming directly at the eerie vertical eye in the distance. The surface of the cannon was adorned with countless intricate blue energy patterns that suddenly illuminated. The glow emanated from the base, swiftly traversing along the patterns toward the muzzle, charging up and casting light that illuminated the surrounding buildings and crowd. It resembled a beacon that had unexpectedly ignited in this desolate night, guiding souls lost in despair. The frantic survivors, caught in a wild flight, instinctively glanced back, startled by the terrifying commotion. They beheld the doomsday train exhaling blinding blue and white light, akin to the buildup of divine retribution. All footsteps slowed, faces etched with incredulous shock. "What on earth?" exclaimed one, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist within. Just moments ago, amidst the rain of missiles and the tempest of Gatling fire, they thought they had witnessed the full extent of God Huo's might. Little did they realize, that was merely conventional weaponry. Was this truly the trump card of God Huo? Inside the train, Huo Li felt himself jolt upward as the seat tilted abruptly. He sensed the vibrations beneath him, a realization dawning upon him. That expansive space beneath the driver's seat was meant to conceal this colossal weapon. No wonder the vehicle had inexplicably risen after its upgrade. It was hiding such a behemoth beneath. He rubbed his buzzing ears with a grin, amused by the unexpected potency of the horn he had yet to use since the upgrade. Meanwhile, in the plague garden, the once smiling gigantic zombies, who had waved as if watching a spectacle, suddenly found their smiles frozen in place. They stared blankly at the enormous cannon directed at them, sensing the terrifying energy gathering within, capable of annihilating everything. It was a threat unlike any they had ever felt. This was the moment of divine intervention, a projection of the celestial realm. Shouldn't the mortals below be on their knees, pleading for mercy or weeping profusely? Why? Why would anyone dare to fire upon a deity? What madness was this? Yet, at that very moment, as the antimatter annihilation cannon charged, the twisted roots of the flesh tumors in the plague garden seemed to sense an impending doom. With a rumble, the once prostrate crimson tendrils shot upward, growing frantically, twisting and intertwining, crafting an immensely thick barrier of flesh and blood before the garden. Concurrently, the pustules on the tumors erupted, releasing torrents of dark green toxic mist that surged forth like a flood, engulfing the doomsday train. Wherever the toxic mist passed, even the stones on the ground sizzled ominously, clearly exhibiting a strong, corrosive nature. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Huo Li remained unfazed in the driver's seat, his eyes solely fixated on the lustrous gold coins. Buzz! In under 5 seconds, the blue light at the base of the antimatter annihilation cannon transformed into a blinding golden hue. The brightness of the entire cannon surged to an unprecedented level, akin to the emergence of a blazing sun upon the earth. The surrounding air temperature began to rise slightly. Under the oppressive force of this overwhelming energy field, The once mighty green light emanating from the plague garden was forcefully subdued, like encountering a natural enemy. The green light trembled violently, retracting. The fleeing crowd immediately noticed this anomaly. Look, the green light is being suppressed. Godhwa can truly contend with that vertical eye? All stood frozen in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Yet in the next instant, someone screamed in terror, pointing to the sky. Don't look. Run. The toxic mist is coming. It's the zombie virus. Touch it and you die. Panic erupted anew among the masses, screams rising in a cacophony. Just as the toxic mist was about to engulf the doomsday train, buzz! The golden light at the base of the cannon abruptly shifted to a cataclysmic crimson. Chapter 88, The Divine Prestige. The brilliance surged exponentially. In that moment, not only was this desolate construction site illuminated, but even the distant wasteland and the entirety of the apocalyptic realm within sight were engulfed in this terrifying red glow. The green light from the plague garden was suppressed to its utmost limit, vanishing entirely before this world-ending energy. The approaching toxic mist dissipated under the scorching light until it disappeared. Even the once ominous blood moon in the sky dimmed, seemingly reluctant to compete with the sun on the ground. The temperature surged dramatically. The air warped and twisted as all moisture evaporated in an instant. Who? The doomsday train's horn blared once more, a hellish wail, a declaration of war against divine authority. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Boom! A thick, dark red beam of light, embodying the principles of annihilation, erupted from the cannon's mouth. The energy unleashed by the annihilation of matter and antimatter surged forth instantly. Within the fan-shaped area directly before the train's head, the ground fractured violently, countless stones and debris swept up by the furious energy, forming a vortex of destruction that surged toward the heavens. The seemingly indomitable barrier of flesh tumors disintegrated upon contact with the red light, leaving not a trace behind. Vaporized in an instant. Immediately, the crimson light slammed into the enormous vertical eye. The spatial rift encompassing the plague garden was instantly filled with blinding white light, a manifestation of energy overload. The space began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The massive green vertical eye seemed to endure unimaginable agony, abruptly closing. Cracks spread across the entire surface of the eyeball, reminiscent of a fragile porcelain artifact on the brink of shattering. It then began to rise at an astonishing speed, simultaneously shrinking, as if desperately fleeing from this horrendous place, until finally it vanished entirely into the void, leaving behind only a twisted heat wave and a sky still ablaze. All returned to tranquility. The only remaining sound was the crackling of the scorched earth. The crowd stood transfixed, gazing into the empty sky, their minds blank. What was that? Had the deity been driven away? Some, in disbelief, rubbed their eyes, still reeling from the cataclysmic scene they had just witnessed. How he triumphed? Confusion, shock, and exhilaration intertwined. Some longed to cheer, but found their throats so dry they could not produce sound. Others wished to laugh, yet tears flowed first. Finally, a voice pierced the silence, laden with sobs. We survived. That big eye has been driven away. Godhwa has won. We have won. At that moment, everyone lost control. Some embraced and wept, while others knelt in tears, expressing their joy at having survived the calamity. The doomsday train, its front raised high, slowly descended with the screech of hydraulic systems, rejoining seamlessly. The height of the driver's seat gradually lowered until it returned to eye level. Huo Li leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Or rush. That shot felt magnificent. Indeed, the greater the firepower, the better. In high spirits, he opened the system backpack interface. Surely, that garden of zombies must have yielded a bounty of hundreds of thousands of gold coins, right? Let me see how many I've taken down. However, when his gaze fell upon the gold coin count, his smile froze instantly. What? Bro, where are my coins? Not a single coin has increased. Damn. Before firing, I specifically checked my backpack. I had over 14,000 coins amassed from the night's zombie tide. Yet now, that string of numbers remained utterly unchanged. Not even a whisper of an increase. After exerting such effort, was the only outcome a slight rise in ambient temperature and sound? Huo Li was so incensed that he nearly smashed the steering wheel. Goodness, all that excitement for naught. With all that charging and effects maxed out. And yet, you lack any coins? Aren't there supposed to be coins from killing zombies? Why is it that this time? Wait a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, his brow gradually furrowing. Could it be that those zombies hadn't actually perished at all? He recalled the description he had seen through identification eye. At the cost of eternal suffering, one gains eternal life, blooming forever in the garden. Huo Li stroked his chin, deep in thought. Did this imply that the plague garden possessed some conceptual rule effect akin to my unlimited firepower talent? As long as it was my vehicle, it defied physical laws, possessing infinite fuel. As long as it was my weapon, it would have endless ammunition. Even antimatter cannons would have limitless rounds. And those everlasting flowers. Did they mean that as long as they were in the garden, those zombies would endlessly regenerate flesh and blood, never dying? After all, this was the so-called divine kingdom, and being a deity surely held a certain prestige. Realizing this, Huo Li sighed in resignation. No wonder there had been no significant actions in that garden. Only the earth's flesh tumors symbolically defended. It turned out they were utterly unafraid, knowing those zombies could not be killed. However, he quickly felt at ease. After all, firing his cannons incurred no cost. There was no cooldown to speak of. Moreover, the harvest from this night had been quite substantial. The 14,000 coins alone would allow him to indulge for quite some time. Furthermore, the shot seemed to have yielded some gains after all. Huo Li closed his eyes, sensing a peculiar transformation unfolding. He wasn't quite sure of the source of this change. Could it be that continued use of the Doomsday Train had led to a mastery of sorts? In any case, he felt a profound connection with the Doomsday Train beneath him, one that could even be described as a bond at the level of the soul. There was no need for specialized commands or control, merely the spark of a thought. And the fire god, Gatling on the roof, would turn slowly in accordance with his will. It was as if the train had become an extension of his own body. Even more astonishingly, the information scanned by close-range radar suddenly constructed a vivid, three-dimensional holographic image in his mind. It was as if he had gained X-ray vision, allowing him to clearly see every blade of grass and tree within a kilometer, even discerning the expressions on the faces of survivors trembling behind the ruins. The effect was simply astounding. Being in the vehicle granted him a 1,000-meter range of perception. Huo Li abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Moreover, if this effect also applied to mechanical sentinels, then by deploying them in tandem with this mental perception, wouldn't he effectively possess a full map view? That ethereal sensation did not dissipate with the passage of time. Rather, it seemed to be ingrained in his very soul, becoming clearer and more stable. Huo Li attempted to close his eyes once more. He felt his consciousness gently descending, as if plunging into the deep sea, ultimately arriving in a gray, featureless expanse. Here, countless orbs of various colors floated about. Blue, purple, and even a few golden ones scattered like stars around his consciousness. With a mere thought, Huo Li lightly touched a nearby blue orb. A stream of clear information instantly surged into his mind. Large SUV. Type, vehicle. Level, Tier 2. Modified, 510. Owner, Guan Mao. Remaining fuel, 23. Occupants, Guan Mao, A-class talent. Battlefield insight, 3 members of the Celestial Alliance. Goodness, I can even know how many people are in the vehicle and their names? Huo Li was taken aback. Not only that, but he discovered that the spatial arrangement of these orbs corresponded precisely to their positions and distances in the real world. His perceptual range far exceeded the 1-kilometer limit of the close-range radar. Even those distant, faintly glowing orbs, while their information was somewhat blurred, still allowed him to discern their vehicle levels and types. This truly was a full map perspective. Even more exhilarating for Huo Li was that he could also vaguely sense the environment surrounding the vehicles through those orbs. And not just vehicles. In this sea of orbs, he discovered some special light points. He attempted to sense one of the purple light points located in the direction of the food factory. Chapter 89, New Survivors. High-energy laser cutter. Quality, epic, purple. Vehicle component. Status, located in a silver treasure chest, unopened. Location, underground warehouse, Area C, dark zone food factory. Ha ha ha. Huo Li couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is too unfair, isn't it? Do I still need to blindly search for loot everywhere? If I want a piece of equipment, I can just sense it and go grab it. This is simply like having a resource X-ray hack. With an incredibly light and joyful heart, Huo Li exited that state of perception, humming a little tune as he headed toward car number 1. Glancing at the sky, it was already 5 a.m. After a whole night of toil, his stomach was growling with hunger. Mirror, give me something to eat. Soon, a lavish breakfast was served. Huo Li sat at the dining table, heartily gnawing on a large chicken leg. Suddenly, he frowned, his actions halting. Just in that fleeting moment, he keenly sensed a new change in the consciousness space. It was as if a cluster of new orbs had suddenly appeared. He immediately set down his utensils, closed his eyes, and concentrated, re-entering that realm of consciousness. Indeed, in a distant direction, several dazzling purple orbs had suddenly materialized. Though far away, the perception was somewhat blurred, but he could unmistakably identify that unique energy fluctuation. Tier 3 vehicles. At least 4 of them, and the numbers were still increasing. Huo Li was taken aback. At this stage, the vast majority of survivors' vehicles were still at the initial Tier 1. Those like Guan Mao, who could elevate to Tier 2, were already a rarity. How could so many Tier 3 high-grade vehicles suddenly emerge? Just as he was about to concentrate and investigate further details, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his forehead, as if someone had jabbed him with a needle. His mental energy had been overexerted. Alas, it seems my mental attribute is still somewhat lacking. I need to rest for a while before trying again. Huo Li groaned softly, reluctantly withdrawing from that profound state of perception. Just then, a low hum resonated. The ground trembled slightly. A grand humming sound echoed through the void. The safe zone had completely vanished, immediately followed by a chilling system prompt that reverberated in every survivor's mind. Congratulations to all survivors for passing the first round of the Doomsday trial. The Doomsday world will welcome new survivors. The malfunction has been opened. At that moment, outside the Doomsday train, the survivors who had yet to disperse were immersed in a euphoria of having survived. Area, chat channel. Brothers, we survived, and we will live even better in the future. This damned weather has finally normalized. We won't need to burn so much fuel for warmth anymore. And there's actually a mall. So many things inside. Though a bit pricey. This is a bit pricey. A piece of clothing costs dozens of coins. This is practically highway robbery. No witties. Now that the thunderstorms are gone and visibility is so good, the efficiency of looting treasure chests will surely double. Gathering resources is still feasible. By the way, after we have successfully passed the first round of trials, isn't there any additional rewards from the system? What a pipe dream. Surviving that perilous situation last night is the greatest reward of all. Enough chatter. With the weather being so pleasant, I recall a bronze treasure chest that I hesitated to open before. I shall go for it now. Whoa, take me with you. I want to join. Let us form a team and venture together. Who knows what dangers may await us? Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Lu Jingli suddenly set down her bowl and chopsticks, rose from the table, and gracefully navigated around it to sit beside Huo Li. She wrapped her arms around Huo Li's, leaning against him in a languid manner, her enchanting eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, master, you are simply incredible. You managed to obliterate that terrifying green-eyed creature with a single shot. Although she had been hiding in carriage number 1, she had seen the videos shared by other survivors on the public screen, and that earth-shattering blast had sent shivers through her soul. That was merely a monster attempting to challenge her man's authority, only to be effortlessly crushed by him. Before Huo Li could respond, Lu Jingli pointed excitedly at the virtual interface before them, exclaiming, "Look at this system shop. It's brimming with so many items. There are even clothes, shoes, the latest bags, and complete sets of high-end toiletries." Her tone shifted suddenly to one of mild grievance as she gazed up at Huo Li with yearning in her watery eyes. But everything is so expensive. Just a set of skincare products costs dozens of gold coins. Huo Li felt the warm sensation of her touch on his arm, his thoughts momentarily wandering. Though he maintained his focus, there were too many new developments in the system shop, and with new survivors emerging, it was not yet the time to relax. Especially upon hearing the optimistic chatter in the regional chat channel, Huo Li's brow furrowed in contemplation. A better future? When did this merciless apocalyptic world become so benevolent? The so-called trials have always been increasingly brutal. As for the system shop Lu Jingli mentioned, he had briefly perused it. It was indeed a treasure trove, as if an expansive department store from the real world had been transported here. Clothing, hats, daily necessities, cosmetics, everything one could desire. However, the prices were outrageous. A simple cotton t-shirt started at 30 gold coins. A somewhat decent skincare set could cost over 100 gold coins. For ordinary survivors who earn a mere 0.1 gold coins per zombie slain, these prices were exorbitant, bordering on luxury. This was hardly intended for the masses. It was clearly a privilege reserved for a select few victors. Only those like me, endowed with extraordinary combat prowess and capable of amassing wealth through defeating bosses and grinding monsters, have the right to indulge in such luxuries. Yet, what truly concerned Huo Li were the distant points of light he had sensed in the consciousness space earlier. New vehicles and new survivors. Moreover, many of these vehicles were of considerable caliber. With the safety zone completely vanished, everyone was now exposed to the guns of their kind. Were these newcomers truly benign? Just then, a private message suddenly lit up. Guan Mao. Oh God, trouble has arisen. Guan Mao. I just received reports from several members of the Tindao Alliance near Dwarf Ridge. Guan Mao. A number of unfamiliar vehicles have suddenly appeared. Many are large and appear to be of high modification levels. Guan Mao. And upon contact, they launched indiscriminate attacks on our people without any communication. Guan Mao. Most importantly, some of these vehicles are equipped with automatic firearms. Our vehicles were instantly damaged. Huo Li's expression turned grave as he read the message. Chapter 90. Hurry and eat. So much food. Indeed, the system prompt indicated that new survivors were arriving in the apocalyptic world, but did not specify that they were mere novice newcomers. To possess modified vehicles and equipment akin to automated fire control systems. These newcomers were likely seasoned players who had already undergone one or more rounds of apocalyptic trials. If that were the case, the situation would be entirely different. These individuals were akin to sharks entering a goldfish pond, posing an overwhelming threat to ordinary survivors still struggling for survival. However, Huo Li scoffed derisively, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. If they wished to oppose me, they were still lacking in experience. Automatic machine guns? I have a plethora of those toys in my vehicle. Moreover, I possess far more than just that. Even the descent of divine realms must contend with my might. We're a few old players to me. Guan Mao's message was evidently aimed at seeking Huo Li's support to intimidate these newcomers. Huo Li thought for a moment and simply replied with 3 words. Huo Li, understood. He made no promises or declarations of stance. Within his capacity, he did not mind offering protection to Guan Mao and the others, just as he had harvested a wealth of gold coins from the corpse tide last night. Allowing other survivors to benefit from his protection was a fair exchange. However, he would never go out of his way to establish unknown enemies for the sake of those inconsequential individuals. Yet, the subsequent message from Guan Mao made Huo Li's demeanor shift sharply. Guan Mao. Oh, and there's more. An even stranger situation. Guan Mao. Some team members reported seeing creatures resembling zombies, but behaving like humans. Guan Mao. These beings are also engaging in indiscriminate killings. Moreover, the bodies of those they kill dry up and turn into mummies, as if all moisture has been drained. Huo Li read Guan Mao's message with a furrowed brow. Mummies? The usual attacks from zombies only lead to viral infection and mutation. This should not result in mummification. Something is amiss. He withdrew his arm from Lu Jingli's embrace. Ignoring her discontented gaze, quickly finished his meal and rose to stride back to the driver's seat. This was not the time for sentimental matters. A new threat had emerged, and he needed to ascertain the situation. Seated in the spacious driver's seat, Huo Li took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He wished to validate a hypothesis, since his consciousness could connect to the vehicle's radar for a form of perception, could also extend to the mechanical sentinels bound to his spirit. Launch the deployment pod, as a command was given. The door of the deployment pod on the side of the vehicle slid open, and the mechanical sentinel descended via the slide. Huo Li focused his consciousness on the point of light representing the mechanical sentinel. In the next moment, an extraordinary sensation washed over him. Having been nestled in the warmth of the vehicle, he suddenly felt a brisk morning chill enveloping him. It truly works. Huo Li's heart raced with excitement. This sensory synchronization was far richer than mere radar perception. Not only was it visual, even temperature, sound, and the sensation of crunching gravel underfoot were vividly relayed to his mind. It felt as if he had acquired a non-existent external avatar. Through the electronic eyes of the mechanical sentinel, Huo Li observed the survivors who had previously gathered around the doomsday train now dispersing. With zombies nearly extinct, everyone sought to seize the opportunity to scavenge for supplies. However, it was evident that Guan Mao had warned them, as most were traveling in small groups. Their expressions alert and vigilant. Huo Li paid no heed to the individuals around him, instead commanding the mechanical sentinel to stride purposefully into the depths of the distant wasteland. He sought to ascertain the limits of this immersive sensory synchronization. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. The signal remained remarkably clear. The softness of the earth beneath his feet, the rustling of the wind through the wild grass, all seemed to resonate in his ears. It was not until he had traversed approximately 800 meters that 2 peculiar figures abruptly intruded upon the sentinel's field of vision. These 2 were sprinting across the wasteland with astonishing speed, far surpassing the limits of ordinary humanity. Huo Li immediately commanded the sentinel to crouch within the tall grass, narrowing the focus to scrutinize closely. One of the figures was astonishingly holding a human corpse aloft, as if it were a mere chick. The individual's fingers were deeply embedded into the neck of the body, as though drawing something forth. Visibly, the once plump corpse rapidly collapsed, contorted, and shriveled in his grasp, the skin adhering tightly to the bones, as if it had been instantaneously drained of all moisture and blood. In mere seconds, the figure casually flung the now weightless cadaver aside, as one might discard an empty soda can. What followed was a chilling spectacle. After consuming the corpse, the individual's arm inexplicably swelled, becoming grotesquely robust. Beneath the skin that had once appeared normal, twisted, dark veins bulged forth, and more terrifyingly, tiny eyes opened upon the muscular surface of the arm. The nerves beneath the skin writhed frantically, as if the arm possessed a life of its own. Huo Li was profoundly shaken. What in the world was this? A zombie? Impossible. How could a human run so swiftly and consume like a vampire? Just then, The mutated figure spoke while continuing to sprint, its voice sharp and laden with greed, addressing the other companion who was similarly racing alongside. Hurry, eat quickly. This place is simply paradise. So much food. How are these newcomers still alive? Didn't the zombie tide in the first trial eliminate them? Surely there must be some hidden trick. The companion beside him scoffed dismissively, maintaining his speed. What does it matter? Can anything be tougher than us? Even if there is a trick, it can't match our speed. Let us grab a few more. Such a buffet is rare. Upon overhearing their conversation, Huo Li's spine chilled. No, this is not a zombie. At the very least, not an ordinary one. Zombies cannot possess such lucid logic and communicative ability. Moreover, the zombie virus only induces mutation, never transforming one into a desiccated corpse. These creatures regard us as food and novices. Just as Huo Li was reeling from the revelation, the two figures seemed to sense something, abruptly halting in their tracks, the eye-laden arm pointing directly toward the thicket. What is that? They exchanged glances and instantaneously altered their course, a cruel grin spreading across their faces as they charged toward the mechanical sentinel's hiding spot. Chapter 91. Those who take a step with their left foot shall die. As the two figures drew near at a rapid pace, Huo Li finally discerned the true nature of these abominations through the electronic eyes of the sentinel. The leading figure was diminutive and emaciated, resembling dry jerky, save for the grotesquely muscular right arm, which was riddled with twisted veins and nerves. Even more repulsive, the gaps between the muscles were crammed with eyes of varying sizes, spinning chaotically. The companion beside him was even more robust, resembling a bipedal grizzly bear, his skin exhibiting a morbid, grayish hue, interlaced with dark purple veins. Astonishingly, his exposed chest was riddled with mouths and eyes, the mouths mindlessly opening and closing, revealing sharp fangs. Both figures possessed murky, gray-white eyes, devoid of discernible pupils. They appeared as if cobbled together from inferior corpses by some deranged creator. Their body proportions grotesquely misaligned, yet they exhibited a speed and agility that defied the laws of physics when in motion. Before Huo Li could recover from the visual shock, the two creatures had closed the distance, skidding to a halt mere meters from the mechanical sentinel. Upon realizing that a fully armed robot was crouched in the grass, the small leading figure paused in surprise, an expression of astonishment crossing his face. A robot? Could it be a member of the mechanical cult? Upon hearing this term, a flurry of questions surged in Huo Li's mind from the confines of the cockpit. The mechanical cult? What on earth is that? I've already come to terms with the existence of gods in this world, having recently clashed with the pestilent garden of eternal bloom. But are these newly arrived survivors' beliefs truly so copious? I can understand zombies worshipping the bloom, but what is this mechanical god? And to mistake me for a member of this so-called mechanical cult, merely for being a robot? While Huo Li was still rapidly analyzing the situation, the two figures had already made their move. The leading creature scrutinized the cold mechanical sentinel with disdain, spitting contemptuously. "Tch, just a hunk of iron. This thing is hard and devoid of blood and flesh. It's not appetizing at all. No way to absorb anything from it." He waved dismissively at his companion. "How annoying. Let us retreat. We need to find some fresh two-legged sheep." With that, the two turned to leave. In the cockpit, Huo Li's brow furrowed, a flicker of malice igniting in his eyes. Do they think they can treat me like air? Come and go as they please? Do they truly believe this apocalyptic world is their backyard? With a thought, the chilling electronic synthetic voice resonated through the speakers of the mechanical sentinel, echoing across the desolate wasteland. "Did I permit you to leave?" Before his words had even faded, the distant rooftop of the Doomsday train pivoted instantly. The Kishu 6-linked mini-missile launcher abruptly opened its safety cover, the fire control radar locking onto the two retreating figures. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Siminimiside. Trailing white smoke shot skyward. After having obliterated the Divine Nation with a single shot the previous night, Huo Li was brimming with confidence, fully embracing a no-holds-barred approach. Those who step with their left foot shall perish. The two grotesque figures possessed an acute sense of hearing. In the instant the missiles were launched, they reacted as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, their muscles tensing as they transformed into blurs of motion. "What the hell is this?" The diminutive creature shouted amidst his frantic sprint, cursing vehemently. "How dare they attack us? Have these tin-headed lunatics lost their minds? Aren't members of the mechanical cult usually scurrying about like alley rats? When did they become so bold?" The 6 mini-missiles clung to their trajectory like a relentless shadow, carving intricate arcs in the air, poised to strike. "Huh!" The two emitted a guttural roar simultaneously. Their calf muscles swelled dramatically, skin splitting to reveal a mass of eyes and writhing nerve bundles beneath. In that moment, their speed surged once again. Boom, 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 boom. Boom! Boom! The missiles detonated violently upon impact with the ground, creating a series of deep craters and sending dirt flying. Yet, in a narrow escape, the two figures evaded the explosive shockwaves, narrowly avoiding destruction. Gasping for breath, they halted several dozen meters away, heaving heavily, their chests heaving violently. Clearly, the recent burst of speed had placed immense strain upon their bodies, rendering it unsustainable for long. The diminutive creature wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Casting a wary glance at the distant, unyielding mechanical sentinel, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. Who would have thought that the machine cult harbored such reckless lunatics? Those were automatic tracking missiles, an absolute rarity. To wield them in a fit of rage was utterly absurd. The burly man beside him shared his apprehension, greedily eyeing the direction of the survivors in the distance, swallowing hard. Brother, we cannot afford to tangle with this madman. We must seize the moment to eat. If that mob catches up with us, we may not even get a sip of soup. The two exchanged glances, their displeasure palpable at being attacked without provocation. Yet their fear of the lunatic compelled them to flee. However, just as they turned to escape, a series of piercing shrieks erupted once more. This time, it was not 6 missiles, but a relentless volley of triple salvos. A total of 18 micro-missiles, akin to a frenzied swarm of hornets, surged forth, sealing off every avenue of escape. The slender aberrant glanced back, his face paling to a ghastly white as he beheld the deluge of missiles. Reminiscent of a grim Reaper's decree. No, you are not from the machine cult. Absolutely not. Those paupers could not possibly possess so many missiles. Though his lips uttered protest, his body instinctively reacted, attempting to unleash its previous tactics once more. Yet this time, faced with the impenetrable curtain of firepower, all skill and speed became but a cruel jest. Boom, boom, boom. The first wave of missiles obliterated their retreat, the second severed their legs, and the third wave engulfed their bodies entirely. Amidst their anguished screams, they were reduced to a gruesome scatter of flesh and charred remains. On the desolate expanse, only the smoldering craters and lingering smoke remained. Huo Li surveyed the 2 piles of smoking debris with a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with disdain. These two were truly repugnant, and their lack of decorum was appalling. To flee without permission? Not even a word of farewell. He briefly recounted the information gleaned from their conversation. It was evident that the number of new survivors descending in this round was substantial. Given that they were seasoned players who had survived the apocalypse-s trials, many among them must possess formidable skills. It was prudent to retrieve the mechanical sentinel for safety before contemplating the next course of action. This endeavor had revealed much to him. Although the mechanical sentinel had not ventured beyond 1,000 meters, Huo Li was certain of the robustness of this psychic connection. The control range likely exceeded 1,000 meters and was directly governed by thought, devoid of signal delay or interference. Even more gratifying was his mastery over the Doomsday Train. His control had become exceedingly refined. No longer did he awkwardly toggle the fire control system, but now he could effortlessly command any weapon component or onboard facility with a mere thought. As the mechanical sentinel turned to return, a sudden roar of engines erupted from the direction the 2 aberrants had fled. The sound resembled that of a high-displacement motorcycle. Huo Li's Gaza Sharpanat. Were they seeking vengeance? Or had reinforcements arrived? He understood well that the 2 aberrant creatures had traveled together, mentioning others behind them, indicating an organized group. In the apocalyptic world, individual strength was ultimately too feeble. Apart from his own exceptional abilities, most survivors who had endured the last round, in their fight for survival, had aligned themselves with factions. Lone wolves found it exceedingly difficult to survive in such a brutal environment. Buzzing, accompanied by the resounding roar of engines. A strikingly futuristic blue and white motorcycle suddenly burst forth from the nearby slope. Chapter 92. The one who steps first with the right foot must perish. This motorcycle, with its sleek lines and futuristic design, boasted astonishing power. Harnessing the momentum of the slope, it soared nearly 4 meters into the air, tracing a sharp parabolic arc. Following closely behind were 3 frantic figures. These 3 individuals bore a striking resemblance to the 2 obliterated by Huo Li. Their bodies grotesquely adorned with repulsive eyes and writhing veins, exhibiting a disturbingly asymmetrical structure. Some had arms as thick as columns, while others had legs bulging with muscle, and some sported shoulders that towered in deformity. Thud! The motorcycle landed heavily, its immense traction sending shards of stone flying. The girl's voice rang out in indignation, crisp yet tinged with exasperation. Damn it. What is wrong with you? Why are you chasing me? With so many newcomers over there. Why must you pursue me relentlessly? Am I some kind of delicacy? If it weren't for the fact that I'm almost out of ammunition, I'd deblow you all to smithereens. As she ranted, the girl scanned her surroundings. There had been an explosion in the vicinity. It seemed her kind were clashing with these grotesque symbiotes. With her fuel running low, she resolved to proceed as planned. She slammed the throttle, the motorcycle's speed surging as she charged directly toward the mechanical sentinel. Simultaneously, Huo Li's area chat channel erupted with activity. Area chat channel, Tao Kur. Friends over there. Be careful. The symbiotes are coming after you, run. In the cockpit, Huo Li couldn't help but roll his eyes at this spectacle, mentally scoffing. What do you mean they're coming after you? Isn't this precisely your intention to lure them here? Although his consciousness was currently linked to the mechanical sentinel, limiting his sensory range, it did not render him blind. According to the original escape route of the motorcycle, it was clear that she was leagues away. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to redirect danger toward him, making him a shield, and she spoke so piously, as if genuinely warning him. Indeed, the next moment, the girl named Tao Kuker sent another message, fully revealing her intentions. Tao Kuker, sorry friend, I have no choice. Tao Kuker, I really don't want to become a neural, not on a symbiote. Tao Kuker, if you survive, I will repay you. Well, he was utterly speechless. Did she think he wanted to become a neural not? But then again, in this apocalypse, who cared about any semblance of morality? Survival was paramount. Huo Li sneered, a murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Since you show no mercy, do not expect any from me. Symbiotes, whether you step first with the left foot or the right, you all deserve to die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing shriek of micromissiles once again rent the air. 6 micromissiles shot forth. 5 of them traced peculiar arcs through the air, homing in on the 3 relentless symbiotes in pursuit. The remaining missile, trailing a deadly flame, locked onto the blue and white motorcycle with lethal precision. As Tao Kuker sped along, the sound of missile launches reached her ears, igniting a spark of hope. She lifted her chin, revealing a strikingly beautiful face, despite being smeared with grime and dirt. Nonetheless, her exquisite features remained apparent, particularly her pair of vibrant, expressive eyes, sparkling with mischief even in this life-or-death moment. Unmistakably a beauty in the making. In her fervor to lure danger, she had only just noticed, farther away, a massive, grotesque vehicle resembling a steel behemoth. And those 6 life-saving missiles were indeed hurtling toward her from that direction. Oh my, missiles. Fantastic. Salvation has arrived. Thank you. However, before the word thank could fully escape her lips, it became lodged in her throat as she was seized by terror. To her astonishment, she realized that among the 6 missiles, one was hurtling directly toward her. Was this madness? Why would it seek to end my life upon our very first encounter? Her despair deepened when she discerned that the missile could change course, leaving her no time to voice her complaints. With a steely gaze, her expression sharpened as she clenched her silver teeth, a resolve solidifying within her. Desperate, she relinquished her grip on the handlebars and forcefully pressed down on the center of the motorcycle's dashboard. A resounding hum erupted, and in an instant, a dazzling blue light burst forth from the dashboard. Following this, a cacophony of mechanical transformations ensued. Chapter 93. This contraption now belongs to the Huo family. Countless intricate mechanical structures, akin to flowing liquid metal, began to ascend along her arms, swiftly forming a structure resembling an exoskeletal glove. The blue luminescence rapidly enveloped the entire motorcycle. In Huo Li's astonished gaze, the motorcycle, once speeding forward, began to disassemble and reconfigure instantaneously. In less than a second, the original vehicle vanished, replaced by a sleek, sci-fi-inspired power armor that enveloped the petite girl entirely. From the cockpit, Huo Li's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the hell? The motorcycle has transformed into power armor. Is there a master at play here? It could be used like this." No wonder the motorcycle's design was so peculiar. Could it be a special vehicle akin to a doomsday train? Huo Li fixated on the astonishing transformation, her mind racing with thoughts. Could her skill be the ability to transform into a mech? Indeed, seasoned players who survived multiple rounds often possess hidden cards. Yet, as she beheld the missile poised for imminent impact, a wave of anguish surged within her. That was a rare, transformable vehicle. If it were to be reduced to scrap metal by a single missile, it would be an utter waste. She couldn't help but cry out in despair, "No, not my motorcycle." In a moment of dire urgency, the blue and white motorcycle had completed its transformation, morphing into a streamlined power armor that perfectly encased the young girl. The blue and white paint scheme stood out vividly against the desolate backdrop of the wasteland, exuding a sense of futuristic technological prowess. "Huh," the girl exclaimed, instantly raising her right arm. The mechanical structure at her forearm slid open, and a miniature intercepting missile, the thickness of a thumb, ascended from within. In that split second, A red targeting frame manifested on the tactical visor before her, locking onto the incoming threat. The intercepting missile launched at a perilously close distance of less than 3 meters. The two missiles collided with a thunderous impact. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the air, sending a fireball skyward. The shockwave radiated outward simultaneously. Ah! The girl cried out, and though the interception had succeeded, the proximity of the blast still hurled her across the ground, tumbling like a rag doll several times before she landed heavily amidst a pile of rubble, kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside the cockpit, Huo Li paid no heed to the girl's well-being, focusing instead on the short-range radar. The holographic projection in her mind zoomed in, scanning the fallen power armor. Although the blue and white armor was now coated in dust and soot, its overall structure remained intact, showing no signs of disintegration or severe damage. Huo Li exhaled deeply, patting her chest in relief. Fortunately, it seemed that the power armor was quite resilient and had not sustained any damage. As long as it remained unclaimed, it could be hers by virtue of merit. This contraption now belonged to the Huo family. With a roar, Huo Li slammed the accelerator. The V-16 heavy diesel engine bellowing as the colossal doomsday train churned up dust and surged toward the fallen girl. Simultaneously, in the distance, the 3 relentless symbiotic entities, struck by 5 miniature missiles with pinpoint accuracy, disintegrated into mere fragments without uttering a sound. These 3 possessed even fewer neural nodes, evidently weaker than the first 2, rendering them nothing more than live targets before the homing missiles. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions echoed behind her, startling the disoriented Tao Ke, who hastily scrambled to her feet. She looked up to see an exaggeratedly designed train advancing toward her with an overwhelming sense of menace. Yet, strangely, it did not continue its assault. In that instant, Tao Ke made a judgment. The cessation of fire suggested an intent to capture her alive. As a seasoned survivor of 2 rounds of apocalyptic trials, she was all too aware of the logic underlying this decision. In this cannibalistic world, human beings were the most undervalued, yet precious renewable resource. Capturing slaves was the first thought that sprang to her mind, whether for labor, cannon fodder, or worse. Such practices were alarmingly commonplace in this wretched world. Every so often, different apocalyptic realms merged, introducing new survivors. Talent was the only continually renewable resource, particularly concerning the imposing doomsday train before her. Such a massive vehicle would require a substantial workforce merely for routine maintenance, cleaning, and fuel scavenging. The larger the vehicle, the higher the fuel consumption and upkeep costs. This was common knowledge. Therefore, the larger the vessel, the more inhabitants it would inevitably harbor. Otherwise, it could not function at all. Tao Ke speculated. At least a dozen people must reside within that train. After all, if there were too few occupants, there would be no need for such a grand design. As a veteran who had survived 2 rounds of trials, her deductive reasoning was sound. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, most large vehicles indeed operated at full capacity, as banding together and pooling resources was the optimal survival strategy. However, she was unfortunate enough to encounter Huo Li, a perpetual motion machine brimming with unlimited resources. Conventional logic was rendered entirely ineffective in his presence. As the doomsday train drew nearer, Tao Ke formulated a plan. Since they had ceased fire, it indicated they were not yet intent on her demise. Taking a deep breath, she pressed her small hand once more against the core control panel on her chest. The whirring of machinery echoed as the heavy power armor swiftly began to disengage and reconfigure. As the armor receded, it revealed Tao Ke's petite form, clad in a form-fitting outfit of black leather that accentuated her small yet curvaceous silhouette. A few damp strands of hair clung to her cheeks, and despite the grime on her small face, her large, clear eyes sparkled with a mix of defiance and disdain. Through the short-range radar, Huo Li observed Tao Ke's appearance in vivid detail. Tisk, here is a girl no taller than 1.50 meters, yet she insists on donning such a tight-fitting, dominatrix-style outfit. The juxtaposition is rather jarring. It seems quite out of place. Perhaps she simply cannot afford proper clothing? Huo Li pondered, recalling that in the wilderness, treasure chests only yielded functional gear like bulletproof vests and tactical vests. Common clothing could only be purchased in the newly opened, infuriatingly expensive shop. A tattered t-shirt would cost dozens of gold coins, while a slightly better jacket would set one back hundreds. As someone possessing a fortune of 14,000 gold coins, Huo Li found it inconsequential, but for other survivors, such sums were astronomical. It seemed this girl was likely impoverished and lacking proper attire. With this realization, Huo Li activated her identification eye on Tao Ke. Chapter 94. Tao, with wings yet unable to fly. Tao Ke. Appearance, 89 points, based on subjective user preference. Purity, 100. Friendliness, 13. Physical strength, 4. Agility, 5. Mental fortitude, 65. Vehicle, Storm Knight, a third-tier special vehicle. Remaining fuel, 8. Well, that's quite impressive. Mused Huo Li with a raised eyebrow. Despite appearing somewhat grimy, resembling a little calico cat, the individual still garnered an impressive score of 89. If cleaned up and slightly adorned, she would undoubtedly start at a minimum of 95 points, a true beauty. Moreover, a purity rating of 100 in this apocalyptic world after 2 rounds is indeed a rarity. As for the abysmal friendliness score of 13, Huo Li was utterly unconcerned. Who cares if friendliness is low? Once she enters my endless journey domain, I shall devour both her and her vehicle in one go. At that point, she would become my tenant, bound by the world's rules, unable to even lift a finger. Whatever I desire would be entirely at my discretion. And that vehicle, the Storm Knight, the name alone sounds magnificent. With this thought, Huo Li sent a teasing message in the regional chat channel. Huo Li, hey, little lowly over there. Have you thought about how to repay me? Upon reading this message, Tao Ku's small face scrunched up in distaste. How infuriating. Just because I'm slightly shorter doesn't make me a lowly. Simultaneously, she took the opportunity to scrutinize the approaching doomsday train. Upon closer inspection, she immediately noticed a flaw. There are no wire meshes or riot barriers on the windows. Such large panes of glass are left completely exposed. No matter how tough the glass is, its defenses are clearly insufficient. Moreover, components like explosion-proof barriers for green vehicles are quite inexpensive. There is absolutely no reason not to install them. This is utterly unprofessional. Disdain filled Tao Ku's heart as she concluded. The train conductor is most likely an inexperienced novice who stumbled upon this vehicle by sheer luck. This further solidified her resolve to flee. I have no desire to squeeze in with a dozen others. Want to catch me? Dream on. She quickly replied on the public screen. Tao repay? How about I treat you to exhaust fumes? No sooner had she spoken than her special vehicle, the Storm Knight, transformed back into its sleek motorcycle form. Tao swiftly mounted the seat, expertly twisting the throttle. Birum, the engine roared, and the motorcycle shot forth like a blue lightning bolt, racing rapidly into the depths of the wasteland. Huo Li watched the vanishing blue silhouette with a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Want to escape? Not so easily. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. Birum, the V16 heavy diesel engine emitted a deep, thunderous roar as the colossal doomsday train began to accelerate. Although its massive size and weight rendered it less agile than lightweight vehicles like motorcycles at the start, that did not imply its speed was inferior. On the contrary, once this steel behemoth was in motion, its terrifying inertia and power reserves would allow it to bulldoze through the wasteland. Huo Li gazed at the speedometer climbing steadily, utterly unfazed. With 8 units of remaining fuel, I wonder how far you think you can run. Since you mentioned repaying me, I want to be polite. I want her. I want the vehicle too. Ahead, Tao glancing in the rearview mirror, was horrified to see that the massive doomsday train had not only failed to fall behind, but was instead closing the distance like a moving mountain. Are these people insane? Tao was on the verge of a meltdown. A vehicle that large must have astronomical fuel consumption. They're pushing full speed just to chase after a small fry like me. Absolutely lunacy. How much fuel are they wasting? I simply cannot comprehend their thought process. As the distance closed, Tao finally caught a clear glimpse of the menacing heavy machine gun mounted at the front of the doomsday train. Is that a machine gun? Her pupils constricted. Moreover, the base appears to be the legendary automatic fire control mount. As an experienced player, she was acutely aware of the value of such equipment. That was a legendary vehicle component. Even a well-equipped team would feel prestigious owning one of those. It would elevate their status significantly. How is a vehicle outfitted with such a treasure, even in the hands of a fool who wastes fuel chasing me? This is absurd. All the good stuff is being squandered. Just then, she noticed the automatic machine gun, slightly shaking with the motion of the train, its dark muzzle resembling the eyes of death, fixating on her back. A chill ran down Tao Kuo's spine. This madman would suddenly unleash a barrage on me. Would he? No, I can't run in a straight line. I must weave. Gritting her silver teeth, her petite form trembled uncontrollably from fear. Yet her hands moved without hesitation. The motorcycle began wildly weaving in an S pattern across the wasteland, twisting and turning like a slippery eel. Inside the driver's cabin, Huo Li observed the blue figure ahead, both flooring the accelerator and contorting like a pretzel, and couldn't help but chuckle. Huh, is this girl putting on a stunt show for me? If I truly intended to hit you, I could simply use a guided missile. No amount of twisting would save you. Just then, several red dots suddenly appeared on the radar. Through the short-range radar, Huo Li detected 3 more symbiotic creatures suddenly springing forth from the grass, not far ahead of Tao Ku. They had clearly been lying in ambush. and upon seeing Tao Ku rush by, they immediately howled and sprinted after her at breakneck speed. Tao Ku also noticed these uninvited guests, her face paling instantly. Oh no, not these disgusting creatures again. What terrible luck. Why are they all targeting me? My agility attribute is only 5 points. I'm not that formidable. Huo Li, witnessing the situation, snorted coldly. The prey of the gods is not something you lowly creatures can touch. With a flick of his mind, he commanded, Virum vroom vroom. The god of war Gatling on the roof roared to life.